Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Slaves. Junye, a fortress established during the reign of Emperor Jiajing to guard against Japanese pirates, has stood for over a century. Through the generations, as the Ming Dynasty neared its end, the military households faced severe flight from their posts, compounded by the chaos instigated by Kong Yud, leading to widespread suffering. What was once a thriving military stronghold now harbored merely 300 to 400 households. In the fading light of dusk, Junye, adorned with a tattered felt hat and bearing a long spear, was making his way home. Originally a university student from the modern world, Junye found himself inexplicably transported to this realm following a mountaineering accident. The former inhabitant of this body had long since succumbed to illness, leaving Junye with nothing but his corporeal form, the remnants of the man's memories, and a warm home. Of course, he also inherited the man's position as a hereditary soldier. Having spent a month in this world, Junye had fully acclimatized to its ways. Now, in the winter of the 10th year of Chongzhen, the crumbling Ming Dynasty was destined for annihilation within 7 years. The main thoroughfare within the fortress was paved with blue stone slabs, wide enough for 3 large carts to traverse side by side. As twilight descended, a few joyful children frolicked upon the expansive stone road. The Li family resided to the west of the fortress, and with just 2 cups of tea's worth of time, Junye could return home after descending from the watchtower. Their courtyard, modest in size approximately 1.5 mu, was enclosed by a low earthen wall, adorned with a row of fences that bore clusters of grapes and honeysuckle. Upon entering, Junye spotted a young girl of around 10 years feeding chickens in the corner of the yard. 3 hens clucked excitedly at the sight of food. "Elder brother, you're back." Upon hearing the door creak, the little girl eagerly peered outside. When she caught sight of Junye, she bounded toward him like a jubilant fawn. "Ruayer, see what I brought you." Junye, with a smile, retrieved a piece of flatbread from his bosom. This bread, a gift from his good friend Lu Dazhuang, was filled with meat, a rare delicacy, one he could hardly bear to consume himself. In these destitute times of the late Ming, the Li family was indeed impoverished, having not tasted meat in half a year. "Is it delicious?" So tasty." Seeing little Ruayer savoring the morsel, Junye gently stroked her head, filled with affection. "Mother, my elder brother is back." Suddenly, a commotion erupted from within the house, prompting Ruayer to joyfully call out, "My son has returned." Zhao, his mother, hurriedly emerged, brimming with excitement. Ruayer, ever considerate, took the long spear and water jug from Junye's hands and carried them inside. As Junye entered the house, Zhao quickly brought forth a bowl of coarse bread made from mixed grains and bran, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables, placing them on the table. Ruayer dutifully stood beside him, pouring a cup of tea. However, even such humble fare could not last long, as the rice jar at home was soon to be emptied. "Junye, when you find some leisure time, take these items to Dangzhou and exchange them for some money and provisions. Our family is on the verge of running out of food, and the new year is fast approaching." Junye had just finished his meal when Zhao Shi emerged from the room, holding a silver hairpin. After a sigh, she gently placed it on the table. This hairpin was well known to Junye. It was a treasured dowry from his mother's family, and Zhao Shi's most cherished possession. Now, it was the only valuable item the Li family could part with. Junye had a younger brother studying at the county school. While education there was free, it was customary to present gifts to the teachers during the new year, a significant burden for the impoverished Li family. Due to their financial struggles and the long distance, Junye seldom returned home. Pushing the silver hairpin toward Zhao Shi, Junye said, "Mother, trust your son just this once. Give me some time, I will find a way." Zhao Shi looked at her son with hope and nodded in satisfaction. "Jianzhou has arrived." In the midst of their conversation, 3 cannon blasts suddenly echoed from outside, followed by the frantic sound of gongs reverberating through the streets, men screaming in terror, and the once quiet thoroughfare descending into chaos. "Jianzhou has arrived." The cries of adults and the wails of children filled the entire Jinghai fort. Junye hurried outside. He saw a thick column of smoke rising towards the sky from the northern seaside. "Brother, what is happening?" Ruayer, having followed him outside, felt the panic in the fort and was greatly frightened. "Jianzhou has come. They recently slaughtered several nearby villages. Quickly, take mother and hide in the cellar." Under no circumstances are you to come out until I return. As a soldier, Li Junye was acutely aware of the Jinzhou's cruelty. The pillar of smoke and the cannon blasts indicated that a considerable number of them were approaching. It seemed that the peaceful Jinghai fort was about to face a dire catastrophe. After giving his instructions, Li Junye unhesitatingly grabbed his spear and fetched a crossbow from the room, making his way to the fort's walls. This crossbow was the only contraption he had managed to devise using modern technology during this time. He jogged to the city gate, where he collided with his captain, Zhao Yoning, who was rallying his men at the foot of the wall. Junye, you and Da Zhuang should return to your original posts. Zhao Yoning, short and stout, with keen eyes, quickly commanded upon seeing Li Junye. Remember, you young fellows must not be reckless. These Jianzhou are not to be trifled with. Li Junye nodded and hurriedly ascended the city tower. Junye, you've arrived. Lu Dazhuang, clutching a spear and munching on a flatbread, greeted him as he saw Li Junye approach. Li Junye acknowledged him and noticed that Ma Yu and Wang Liang were also already on the wall. After exchanging pleasantries with them, he calmly took his position for battle. Though the destinies of the four were disparate, their bonds were forged in the fires of childhood, having grown up together in Jinghai Fortress, making their camaraderie the most profound among their peers. This marked their inaugural foray into genuine combat, and an air of trepidation enveloped each of them. Jinghai Fortress boasted an army of 200 men, seemingly enjoying a decisive numerical advantage. However, warfare is not merely a matter of counting heads. In the waning days of the Ming Dynasty, rampant corruption led to the appropriation of land by military officers and wealthy families, while soldiers faced the scourge of withheld pay and inadequate training, resulting in a mass exodus among military households. Many of these soldiers were so impoverished that they could not even muster the means to equip themselves properly, resorting instead to wielding farming tools in battle. The Dongzhou garrison was not a significant stronghold among the Nine Borders, and this predicament was even more pronounced. After wreaking havoc in Jiaodong, figures such as Kong Yud, Ngung, Zhongming capitulated to the Manchus, delivering naval forces and a plethora of artillery to Huang Taiji. Now, with Donglai in disarray, the maritime power of the Manchus waxed while that of the Ming diminished. What was once a rear area had become a front line, as the Manchus frequently executed surprise incursions across the narrow Bohai Strait from Liaodong. Landing to plunder, these small bands of marauders were akin to the Japanese pirates, a perpetual vexation. Listen well, my brave lads. The Manchus are unspeakably brutal. You must be prepared to risk your lives in this struggle. We cannot allow them to breach our walls. Should they succeed, it would mean our utter annihilation. We must hold the fortress at all costs, though, you understand? Zhao Baihu ascended the city walls with his retinue, rallying the spirits of the men. Understood. Each man, however, harbored a grim awareness of the dire consequences that would follow should they falter. This year, during the wheat harvest, the Manchus had descended upon the region under the cover of night, slaughtering 2 military fortresses and several villages within a 100-mile radius. Once these fortresses fell, they were stripped of all valuables, their inhabitants taken as slaves, and ultimately reduced to ashes. Report, sir. The Manchus are advancing towards us. They are all heavily armored cavalry. The sentinel atop the watchtower, trembling with fear, struggled to relay the alarming news to Zhao Baihu, his words scarcely coherent in his terror. All heavily armored cavalry. Zhao Baihu, upon receiving this intelligence, felt the world around him darken, nearly succumbing to faintness from sheer fright. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Slave Traders. Jinghai Fortress, a military stronghold constructed during the Jiajing era to guard against the threat of pirates, has stood for over a century. Through generations of lineage, the population dwindled significantly by the late Ming Dynasty, as soldiers fled in droves, further exacerbated by the chaos of the Kong Yud Rebellion, leading to widespread suffering. Now, what was once a robust military garrison has been reduced to a mere 300 or 400 households. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Li Junye, donning a tattered felt hat and shouldering a long spear, made his way home. He was originally a university student from the modern era, inexplicably transported to this world following a mountaineering accident. The previous owner of this body had long since succumbed to illness, leaving Li Junye with nothing but the physical form, memories, and a warm home. He had also inherited the title of a hereditary soldier in the garrison. Having spent a month in this world, Li Junye had fully acclimated to the local way of life. It was now the winter of the 10th year of Chongzhen, and the crumbling Ming Dynasty was destined for complete ruin in 7 years. The main thoroughfare within the fortress was paved with blue stone, wide enough for 3 large carts to traverse side by side. At dusk, a few exuberant children frolicked joyfully on the expansive stone path. The Li family resided on the western edge of the fortress after descending the watchtower. Li Junye would reach home in just the time it took to enjoy 2 cups of tea. The family courtyard, though modest, approximately 1.5 muas, enclosed by a low earthen wall adorned with a row of trellises, upon which grew grapes and honeysuckle. Creak upon entering, Li Junye spotted a young girl of around 10 feeding chickens in the corner of the yard. The 3 hens clucked incessantly at the sight of food. "Brother, you're back." Upon hearing the door open, the little girl eagerly peered outside. The moment she caught sight of Li Junye, she bounded towards him like a joyful fawn. "Ruier, look at what I brought you." Li Junye cheerfully produced a piece of bread from his bosom, a gift from his dear friend Lu Dazhuang. Coming from a wealthy family, Lu had gifted him this meat-filled delicacy, which Li Junye had been reluctant to consume. In the late Ming period, soldiers faced dire poverty, and the Li family was no exception, living in stark conditions. It had been a long time since Li Junye had savored the taste of meat. The last time they had enjoyed such a luxury was 6 months prior. "Is it delicious?" So good." Seeing little Ruier relish the treat brought a tender smile to Li Junye's face as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Mother, my brother is back." At that moment, a sudden stir came from within the house, prompting Ruier to joyfully call out to her mother. "My son has returned." Zhao, his mother, promptly emerged with delight to welcome him home. Ever considerate, took Li Junye's spear and water jug from him, assisting him as they entered the house together. As soon as Li Junye stepped inside, Zhao hurriedly presented a bowl of cornmeal dumplings mixed with bran and a plate of pickled vegetables on the table. Ruier obediently stood beside him, pouring a cup of tea. However, such simple fare would not last long, as their rice jar was soon to run dry. "Junye, when you find some leisure, take these items to Dangzhou and exchange them for some money and provisions. Our household is on the verge of running out of food, and the new year is approaching swiftly." Li Junye had just finished his meal when Zhao Shi emerged from within with a silver hairpin, sighed softly, and gently laid it on the table. This hairpin, which Li Junye recognized, was a treasured dowry from his mother's family and the most cherished possession of Zhao Shi. Presently, it was the only item of value the Li family could offer. Li Junye had a younger brother studying at the county school. While tuition was free, the new year required gifts for the teachers, which posed a significant burden for the impoverished Li family. Due to their financial constraints and the long journey, his brother Li Junxiu seldom returned home. Pushing the silver hairpin toward Zhao Shi, Li Junye implored, "Mother, trust me, just this once, grant me some time, and I shall devise a solution." Zhao Shi gazed at her son with hopeful eyes and nodded in satisfaction. "Enemies are upon us." In the midst of their conversation, 3 cannon shots reverberated from outside, followed by the frantic clanging of gongs throughout the streets, as terrified shouts from men filled the air, transforming the once tranquil streets into chaos. "Enemies are upon us." The cries of adults mingled with the wails of children, echoing throughout Junye. Li Junye rushed outside. In the northern expanse toward the sea, a thick column of smoke spiraled into the sky. "Brother, what has transpired?" Li Ruier, having followed him outside, was overwhelmed by the turmoil engulfing the fortress, her fear palpable. "The enemies have come not long ago. They massacred several nearby villages. Quickly, take mother and hide in the cellar. Under no circumstances are you to emerge until I return." As a soldier of the garrison, Li Junye was acutely aware of the savagery of the invaders. The smoke signal and the cannon fire indicated a considerable force was approaching. It seemed that the serene Junye was destined for calamity. After giving his instructions, Li Junye resolutely seized his spear and donned a crossbow from within the house, making his way toward the fortress walls. This crossbow was the only contraption he had managed to craft utilizing modern technology during this period. He hastened to the city gate, colliding with his superior, Zhao Yoning, who was rallying his men at the foot of the walls. "Junye, you and Dazhuang, along with the others, stay at your original posts," Zhao Yoning commanded, his short stature and piercing gaze betraying his authority. "Young man, remember, do not seek to show off. These enemies are not to be trifled with." Li Junye nodded and swiftly ascended the city tower. Junye, you have arrived. Lu Dazhuang, cradling a long spear and munching on a flatbread, greeted him as he rose to his feet. Li Junye acknowledged him with a nod, noticing that Ma Yu and Wang Liang were already stationed on the walls. After exchanging greetings, he calmly took his position for battle. Though their fates diverged, the four of them shared a bond forged in childhood, making their relationships the most intimate among their peers in Jinghai Fortress. This marked their inaugural experience in genuine combat, and a palpable tension enveloped each of them. Jinghai Fortress currently boasted a force of 200 soldiers, seemingly enjoying a numerical advantage. However, warfare is not merely a matter of headcount. The late Ming Dynasty was rife with chaos. Lands were seized by military officers and wealthy landowners. Military salaries were embezzled, training was neglected, and a multitude of military households fled in desperation. Among these households, many were so impoverished that they could scarcely assemble their own equipment, resorting instead to wielding farm tools in battle. The Dongzhou Guard was not a key stronghold among the Nine Borders, and this situation was even more pronounced. After wreaking havoc in Jiaodong, the likes of Kong Yud and Geng Zhongming surrendered to the Jurchens, bringing with them naval forces and a considerable arsenal of artillery for Huang Taiji. Now, with Donglai in disarray, the maritime power of the Jurchens had grown, transforming Donglai, once a rear position, into a front line. The Jurchens would often launch unexpected incursions, crossing the narrow Bohai Strait from Liaodong to raid and pillage, akin to the incessant troubles posed by Japanese pirates. Listen well, my lads. The Jurchens are exceedingly brutal. You must be prepared to risk your lives in this struggle. We cannot allow them to breach our fortress should the city fall. There will be nothing left of us, not even a dog or a chicken. We must defend Jinghai Fortress with unwavering resolve. Do you understand? Zhao Baihu ascended the battlements with his household retainers, rallying the troops. Understood. In truth, each soldier understood the dire implications of failure. During this year's wheat harvest, the Jurchens had slaughtered 2 military fortresses and several villages within 100 miles, their nighttime incursions wreaking havoc. Once these fortresses fell, they were stripped of all valuables, their populations enslaved, and ultimately reduced to ashes. Report, my lord. The Jurchens are advancing towards us. They are all heavily armored cavalry. The sentry atop the watchtower, trembling with fear, relayed the alarming news to Zhao Baihu, his terror rendering his words nearly incoherent. All heavily armored cavalry. The weight of this revelation caused Zhao to feel a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly causing him to faint from fright. Chapter 2. The heavily armored cavalry. In the past, when the Jurchens invaded, they were often referred to as such, though the majority were actually the turncoat rebel forces from Liaodong and the Eastern River, collaborating with the Jurchens. The true Jurchens constituted only a minor fraction. The composition of these invaders was exceedingly intricate, comprising genuine Jurchens, Mongolian vassal troops, early Liaodong's servile Han, and even defectors from the Ming Dynasty. Notably, even Koreans were among them. Naturally, within this group, the status of individuals varied significantly, creating a hierarchy of discrimination. The most immediate manifestation of military rank was reflected in their differing armaments. The fact that they were all heavily armored cavalry made it abundantly clear to Zhao Baihu the nature of those approaching. This time, the majority indeed consisted of authentic Jurchens, whose combat prowess differed vastly from that of the treasonous Han forces. Zhao Baihu was acutely aware that they were facing formidable adversaries. What else did you observe? Zhao Baihu inquired, recovering his composure slightly. Sir, the Jurchens are driving a number of our fellow villagers ahead of them, reported the lookout. Before he could finish speaking, chaos erupted atop the city walls, as many of those on guard had relatives among the captured villagers. Sir, I just remembered. This morning, my lady took the young master into the city to purchase New Year's goods. I fear, enough. Zhao Baihu became hysterical, leaning over the battlements with his gaze fixated on a distant group of indistinct figures. Gradually, they drew nearer, the heavy hoofbeats raising clouds of dust around them. Over 60 heavily armored Jurchens unleashed a cacophony of wild laughter, pursuing a group of ragged villagers who were sprinting towards their homes. The Jurchens closing in on them like hunters on their prey, with more villagers falling victim to their arrows. Madam, in the throng, Zhao Baihu spotted a middle-aged woman cradling an infant, her loyal servant nowhere to be seen, presumably slain by the Jurchens. Fortunately, the villagers were not far from the fortress. and at the soldiers' urging, the surviving townsfolk desperately dashed towards the moat of Jinghai Fortress. The moat, now completely dry, stood over 10 feet high. If they could take refuge within it, they might evade the Jurchen's arrows. Loose. The Jurchens had entered the range of fire, and Wang Yongjian, the deputy commander of Jinghai Fortress, issued the order with resolve. A dozen arrows were released from the defenders stationed at the northern gate, but due to inadequate training and poor weaponry, the majority missed their targets. Occasionally, a stray arrow struck a Jurchen, but the inferior quality of the arms rendered the impact negligible, merely a trivial annoyance against their heavy armor. The Jurchens below reacted with indifference, erupting into boisterous laughter, interspersed with their triumphant howls. What shall we do? Observing the dismal results of the volley, one of Wang Yongzhen's aides voiced his apprehension inopportunely. Wang Yongzhen's expression darkened ominously. Madam! Zhao Baihu's anguished cry echoed once more from the battlements. After the surviving villagers had taken refuge in the moat, Madame Zhao, clutching her child, lagged behind due to her impaired mobility. Witnessing the others flee into the safety of the water, the invaders showed no anger, knowing that these prey, much like the soldiers on the city walls, could not escape their fate. A Bashiku, a rank among the invaders, suddenly took interest in the vulnerable Madame Zhao. He knocked an arrow, striking her calf with precision. The panicked Madame Zhao fell to the ground, her infant wailing in fright. Observing this, the Bashiku let out a howl of laughter, and despite the excruciating pain, Madame Zhao managed to rise again, stumbling forward only to be struck again in her other calf. With each arrow finding its mark, the Bashiku's exceptional skill drew fervent cheers from his comrades, their disdainful gazes suggesting they saw not a helpless woman, but merely a hunted creature. Unable to rise, Madame Zhao, embodying both the frailty of womanhood and the fierce spirit of motherhood, crawled resolutely on the ground with her child cradled in one arm. This harrowing scene ignited a visceral reaction among those within the walls, yet they remained powerless. Can you not see? These are your kin. Is there not a single soul brave enough to venture forth and rescue them? Can you bear to witness their torment and demise? The silence from the walls was deafening. Seeing his wife and child tormented beneath the city, Zhao Baihu's heart shattered. He rushed to Wang Yongjian, tears in his eyes, pleading, "My lord, please open the city gates. I am willing to lead my retainers to fight the invaders to the death." Have you lost your mind? The enemy is clearly luring us into a trap. Whoever leaves the city is courting death, Wang Yongjin admonished calmly. My lord, I beseech you. I am in my 40s, with but one son. If anything befalls my wife and child, I shall have no reason to live. Even if it means death, I wish to face it as a man. To perish together as a family. Wang Yongjin, incensed, struck Zhao Baihu across the face, exclaiming, "Fool! Your death is of little consequence, but should the gates open, what then? The lives of over 300 households within this fortress rest upon my shoulders. I cannot treat this lightly." This harsh blow finally awakened Zhao Baihu to his folly, leaving him helplessly leaning against the city wall, weeping for his wife and child. The invaders, having waited long without response, began to grow impatient. The Bashika shouted, "Men above, since you are content to cower like turtles, watch closely as we slowly execute those outside the fortress." With that, he drew his bow. The glinting arrow aimed at the back of Madame Zhao's head. The invaders deliberately took their time. "No," Zhao Baihu cried, pounding his chest in anguish atop the wall. His desperate lament only elicited raucous laughter from the invaders below. With the bowstring firmly gripped, Ba Shirku's lips curled into a slight smirk as the arrow was aimed precisely at Madame Zhao's nape. Just as the arrow was about to be released, a sudden, muffled twang echoed from the city wall. In an instant, a crossbow bolt, measuring over 2 feet in length, pierced through Ba Shirku's face, leaving the unfortunate Jurchen unaware of his demise as he toppled from his horse. His fall bewildered the remaining Jurchens, who were still trying to comprehend the unfolding chaos when another dull twang resonated from the wall. Swiftly, the loudest of the Jurchens found his throat impaled by a crossbow bolt, and with little struggle, he too fell from his steed. The sight of this Jurchen's death was all too vivid, as the bolt fully penetrated his neck, tearing through the armor that protected it. The Jurchens were struck with shock. Despite being 100 paces away, the mysterious weapon had effortlessly pierced through their armor. Such penetration indicated that this enigmatic device could breach 2 layers of protection. Terrified, the Jurchens abandoned their previous bravado, retreating hastily on horseback, desperate to escape the unseen threat. As they turned to flee, yet another crossbow bolt soared through the air, striking one Jurchen in the back, causing him to tumble from his horse like a kite severed from its string. Withdraw. They had already lost 3 men without a single engagement. each falling to a single deadly shot. The remaining Jurchens, pale and trembling, fled in a panic, their courage shattered. With no thought for the captives in the moat below. Amid their retreat, several young men swiftly emerged from the moat, rescuing Madame Zhao and her child. Well done, Juner. Li Jun's remarkable display had brought jubilant cheers from those on the wall, their praise echoing in the air. Li Junxia wielded a crossbow utilizing modern pulley technology, which eased the effort of loading. The power of this crossbow exceeded that of the Ming army's standard issue by more than double. Additionally, Li Junyi had equipped the crossbow with sights and a scope, significantly enhancing its accuracy. See, the Jurchens are but flesh and blood, not divine warriors. They can be slain just the same. The safety of Jinghai Fortress encompasses our families and livelihoods. Retreat is not an option. We must vow to defend Jinghai Fortress to the death, sharing its fate. Wang Yongjian proclaimed loudly from the battlements, rallying the spirits of his comrades. The men below, stirred by his fervor, felt their resolve surge. Indeed, retreat was not an option. The loss of Jinghai Fortress would mean the loss of everything. Standing at the West Gate's tower, Vice Captain Wang Yongjian observed everything unfold, unable to restrain his curiosity as he inquired of his companion. Whose son is that? The eldest son of the Li family from the Western Fortress, his aide replied. This lad resembles his father, Wang Yongjian murmured softly. After the Jurchens retreated beyond the crossbow's range, a few of their lesser leaders huddled together to confer. Kukdu, this time we have suffered a tremendous loss. Now that Lord Bashiko is deceased, we have gained nothing, and returning in such a state will surely incur the wrath of the Jialazheng. Retreating to a safe distance from the crossbow's range, Zaklon lamented to his companion, Kukdu. The Jurchens came to pillage, not to fight to the death, typically. When faced with formidable resistance, they would not choose to confront it head-on. Bashiko was no ordinary individual. He was the beloved youngest son of their Jialazheng. With his life lost here while they remained unscathed, it would be indefensible to return empty-handed. Kukdu understood this logic all too well. Yet he was in a state of utter disarray. You have always been resourceful. Quickly devise a plan. Zaklon's eyes darted around, and a cunning scheme began to form in his mind. Chapter 3. The opening 8 kills. Zaklon stated, I have observed closely, although that crossbow is formidable. They possess only one, as all 3 bolts were fired in the same direction. Moreover, despite the fortress's size, the number of defenders is severely lacking. I estimate there are merely over 200 soldiers. You witness their equipment. With a single charge, we can breach the city. Kukta nodded in approval. Let us proceed as such. Remember, once we conquer that fortress, we must capture the one who shot the dark arrow alive. To appease our lord's fury, and ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. Kukta clenched his teeth and nodded affirmatively. Zaklon then drew his saber, waved it towards the sky, and shouted towards the Jinghai Fortress. Brothers, for the vengeance of Lord Bashiku, let us storm this fortress and leave no one alive. Kill. The band of Jurchens surged forth with newfound vigor, their cries echoing as they charged towards Jinghai Fortress, their galloping steeds stirring up clouds of dust. Li Junyi effortlessly aimed at the foremost Jurchen, sending a bolt straight into his head, causing the detestable foe to tumble from his mount, trampled into a pulp by the following cavalry. In the very moment of the Jurchen's charge, Li Junyi swiftly dispatched 2 more adversaries. The distance of over 200 paces was traversed in mere moments, and in an instant, the Jurchens reached the base of the city. Throughout this chaos, the defenders unleashed a relentless volley of arrows and gunfire, particularly the latter. Though the range was limited, the firepower was tremendous. At close quarters, it could easily pierce armor. Several Jurchens met their demise at the hands of the gunfire as they approached the city. However, the Ming army's firearms were poorly constructed. One soldier, in a fit of battle-induced anxiety, accidentally overloaded the gunpowder, resulting in a barrel explosion. Fortunately, the soldier sustained only minor injuries and was not in mortal peril. As the Jurchens reached the moat, they dismounted, skillfully crossing the water, and with fervent cries, charged directly towards the city, expertly retrieving their grappling hooks, which had been prepared in advance, and casting them upon the city walls. Jinghai Fortress is far from being a formidable stronghold. It is merely an ordinary defensive bastion. The city walls are not imposing, standing at just over 1 zhang high, allowing the invading Manchurians to swiftly ascend with their grappling hooks. What should we do now? Jun Guo? As the Manchurians rushed towards the fortress, poised to scale its walls, Lu Dazhuang felt a surge of panic. Their grappling hooks were specially forged, featuring a robust iron chain between the hook and the rope, making them nearly impossible to sever or dislodge once anchored. Use stones. Upon hearing Li Jun's command, Lu Dazhuang felt a newfound sense of purpose. Although he lacked skills in other areas, he was undeniably strong, possessing the might of an ox. He immediately hefted a sizable stone nearby and, without hesitation, hurled it at the head of a Manchurian scaling the wall. Despite the iron helmet he wore, the stone, weighing over 100 jin, struck with such force that it reduced the unfortunate invader's head to a pulp. Dazhuang, be careful. Just as Lu Dazhuang was reveling in his success, another Manchurian had stealthily climbed up behind him, raising a butcher's knife high. In that critical moment, Ma Yu timely lunged forward, tackling the Manchurian to the ground. It was only at that instant that Dazhuang regained his senses, raising his stone once more and bending down to strike this assailant. This Manchurian fared even worse. The iron helmet was crushed, and the invader's brain matter splattered across the walls. Be cautious. While Dazhuang and Ma Yu worked together against this one Manchurian, another invader surged forth from the area Dazhuang had previously defended. In a moment of desperation, Wang Liang leapt forward, bringing the Manchurian down to the ground. And the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Among the four, Wang Liang possessed the greatest experience and strength, yet prolonged malnutrition had left him physically weakened. After several rounds of grappling, he was already exhausted, while the Manchurian remained a brute force. Fortunately, clad in heavy armor, the invader moved sluggishly, while Wang Liang, agile as a monkey, clung tightly to the Manchurian's neck from behind, rendering him immobile. Junye, help me. Wang Liang, on the verge of collapse, called out with the last of his strength. Junye abandoned his crossbow and dashed towards Wang Liang. As he approached, he saw that Wang Liang was about to succumb, and swiftly drew a sharp dagger from his calf, plunging it into a gap in the Manchurian's neck, slaying him as one would a turtle trapped in its shell. After dispatching this Manchurian, the four united their efforts to eliminate the remaining invader. The morale of the fortress's defenders surged to unprecedented heights, their battle cries echoing throughout every corner of Jinghai Fortress. In the late Ming Dynasty, the combat prowess of the Manchurians was indeed formidable, often resulting in scenarios where 2,000 or 3,000 Manchurians would pursue tens of thousands of Ming troops, and even more audaciously, after breaching the Great Wall, a single banner would dare to confront a Ming general. The combat prowess of the Jianzhou warriors is beyond question. Zaclon initially believed that the Ming army was disorganized and devoid of fighting spirit, expecting that once the Jianzhou forces breached the city, the Ming soldiers would crumble under close combat, allowing his contingent to pursue and slay the fleeing Ming troops, thereby exterminating the entire stronghold's populace. However, this time he miscalculated. After enduring multiple barges from the mysterious weapon within the fortress, they finally stormed the battlements. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the Ming troops did not falter. Instead, they fought with increasing valor, and many men, women, and children from within the fortress emerged to lend their support. Initially, around 50 to 60 joined the fray. But after a single charge, fewer than half of the Jianzhou warriors remained, with even his dear friend Cook Dorn losing his life in the encounter. Realizing the odds were against him, Zaclon, in despair, ordered a retreat. The Jianzhou forces fled, and we emerged victorious. Gazing at the disheveled backs of the retreating warriors, the battlements erupted in a jubilant chorus. Meanwhile, Junye and his three companions were utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground and gasping for breath against the battlement. In this battle, Junye had achieved considerable success, having slain a total of 8 Jianzhou warriors, including those assisted by his comrades. Seizing the moment, the four gathered to tally their spoils. Junye declared that he sought no reward for the Jianzhou warrior he had assisted in dispatching, simplifying their discussion. After a brief consultation, Wang Liang claimed one head for himself, Ma Yu another, while Lu Dazhuang, together with his own kill, accounted for 2 heads in total. As they concluded their division of the spoils, they were approached by Deputy Qianhu Wang Yongjian, accompanied by his officials and attendants. I am Li Junye, a long spearman of Jinghai Fortress. Ah, such a remarkable talent, yet merely a humble long spearman. This oversight is entirely my fault, Wang Yongjian lamented, casting a self-reproachful glance at Li Junye. Rest assured, today's resistance against the enemy owes much to you. I shall certainly commend you to the authorities. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Wang Yongjian patted Li Junye on the shoulder warmly before departing with satisfaction. Junye, it seems you may be promoted soon. Chapter 4. The first invention. No sooner had Wang Yongjian left than Lu Dazhuang exclaimed with excitement. Hey, it's still too early to speak of such things. Don't go spreading rumors. Although Wang Yongjian's words were clear to any astute listener, the matter had yet to be formalized. and Li Junye felt it prudent to advise them to refrain from boasting. After exchanging a few more idle words, they parted ways to claim their trophies. Aside from Lu Dazhuang, none encountered any issues. However, Lu Dazhuang had pulverized the 2 heads he acquired. Reluctantly, under Li Junye's guidance, he severed their ears and collected their armor and weapons. Fortunately, they discovered identity tokens on the corpses, making it considerably easier to validate the claimed heads. A head weighing approximately 10 pounds, and 8 round heads in total, posed no challenge for Li Junye. The severed heads adorned with the money mouse tail hairstyles were cleverly intertwined by Li Junye, allowing him to effortlessly carry 4 at a time with each hand. Witnessing Li Junye's ingenuity, the onlookers began to appreciate the unexpected utility of the Manchu braids. Although the Manchu forces had temporarily retreated, the garrison at Jingheibao remained vigilant. Fully aware of the cunning nature of their adversaries, one could never be certain if they had truly fled. As the night deepened, the garrison quietly released their nighttime watch, confirming that the Manchus had no deceitful plans, and the remaining 20 or so retreated in disarray by boat. Only then did the defenders breathe a sigh of relief. The day's battle had left everyone utterly exhausted. Wang Yongjian retained only the essential personnel, allowing the rest to return home. Despite the late hour and the bitter chill of a winter night, every household within Jingheibao glowed with light, each lamp a beacon of hope awaiting the safe return of loved ones. Mother, I'm back. Before even entering the courtyard, Li Junye noticed the warm glow emanating from his home, instantly knowing that his mother and younger sister had been eagerly awaiting his return. My son has come back. This familiar voice brought immense joy to Zhao Shi, as the weight of worry lifted from her heart. She hurriedly opened the courtyard door, accompanied by little Rui. Junye, you're not hurt, are you? Upon seeing her son in good spirits, Zhao Shi was overwhelmed with excitement, yet her concern compelled her to thoroughly check him for injuries. After ascertaining that he was indeed unharmed, she clasped her hands in gratitude, singing praises for the Bodhisattva's protection. Brother, the steamed buns are still warm. I'll go fetch them for you. Once little Rui confirmed her brother's safety, she skipped off to the kitchen. Li Junye, however, playfully pulled her back and exclaimed with laughter, "Tonight, we feast on meat." It was only then that Rui noticed the substantial weight of the meat Li Junye was carrying. This battle had not only claimed the lives of 28 enemies, but had also resulted in the loss of several Manchu horses, which they could not evacuate in time. During the cleanup of the battlefield, Wang Yongjin ordered the immediate slaughter of the fallen horses, distributing the meat among all the soldiers defending the city. The piece of meat in Li Junye's possession was particularly hefty, having been secretly set aside by Wang Yongjin, weighing nearly 18 pounds, and of excellent quality. The Li family had not enjoyed such a hearty meal in quite some time, and their late-night supper was filled with both satisfaction and joy. On this day, Li Junye was exempt from the watch duty and spent time with little Rui in a dimly lit side room of their home. Brother, do you think it will work this time? Rui inquired, her large eyes shining with anticipation as she energetically worked the bellows, the fire blazing brightly, with high-quality charcoal producing flames that leapt a foot into the air. Amidst the flickering light, one could vaguely discern a crucible within the furnace, though the intense heat obscured its contents. I've increased the ratio of wood ash and reduced the lime powder a bit. This time, it should be just right. Li Junye stood before the furnace, methodically placing items into the crucible. Xiaorui, give it your all. They shall soon melt, he urged. After a considerable duration, the contents of the crucible began to gradually liquefy. With a metal rod, Li Junye stirred the mixture and withdrew a small portion for closer inspection, expressing great satisfaction with the experiment. Excellent. Xiaorui responded enthusiastically, exerting herself to pump the bellows, causing the flames within the furnace to roar even higher. The materials in the crucible continued to melt, and Li Junye, using a specially crafted iron pipe, carefully stirred the molten substance back and forth. The glowing material began to adhere to the tip of the rod, eventually forming a spherical shape. With precision, Li Junye removed the rod and placed the small sphere into a prepared mold, blowing gently into the other end. A remarkable sight unfolded. The sphere at the rod's tip expanded like a balloon. Once the mold was filled to the brim, Li Junye employed a special pair of scissors to trim away the excess material. After allowing it to cool, he excitedly opened the mold. Before them lay a crystal-clear glass lamp, radiating exquisite brilliance in the sunlight. Li Junye examined the glass lamp closely. It was approximately the size of a child's hand, entirely transparent and shimmered beautifully. His satisfaction was palpable. How lovely. Brother, let me see, Xiaorui exclaimed. Once it had cooled, Li Junye handed the glass lamp to Xiaorui. who delightedly played with it for a long while. Suddenly, with a serious demeanor, Li Junye addressed her. "Sherue, remember, this is our secret. What transpires here must remain unknown to anyone, even to Mother." The creation they had fashioned was indeed glass. Although Sherue did not grasp the significance of producing such translucent glass in their world, the solemnity in Li Jun's expression indicated that this matter was far from trivial, prompting her to nod in understanding. "Jun, are you home?" After exchanging some casual conversation, they suddenly heard Lu Dazhuang's voice from outside the courtyard. Li Junye quickly set aside his work and accompanied Sherue to greet Dazhuang. Despite the biting cold of winter, upon opening the courtyard door, Li Junye observed Lu Dazhuang, breathless and drenched in sweat. "Is there an urgent matter?" "Jun, the reward for taking down the Jian rebels has arrived and is about to be distributed. Captain Wang sent me to find you and urged you to collect your reward swiftly. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Li Junye exclaimed, overjoyed. He promptly took Sherue and hurried with Dazhuang to the captain's office to claim their reward. In the late Ming Dynasty, despite rampant corruption and embezzlement, where soldiers often faced long delays in pay, it was well known that while officers in Denglai occasionally withheld military salaries, they never skimped on rewards for enemy kills. In fact, to boost morale, rewards were dispersed promptly and often in advance. The reward silver from Deng Zhouwei has always been transparently priced, with no deceit towards either the young or the old. Following a brief exchange with Dazhuang, Li Junye learned that Zhou Daji, the Qianhu of Jinghe Bao, had returned from Dengzhou. It was evident that Zhou Daji was elated about the recent victory at Jinghe Bao, as he personally distributed the reward silver. Although Zhou Daji held the title of Qianhu at Jinghe Bao, he resided in the city of Dengzhou and only returned occasionally for important matters. Consequently, the daily affairs of Jinghe Bao were solely managed by Wang Yongjian. The Zhou family had inherited the title of Qianhu for generations, amassing considerable wealth through numerous generations of domination and plunder. Notably, the vast majority of the arable land within a 5-mile radius of Jinghe Bao belonged to the Zhou family. Jinghe Bao was small, and within the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Li Junye and his companions arrived at the Qianhu's yamen. Today was a lively occasion, with a throng of people gathering in front of the Qianhu's office, forming layers of spectators. As soon as Li Junye appeared, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. "Look, that is the son of the Li family. He is remarkably handsome, dutiful, and capable. The Li family matriarch is truly fortunate." Indeed, it was said that in this battle, Li Junye alone had slain 8 Jianlu, and they were genuine Jianlu warriors. 8. My goodness, one would never have guessed. The crowd marveled at how this typically gentle and unassuming young man could be so formidable on the battlefield, resembling his father. 30 tails for each true Jianlu head. That amounts to 240 tails. Who would have thought that killing Jianlu could be so exhilarating and profitable? Several men, upon hearing this, sighed with envy, lamenting their missed opportunity to defend the walls that day, wishing they too could have had the chance to slay even 1 or 2. Inspired by Li Junye's remarkable achievements, the once feared Jianlu seemed to transform into docile sheep in the eyes of the crowd, as no one felt any apprehension towards them anymore. 200 taels of silver, what is that? I've also heard that due to his significant contributions, the authorities have decided to appoint Li Junye as a general flag. A man conspiratorially leaned in, affirming the news. The crowd was immediately taken aback, their gazes turning towards Li Junye's silhouette, filled with envy and admiration. Upon entering, Li Junye encountered a corpulent man with a shiny face, dressed in a blue 5th-rank official robe, adorned with a bear emblem on his chest. This was none other than Zhou Daji, the Qianhu of Jinghe Bao. "You are Li Junye?" Zhou Daji recognized him at once, prompted by those around him. "Indeed, I am Li Junye," he replied, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Zhou Daji and then to the officials behind him. Zhou Daji scrutinized Li Junye from head to toe, chuckling as he patted his shoulder. "What a remarkable young man. To have slain 8 foes in a single battle is truly commendable. Your Excellency is too kind." Li Junye humbly lowered his head in response. Observing Li Junye's modest demeanor, Zhou Daji laughed heartily, saying, "Your comportment is measured, and your demeanor is extraordinary. You are indeed a fine prospect." "Indeed, your words ring true, my lord," Zhou Daji said, casting a glance at Wang Yongjian, who nodded in agreement. Li Junye lowered his head even further. "I have summoned you here today, and I shall refrain from unnecessary elaboration. The reason for this gathering is simple. A few days ago, you achieved a resounding victory, a triumph that was both exhilarating and liberating. Upon hearing the news, I was overjoyed, as was the commander and the governor. As you all know, it is the long-standing tradition of Jinghai Fort that the rewards for your valor in battle are personally delivered by me, regardless of my busy schedule. Therefore, I have returned specifically to distribute these rewards. It is often the case that what school leaders deem as mere pleasantries are anything but simple. Zhou Daji's assertion of not prolonging his words often leads to an abundance of them instead. After an extended discourse, perhaps sensing the hour growing late and the audience weary, each person standing before him as listless as wilted vegetables, he cleared his throat and languidly remarked, "I shall not prolong this further. Let us conclude for today." He then waved a hand toward Wang Yongjian, who understood the cue and produced the long-prepared list. Beginning to read aloud, Li Junye, decapitation of 8 enemies, reward, 240 taels. Li Junye stepped forward to receive his reward. A servant of Zhou Daji handed the meticulously prepared silver to him, and Zhou Daji stood to personally present it into Li Junye's hands. The silver, all of the finest Songjing quality, was arranged on a tray lined with red cloth, consisting of 12 ingots, each weighing 20 taels. A total of 240 taels, a weighty 15 pounds, was joyfully accepted by Li Junye. Wang Liang, decapitation of 1 enemy, reward, 30 taels. Mayu, decapitation of 1 enemy, reward, 20 taels. Wang Liang and Mayu also received their rewards with joy. When it was Lu Dazhuang's turn, Wang Yongjian first cast a glance at him, then proclaimed loudly, "Lu Dazhuang, decapitation of 2 enemies, reward, 16 taels." Lu Dazhuang was known for his ineptitude in all matters. Yet he excelled in consuming food. After finally claiming 2 enemy heads, he felt a surge of pride, having surpassed both Mayu and Wang Liang, and his spirits soared, filling his dreams with laughter. However, to his utter astonishment, despite slaying 2 foes, he was awarded a mere 16 taels, less than what others received for a single kill. Among the 4, his reward was the least, and he found it impossible to accept this harsh reality. Although Wang Yongzhuan's voice was loud and his enunciation clear, Lu Dazhuang clung to a sliver of hope and timidly inquired, "Sir, did you perhaps make an error in your reading?" Wang Yongjian glanced down at the list once more, then shot Lu Dazhuang a look and replied, "The writing is clear and unambiguous. I cannot be mistaken. But sir, why is it that I, having decapitated 2 enemies, receive less than they do for 1? Lu Dazhuang's voice dwindled, barely audible by the end. Wang Yongjian responded, "As a soldier, do you not understand that the rewards differ based on the enemy slain? Is there truly such a disparity?" Lu Dazhuang suddenly realized, and to be frank, he was truly unaware. Wang Yongjian continued, "The reward for beheading a traitor is 30 taels of silver, while for slaying a foreign barbarian, it is 20 taels. The reason you only received 16 taels for your 2 kills is that both were Han soldiers serving the traitors, with each head worth merely 8 taels. Damn it. So this is how despicable the traitors are." Lu Dazhuang, filled with indignation, was on the verge of tears, unleashing a torrent of curses that provoked laughter from the crowd. The remaining recipients of rewards were mostly those who had taken a single head, with few accomplishing the feat of 2. And the majority of these individuals were retainers under various officers of Jinghai Fort. In the latter part of the Ming Dynasty, as the system of military garrisons deteriorated and the recruitment system took hold, a distinctive retainer system emerged. Officers at all levels would maintain personal retainers, who were often well compensated and well equipped, forming the backbone of their forces. These retainers were essentially the officers' private soldiers, and their numbers often determined the strength of the commanders. Consequently, throughout the late Ming period, officers spared no effort in nurturing their retainers, leading to a detrimental situation where commanders favored their retainers over ordinary soldiers. The retainers, imbued with a sense of superiority in front of the common soldiers, often bullied the garrison troops. However, this time, Li Junye had delivered a resounding slap to their faces, as he, a mere garrison soldier, had beheaded 8 foes, allowing the garrison troops to hold their heads high before the retainers. At this moment, Li Junye had become a hero in the eyes of everyone at Jinghai Fort. After the rewards were distributed, the crowd gradually dispersed. With 240 taels of silver in hand, Li Junye, accompanied by Xiaorui, joyfully hummed a tune as they made their way home. Chapter 6, Western Treasures. Striking rich the following day, Li Junye, along with Xiaorui, set out for Dengzhou. Although Xiaorui was already 11 years old, she had yet to set foot in the city. So Li Junye intentionally brought her along to broaden her horizons. "Xiaorui, once we enter the city, be sure to heed your brother's words and do not wander off. Pay attention to the passing carts and horses. Junye, be sure to spend your money wisely. After countless admonitions from the Zhaos, the two bid farewell. As they approached the city gate, a modestly adorned carriage suddenly approached them. Brother Junye, just as they passed each other, a melodious voice like a bell emerged from within the carriage. Li Junye turned back to see a beautiful face peering out from the carriage window. Ruelan, what brings you here? Li Junye exclaimed, rendered speechless by surprise. The newcomer was none other than Wang Ruelan, the daughter of Wang Yongjian. At 18 years old, she was a year or two younger than Li Junye and had been a childhood companion. After following her mother back to Dengzhou, they had not seen each other for nearly 4 or 5 years. In that time, Ruelan had blossomed into a stunning beauty. Seated in the carriage, Wang Ruelan smiled gently and said, "My father's chronic leg ailment has flared up again, so my mother specifically sent me to deliver warm clothing to him." The resounding victory at Jingheibao has long reverberated throughout the Donglai region, and naturally, the Wang family within the city is well aware of it. Under the leadership of Wang Yongjin, they have achieved such a significant triumph, bringing immense joy to the entire Wang household. However, upon entering the city, they unexpectedly encountered Li Junye, which brought further delight to Wang Ruelan. Yet, acknowledging the distinctions between genders, the young man and woman, both around 18 or 19 years of age, are still akin to students in the modern era, whereas in ancient times, they would be on the cusp of marriage and parenthood. Thus, Li Junye and Wang Ruelan engaged in only brief pleasantries before parting ways. "Brother, Sister Ruelan is truly beautiful," exclaimed Xiao Rui after Wang Ruelan departed, prompting a slight nod of agreement from Li Junye. Upon entering the bustling city of Dengzhou, Xiao Rui felt as though she had stepped into a vibrant world, joyfully flitting about like a little sparrow, pointing out new wonders along the road and chattering incessantly to Li Junye, who patiently answered her every inquiry. Li Junye first took her to a restaurant to indulge in a delightful feast. Upon entering the establishment, he glanced at the menu but promptly tossed a piece of silver onto the counter, declaring, "Innkeeper, bring forth your finest wines and dishes." The innkeeper, initially presuming them to be mere paupers based on their attire, was taken aback to realize they were, in fact, 2 esteemed patrons, his eyes narrowing with delight. Before long, a splendid array of food and drink was presented to them. While they relished their meal, they overheard laughter from a neighboring table. A foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, recruited by the former governor's son Yuanhua, was proclaiming to anyone who would listen that the land they stood upon was called Earth, and that it was indeed spherical. "Is this not nonsense?" they mused. "Everyone knows the heavens are round and the earth flat. How could the ground possibly be round?" He continued to boast about having served on a naval vessel with a towering mast, measuring over 10 zhang in height and dozens of zhang in length, armed with more than 100 cannons, capable of traversing the seas with ease, and that he had navigated such a ship to another new continent. Yet, how could such enormous vessels exist? This was a boast that knew no bounds. Suddenly, Li Junye's eyes sparkled with interest, and he silently noted the foreigner's name. After finishing their meal, Li Junye purchased a horse and set off toward the northern part of the city with Xiao Rui. It was her first experience riding, and she was overjoyed, flailing her arms in delight. They only halted before a fabric shop, marked by a sign displaying the bold characters Lu's Fabric Shop. The shop was neither overly large nor particularly small, occupying 3 spacious rooms along the street. It appeared that business was not thriving that day, as the shop was nearly deserted save for 2 or 3 disinterested clerks. By chance, they encountered a familiar clerk outside, to whom Li Junye handed a small piece of silver, instructing him to take Xiao Rui out to play. After securing the horse, he strode directly into the shop. "Young Master Jun, what brings you here?" The innkeeper, none other than Lu Yue, greeted him with evident surprise. "Lu uncle, I have some treasures I would like you to appraise and assist me in selling," Li Junye stated straightforwardly. "Well, let me take a good look at what treasure you possess," Lu Yue said enthusiastically, his face beaming with delight as he guided Li Junye to his counter. He casually set aside an abacus and gently gestured towards the spot where it had rested, indicating for Li Junye to present his precious item. Without hesitation, Li Junye placed a cloth-wrapped bundle onto the counter. Lu Yue, indifferent at first, unwrapped the blue cloth. As soon as the bundle revealed a corner, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he became visibly animated. He quickly covered the blue cloth again, dismissed his shop assistants, and personally secured the doors and windows of the shop. "Junye, where on earth did you acquire this Western treasure?" Lu Yue exclaimed, picking up a glass lamp, his excitement palpable. The counter displayed a total of 12 exquisitely crafted glass lamps, and Lu Yue trembled with anticipation. "I found it at sea," Li Jun replied calmly. You are truly fortunate, my friend. You have struck it rich. Do you realize that? Lu Yue said, brimming with envy. He held no skepticism regarding Li Junye's words. Given that Dengzhou was situated in Jiaodong with thriving maritime trade, it was not uncommon for merchant ships from Korea, Japan, and even Western nations to frequent the area. Miraculous finds from the sea were certainly possible, including these glass lamps. Li Junye smiled and said, Uncle Lu, please appraise these for me. I wish to know their value. Upon examination, these items are genuine Western goods, worth quite a fortune. In Dengzhou, each could fetch 200 to 300 taels of silver. If you are not in a hurry for money and take them to Jinan, selling them for 300 to 400 taels each is entirely feasible, Lu Yue confidently asserted. Captivated by the Western treasures. Uncle Lu, I am in urgent need of funds. Please sell them for me right away, the sooner the better. Even if the price is slightly lower, Li Junye insisted. A single glass lamp could be exchanged for several fine horses. He felt somewhat surprised by the valuation. Yet he was already content with the prospect of 200 or 300 taels each, for he could easily create more. Wealth is inexhaustible. And not everything must be sold at the highest price. What Li Junye sought was the swift acquisition of his initial capital. Consider it done. I will sell them immediately. Please wait a moment, Lu Yue replied. All right, I will wait for you here. After a brief exchange of instructions, Lu Yue carefully tucked the 12 glass lamps into his cloak and set off with 2 assistants. As twilight approached, he finally returned, having left empty-handed. He now arrived with 2 assistants carrying a heavy chest. Upon entering, Lu Yue promptly opened the chest in front of Li Junye, revealing a bounty of gleaming silver coins. Filling the chest to the brim. Junye, your Western treasures are indeed in high demand. I found 2 buyers within Dengzhou, and all 12 glass lamps sold without delay. Here is your payment, a total of 2,630 taels. Please count it, Lu Yue concluded, handing over a bill as well. Li Junye glanced briefly at the glass lanterns, noting the variance in quality which naturally affected their prices. He estimated that each lantern could fetch around 220 taels, a thought that pleased him greatly. Approaching the box, he bent down and, without counting the silver, casually picked up a few ingots, totaling approximately 100 taels, which he handed to Lu Yue. Uncle Lu, this is your reward. Brother Jun, this is absolutely unnecessary. I merely lent a helping hand. How can I accept such a substantial sum? Lu Yue protested, feeling unworthy of the generous compensation for simply stepping out momentarily. He felt grateful for the care that had been provided to his son, Lu Dazhuang, and was overwhelmed by the thought of receiving 100 taels. Lu Yue's heart was heavy with worry for his son, yet his spirits soared upon witnessing Dazhuang's newfound success. Although a businessman, Lu Yue valued integrity in trade, adhering to ethical practices, and was not the type to be swayed by the allure of money. Thus, he felt that accepting the 100 taels was both inappropriate and unjust. However, Li Junye insisted, forcefully placing the silver into Lu Yue's hands, leaving him no choice but to accept the payment. Uncle Lu, I shall not take this silver back just yet. I will leave it in your care for the time being, and will retrieve it when necessary. Upon seeing Lu Yue finally accept the silver, Li Junye remarked, What is your intention? Did you not wish for the silver urgently? Lu Yue was perplexed. That was earlier. There is no rush now, Li Junye replied nonchalantly. Lu Yue felt as if he were being toyed with, expressing his frustration. Child, you are mistaken. These Western treasures, if not sold in haste, would naturally command a much higher price. Lu Yue lamented, while Li Junye merely chuckled softly. Do not be upset, Uncle Lu, I have more. You have more? Lu Yue was utterly astonished, rendered speechless by the revelation. I have quite a bit more. In a few days, I shall bring you another 12. When that time comes, do not sell them cheaply. Sell them for the highest price possible. Li Junye smiled at Lu Yue's incredulous expression, wiping the sweat from his brow. Lu Yue found it difficult to fathom the sheer luck that Li Junye had encountered, discovering such treasures by the seaside. He nodded in agreement, fully compliant with the plan. Later, Li Junye selected 2 rolls of exquisite silk from Lu's fabric shop, intending for Zhao to craft new outfits for himself and Xiao Rui for the new year. He also withdrew 200 taels from the silver box to carry with him. Once all was settled, he departed. However, Lu Yue steadfastly refused to accept any payment for the fabric. After leaving Lu's fabric store, Li Junye went on to purchase various New Year goods, filling his saddle to capacity. By the time he arrived at the county school, the sun had just begun to set. Li Juanxiu waited at the entrance with Xiao Rui for quite some time. This trip had not been in vain for Xiao Rui. Upon seeing him, she donned a brand new headscarf, holding a windmill in one hand and 2 candied hawthorns in the other, enjoying them heartily. Using the silver given to him by Li Junye, he purchased an abundance of candies, filling an entire bag to the brim. Since returning from Dengzhou, Li Junye had either been on duty or at home crafting glass with Xiao Rui. Fortunately, in just a few days, he achieved a significant breakthrough in glassmaking. After countless attempts, he had mastered the intricate art of glass blowing and shaping. He was now capable of producing not merely simple glass cups but also more complex creations such as wine flasks and vases. Although these items required more time and effort, their value far exceeded that of ordinary glassware. Once he had fashioned the wine flasks and vases, Li Junye promptly delivered them to Lu Yue, requesting his assistance in selling them. Rumors about Li Junye's imminent promotion to the position of chief flag officer had been circulating fervently throughout Jinghai Fort. However, until the official decree was issued, the Li family refrained from boasting, wary that the higher they exalted themselves, the harder they might fall. Through several discussions with Wang Yongjian, Li Junye was convinced that his promotion was a certainty. Although the title of chief flag officer was modest, it still held the rank of a 7th-grade official, not something that could be conferred merely at the whim of Zhou Daji and Wang Yongjian. It followed a set approval process. The Ming Dynasty was founded on martial prowess. Thus, the positions established during the reign of the founding emperor conferred high ranks upon military officials, far surpassing those of their civilian counterparts. While the chief flag officer was classified as a 7th-grade official, the position itself was not insignificant. One day, as Li Junye returned home after his shift on the city watch, he happened to encounter a graceful figure approaching him. It was Rui Lan. Li Junye greeted her cheerfully. Wang Rui Lan, upon spotting Li Junye, beamed with delight and, accompanied by her maidservant, approached him with a smile, congratulating him on his forthcoming elevation to chief flag officer. Such rumors are baseless, are they not? Rui Lan, you must not believe in mere hearsay, he replied, attempting to dismiss her excitement. Wang Rui Lan chuckled softly and said, "This is no idle gossip, but rather a matter set in stone." After glancing around to ensure no one was listening, she leaned in closer and whispered, "I heard from my father that your official decree has already arrived at our headquarters, and Shou Qianhu will select an auspicious day to deliver it to you soon." "Thank you, Sister Rui Lan." Though Li Junye feigned calmness, his heart brimmed with exhilaration. At Zhou Qianhu's residence, Zhou Daji had just finished dinner and was amusing himself in his back hall with a precious thrush, whose vibrant plumage and melodious song he adored, taking it with him wherever he went. Suddenly, the steward ushered in a middle-aged man. This man was Zheng Maokai, a 100 household officer from Jinghai Fort, known for his ruthless demeanor and poor reputation. Upon seeing Zheng Maokai enter, Zhou Daji waved his hand dismissively, indicating his displeasure. "Speak. What brings you here at such a late hour?" he said, not even glancing at Zheng Maokai, engrossed as he was in entertaining his bird. "My lord, it has come to my attention that Li Junye is to be promoted to chief flag officer?" Zheng Maokai inquired cautiously. "Indeed, there is some truth to that," Zhou Daji replied, still preoccupied with his bird. "However, my lord, you promised me that this banner would be for my son." Zheng Maokai protested with a sense of reluctance. Upon hearing Zheng Maokai's words, Zhou Daji had no choice but to set down the birdseed box and turn toward him, responding sympathetically, "Old Zheng, you know well that the affairs of this world often do not align with our desires. I indeed intended to grant the position of banner-bearer to your son, but who could have anticipated that Li Junye would emerge unexpectedly? He single-handedly claimed the heads of 8 enemy leaders in battle, while your son, alas, gained nothing from this encounter. This was witnessed by all the soldiers of Jinghai Bayo. How could I justify awarding the banner to your son over Li Junye?" Zheng Maokai found himself momentarily speechless, reeling from Zhou Daji's words. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "But my lord, you have accepted 500 taels of silver from me." Zhou Daji's expression shifted abruptly, his smile devoid of warmth as he replied, "No matter. I shall summon my family to return it to you at once, and we shall consider this matter settled." He placed particular emphasis on the phrase settled. In that moment, Zheng Maokai realized he had misspoken. Should he truly offend Zhou Daji, he would be in dire straits. Compared to his official position, the silver was trivial. If he lost his rank, he would have no opportunity to earn money again. "I was momentarily foolish. Please do not take offense, my lord." Zheng Baihu understood the gravity of the situation. After speaking, he immediately struck himself several times, the sound echoing sharply as his face bore the marks of his own hand. "Alas," Zhou Daji sighed, offering consolation, "you need not blame yourself for this matter. I shall still bear your son's situation in mind. Do not fret." Zhang Baihu's eyes suddenly brightened, as if he had glimpsed a ray of hope. Isn't Wang Zongqi under Zhang Baihu, nearing retirement? It is likely that in 3 to 5 years, he will step down. In that case, your son could take his place in due time. However, upon hearing the latter part of Zhou Daji's statement, Zhang Maokai could not help but curse Zhou Daji's ancestors in his heart. Wang Zongqi had only recently celebrated his 50th birthday. 3 to 5 years was an eternity. He could not possibly wish for the man's early demise. It seemed that Zhou Daji was resolute, having accepted the silver without any intention of fulfilling his promise. At that moment, Zhang Maokai felt a profound sense of betrayal. Li Junye, my family and I shall never coexist peacefully with you, he vowed grimly. Chapter 8. The promotion of the banner-bearer days passed. And while Li Junye was at home crafting glass, he was suddenly alerted by the raucous sounds of drums and gongs drawing nearer. Brother, I want to go outside and see. Go ahead. Little Rue, lively and mischievous like all children, was eager to witness the commotion. With the glass having melted and the furnace ablaze, Li Junye was busy and naturally inclined to indulge his sister's innocent curiosity. Unexpectedly, not long after little Rue stepped outside. She returned, bubbling with excitement. Brother, the official decree for your banner has arrived. Zhou Qianhu is leading many people, playing music and celebrating as they approach our home. Li Junye hastily set aside his tasks, secured the door, and accompanied Xiao Rue outside to the courtyard. Zhao Shi had also received the news and was overwhelmed with joy. In Jinghai Fortress, the households maintained a harmonious rapport. Whenever there were celebrations or solemnities, neighbors would spontaneously lend a helping hand. At this moment, friends and neighbors had already gathered to assist the Li family, while Zhao Shi busily welcomed everyone in front of her home. As the procession drew closer, it became evident that they had indeed come to honor them. Li Junye promptly produced a large silver ingot and entrusted it to a reliable young man, instructing him to procure provisions and wine within the fortress, ensuring an abundant feast. Before long, the team led by Zhou Daji arrived at the Li family's courtyard. Sister-in-law Li, you are truly blessed. Your son has achieved so much. Upon entering, Zhou Daji exchanged pleasantries with Zhao Shi, their expressions revealing a long-standing acquaintance and a history of amicable relations. After hearing Zhou Daji's words, the onlookers expressed their admiration. None could deny Zhao Shi's good fortune. Such praise is unwarranted. It is thanks to the guidance of esteemed gentlemen that we are where we are. I am deeply grateful. Zhao Shi humbly bowed to Zhou Daji in appreciation. Ah, sister-in-law, do not be modest. This is all your eldest son's rightful due. We merely play a supportive role. Zhou Daji promptly assisted Zhao Shi back to her feet, offering reassurances. After exchanging a few more words with Zhao Shi, Zhou Daji handed the official notice to Li Junye. With a mix of trepidation and reverence, Li Junye accepted the notice from a servant, which lay atop a tray adorned with red fabric. Accompanied by the ceremonial attire of a 7th-rank military officer and his appointment as the chief banner-bearer. Young man, having accepted the notice, why do you linger? Hurry back inside and don your new attire, Zhou Daji chuckled, noticing Li Junye's momentary bewilderment. Li Junye then entered the house, assisted by Xiao Rue in donning his official robes. Clad in a blue garment adorned with a fierce embroidery on the chest and complemented by an appropriately fitting belt, Li Junye appeared strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a graceful willow, leaving the neighboring women in awe. What a fine young man, just like I was in my youth, Zhou Daji remarked, genuinely impressed by Li Junye's appearance. The crowd readily agreed with the first part of his statement, but upon glancing at Zhou Daji's portly figure, they hesitated to concur with the latter. After ensuring the comfort of the officials, Li Junye returned home and produced 6 strings of coins, distributing 3 to the musicians and the remaining 3 to the attendants of the officials as a reward. The generosity of Li Junye took everyone by surprise, leading to a chorus of praise for his magnanimity. The individuals sent to procure provisions soon returned, fulfilling Li Junye's expectations with an abundant array of goods, chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, all present in plenty. The neighbors who had come to assist began to prepare the animals, and the courtyard buzzed with lively activity. While the food and drinks were still being prepared, Li Junye engaged in conversation with Zhou Daji and the other officials inside the house. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhou Daji addressed Li Junye, saying, "Today, you are the chief banner-bearer, and you must embody the dignity of your office. Do not be as laid-back as before, lest others speak ill of you behind your back." Li Junye humbly replied, "Your Excellency, I shall certainly heed your teachings." Zhou Daji continued, "I propose this. Chun Baihu is in need of a chief banner-bearer, so you shall be assigned to him from now on. Heed his counsel in the future. Chun Baihu, a man over 40, was not well regarded within the fortress. Although he held the title of Baihu, his ranks had always been sparse. Therefore, the prospect of finally bolstering his command filled him with joy. He cast an eager glance toward Li Junye, only to find the latter respectfully bowing before him and turning back to Zhou Dajie, stating, "Your Excellency, it is not that I am unwilling to go to Qin Baihu, but I believe there are greater needs for my presence within our 1,000-household unit. I wish to go to Wanyan Fortress by the sea." Zhou Dajie was taken aback. Why would you want to go to such a remote place, which has long been neglected and is difficult to access? In these troubled times, everyone aspired to move to larger, more secure locations, for there was comfort under the shade of a great tree. Zhou Dajie did not expect this impudent lad to voluntarily seek out such an isolated area. Li Junye quickly explained, "Your Excellency, the recent invasion by the Jurchens occurred near Wanyan Fortress. Due to its lack of garrison, our early warning was delayed, and fortunately, no disaster ensued. If I go to Wanyan Fortress, I can provide timely alerts, and there are many abandoned fields nearby where I can cultivate land and ensure regular grain supplies for you." "Then it is settled," Zhou Dajie interjected, cutting off Li Junye's words with decisive authority. The situation Li Junye described was indeed accurate. The absence of a garrison at Wanyan Fortress had previously allowed several incursions by both Jurchens and pirates to go undetected. Zhou Dajie had faced reprimands from superiors for these oversights and had contemplated sending someone to guard the fortress, yet no one had been willing to undertake the task. The fact that Li Junye now volunteered was a source of immense relief and delight for him. Realizing he had become overly exuberant, Zhou Dajie encouraged Li Junye, "Rest assured. Once you are there, whatever you require, do not hesitate to ask. I assure you it will be delivered." "Thank you, Your Excellency," Li Junye replied, feeling thoroughly satisfied with the support from Zhou Dajie. After some light-hearted conversation, the attendant announced that the meal was ready. Li Junye quickly stepped out to assist Zhao in arranging for everyone to take their seats. Zhou Dajie and the other officials naturally settled in the main hall, which had been meticulously cleaned and prepared, providing a spacious and uncrowded environment conducive to conversation. The remaining musicians and their entourage were arranged outside the courtyard. Today, the wind was still, and the sun shone brightly, making the outside quite bearable. Once all tasks were completed, Li Junye returned indoors to join the officials, including Zhou Dajie, for a drinking session. After a hearty meal and drinks, with a slight inebriation settling in, Li Junye seized the opportunity to address Zhou Dajie. "My lord, I have one more request." "Speak on," Zhou Dajie responded, evidently in high spirits today. Li Junye quickly added, "I would like to request the transfer of Wang Liang, Ma Yu, Lu Dazhuang, and 2 others to my command." Zhou Dajie, casually picking at his teeth, replied, "I thought it was something monumental." "Very well, as you wish." Li Junye continued, "I would also like to request a few artisan households, so I can achieve self-sufficiency at Wanyan Fortress." "That is no great matter. It is granted." Chapter 9. What? My territory has been taken? Wanyan Fortress is a small military stronghold established under the jurisdiction of Jinghai, constructed during the Jiajing era to guard against Japanese pirates. At its peak, it housed nearly 200 households, but during the turmoil of Kong Dud, it was reduced to ruins. After making simple preparations for a few days, Li Junye set out towards Wanyan Fortress with his followers. Zhou Dajie was generous enough to allocate 17 military households to Li Junye and, at his request, transferred 3 artisan households, comprising a carpenter, a tiler, and a blacksmith. In total, there were 20 households. During the late Ming Dynasty, the population of military households was severely diminished due to widespread flight. And following the chaos instigated by Kong Yud, many more had perished. The Jinghai command was supposed to be fully staffed with 1,120 households. Yet only 500 were officially registered, with the actual number being a mere 360. Although the total flag was meant to consist of 50 households, they could only muster this number of resources, which meant that Li Junye's command was slightly overstaffed compared to others. While the artisan households did not belong to the military, they still fell under Li Junye's command. He was also provided with 20 long spears, 10 sabers, 3 shields, 5 bows, and 2 matchlocks for military supplies. Acknowledging that Wanyan Fortress was an abandoned military stronghold, Zhou Dajie specifically allocated 20 stones of grain, comprising only 2 stones of fine flour, with the remainder being various coarse grains. These provisions constituted all of Li Junye's possessions. After a hurried farewell to his family, Li Junye set off with his troops. Wanyan Fortress was not distant from Jinghai Fortress, merely 40 li away. However, Most of the military households were accompanied by their families, leading to a leisurely pace along the way. They arrived at Wanyan Fortress by midday, just as the sun began its descent. Upon reaching the fortress, Li Junye and his men were taken aback. They discovered that Wanyan Fortress was not deserted as they had anticipated. It had already been occupied by a considerable number of refugees, numbering over 200. During the late Ming Dynasty, governmental corruption and severe land consolidation, coupled with frequent natural disasters, meant that many farmers found their annual harvest insufficient even to cover their rents and taxes. Consequently, these individuals abandoned their lands, becoming vagrants. The vagrants of the late Ming period represented one of the dynasty's greatest internal dilemmas. Initially, these desperate individuals were mere refugees, but as time passed, many devolved into bandits. Ultimately, under the leadership of Li Zicheng, these vagrants contributed to the downfall of the Ming Dynasty. The destitute refugees were clad in tattered rags. It would be more accurate to say they wore mere scraps of cloth sewn together. Each of them was gaunt, their bones protruding due to starvation, comprising mostly young adults. Alongside the elderly and children, one child, burning with fever, lay in his mother's arms, barely clinging to life. What was to be done? Neither driving them away nor allowing them to stay seemed feasible. Lu Dazhuang gazed at these pitiable souls, his heart heavy with indecision, and turned to Li Junye, his expression forlorn. In Lu Dazhuang's heart, despite their plight, these refugees were still the rightful owners of Wanyan Fortress. Yet, in these turbulent times, the number of refugees had become overwhelming, and the compassion of the kind-hearted had long since dulled. He understood, however, that without the shelter of the dilapidated buildings of Wanyan Fortress, many of them might not survive the harsh winter ahead. The refugees occupying Wanyan Fortress had sensed the arrival of Li Junye and his entourage, who were accompanied by their families. It was evident, even to a novice, what their intentions were. This was a refuge they had painstakingly found. Without it, survival in the frigid wilderness would be impossible. Consequently, the refugees rallied together, brandishing sticks, bricks, and stones, encircling Li Junye and his group. "What is this? Do you intend to fight?" Lu Dazhuang retorted defiantly, drawing his sword with an audible swish. In response, the soldiers behind Li Junye unsheathed their weapons as well. Yet, to their astonishment, not a single one of the unarmed refugees flinched. "Junge, what should we do? It appears these refugees are serious." Lu Dazhuang's grip on his sword began to tremble. "I believe that man in the center is their leader. Perhaps we could send a few individuals to stealthily approach and eliminate him. Without their backbone, they would surely fall into chaos," Wang Liang suggested, discreetly pointing to a burly figure across the way, a man in his 30s, clad in ragged brown clothing, with a robust build and dark skin. Although he, too, was emaciated, his eyes sparkled with an extraordinary intensity. "I think that's a good idea," interjected Ma Yu, affirming the plan and tightening his grip on his bow, exuding confidence in his ability to strike with precision. "Let us remain still for now. While the enemy does not move, we shall not move either. Let us take a moment to rest." Li Junye dismounted, unfastened his weapons, and found a clean stone on which to sit. He then loosened his water skin, taking a few refreshing sips. Having traveled all day, the others, too, felt exhausted and soon followed his lead, finding spots on the ground to rest. "Dazhuang, go find some people to fetch water, start a fire, and steam the 2 stones of white flour." Li Junye began to issue commands after a brief respite. Following his orders, Lu Dazhuang gathered a dozen women, who eagerly set to work building a hearth, fetching water, and preparing the dough. The 20 households allocated by Zhou Daji are, in truth, not significantly better off than the displaced populace. Most of them are landless and impoverished, unable to afford even a meal. The adage, a gold nest or a silver nest is not as good as one's own doghouse, rings true. Had they not been driven to desperation, who would willingly leave their homeland to follow Li Junye to this place? Fortunately, Li Junye had previously assured them of housing and promised each household 20 acres of fertile land, along with additional wages for labor, which naturally led them to comply with his directives. It had been a long time since they had savored steamed buns made from fine flour, and this time, 2 stones of flour were to be steamed, allowing them to eat their fill. Their spirits were high, and laughter frequently erupted among them as they set about their tasks. What were they doing? It appeared they were preparing to cook. "Look, it is indeed fine flour." As Li Junye and his companions remained still, the displaced individuals dared not act out of line, resulting in a tense standstill. When they observed Li Junye and his group cooking, the long-suffering hunger of the displaced led to a chorus of chatter among them. The sight of bag after bag of snow-white flour being poured out shattered their psychological defenses, causing many mouths to water in anticipation. Within Wangan Fort, there was only one large well, located centrally, and to fetch water. One had to traverse the area occupied by the displaced. With tensions high between the two groups, any misunderstanding could easily lead to conflict. Wang Liang. Set down your weapon and take a few men to fetch water. Be swift in your return and avoid any contact with them, Li Junye instructed. Wang Liang nodded, unbuckled his waist knife, selected for trustworthy men, and calmly proceeded towards the fort's well with empty buckets in tow. Chapter 10. Brother, if we do not act soon, it will be too late. Among the group, Wang Liang was the eldest at 20 years old and exhibited the most composure in his actions, making him the natural choice for this delicate task. Brother, their people are coming, reported a brown-clad man at the forefront. Observing that Li Junye and his companions had not taken further action, he too sat on a piece of green stone at the intersection with a few men, appearing relaxed like Li Junye, yet harboring a heightened sense of vigilance. As Wang Liang approached with his men and empty buckets, an anxious aide cautioned, Brother, none of the Ming dogs are to be trusted. Perhaps we should eliminate these few first. A bearded man revealed a small dagger from his sleeve, glaring at Wang Liang's retreating figure. Patience, let us wait and see, replied the brown-clad leader, contemplating for a moment as he watched Wang Liang. By this time, Wang Liang had reached the well, drawing up a bucket of water. He ladled some into his mouth for a taste and was pleasantly surprised, despite Wangan Fort's coastal location. The well water was not bitter as he had anticipated, but rather sweet and refreshing. Satisfied, Wang Liang raised his head and drank the entire ladle in one go. 3 men brought water with joy, and only then did Wang Liang cautiously lead them back, maintaining a steady pace. Brother, if we don't act soon, it will be too late. Yes, brother, let us take action. We, who are barefoot, fear not those who wear shoes. Upon seeing Wang Liang's intent to return, the bearded man incessantly urged the brown-clad figure, seizing the moment, while others echoed his sentiments. The bearded man had already stealthily grasped a small knife hidden in his sleeve, ready to pounce at the slightest command from the brown-clad man to eliminate their leader, Wang Liang. Patience, let us observe the situation. If the enemy remains still, so shall I, the brown-clad man replied, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Liang, betraying a hint of hesitation. Brother, the bearded man protested, filled with reluctance. Yet the brown-clad man remained unmoved. He softly instructed those around him, inform everyone to stay alert and vigilant. Do not let your guard down. Moments later, Wang Liang and his companions returned with the water. The women initially took 2 loads to boil water and steam buns, while the remaining 3 loads were shared among the group. After quenching their thirst, everyone filled their water bottles and bags. After about half an hour of bustling activity, the first batch of buns was finally ready. The snow-white buns were generously made, each weighing over half a pound, far too heavy for a child to lift with one hand. Li Junye and his companions each received 2 buns, devouring them with delight. The opportunity to enjoy such fine white buns and to eat to their fill made these impoverished soldiers feel as though they were dreaming, with a profound sense of happiness enveloping them. So delicious. Truly, these are white buns. Seeing Li Junye and his group savoring their meal, the refugees across the way craned their necks, fixated on the white buns in their hands, pitifully licking their lips and swallowing saliva. The fragrant white buns were abundant, and even the brown-clad leader among the refugees could not resist the temptation, frequently glancing over and swallowing his saliva. A penny can thwart a hero. A bowl of porridge can break the back of the hungry. Dezhuang, take a basin of buns over and set it down in the middle, Li Junye said, patting his satisfied belly after consuming 2 large buns. All right. Dezhuang, having taken a bun and chewed a few bites, leisurely carried a large basin of buns toward the opposing group. He walked slowly, munching as he went, his mouth stuffed with buns, his cheeks bulging as he chewed. This scene evoked envy among those across the way, who couldn't help but smack their lips and swallow. Dezhuang didn't walk far, merely about 20 or 30 steps, placing the overflowing basin of buns in an open space between the 2 groups. After setting down the buns, Dezhuang, in full view of all the refugees, took several hearty bites before triumphantly turning back. Beware, everyone, for these corrupt officials harbor no benevolent intentions. They have certainly poisoned the buns. As the desperate refugees salivated and fidgeted with anticipation, a bearded man leapt from the crowd and shouted loudly. After his outburst, he could not resist glancing back at the nearby buns, swallowing hard. These refugees, driven from their homes by the oppressive officials and unscrupulous gentry, held a profound animosity towards the corrupt regime. Once bitten by a snake, one fears a rope for 10 years. The bearded man's warning instinctively quelled the restless crowd. For deep down, they knew such officials could never act with goodwill. What if these fellows refused to eat? Lu Dazhuang continued munching on his bun, addressing Li Junye. Indeed, they are a group that does not appreciate a good offer, added Ma Yu, who nearly choked on a large bun, hastily gulping down water to ease the obstruction. Pay them no mind. Simply wait and observe, Li Junye assured, casting a confident glance at the refugees. Turning to those steaming the buns, he commanded, continue steaming the buns. We must finish 2 stones of flour today. Also, inform everyone to eat heartily. If anyone does not eat their fill, they shall face my wrath. For these impoverished soldiers, the opportunity to gorge on buns was a profound blessing. Upon hearing Li Junye's final words, laughter erupted from the crowd. Li Junye suddenly noticed several timid women with children, hiding in a dilapidated house, eating. Dazhuang, Ma Yu, go check on them. Bring everyone out. They must eat openly in front of the refugees, he ordered. With a knowing chuckle, Lu Dazhuang and Ma Yu set off to carry out the task. In a short while, all were ushered outside, and the men, women, and children of the Wanyan fort, numbering around 70 to 80, sat in a row, voraciously devouring buns in full view of the refugees. Such a spectacular sight left the refugees salivating, their necks craned like giraffes, lips smacking as they swallowed. Chapter 11. Would you not wish to partake of such fine white buns every day? Damn it. Better to die full than to die starving. I'll take the plunge. At last, the first brave soul emerged, a ragged man in his 30s, cursing as he slipped past the bearded man's blockade, heading straight for the platter of buns. He seized a bun and began shoving it into his mouth, only to choke and roll his eyes back in distress, writhing on the ground. Dazhuang, bring him a bowl of water. Li Junye observed the first valiant eater with great interest. Without uttering a word, Lu Dazhuang swiftly approached with a bowl of water, placing it beside him before hastily departing. Upon seeing the water, the man grasped it as if it were a lifeline, swiftly lifting the bowl to his lips and draining it in one go, followed by deep, laborious breaths. It was invigorating. Gradually regaining his senses, he let out a loud shout and resumed his frenzied consumption. I, too, resolved to abandon all restraint. It was worth it, even if it meant choking. Encouraged by the man's fervor, the previously silent crowd could no longer contain themselves. A few young men surged forward, and the throng rushed towards the large basin like a flood breaching its banks. Those who arrived first jostled with those who came later. But the number of buns was limited. In their desperation to seize the buns, chaos erupted, and soon the entire basin of buns was overturned, scattering them across the ground, now soiled with dirt. To the crowd, those dirt-covered buns resembled treasures buried in the earth, and they fought and struggled to claim them. Instantly, the cries of women, the wails of children, and the shouts of men melded into a cacophony of chaos. Damn it, I too was all in. The bearded man initially attempted to maintain order, preventing the crowd from snatching the buns, but he was utterly powerless to stop them. Witnessing many already grasping buns, he grew anxious, abandoning any pretense, and resolutely joined the fray. With brute strength, he easily knocked down 2 individuals and finally seized a bun from the dirt. This bun, not only caked in mud, had also been trampled several times during the tumultuous scramble. It was less a bun than a flattened cake. Yet, the bearded man cared little for its condition. At the moment of his triumph in acquiring it, he devoured the dirt-encrusted bun as if he were the first to taste the delicacy. Dazhuang, gather a few people to deliver all our buns over here. If this continues, someone might get hurt. Should we send someone to maintain order? These famished refugees might act out of desperation, causing unnecessary casualties among their own. As the saying goes, it is better to ease than to block. Thus, Li Junye decisively ordered that all the buns from their side be distributed, ensuring sufficient supply to quell the frenzy. This strategy proved effective, with an ample supply of buns. The clamoring crowd quickly quieted. Everyone received a bun and sat on the ground, ravenously consuming their portions. Brother, here. At that moment, a youth, holding 2 buns, extended them to the still-seated man in brown attire. The man hesitated for a moment before taking the large white bun and began to devour it greedily. If we describe a person as being exceedingly hungry, we often say they are like someone released from a hellish prison. This is merely an exaggeration. However, for this group of refugees, the comparison was far from hyperbolic. Li Junye was truly unprepared for the voracious appetites of the crowd. The 2 stones of white flour he had used to make steamed buns were swiftly devoured, and after that, he had another stone of grain cooked. Yet, even after this, the people appeared insatiable. With no other choice, Li Junye ordered half a stone more to be prepared. Once they were finally satiated, he realized the moment had come. He stepped forward and called out loudly, "Would you like to enjoy such white flour buns every day?" "Indeed," the displaced individuals replied, their eyes brimming with tears. United in their response, it had been a long time since they had had their fill. Li Junye's actions had already won him considerable goodwill among them. He continued, "I am Li Junye, the newly appointed chief officer of Wangyuan Fortress. I understand that your presence here is due to your displacement and lack of shelter. However, Wangyuan Fortress is a military stronghold of the court, not a permanent refuge for you. If you wish to stay and enjoy full meals daily, it is not impossible. I require you to join my ranks. In return, I shall provide you with housing, allocate land, and you can work for me daily. For those who labor, men will receive 6 dough of grain and 5 coins of silver monthly, while women will receive 4 dough of grain and 3 coins of silver each month. I assure you that everyone will have enough to eat and stay warm. Those who are willing may come forward to register. Those who are not, please leave Wangyuan Fortress amicably. Each departing individual will also receive 5 jin of grain as a parting gift." As soon as Li Junye finished speaking, Lu Dazhuang had already found a rickety table, complete with ink, paper, and brushes. He had deliberately placed this table next to a large pot, where the fire beneath was roaring and the mixed grains within were bubbling, releasing a fragrant steam that filled the air. "I shall go first. I will too. I am willing." As long as they were offered stable housing and land, and a glimmer of hope for survival, no one wished to remain a wandering refugee. Moreover, these individuals were particularly desperate. Truth be told, had they not encountered Li Junye, many would not have survived the harsh winter ahead. They understood well that the conditions Li Junye laid out were indeed tempting. With hope in sight, they were determined to strive vigorously for their future. Before long, Lu Dazhuang found himself surrounded by a throng of eager individuals. This overwhelmed him, for although he and Li Junye were the only literate individuals there, his knowledge of characters was scant. The task of registering was laborious, requiring clear documentation of names, origins, ages, professions, and backgrounds. Despite his best efforts, Lu Dazhuang had only managed to register a few individuals before breaking into a sweat. Li Junye, noticing his struggle, approached and glanced at the records Lu Dazhuang had made. The pages were riddled with circles and crosses, and in recording one person's background, he had made nearly 10 such marks on a single line of just 20 characters. Li Junye realized that this was simply not acceptable. Chapter 12. Enlisting the veterans of Liaodong, he shouted loudly to the crowd, "Is there anyone among you who can read? If so, step forward at once. I have great use for you." In ancient times, education was an exorbitant expense, and the vast majority of people had never received formal schooling. Those from relatively affluent families might have attended a few years of private tutoring, acquiring knowledge of only the most basic characters. It was only those of exceptional wealth or rare talent who had the opportunity for further learning. Li Junye understood this well, yet he still clung to a flicker of hope and called out. To his surprise, he indeed found someone. Emerging from the throng was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Weary and dispirited. "What is your name, and where do you reside? Have you attained any scholarly title? Who else is in your family?" Li Junye's questions, seemingly simple, were in fact quite astute, especially the last two. Inquiring about one's scholarly title could reveal the individual's level of education, while questions about family could provide insight into their current circumstances, thus allowing an assessment of their loyalty. The middle-aged man first bowed respectfully before replying. "In response to your honor, I am Kadaji, a resident of Qinghe in Liaodong. By sheer luck, I once attained the status of Gongxing. My family has been slaughtered by the Jianzhou bandits, leaving only myself and my young daughter, who has since gone missing. I know not where she is." Reflecting on his past, Kadaji could not help but weep sorrowfully. A Gongxing is a title that lies between a Shoucai and a Jiren. It is akin to a secondary listing of the latter, yet the title itself is essentially that of a Shoucai. However, upon graduating from the Guozijian, a Gongxing theoretically has the opportunity to serve in official capacities, while a Shoucai does not. For Li Junye's purposes, a Shoucai suffices. Thus, securing a Gongxing is somewhat of an overqualification, which pleased Li Junye immensely. "Dazhuang, rise, let him undertake this task," Li Junye commanded. Despite his reluctance, Lu Dazhuang eventually left the table, filled with regret. What a rare opportunity to showcase his talents, only to have it stifled by Li Junye. To prevent any clandestine dealings among the refugees, Li Junye instructed Lu Dazhuang to personally gather information, while Kadaji merely acted as a scribe. Kadaji began by re-registering the individuals Lu Dazhuang had previously recorded before collaborating with him. With Kadaji's assistance, Lu Dazhuang's efficiency increased significantly. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, over 100 individuals were duly registered. Junge, it appears there is someone here who once served as a lookout chief, even as an officer of the cavalry, Lu Dazhuang exclaimed. As if he had stumbled upon a treasure, his voice brimming with excitement as he called out to Li Junye. The military structure of the Ming Dynasty was notoriously chaotic, divided into the Weisua system and the Yingbing system. By the mid to later Ming period, the Weisua had deteriorated, with actual combat primarily relying on the Yingbing, while the Weisua soldiers mainly assumed logistical and auxiliary roles. Nevertheless, Yingbing could also be selected from the Weisua. In general, Yingbing held a higher status and better treatment than Weisua soldiers. The composition of Yingbing varied, with the number of soldiers in a lookout ranging from 30 to 150. Typically, a lookout officer held a rank superior to that of the standard flag officer. Li Junye turned his gaze toward the source of the voice and found that the speaker was the brown-clad man, the leader among the refugees. Intrigued, Li Junye approached him and inquired, "Who are you, truly?" The brown-clad man replied, "I am Qianfen, formerly a horse camp scout under the command of General He Kegang." Through their brief exchange, Li Junye learned of Qianfen's past, which inevitably led to the mention of He Kegang, a renowned general of the late Ming Dynasty who resisted the Qing. When He Kegang, alongside Zhu Dazhou, was besieged in Daling City with supplies exhausted and no hope of rescue, the other generals contemplated surrendering to the Qing. Yet, He Kegang remained resolute, ultimately being forced out of the city by Zhu Dazhou, who executed him before the Qing forces as a display of goodwill. This act bore the semblance of a submission document to the enemy. Historical records state that He Kegang faced death with unwavering composure, uttering not a word, and passed away with a smile. Following his demise, Zhu Dazhou and the soldiers of Daling City surrendered to the Qing, though the subsequent escape of Zhu Dazhou would be another tale. Regardless, he ultimately capitulated. Among those who surrendered alongside Zhu Dazhou was Qianfen, who eventually found an opportunity to endure countless hardships and return. However, upon his return, his former unit had vanished, and burdened by the stigma of having surrendered, he found himself without a country, descending into the ranks of the refugees. "How can you prove that you were once a scout of the cavalry?" Li Junye pondered. For he was in need of cavalrymen. Gazing at Qianfen, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. "Allow me to demonstrate," Qianfen replied confidently. "Please bring me my horse." After Li Junye issued the command, a young soldier promptly led forth the only horse from Wanyan Fortress. Li Junye personally handed the reins to Qianfen, who seized them with the grace of a falcon, skillfully mounting the steed. Just by observing this act, Li Junye was already convinced of Qianfen's capabilities. "Sir, may I have a bow as well?" Qianfen requested softly after mounting. Li Junye glanced at Ma Yu and gestured for him to surrender his bow. Ma Yu, however, subtly shook his head, voicing his concerns. His apprehensions were not unfounded. The demands for a horse and a bow raised questions about Qianfen's intentions, especially given their proximity. Should it be a trap, the consequences would be dire. "Grant him the bow," Li Junye commanded, fully aware of Ma Yu's worries yet dismissing them. He stubbornly retrieved the bow from Ma Yu's back and handed it to Qianfen. Mounted and armed, Qianfen radiated vigor, urging his steed forward with a gentle kick. The magnificent horse neighed and reared, galloping around the fortress grounds. After a few laps, Qianfen raised his bow, pulling back the string as taut as a full moon, aiming at a thick post 100 paces away. The arrow flew true, striking the post effortlessly. Qianfen then rode forth, swiftly releasing 5 more arrows, each finding its mark, prompting cheers from the onlookers. Elated, Qianfen rode a circle before suddenly turning to aim his bow at Li Junye. "Protect the Lord," as Ma Yu, afflicted by his eye ailment, shouted loudly and rushed to stand resolutely in front of Li Junye. Several soldiers hastily surrounded Li Junye, protecting him. Just as the arrow was about to be loosed, Qianfen, with a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, executed a swift somersault. The arrow did not fly towards Li Junye, but instead struck the pillar behind him with precision. What remarkable archery! Although initially alarmed, Li Junye couldn't help but genuinely admire Qianfen's skill. "I must apologize for the misunderstanding earlier," he thought ruefully. After his impressive display, Qianfen returned on horseback and dismounted respectfully, presenting Ma Yu's bow and arrows to Li Junye. Li Junye, however, understood that Qian Fan's actions were not merely a simple misunderstanding. It appeared he was rather headstrong, as indicated by the slight curl of disdain on Li Junye's lips. No matter, he mused, without such a display, how could I witness your remarkable archery? Though Li Junye was aware that Qian Fan was intentionally showcasing his prowess, he refrained from addressing it directly. He knew that, regardless of the young man's obstinacy, there would come a day when he would yield to Li Junye's authority. Nevertheless, the young man's archery was indeed impressive. Are these individuals your comrades in arms? Li Junye inquired, surveying those standing behind Qian Fan, who appeared to share a similar military background. Qian Fan nodded decisively. And what of this one? Li Junye pointed to a rugged man with a bushy beard, whose demeanor suggested a rebellious spirit. This gentleman is also one of my comrades, Qian Fan replied. Li Junye retorted, yet he incessantly refers to himself as a dog of the official army. Did he not once serve in that capacity himself? The bearded man, though fierce, found himself at a loss for words in response to this remark. Perhaps after enduring prolonged hardship as a vagabond, he had gradually lost his former sense of identity. What is his name? Li Junye asked, still directing his gaze at the bearded man. Zhao Yong. The man remained silent, but after a moment of hesitation, Qian Fan provided the answer. Li Junye, visibly displeased, asserted, I inquired of him, not you. What is your name? He suddenly raised his voice, fixing Zhao Yong with a piercing stare. I am called Zhao Yong, the man replied after an internal struggle, ultimately choosing to capitulate. If you wish to remain, you will obediently register over there, Li Junye declared curtly before turning away, leaving the matter unresolved. He had numerous strategies to deal with such fierce soldiers. This initial display of authority was merely an appetizer. Although these fierce warriors were often viewed unfavorably, they frequently constituted the backbone of an army. People tend to be proud when endowed with talent. Only those possessing true skill can afford to be audacious. Chapter 13. The beginning of military organization after Li Junye departed. He continued to observe them discreetly. As he had anticipated, Zhao Yong, after a moment's hesitation, complied and went to register with the others. This group of individuals represents the final batch. Once they completed their registration, a meticulous statistical report was presented to Li Junye at Wangyuan Fort. There are a total of 317 inhabitants, comprising 135 males, 103 adult females, and 79 elderly and children. The armament inventory includes 20 long spears, 10 sabers, 5 bows, 3 shields, 2 firearms, 120 arrows, 4 pounds of gunpowder, 1 pound of ammunition, and 16 stones of grain. This constitutes the complete assets of Wangyuan Fort. Li Junye's immediate objective is to assemble his own military force alongside a logistics team dedicated to production. Naturally, he prioritizes selecting physically capable individuals for military enrollment, while others will be assigned to logistics. He clearly informs them that the remuneration for those enlisted in the military will be significantly superior, 8 coins and 8 dough of grain per month compared to the 5 coins and 6 dough of grain for production personnel. Consequently, everyone is eager to join the military rather than engage in production work. However, the required number of military personnel is limited, leading to fierce competition for the available positions. The individuals brought from Junye Bao form the foundation of Li Junye's forces, with 17 military households being ineligible for reassignment. The 3 artisan households represent the future seed of production for Wangyuan Fort and will likewise remain outside military enrollment. However, Li Junye has equated their benefits to those of military households, ensuring they receive the same remuneration without risking their lives. Li Junye's initial plan is to fully staff his total flag, organized into small flags of 10 men each, with 5 small flags constituting 1 total flag. This means a complete total flag consists of 50 men. Excluding the 17 military households, only 33 positions remain available, intensifying the competition. The conditions for this group of refugees are exceedingly harsh, and those who were physically weak have already perished along the way, leaving behind predominantly robust survivors. Pleased with their physical capabilities, Li Junye, spurred by inspiration, decided to emulate the formation of the Qijia Army's Mandarin Duck Formation, increasing each small flag from 10 to 12 members. This includes 10 combatants, 1 small flag officer responsible for command, and 1 logistics officer for support. After a rigorous selection process, a 60-man contingent was promptly organized. The next step involves selecting the small flag officers, for which Li Junye naturally prioritizes his loyal subordinates. Ma Yu will lead 1 flag, Wang Liang another, Lu Dazhuang a third, and Qianfen a fourth, while Li Junye himself will command the fifth. Among these, Li Junye intends to establish cavalry within Qianfen's unit. As cavalry in ancient warfare serves a role akin to modern tanks, capable of charging, pursuing, and swiftly providing support, an indispensable branch of the military. However, currently lacking horses. Li Junye plans to enhance equestrian equipment and supplies after completing the initial groundwork. With personnel arrangements settled, his most pressing concerns now revolve around securing shelter and sustenance. Fortunately, Wangyan Fort has not been abandoned for long, merely a few years, so many of the structures can be easily repaired for habitation, thereby addressing Li Junye's first challenge. The second dilemma concerns sustenance. With over 200 mouths to feed, the daily requirement is no trifling matter. Li Junye must persevere until the first harvest of the following year, which is still several months away. Currently, there exists a mere 4 stones of grain, which, under normal circumstances, would last about 2 days. However, these individuals appear to have emerged from the depths of a hellish prison. Li Junye fears that this meager supply will scarcely last a day. Their voracious appetite is merely a natural physiological response to prolonged hunger. In time, as their identities are replenished with various nutrients and energy, their appetites will eventually normalize. Thus, securing grain is of utmost urgency. Dazhuang, ride my horse to Dengzhou. I have a sum of silver stored with your father. Please ask him to use that silver to procure 1,000 stones of grain and bring it back here. Li Junye immediately sought out Lu Dazhuang, who was undoubtedly the most suitable individual for this task, given his familial access to horses and his lifelong experience in riding. You have silver with my father? Lu Dazhuang inquired without hesitation, his expression peculiar. Wang Liang and Ma Yu approached simultaneously, their curiosity piqued. As Li Junye made various promises and spent money as if it were flowing water, they were left wondering whether he could indeed fulfill his claims. It was then that they began to suspect he was revealing his true intentions, yet they remained incredulous. From Li Junye's words, it seemed he believed that the silver entrusted to Lu Yue would make the acquisition of 1,000 stones of grain a trivial endeavor. Junge, do not jest with me. Where did you acquire such a substantial amount of silver? Lu Dazhuang expressed his disbelief, mirrored by the skeptical gazes of Ma Yu and Wang Liang. Military orders are as solid as a mountain. Once you meet your father in Dengzhou, you shall understand. Li Junye stated, unwilling to delve into extensive explanations, as he himself found it difficult to articulate. He opted to invoke military authority, confident that the truth would be revealed upon Lu Dazhuang's meeting with Lu Yue. Li Junye then procured paper and pen, drafting a lengthy list of necessary supplies. He summoned the carpenter Lu Jiqing to consider the tools and essential materials required for the repairs of Wangyan Fortress, instructing him to verbalize a list for Kudaji to record. Subsequently, he called upon the carpenter Zhang Erniu and the blacksmith Sheng Huani, requesting them to likewise enumerate their needs for Kudaji to document. After completing these tasks, Li Junye handed the compiled list to Lu Dazhuang, who was to ride his horse into the city to seek out his father Lu Yue for procurement. The following day, Li Junye announced his inaugural decree on his first day in office, a comprehensive sanitation initiative for the entire fortress. During its abandonment, Wangyan Fortress had suffered a devastating fire, leaving behind remnants of charred walls and debris. Coupled with the prolonged occupation by various displaced persons, the fortress had devolved into a veritable wasteland, littered with refuse and the unmistakable signs of human waste. As for personal hygiene, the situation was even more dire. These displaced individuals were akin to itinerant beggars, most of them filthy, their garments resembling rags, and their hair matted. They were infested with lice and fleas, and an unmistakable odor wafted through the air, a scent that would linger in memory. Thus, Li Junye meticulously listed all the pots within the fortress, bringing them to a boil with the aim of providing a hot bath for every inhabitant today. After bathing, they were instructed to remove their garments, which would then be subjected to scalding water multiple times, effectively exterminating lice and fleas, while also obliterating their eggs. The soldiers from Jinghai Fortress fared reasonably well. Although their clothing was tattered, most individuals possessed at least 2 sets for rotation. However, the plight of the refugees was far more dire, as many lacked even a change of clothes. Nevertheless, Li Junye had anticipated this need. His inventory included 300 bolts of fabric and 3,000 pounds of cotton, awaiting delivery from Lu Yue. Once received, he planned to assemble resourceful women to craft garments, endeavoring to provide each resident of the fortress with a set of light clothing and a set of cotton garments. Their attire was exceedingly ragged, otherwise An unknowing visitor to Wangan Fortress might mistakenly assume a beggar's convention was underway. Their clothing was not only tattered but also scant, without new garments. Some might not survive until spring's arrival. While organizing and urging them to bathe and wash their clothes, Li Junye simultaneously mobilized all able-bodied men within the fortress to repair the buildings. They utilized local materials, fortunate for the forested hills to the south of the fortress, where they could gather timber to expedite the restoration of houses lacking doors, windows, and roofs. For the time being, wooden boards served as temporary replacements for doors and windows, while thatch from the wilderness covered the roofs. After a day of such endeavors, just as Li Junye personally emptied the last sack of grain into the large pot, Lu Dazhuang finally returned with the first convoy. Chapter 14. The initial form. The first convoy comprised over 20 horse-drawn carts, the majority laden with grain, specifically 100 stones, with each cart capable of carrying 8 stones, resulting in 13 or 14 fully loaded carts. Other carts contained a variety of production tools, including hoes, shovels, and sheep-horn plows, among others. Notably, one cart carried over 500 pounds of pig iron, while another was filled with high-quality coke, items specifically requested by the blacksmith Zhou Dade. In his 50s, Zhou Dade had grown up in a blacksmith shop and was renowned for his skill throughout the region. Li Junye had exerted considerable effort to procure these goods from Zhou Daji, who had lamented for several days after agreeing to the transaction. Accompanying Zhou Dade were his family, including 2 sons, the elder named Zhou Dali and the younger Zhou Erli. In those times, names were often chosen without much thought, reflecting a lack of formal education. Both sons, in their 20s, were valuable aids to their father. With these supplies, Zhou Dade's blacksmith shop could soon commence operations, as Li Junye needed to arm his men with utmost urgency. Otherwise, Wangan Fortress, isolated by the sea, would face dire consequences should an unforeseen event arise without effective military defense. Lu Dazhuang also brought fabric and cotton. The Lu family was engaged in the textile trade, making the overnight acquisition of these materials a relatively simple task. Thus, Li Junye's 300 bolts of coarse cloth and 3,000 jin of cotton were all gathered, and it would not be long before the people of Wangan Fort could don new garments. "Brother Jun, please take a moment to review this inventory list," said Lu Dazhuang. "My father specifically instructed me to deliver it to you personally. He also mentioned that you need not worry. He will gather the remaining supplies within the next few days and have them sent over." Li Junye accepted the list, glanced over it briefly, and returned it to Lu Dazhuang. "I trust your father's management. There is no need for me to review such items in the future. Just oversee the process for me," he replied. Although Lu Dazhuang was often rather unrefined in demeanor, Li Junye had complete faith in the character of the Lu family. "Brother Jun, my father also mentioned that the Western treasures you sent last time have all been sold. He requests that you send another batch." After receiving the list from Li Junye, Lu Dazhuang leaned in close and whispered conspiratorially, extending 3 fingers in front of Li Junye's eyes to indicate that his father had sold the treasures for over 3,000 taels of silver, while Li Junye's shipment consisted of only 12 items. This batch was crafted with even greater finesse than the last and included several large pieces such as water bottles and vases. Given that Lu Yue had ample time to sell them, Li Junye was not at all surprised that the total reached over 3,000 taels. He merely nodded in acknowledgement. After Lu Dazhuang departed, Ma Yu and Wang Liang had quietly followed behind. "Brother Jun, is it truly profitable?" they inquired. "Of course. I've seen it with my own eyes, 5,000 to 6,000 taels, all securely stored with my father. How could it be false? Where does all this silver come from?" They pressed on, astonished by the revelation of such wealth. Lu Dazhuang glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then conspiratorially drew the 2 closer and whispered the information he had gathered. Wang Liang, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "What sheer luck! I've spent my life fishing at sea without ever finding a single trinket, while this lad, who never even visits the coast, discovers these Western treasures. Who can I turn to for justice?" Ma Yu chuckled. "Brother Wang, do not lament. Comparing oneself to others can only lead to despair. Fortune comes unbidden, and we should focus on tending our own modest plot of land." Wang Liang spat in frustration before leaving, still unwilling to accept his plight. Every endeavor begins with difficulty. Yet after several busy days, Wangyun Fort gradually found its rhythm. The supplies procured by Lu Yue continued to arrive consistently, even though there was no suitable warehouse yet. Li Junye's accumulation of resources within the fort was also a strategic move to assert his strength. After all, a granary full of grain brings peace of mind. Only by demonstrating that he could provide for their sustenance and warmth would he earn the unwavering loyalty of those who followed him. This was, indeed, one of Li Junye's objectives. It is now winter, and the earth remains unthawed, rendering the organization of individuals for cultivation of nature impractical. After addressing the most fundamental lodging requirements, Li Junye divided the personnel into two groups. The military members commenced their training, while the production staff began their work. Presently, not only are the houses undergoing repairs, but the city walls are also being restored. Though Wanyun Fort is constructed of earthen walls and lacks solidity, it has been neglected for only a brief period, allowing for simple repairs to render the earthen walls usable once more. However, mere restoration is insufficient. Li Junye ordered an increase in height by 4 feet, resulting in the fort's walls reaching a height of 12 feet. Additionally, he reconstructed the parapets and installed several arrow towers, ensuring that there are at least 2 arrow towers within 100 meters. Li Junye's training methods diverged from traditional approaches. Instead, he adopted modern techniques, beginning with teaching the individuals about formation. While seemingly trivial, the formation holds immense value, fostering collective coordination and discipline among soldiers, which proves invaluable on the battlefield. A well-trained unit possesses the ability to maneuver adeptly in combat, minimizing chaos. The pinnacle of formation training is epitomized by the Western line battle tactics, commonly referred to as the volley fire strategy, which necessitates rigorous formation training to enable orderly shooting in succession during battle. Initially, the soldiers were resistant to formation training. However, through Li Junye's vigorous advocacy, they gradually began to accept it. After a few days of basic training, they have started to execute the formations with noticeable proficiency. Under Li Junye's direct, hands-on instruction, several junior officers have also thoroughly grasped the essentials of formation training, alleviating some of Li Junye's burdens. As for close combat training with blades and firearms, Li Junye entrusted this entirely to veterans like Qian Fun and Zhao Yong. These seasoned soldiers, having honed their skills on the battlefield, possess a mastery that surpasses even Li Junye's own teachings. The martial techniques of battle differ significantly from those of civilian martial arts. Battlefield techniques prioritize decisive strikes over elaborate maneuvers. The renowned Ming Dynasty general Qi Jiguang once noted in his writings that, in the heat of battle, an average soldier can typically execute only a fraction, perhaps 1 or 2/10, of what they have learned, with those achieving 3/10 being exceptional. Historically, battles were fought in formations that emphasized collaborative combat, with large formations subdivided into central and smaller units, each with specific roles. The focus was not on acquiring numerous techniques, but on mastering a few to the point of strong muscle memory, enabling soldiers to perform as if in regular training. Qi Jiguang mandated that each soldier must proficiently handle at least 2 different weapons. Li Junye, who holds great admiration for Qi Jiguang, naturally draws inspiration from his training methods. The training sessions are overseen by veterans like Qian Fun and Zhao Yong, with Li Junye merely providing the overarching objectives and principles of military training, allowing them to manage the specifics without further concern. Moreover, a dozen war horses had already been procured, and the framework of his army was taking shape. Observing everything unfold in an orderly manner, the troops engaged in training at the parade ground. Laborers diligently repaired homes and fortifications, while the women busied themselves preparing meals for 200 individuals. Those skilled in handiwork were selected to craft new garments and bedding. The faces of all were radiant with happiness. Chapter 15. The Rampant Bandits. On this day, Li Junye, equipped with his crossbow, visited Zhou Dade's blacksmith shop. The craftsmanship was commendable. Indeed, Master Zhou's skills were as renowned as rumored. Li Junye casually picked up a newly completed waist knife, inspected the steel edge with great satisfaction, and swung it effortlessly, appreciating the well-balanced weight of the blade. Zhou Dade, setting aside his work, remarked, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. I am merely a humble artisan making a living, not one to claim any remarkable skill." Li Junye replied, "Master Zhou, you are being modest. Although I am not versed in blacksmithing, I can certainly discern the quality of your work at a glance." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Junye requested Zhou Dade to summon the carpenter, Zhang Yuxiu. Once everyone had gathered, Li Junye presented his crafted crossbow to them, stating, "I have not called upon you for any trivial matter, but to request that you replicate this device." The artisans in the military primarily focused on skills related to warfare, such as bow and crossbow making, which was not a difficult task for them. The construction of Li Junye's crossbow was quite straightforward. After a careful examination, both men began to feel confident in their ability to replicate the design. Li Junye asked, "Can you create this?" Zhou Dade respectfully responded, "This is not a difficult task. Master Zhang and I can begin crafting it for you right away." "Excellent. Commence at once," Li Junye replied, his spirits lifted. Thus, the two artisans divided the labor. Zhang Yuxiu selected a fine juju wood, skillfully shaping it into the base of the crossbow using an axe and saw. Meanwhile, Zhou Dade, accompanied by his two sons, began forging the crossbow mechanism and crafting the pulleys. In comparison to the intricate crossbow mechanism, the manufacturing of the pulleys proved significantly simpler. They first disassembled the pulleys from Li Junye's crossbow and placed them into a pre-prepared sand mold. After extracting the pulleys, they inserted a wooden rod to substitute for the central hole. Once all was prepared, molten bronze was poured into the sand mold. After cooling, the pulleys were retrieved and, following meticulous polishing, emerged even more exquisite than those crafted by Li Junye. With the pulleys completed, Zhang Yuxiu's crossbow base and various wooden components were also ready. The pulleys were then assembled onto the base he had constructed, resulting in a fully realized pulley system. Finally, after stringing the crossbow, a replica, even more splendid than the original, was successfully completed. Li Junye tested it and found its power equivalent to that of the original, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. In truth, the creation of a crossbow is not merely a simple endeavor. Like the bow, its base is constructed from composite materials, yet the process is intricate, comprising numerous steps and requiring considerable time. However, Li Junye could hardly contain his eagerness. He needed to expedite the completion of his first armament. Only by first meeting the quantity demand could he later pursue quality. After all, there were currently 60 soldiers in the army, the vast majority of whom lacked suitable weapons, and not a single piece of armor was available. Li Junye initially intended to manufacture firearms, but the complexity and labor intensity involved in their production compelled him to set that plan aside for the time being. "Old Zhou, are you skilled in crafting armor?" Li Junye inquired after experimenting with the crossbow. The production of armor was costly, typically only undertaken by units at the guard level or above, leaving Li Junye uncertain of the response. In reply, Zhou Dade said, "In response to your lordship, I can only produce cloth armor. I lack the ability to create other types of armor." "Being able to produce cloth armor is sufficient for now," Li Junye remarked, somewhat surprised by Zhou Dade's answer. Due to the ongoing evolution of firearms, all types of armor became equal in the face of such weaponry. By the mid to late Ming Dynasty, the most commonly equipped armor in the military was indeed cloth armor. Cloth armor consists of metal plates secured with rivets between two layers of cotton fabric, with the cotton on the outside and the plates inside, hence its name. Compared to traditional iron armor, cloth armor is significantly simpler to manufacture and more economical, making it ideal for mass production. Although cloth armor does not offer the same level of defense as iron armor, it surprisingly exhibits superior defensive capabilities against firearm projectiles and also provides warmth, making it advantageous for operations in northern regions. Not only did the Ming military extensively equip itself with cloth armor in the late Ming period, but the 8 banners of the Manchu also adopted it in abundance. The armor, which appeared similar to cotton clothing with numerous exposed rivets, is indeed cloth armor. Zhou Dade grasped the implication of Li Junye's words and continued, "I have a cousin who is a craftsman from the guard, and he specializes in creating armor. If you are interested, I can invite him here. However, he has a penchant for wealth." Li Junye reassured him, "Rest assured, as long as we can secure his presence, I can afford any sum of silver." He proposed, "How about this? Each of you craftsmen will receive 3 taels of silver and a stone of grain monthly." I wonder if you would find these terms satisfactory. "Certainly, certainly. I shall send my son Erlang to fetch him from Dengzhou tomorrow," Zhou Dade replied, nearly overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of their salaries being significantly increased, especially given the historically low status of craftsmen. Li Junye then allocated an additional 20 individuals to Zhou Dade, assuring that both he and Zhang Yuxiu would personally select them. They were to be divided into day and night shifts to expedite the production of weapons, ensuring that, in the shortest time possible, every soldier would be equipped with a piece of cloth armor, a crossbow, and their designated weapons. After conveying these instructions, Li Junye departed with a sense of satisfaction. Zhou Dade and Zhang Yuxiu commenced their tasks with fervor. After a period of calm, Li Junye rode back to Jinghebao. This return was prompted not by any other matter, but because Lu Yue had sent word that he had sold out of the glassware, urging Li Junye to send another batch promptly. This time, Lu Yue intended to personally transport the goods to Jinan for sale, thus requesting an increased supply. Li Junye has delivered goods to Lu Yue several times, and despite his careful control over the quantity, The frequency has led to an oversupply. Currently, in Dangzhou, a glass lamp can only fetch a mere 100 taels of silver. Thus, Lu Yue has resolutely decided to take them to Jinan for sale. Li Junye's return this time is to collect glass. And having not been home for many days, he longs to see his family. Wangyan Fortress is not far from Jinghai Fortress, merely 50 miles away. And a swift horse can cover the distance in half an hour. Jun Gur, you've returned. Upon entering the city gate, numerous neighbors greeted Li Junye, who graciously returned their salutes. Not long after, he noticed a commotion ahead as a troop of soldiers, numbering over 100, emerged, all solemnly armed. Leading them was Wang Yongjian, clad in armor and mounted, surrounded by a retinue of loyal soldiers, eagerly preparing to exit the city. My lord Wang, what significant event has transpired? Li Junye approached on horseback and respectfully inquired. Wang Yongjian, recognizing Li Junye, dismounted and replied, the scoundrel Kunshan who has struck again. Last night, he plundered Liuzi village, leaving behind a trail of bloodshed. If I capture that wretch, I shall flay him alive and subject him to 1,000 deaths. As he spoke, Wang Yongjian's teeth clenched in anger. During the tumultuous late Ming era, chaos reigned, with bandits rampant and thieves gathering. The Kunshan who mentioned by Wang was the most notorious mountain bandit in the area, originally a local ruffian from Laizhou. Amidst the disorder, he gathered a band of rogues and desperate men, taking refuge in the treacherous Asan Mountains. Despite several military campaigns to eradicate them, the dense forests and steep terrain rendered these efforts futile. Kunshan, who was merciless and cruel, frequently descending from his lair to pillage nearby villages. Leaving devastation in his wake, men slaughtered and women violated. The local populace held an intense loathing for him. The urgency of the situation compelled Wang Yongjian to forego further conversation with Li Junye. After delivering his message, he hurriedly led his men out of the city. Oh, why does the heavens not rid us of this cursed Kunshan who? Exclaimed Li Junye. Just 2 years prior, the head of the Lu family at the East Gate was killed merely for passing through their territory with 10 pounds of flour. It is a tragic fate for Lu's widow, only in her 30s, left to raise her orphaned children alone. Such a pity. The incompetency of the officials was lamentable. A mere band of mountain thieves had eluded capture time and again. You can try, but it is said that Kunshan, whose stronghold lies deep within the mountains, accessible only by a narrow path, making it easy to defend yet difficult to attack. The soldiers have repeatedly fallen victim to this terrain. Today, news of Kunshan, who had become the talk of the town, with passers-by buzzing with gossip, all of which Li Junye absorbed keenly. Upon returning to his own courtyard, Li Junye tied up his horse and opened the door to his home. The temperature had gradually warmed, and the 3 hens of the Li family had hatched 2 broods, with each hen now accompanied by a dozen chicks, leisurely foraging in the yard. Mother, I'm back. Li Junye entered the courtyard, exclaiming, my son has returned. Zhao, who was weaving at home, was filled with joy upon hearing his voice and hurried to the door. Junye, although military affairs are demanding, do take care of your health. Being away from home is not the same. Without your mother by your side, you must look after yourself. Upon seeing that her son had lost weight, she felt a pang of concern and incessantly urged him. Mother, rest assured, I am grown and capable of taking care of myself, Li Junye quickly reassured her. Guiding Zhao inside. Once inside, she inquired about the situation at Wangyan Fort, to which Li Junye naturally reported only good news, delighting her and prompting her to praise her son's accomplishments. Li Junye spent the day with Zhao, engaging in casual conversation, and only after sharing a family dinner did he finally set off back to Wangyan Fort. After dinner, he took Xiao Rui to the secret room where he crafted glass, only to be astonished by the sight that greeted him. The room was brimming with glass products. Did you create all this? Li Junye asked, his surprise evident as he noticed the proud expression on Xiao Rui's face. She nodded, her lips curling into a smile. I never would have guessed, little girl, he said, gently tapping her on the head. He was genuinely taken aback by her impressive skills. At just over 11 years old, she had stealthily mastered his crafting techniques. As he picked up one of her creations, he found that aside from the initial, somewhat clumsy attempts, her later works were nearly indistinguishable from his own. With Xiao Rui secretly making glass, Li Junye felt a significant burden lifted from his shoulders. He selected over 30 glass items, encouraging her to assist him further whenever she had the time. After completing these tasks, the night had deepened, and Li Junye mounted his horse, carrying the glass back to Wangyan Fort. He had also contemplated renovating his home and purchasing 2 maidservants for Zhao, but after some reflection, he decided against it. Wishing to keep the secret of his glass-making concealed for the time being, now was not the moment to unveil such a revelation. Chapter 16. A Bold Plan in Ace Han. At the Quanshan Tiger Mountain stronghold, guests had arrived today. Quanshan Tiger was conversing with them in the stronghold's assembly hall. Quanshan Tiger, in his 40s, wore a rugged visage marked by a deep scar across his face and was missing an eye, presenting a rather fearsome appearance. He sat in a large, ornate chair made of redwood, draped with a complete tiger skin. Before him stood a young man in his 20s, clad in a white long coat, possessing an air of elegance. This young man was none other than Junye, son of Zheng Maokai, the 100 household officer of Jinghai Fort, and the chief banner officer for Li Junye. The Zheng family had worked tirelessly, but just as their efforts were about to bear fruit, Li Junye had intercepted them, leaving them to labor for another's benefit. Not only has the long-anticipated appointment of the chief officer at home come to naught, but Zhou Daji has also accepted silver without delivering on his promises. Both father and son have attributed this profound humiliation to Li Junye. After exchanging a few cordial greetings, Zheng Yiren suddenly remarked, "I have heard that the esteemed chief has made a significant transaction yesterday." Quan Shantu, beaming with delight, responded with a hearty laugh. "This profitable venture was largely thanks to my father, Lord Zheng. If it weren't for his constant intelligence reports, how could this transaction have proceeded so smoothly? Rest assured, Lord Zheng's share has already been prepared and is ready to be delivered to your esteemed residence." Zheng Yiren, maintaining a cordial demeanor, replied, "You misinterpret my intentions, esteemed chief. I did not come to solicit funds from you. Your word carries immense weight. Everyone knows that it is always you who send silver to my residence after our dealings." Realizing his misunderstanding, Quan Shantu swiftly changed the subject to avoid awkwardness. "Then may I inquire, young Master Zheng, what brings you to the mountains today?" Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yiren replied, "To speak candidly, I have come at my father's behest, intending to present another lucrative business opportunity to you." "Where might this grand opportunity lie?" Quan Shantu inquired, his interest piqued, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Wangan Fort," Zheng Yiren stated solemnly. Quan Shantu's enthusiasm waned, and he shot Zheng Yiren a displeased glance, saying, "I am already aware of that location. I have heard that a chief officer, namely, has recently arrived there with 20 military households, and has even taken in a multitude of destitute refugees. What could possibly be of value for you to seize?" "Esteemed chief, you may not be fully informed," Zheng Yiren replied, unperturbed. He promptly produced a glass cup from his bosom and presented it before Quan Shantu's eyes. "What is the meaning of this?" Quan Shantu shot him another glance. "You are certainly lacking in knowledge, my dear chief. These Western treasures all originated from Chief Officer Li Junye at Wangan Fort, and he possesses many more, all housed within the fort." "Is that truly the case?" Quan Shantu's eyes sparkled anew. "Indeed, without a doubt. If you do not believe me, I am willing to stake my life on it," Zheng Yiren assured him. Seeing that Quan Shantu was now thoroughly intrigued, Zheng Yiren leaned in closer and whispered, "My father has mentioned that you executed your dealings at Luxiazwang splendidly. Currently, the main forces of the Imperial Army are gathering near Luxiazwang to apprehend you." Quan Shantu laughed heartily. "I am already in the mountains. What can they possibly catch me at Luxiazwang?" Zheng Yiren continued, "Since the Imperial forces are at Luxiazwang, if you were to visit Wangan Fort tonight, they would not be able to provide timely assistance. Surely, Wangan Fort is yours to take at will?" "Ah, indeed. Your father is astute. Rest assured, I will ready my troops tonight and march towards Wangan Fort. The spoils will undoubtedly include your father's share," Quan Shantu exclaimed, his laughter ringing out joyfully. Due to Li Junye's concern for his horses, fearing they might injure themselves while traversing at night, their journey was not swift, and they found themselves still en route deep into the night. As he was about to approach Wangan Fort, under the dim starlight, Li Junye unexpectedly discovered a mysterious group hastily advancing on the road ahead. Upon closer inspection, he noted that there were approximately 150 to 60 individuals, with over 30 mounted on horseback, all wielding an array of weapons, their attire not resembling that of the Ming army. Alarmingly, their trajectory pointed directly towards Wangan Fort. And sensing impending danger, Li Junye quickly took a detour, hastening towards the fort. He urgently sounded the alarm, summoning all able-bodied men to man the fortifications. Upon returning to Wangan Fort, Li Junye had not yet entered the gates when he shouted loudly to the stationed soldiers below. He personally commanded the guards on duty, who dared not to delay, swiftly opening the gates while sounding the alarm. Instantly, the clamorous sound of gongs reverberated throughout the fort, rousing the slumbering inhabitants, who hastily armed themselves and surged towards the walls. "Brother Jun, what has transpired?" Ludaj Wang approached, rubbing his sleepy eyes and yawning. Noticing the presence of Mayu, Wang Liang, Qianfan, and others, Li Junye recounted the situation he had encountered on the road, prompting vigilance among the group. Boss, how did the people of Wangyun Fort discover our presence? A man with shifty eyes exclaimed. This group of unidentified individuals was none other than the bandits led by Quan Shin Hu. Damn it, we haven't encountered anyone on this journey. Could there be a traitor among us? Quan Shin Hu cursed vehemently. Boss, now is not the time to delve into that issue. Wangyun Fort has already detected our advance. What shall we do? The man, known as Ding Wei, Quan Shin Hu's cunning strategist, remarked, his whiskers resembling those of a rat, quite conspicuous. Quan Shin Hu glared at him. A bunch of paupers, look at how frightened you are. So what if they discovered us early? We shall charge in directly, which will save us the trouble of hunting down each of these wretches later. Quan Shin Hu's glare had frightened the man nearly to death. And witnessing Quan Shin Hu's fierce demeanor, he dared not utter another word. Extinguish all the lights on the walls, Quan Shin Hu commanded, as their figures drew closer. Li Junye was now certain they were indeed approaching with malicious intent. Observing lanterns still flickering atop the walls, he hastily issued orders to extinguish them. Ah, it's Quan Shin Hu. An old soldier recognized him in the moonlight, exclaiming in alarm. Are you certain this scoundrel is Quan Shin Hu? Li Junye inquired. Striding towards the old soldier. Replying to your honor, I have previously participated in the encirclement of Quan Shin Hu and can recognize him, the soldier replied. Thus, a bold plan began to take shape in Li Junye's mind. Chapter 17. Luring the wolf into the trap to annihilate the bandits, Quan Shin Hu and his men had already drawn near to Wangyun Fort. At this moment, the fort of Wangyun remains under construction, its low walls appearing somewhat flimsy in the presence of the mountain tiger. The chief remarked. We clearly heard the alarm bells ringing within the fort, yet it seems there are hardly any government troops atop the walls. This raises suspicions. The cunning strategist Ding Wei quickly discerned the underlying issues. As he observed, the fortifications indeed bore witness to mere shadows of a handful of figures. The mountain tiger, dismissively, replied, what deception could there possibly be? That lad is merely a standard bearer, with but a handful of capable soldiers at his command. With a boisterous tug of the reins, he exited the ranks, turning to his followers with fervor. Brothers, do you see? There are hardly any clear-eyed soldiers atop those walls. When we charge in together, the fort is brimming with gold and silver, and there are women aplenty. We shall revel as we please. He continued, however, let me reiterate, as per the old custom. Those who lead the charge shall receive substantial rewards. Should any brother falter out of fear, lagging behind, do not blame me if I cast your lifeless body outside the fort to feed the wolves. Did you all hear me clearly? A resounding yes echoed from his men. And with a wave of his hand, the mountain tiger commanded his 150 or so followers to rush towards the walls of Wangyun Fort like a swarm of bees. Alas, the few defenders atop the fort were utterly terrified by the onslaught of over 100 assailants. They hastily loosed a few arrows in a feeble attempt to resist before scattering in panic. Indeed, the soldiers of the Ming were as cowardly as one might expect. Witnessing the defenders' cowardice, the mountain tiger erupted into a fit of triumphant laughter. The attacking ruffians swiftly seized control of the watchtower, flinging open the gates. And a tide of ruffians surged into the fort. Come, follow me into the city, and let my blade taste blood. The breach of the fort was as effortless as he had envisioned, and the mountain tiger, laughing heartily, led Ding Wei and his loyal soldiers in tow, prepared to enter the city. However, just as the mountain tiger stepped through the city gates, having taken only a few strides, a thunderous explosion resonated from the streets ahead, followed by a blinding flash of fire and a cacophony of sounds. The initial wave of ruffians who had entered the fort discovered that the defending Ming troops lacked even the courage to resist, fleeing like frightened dogs down the main thoroughfare. Naturally emboldened, these intruding ruffians would not let the Ming soldiers escape unscathed, and they viciously pursued them. In the chaos, over 100 ruffians clamored to beat down the fleeing soldiers, but as they advanced some 200 paces, a thunderous crash erupted from within the crowd. The Ming forces had laid a substantial amount of gunpowder along their path. The unfortunate ruffians in the midst were caught unaware, perishing before they even grasped their fate. But the chaos did not end there. This explosion was also the signal for the defenders to mount a counterattack. Suddenly, a flurry of sounds erupted as countless crossbow bolts rained down from alleys, gates, windows, and rooftops, descending like a torrential storm. The power of the Ming's crossbows was formidable, capable of piercing through two unprotected ruffians with a single shot. The bandits who stormed in were, at this moment, devoid of any will to live. The air was filled with the echoes of their lamentations. The Ming army afforded them little time for their cries before the third volley could be unleashed. This ragtag group had already succumbed to their fate. There are ambushes, retreat. The cunning bandit, known as Quan Shanhua, finally grasped the dire situation and hastily turned his horse to flee. However, just as he pivoted, the city gate resounded ominously, slamming shut and sealing off their escape route. The once dispersed soldiers on the city wall had miraculously reappeared, each wielding a crossbow aimed at the bandits within the fortress. And several of Quan Shanhua's followers fell under their deadly fire. "What shall we do now, chief?" The strategist, with a quavering voice, implored. "Kill them. Let us fight till the bitter end." Quan Shanhua, his eyes ablaze with fury, roared in response. He had intended to rally his companions to reclaim the city gate. But the relentless volleys from the defenders had decimated his ranks. When he finally reached the city gate, he was met with the sight of several guards clad in sturdy cloth armor, expertly crafted and resilient. Although Quan Shanhua considered himself a skilled swordsman, he found his blade ineffective against these well-equipped defenders, who, fortified by their heavy armor and coordinated defense, swiftly turned the tide against him. In mere moments, more than half of his forces lay slain. Despair enveloped Quan Shanhua as the guards split into multiple groups to pursue the unfortunate survivors. Before long, he found himself bound and presented before Li Junye. At the last moment, it was Qian Fin and his seasoned veterans who stood guard at the city gate. Their extensive combat experience prompting Li Junye to bestow upon them the few sets of armor he had at his disposal. "So, you are Quan Shanhua?" Li Junye regarded him with a disdainful glance, his voice steady and low. "My lord, if you spare my life, I am willing to negotiate." Quan Shanhua, once brash and unyielding, now appeared as meek as a lamb before Li Junye. Li Junye's smile was slight as he inquired, "How much silver can you offer for your life?" 5,000 taels, Quan Shanhua replied, a glimmer of hope igniting within him upon realizing his life might be spared. After a moment's contemplation, he reluctantly uttered the figure. 6,000 taels? Noticing Li Junye remained unmoved, Quan Shanhua gritted his teeth and raised his offer, the words causing him palpable discomfort. "Wang Liang, this scoundrel is not sincere. Remove one of his ears as a reminder." Wang Liang swiftly complied, brandishing a bloodied ear before the wailing Quan Shanhua. "How much silver can you truly offer for your life? I am no beggar. Should your intentions remain insincere, I shall have no choice but to seek you out in your lair." 16,000 taels. "My lord, that is all I possess. Should you slay me now, I shall have nothing left to offer." Quan Shanhua lamented, his face a mask of despair. Li Junye remarked, "Very well, take me to your lair to retrieve the silver. Once I have the silver, I shall naturally release you, and from that moment onward, we shall owe each other nothing." The bandit, Quan Shantiger, hastily replied, "Certainly. I shall lead you at once." In addition to Quan Shantiger, around 20 individuals were captured, including his cunning strategist. While ascending the mountain, Li Junye ordered that this strategist be brought along as well. Typically, the so-called strategists in such bandit camps also double as the treasurer, making their presence valuable. The rest of the captives were confined within Wanyan Fort. Quan Shantiger had held sway in the area for many years. Although most of these individuals bore the stains of blood on their hands and were unworthy of pity, to slay them outright would perhaps be too merciful. They might prove useful to Li Junye in the future, for tasks like land reclamation, city building, and road construction would surely require laborers. This time, Quan Shantiger did not lead his entire band out. Several elderly and weak soldiers remained to guard the hideout. These guards, under Quan Shantiger's instructions, busily gathered the hidden gold and silver for him. "My lord, this truly is all that remains," he lamented as the last chest of silver was brought into the room. Li Junye had already acquired the bandit camp's ledger from the strategist, and after some inspection, he was convinced that he had thoroughly extracted all that Quan Shantiger possessed. Satisfied, Li Junye nodded. "My lord, may I now be released?" Quan Shantiger pleaded with a sorrowful countenance. Li Junye cast a glance at him and replied with a smile, "Patience. I still have one matter that requires clarification. Pray, enlighten me as to why you attempted to plunder Wanyan Fort." Driven by the instinct for survival, Quan Shantiger recounted the events without hesitation. Upon learning that he had been instigated by the Zheng father and son, Li Junye immediately probed deeper into their previous collusions, instructing the strategist, Ding Wei, to meticulously document each detail. Finally, he had Quan Shantiger affix his seal to the account. Once all was completed, Quan Shantiger pitifully implored, "My lord, can you not release me now?" Li Junye smiled gently, saying, "The head of the band is so cooperative, assisting me in locating gold and silver. In providing evidence against others, how could I fail to uphold my promise? With that, he signaled to his attendant to untie Quan Shan Tiger. Once freed, Quan Shan Tiger stretched his limbs. You may now depart, Li Junye stated. Thank you, my lord. Overcome with gratitude upon realizing that Li Junye was indeed honoring his word, Quan Shan Tiger was nearly moved to tears. After expressing his thanks, he turned to leave with great excitement. Yet, as he stepped outside the door, a powerful crossbow bolt shot straight from behind, piercing through his skull before he could even take a breath of fresh air, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. Note this down, Quan Shan Tiger, upon capture, attempted to flee and was promptly executed, Li Junye declared, tossing the crossbow he had just discharged onto a nearby table. Inside the room, the strategist Ding Wei trembled in terror at the sight of Quan Shan Tiger's gruesome demise, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Yet, he could only endure the tingling sensation at the nape of his neck and meticulously record the words spoken by Li Junye, all the while casting furtive glances at the capricious young man, fearing that he might suddenly unleash a deadly arrow upon him. Wang Liang swiftly seized control of the stronghold. Any who dare to resist shall be executed on the spot. While Ding Wei continued to jot down Li Junye's earlier remarks, Li Junye had already issued a second command. Upon receiving the order, Wang Liang immediately mobilized his men, ensuring that the entire stronghold was firmly under their control. The stronghold was primarily inhabited by the elderly, weak, and injured remnants of soldiers, who, upon learning of the complete annihilation of the bandit forces, were already terrified when they were brought up the mountain, bound and gagged. Aside from a few fools who dared to test the sharpness of the Ming army's swords, the remaining frail and sickly occupants of the stronghold, faced with the formidable advance of the Ming troops, collectively discarded their weapons of resistance. Before long, an open area within the stronghold was filled to capacity with bound bandits. Each group of 10 tied together with a long rope, resembling a string of candied hawthorns, squatting on the ground. Do you wish to live or to die? Li Junye inquired of the shifty-eyed Ding Wei within the confines of the room. Chapter 18. Seizing the spoils of war, a fortunate gain. Ding Wei fell to his knees. Weeping uncontrollably, my lord, I implore you to spare my life. I am but a down-and-out scholar, who wouldn't dare to kill even a chicken. Turning to banditry was not my choice. Bring a chicken here for him to kill. If he fails to do so, he shall face immediate punishment. As Li Junye finished his command, a soldier presented a bound, squawking rooster, tossing it at Ding Wei's feet, along with a small knife contemptuously thrown beside it. Another soldier, stealthily brandishing a blood-stained dagger, stood behind him, awaiting the command to ensure this wretch's head would roll. It seemed the situation was turning dire. Ding Wei was drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, akin to a leaf in the wind. He shakily grasped the rooster, one hand trembling as it clutched its wings, while the other hesitated to pick up the dagger from the ground. After a prolonged moment of indecision, urged on by the soldier behind him, he finally steadied himself enough to place the knife against the rooster's neck, yet hesitated to strike. Under the soldier's relentless prodding, he steeled his resolve, shut his eyes, and forcefully drew the blade across the chicken's throat. Yet, in that very instant, the rooster wriggled free from his grasp, and the knife instead sliced into his own wrist. He opened his eyes to find his wrist gushing blood, eliciting a pain scream. Indeed, a coward, Li Junye signaled to the soldier behind him, who silently sheathed his dagger. Very well. If you wish to save your life, it is not an insurmountable task. You shall account for all the supplies within the stronghold and assist me in locating them all. Should I discover even a single grain of food left behind, I shall not spare you lightly. Do you understand? My lord, I comprehend fully, came the trembling reply from Ding Wei as he knelt in fear. In that case, you may now return to your duties, Li Junye said with a wave of disdain. The reason Li Junye spared this man's life was due to the potential usefulness he still held. Specifically, he needed Ding Wei to account for all the valuables within the stronghold. Once this task was completed, Li Junye instructed his men to quickly organize a group to transport all the treasures back to Wangman Fort. Before long, Ding Wei had compiled a thorough list, revealing that, aside from the already identified 16,000 taels of silver, there were also several hundred stones of grain. However, what astonished Li Junye was the discovery of over 30 horses within the stronghold. His own cavalry consisted of barely a dozen steeds, which he had acquired only after considerable time and expense. With these additional horses, Li Junye could confidently expand his cavalry unit, a vital component in ancient warfare, often determining the outcome of battles. In addition to these assets, under Ding Wei's guidance, they uncovered 2 chests of buried jewels. The villain, Quan Shan Hu, had indeed left himself a safety net. Li Junye estimated that these 2 chests alone could be worth no less than 10,000 taels of silver. It was astonishing that a mere band of mountain bandits possessed such wealth, a testament to the countless heinous acts they had committed over the years. During Quan Hu's reign of terror, the stronghold had amassed around 200 henchmen, many of whom were forcibly conscripted from the nearby populace, including various craftsmen and even a physician, with the majority being young women, 50 or 60 in total. Li Junye arranged for provisions to be given to these individuals, allowing them to return home, and most of the men left upon receiving their supplies. However, the women steadfastly refused to depart. In ancient times, a woman's survival was trivial compared to her virtue, having been abducted by bandits and subjected to unspeakable indignities. Even if they could return home, their lives would be akin to a living death. Thus, Li Junye had no choice but to temporarily send these unfortunate women to Wanyun Fort for their safety. The stronghold was remarkably well stocked, with a dozen large carts and numerous mules, complemented by Wanyun Fort's own transport means. Yet, faced with an overwhelming abundance of goods, it would take several days to complete the transport. Therefore, Li Junye prioritized the return of captives, women, and valuable items first, intending to transport the remaining goods gradually. Good news, good news, Zhou Daji exclaimed, residing in Dengzhou City. He had returned to his home after delivering Li Junye's edict and had not even visited Junye Bao during the new year. However, upon hearing of the tragic events at Luxiazhuang, he felt compelled to leave Dengzhou immediately. Thus, on that very morning, he gathered his household servants and hurried to Luxiazhuang. At this moment, he was near Luxia village, accompanied by several captains, under the leadership of the guerrilla commander Liang Yuqing, searching for traces of the fleeing mountain bandits. What could elicit such joy? Just days prior, Zhou Daji had been severely reprimanded by his superiors for the significant incident that had transpired in his jurisdiction, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. Unexpectedly, he heard news that lifted his spirits slightly. Accompanying him were 2 servants, one of whom, eager to showcase his merit, dismounted hastily and approached Zhou Daji, exclaiming, "My lord, our banner leader Li Junye has already stormed the mountain stronghold of the bandits and eradicated them. They are currently transporting their belongings to Wanyun Fortress." Alas, before the servant could finish his sentence, Zhou Daji delivered a resounding slap across his face. He had genuinely believed this to be good news, only to discover it was a deliberate provocation. If not him, then who should be punished? "My lord, it is indeed true. If you doubt it, you may send someone to verify. They are presently moving items from the stronghold to Wanyun Fortress, and the road is bustling with comings and goings." The servant, clutching his face in pain, insisted emphatically, "Is this true?" If only one servant had arrived, Zhou Daji might not have believed him, but since 2 servants had come, and this particular servant had never lied in Zhou Daji's recollection, he turned to the other servant for confirmation. "My lord, it is absolutely true. We both witnessed it ourselves, and we would stake our lives on it." The second servant replied with equal conviction, "General, good news, splendid news." Zhou Daji found the leading guerrilla commander Liang Yuqing and exclaimed joyfully. The last attempt to eradicate the mountain bandits had been led by Liang Yuqing himself, resulting in heavy casualties among the troops, and he had been reprimanded by the officials ever since. Now, with the bandits having committed another major crime, it was likely that the blame would fall upon him once more. What good news! Liang Yuqing, who was himself in a state of deep despair, found a rare moment of relief upon hearing Zhou Daji's jubilant proclamation. Zhou Daji first offered a military salute before cheerfully stating, "Last night, our banner leader Li Junye led his troops to eradicate the mountain bandits." Before Zhou Daji could finish his sentence, Liang Yuqing, without hesitation, delivered a sharp slap that was far more forceful than Zhou Daji's earlier blow, leaving him dazed and seeing stars. "This general is currently occupied with military affairs and has no time for your jokes," Liang Yuqing coldly remarked before turning away without another word. The mountain bandits had occupied their stronghold for many years, and the imperial army had failed to eradicate them despite multiple attempts. Liang Yuqing had personally led a previous expedition, suffering heavy losses, and he was acutely aware of the bandits' capabilities. How could a mere banner leader single-handedly annihilate their stronghold? Having been bitten by a snake, he was wary of even the grass ropes. Liang Yuqing understood that the mountain bandits had likely returned to their lair by now. His continued pursuit near Luxia village was merely a fade, and he was reluctant to risk his own resources yet again. The other factions were naturally aware of the situation, though unspoken. They collectively endeavored to trace the whereabouts of the elusive mountain tiger at Luxiazhuang. Liang Yuqing could easily surmise that this was an impossible task. Thus, Zhou Daji's slap was entirely justified. Observing Liang Yuqing's furious intent to leave, Zhou Daji panicked and called out loudly, "General, this is indeed true. I would stake my head as a guarantee. What worth does your head hold?" Liang Yuqing, incensed by this obstinate fool, retaliated with another resounding slap across Zhou Daji's other cheek, finally silencing him. "General, Zhou Qianhu may not be entirely wrong. Our reconnaissance unit has just returned to report that the mountain tiger's lair has indeed been eradicated, and many are currently transporting goods down the mountain." At this juncture, scouts from various factions brought forth reports, and several Qianhu, already privy to the truth, began to defend Zhou Daji, with nearly all reminding that Li Junye was moving supplies downhill. Liang Yuqing, discerning the implication in their words, promptly led his forces towards the mountain tiger's stronghold, not even granting the soldiers a moment to relieve themselves. He feared that should they delay further, Li Junye would clear out the entire lair, leaving him with nothing. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Liang Yuqing indeed witnessed numerous individuals hauling large carts, busily transporting goods downhill. Enraged, he ordered his men to intercept the transporters and swiftly made his way towards the lair. Chapter 19. Using a knife to kill Li Junye, you scoundrel. Come out immediately to pay your respects to General Liang. Upon entering the lair, Zhou Daji boldly asserted, raising his voice. Li Junye quickly emerged to greet Liang Yuqing, who merely responded with a dismissive snort. "You foolish boy, how much have you managed to seize in the lair? Do not delay in presenting it for General Liang's inspection." Zhou Daji, noticing Li Junye's lack of comprehension after his greeting, kindly reminded him, as he too was curious about the remaining spoils. Liang Yuqing feigned calmness. Yet the officials below could hardly contain their anticipation, craning their necks to await Li Junye's presentation of the seized goods. "General Liang and esteemed officials, I have prepared everything." Li Junye gestured invitingly, speaking softly. Liang Yuqing, unceremoniously leading the group, followed Li Junye into the indicated room. Among the throng, Zhou Daji discreetly gave him a thumbs up, praising his cleverness. Among all present, the greatest beneficiary of Li Junye's recent exploits was undoubtedly Zhou Daji. No matter how the young man stirred trouble, he was still one of his subordinates, and the credit for the achievements would surely reflect upon him. "I have truly achieved the legendary feat of effortless victory, and now the sting of humiliation has faded into oblivion." Once the officials entered the room, Li Junye promptly had several large chests brought forth. Upon opening them, a dazzling array of silver coins was revealed, amounting to no less than 5,000 or 6,000 taels. Just as everyone's gaze was fixated on the glimmering silver, Li Junye ordered the entrance of a smaller chest, which he presented to Liang Yuqing. Upon its opening, it was found to be filled entirely with gold, silver, and precious jewels, instantly captivating the attention of all present, their eyes nearly overwhelmed by the brilliance. Li Junye declared, "This is my tribute to General Liang and all esteemed officials." Although the chest was modest in size, it contained an abundance of gold and exquisite antiquities. Liang Yuqing's face broke into a radiant smile, and he amiably patted Li Junye on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Good lad, I did not misjudge your character. Rest assured, I shall commend you before the governor for your efforts." After expressing his gratitude, Liang Yuqing instructed his servants to secure the chest, then generously distributed a portion of its contents among the present captains and leaders, with Zhou Daji receiving a notably larger share, perhaps as compensation for his earlier misfortunes. Clutching his bounty of jewels, Zhou Daji genuinely felt that the 2 slaps he had received were indeed worth it. After the distribution, a considerable amount of treasure remained, which Liang Yuqing unhesitatingly accepted. Once all was accomplished, Liang Yuqing cheerfully commanded the accounting and storage of the seized supplies within the fortress, making no mention of what Li Junye had discreetly removed beforehand. He had profited greatly from this endeavor, having achieved victory without the loss of a single soldier while simultaneously earning accolades and wealth. At that moment, Liang Yuqing felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and grew increasingly fond of Li Junye. "My lord, I have another matter to report," Li Junye interjected, interrupting Liang Yuqing's reverie. "Speak on," Liang Yuqing replied, waving his hand in a gesture of encouragement. Li Junye continued, "During the eradication of the bandits, I inadvertently discovered that Zhang Maokai and his son, officials of the Jing'ai command, had been colluding with him. The incident at Luxiazhuang was facilitated by Zhang Maocai's advance warning, enabling the bandits to evade capture." "Oh, is there evidence of this?" Liang Yuqing inquired, his interest piqued. My lord, I possess the confessions from the bandits, as well as letters uncovered in their hideout that reveal the correspondence between Zhang Maokai and the bandits. Furthermore, Ding Wei, the bandit strategist, can serve as a witness. Li Jun replied, presenting the confessions and letters, while the soldiers who had been waiting in the adjacent room brought Ding Wei forward, already in custody. You have brought forth commendable evidence, Liang Yuqing remarked, scanning the confessions and letters before hurling them at Zhou Dagui's face. Upon hastily glancing at the letters, Zhou Dagui's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted to his guards outside, quickly apprehend that scoundrel Zhang Maokai and deliver him to General Liang for judgment. Liang Yuqing coldly interjected. There is no need for that. The collusion of an officer with bandits is a grave matter. I believe it would be prudent to bind him and present him to the governor for direct investigation. Liang Yuqing was merely temporarily assigned to this task, and he did not share a superior-subordinate relationship with Zhou Daji. In any case, the matter of Zhang Maokai colluding with bandits had no bearing on him. This was a dirty and laborious job, yielding no profit, so he naturally wished to preserve his reputation and avoid wading into murky waters. Very well. I shall now command my men to capture Zhang Maokai and subsequently deliver him to the governor. Although it was quite cold on the mountain, Zhou Daji was drenched in sweat, for if Zhang Maokai were brought in now, all evidence, witnesses, and testimonies would be intact, allowing for a swift execution. However, that wretched Liang Yuqing insisted on sending Zhang Maokai to the governor for punishment, which was an entirely different matter. Zhang had been with him for over a decade and had done plenty of dirty work on his behalf, holding numerous secrets over him. If he truly were to be sent to the governor, what would happen if, in his last moments, he acted like a rabid dog, biting back? Just the matter of the 500 taels he had given to secure an official position for his son was enough to bring him ruin. The thought of Zhang Maocai's 500 taels sent a chill down his spine, and he was convinced that the man would seek revenge before his demise. What are you all still standing here for? Did you not hear General Liang's orders? Hurry and capture Zhang Maokai, and take him to the governor. Thankfully, a few of his personal guards were still lingering outside, providing Zhou Daji the opportunity to call out loudly while discreetly mimicking a neck-slicing motion. The household servants understood and promptly went to apprehend Zhang Maokai. Before long, several guards rushed back in a flustered state, reporting that Zhang Maokai had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Zhou Daji let out a quiet sigh of relief. Since Zhang Maokai was dead, he believed the case could be closed. This is your family matter. I shall not meddle any further. Liang Yuqing, well versed in the intricacies of governance, recognized the implications of such coincidences and readily granted Zhou Daji a favor. Zhou Daji, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, quickly knelt down to express his gratitude. Liang Yuqing chuckled and declared, then let this case be settled. With that, he took a flame from one of the servants and personally set fire to the confession and letters of the bandit, the mountain tiger. Only when these items were reduced to ashes could Zhou Daji finally lay his troubled heart to rest. Liang Yuqing left some men behind to tidy up matters in the mountain stronghold and departed, thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 20. Summarizing combat experience. Li Junye also returned to Wangan Fort with his men. The spoils of war were indeed substantial. They had seized 16,000 taels of silver from the mountain tiger, along with an additional 7,000 or 8,000 taels from the personal belongings of the bandit henchmen. After setting aside 5,000 or 6,000 taels as war bounty to be submitted, the remainder filled his own coffers. Not only that, but the jewels hidden by the mountain tiger, combined with those gathered from the henchman's private stash, yielded him another large box, worth at least 7,000 or 8,000 taels in silver. In total, this expedition netted him over 20,000 taels. As for the valuable items within the stronghold, such as warhorses, most had already been transported back to Wangan Fortress by Li Junye in advance. The items sealed by Liang Yuqing were largely insipid and unremarkable, of little concern to him. Upon returning to Wangan Fortress, Li Junye convened a meeting with several key leaders to report on the battle's outcomes. Once all were assembled, he began his inquiry. In this conflict, we decapitated 151 foes and captured 68, seizing a total of 267 various weapons and armaments, 36 warhorses, and over 26,000 taels of silver, while other resources remain under assessment. The battlefield statistics were, of course, entrusted to Kudaji, the most literate among us. Li Junye then inquired about our own casualties. Lu Dazhuang's expression darkened as he replied, we suffered 4 fatalities, 3 severe injuries, and 6 light wounds. In terms of weaponry, aside from the considerable expenditure of crossbow bolts, Other losses are negligible. Now, I ask everyone to rise and observe a moment of silence for the fallen. With that, Li Junye stood, prompting the others to follow suit, collectively paying their respects in silence. After the moment of mourning concluded, Li Junye declared, "Relay my orders. Each family of the deceased shall receive 10 acres of land and 30 taels of silver as compensation, while the severely injured will receive 10 taels. Henceforth, let this be our precedent." Li Junye's standards for compensation were notably generous, earning him widespread acclaim. Although he currently possessed no land, there was no urgency. The earth would soon thaw, allowing him to mobilize a large workforce for cultivation, with development on the horizon. Abundant overseas colonies awaited Li Junye's acquisition. Thus, he harbored no concerns regarding land ownership. During the meeting, discussions ensued regarding various nuances of compensation, ultimately leading Li Junye to decide that a grand collective funeral would be held for all fallen soldiers, establishing a new tradition. Such collective funerals not only conveyed respect for the deceased, but also fostered a sense of belonging among the surviving soldiers. Did we identify any issues during this battle? Each person is required to articulate one point. After addressing the compensation concerns, Li Junye intended to summarize the battle, emphasizing the importance of thorough debriefings at the conclusion of each engagement to extract valuable lessons, an essential method for the rapid growth of an army. "Dazhuang, you may begin." Noticing no immediate response, Li Junye directed his gaze towards Lu Dazhuang. Rising, Lu Dazhuang responded, "Initially, I felt somewhat timid, yet I discovered that the more hesitant I became, the bolder the enemy grew. Conversely, the more ferocious I acted, the more intimidated the enemy appeared." A commendable observation, Li Junye affirmed. On the battlefield, it is imperative that one never allows their morale to falter in comparison to the enemy's. Wang Liang then added, "Our armaments are evidently lacking, particularly in terms of armor. We possess only a few sets. If every soldier could don armor, our casualties would likely be significantly reduced. Thus, I believe our immediate priority should be to fully equip our troops." Li Junye remarked, "You need not worry. I will find a way to swiftly fulfill the army's needs, ensuring that everyone is equipped with armor." Ma Yu interjected, saying, "This battle has clearly revealed our inadequacies in training. The knowledge imparted during our sessions seemed adequate. Yet when the time for combat arrived, many faltered and became disoriented. Fortunately, our ambush succeeded. Otherwise, in an open confrontation, the outcome would have been uncertain." Li Junye smiled and responded, "After all, we have only been organized as a military unit for a little over a month. The level of performance exhibited is commendable, underscoring the significance of rigorous training. We must learn from this experience and, once back, dedicate ourselves to training the soldiers diligently, without a hint of negligence. With sufficient equipment, I could arm each individual in an instant. However, training cannot be expedited, which is the greatest obstacle to enhancing our combat capabilities." As the three concluded their discussion, only Qianfen remained. His role was somewhat unique among them, and to prevent him from feeling isolated, Li Junye always invited his comrade Zhao Yong to the meetings. After a moment's hesitation, Qianfen stood and said, "In this battle, I believe our regiment's most significant issue was our doubts regarding the commands of our superior." "Ah." The others gasped in astonishment. Qianfen continued, "Initially, we perceived our leader as inexperienced, questioning how much understanding he had of military maneuvers. When he decided to lure the enemy in and then strike, I felt a sense of resistance, viewing it as a risky gamble. However, after witnessing the battle unfold, I must commend our leader's strategy. Indeed, warfare requires intellect. I assure you that I will heed his commands without hesitation from now on." "Very well. You may take your seat," Li Junye replied. "This battle was crucial for your regiment. Not only did you steadfastly defend the city gates, but you also captured the elusive mountain tiger. Your regiment has earned the greatest merit in this endeavor, and I shall reward you accordingly." It was Qianfen's regiment that served as the backbone in the defense against the mountain tiger and his elite troops, comprised entirely of seasoned veterans from Liaodong, who rose to the occasion without fail. Had another unit been tasked with this duty, Li Junye could not guarantee the same success against the mountain tiger's final counterattack. The victory was undeniably a testament to the prowess of Qianfen and his fellow veterans. As for their previous reluctance to accept Li Junye's authority, he understood and bore no grudges. Indeed, they had slowly begun to acknowledge his leadership. Chapter 21. The Commander Arrives, My Lord. Commander Su is on his way and is now less than 3 miles from the fortress. Officer Zhou has sent word, requesting your swift presence outside to welcome him. After discussing a few minor matters, a guard on duty hurried in with the message. Li Junye promptly declared, The meeting is adjourned. Everyone, prepare yourselves and accompany me to greet the esteemed commander outside the fortress. In the Ming military system, the highest commander of a garrison is referred to as the commandant, with the deputy known as the commandant's assistant. Each garrison comprises 5,000 households, with each 1,000 consisting of 1,000 households. Under every 100 household, there are 2 banners. And beneath each banner, 5 small flags are allocated, each representing 10 households. By the late Ming period, the commandant, responsible for the troops of a garrison, held the rank of a third-class military official. However, a high rank did not equate to substantial power. In fact, military officials were often regarded as subordinate to their civilian counterparts. Junye, accompanied by his officers, had not been outside the city for long when he spotted a military officer in his 50s on the nearby road. Adorned with an iron helmet and dressed in splendid armor, he was flanked by dozens of attendants, all clad in armor and wielding formidable weapons, each a robust figure. Junye approached the commandant with a respectful bow. Standing at the entrance, he and his soldiers greeted their superior with deference. Indeed, it is often said that heroes emerge from youth. Junye, seated atop his horse, scrutinized Junye closely. He noted the young man's refined features and dignified demeanor, quietly marveling at him. He also observed the soldiers behind Li, whose disciplined appearance and superior weaponry intrigued him further. I have heard of your exploits, Su remarked. You single-handedly eradicated the mountain tiger bandits. I was astonished, yet overjoyed, hence my visit today to ascertain the capabilities of such a remarkable individual. It is indeed true that heroes arise from the young. Junye replied with a smile, Your Excellency is overly generous. I was merely fortunate. Fortunate? I beg to differ. You, chiefly, are being excessively modest. Pray, recount the circumstances of your triumph. How did you manage to vanquish the mountain tiger bandits single-handedly? Although Junye had yet to finalize his detailed report of the battle, Junye was already eager to hear the tale. Junye suggested, Your Excellency, please step inside the fortress, and I shall elaborate. With a hearty laugh, Junye turned and entered the fortress, satisfied. As he did so, his aide, Jodaji, discreetly pulled Junye aside and earnestly advised him, Young man, heed my words. Su Darren is our commandant, our esteemed leader. If you manage to please him, good fortune will surely follow. Do not act foolishly. Junye nodded in acknowledgement and promptly followed Junye into the fortress. Along the way, Su inquired about the various novelties of Wangan Fortress, and Li answered each question in turn. Particularly when they passed the training grounds, they encountered a group of new recruits practicing their formations. Su, intrigued by the unique training methods, lingered for quite some time before departing. You may speak now, Junye said, surrounded by admirers as he entered the room. After enjoying some fragrant tea, he expressed his keen interest. Junye then recounted how he devised an ambush, trapped the bandits, and captured the mountain tiger leader, subsequently using him to control the stronghold. Junye listened intently, repeatedly exclaiming his approval. He was genuinely astonished that a mere 18-year-old could exhibit such cunning and decisiveness, marveling silently at the young man's remarkable capabilities. Junye continued his narrative. Junye could no longer remain seated, abruptly rising from his chair. I am here, sir, said Junye, promptly stepping forward to salute. Junye remarked, Junye, astute and valiant, has single-handedly vanquished the notorious bandit Chuanshan Tiger, decapitating over 100 adversaries. I hereby appoint you as the Baihu of Dengzhou Wei. Once I report this, the official decree will be delivered shortly. Junye expressed his gratitude, overwhelmed with joy at being appointed as Baihu. The title of Baihu in the Ming Dynasty corresponds to a 6th-rank military officer, and beneath this rank, there exists a position known as the Trial Baihu. Junye had been promoted beyond the Trial Baihu threshold, a remarkable advancement. In truth, Junye had contemplated promoting him by 3 ranks. Yet he deemed Junye's age and experience insufficient for such a swift elevation, fearing it might incite discontent among the other soldiers. Thus, Junye resolved to compensate him in other ways and kindly inquired, Now that you are a Baihu, what difficulties do you face in the military? Speak freely. If it is within my power, I shall address them all. Junye promptly replied, The current challenge within the military lies in the scarcity of weapons, particularly armor and firearms. Junye's expression darkened slightly at this. The crafting of armor is no simple task. The process is intricate and laborious. A standard suit of quality armor could easily fetch dozens or even hundreds of taels of silver, rendering armor a strategic resource. In ancient times, The equipment level of a military unit was often gauged by its armor coverage rate, and a unit with over 60% coverage could be deemed well-equipped. Firearms, too, are one of the Ming Army's most formidable weapons, yet the cost of adequate firearms is exorbitant. Junye consists merely of local militia, ranked below regular troops. And the current state of the Ming Dynasty is precarious. Even the local militia of Denglai exhibits a low armor coverage rate. Junye could hardly assure sufficient armor for his own over 100 subordinates, let alone for the meager resources of Junye. He had always regarded the scant armor available within his unit as invaluable treasures, and he now regretted having boasted earlier in front of this young Baihu. My lord, I do not seek armor and firearms directly. Rather, I wish for you to allocate some skilled artisans capable of crafting armor and firearms to me, so that I may forge them myself, Junye clarified. After a painful internal struggle, Junye resolved to uphold his promise. Just as he was about to do so, Junye suddenly continued, his face lighting up with excitement. How difficult can this be? How many artisans do you require? I shall have them sent to you shortly. Seizing the moment, Junye took up paper and pen, swiftly drafting a lengthy list of requirements, which he presented to Junye. Upon reviewing the list, Junye noted that Junye requested only 20 artisans, yet they were of diverse trades, encompassing all the skills he presently required, particularly those necessary for the fabrication of armor and firearms. Junye was not particularly concerned with the type of households he required, but rather with the quantity. Upon realizing that he only needed 20 households, he deemed this an extravagant allocation for 100 households, yet for the commander of a garrison, 20 was hardly significant. With a grand gesture, he readily agreed. Is there anything else you require? Junye, having requested merely these humble households, felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 22. Artillery in position. Junye said, My lord, I would also like to request a flag of artillery. Upon hearing this, Daji felt as if a flock of crows had taken flight above his head. As a 1,000-household commander, he possessed only 2 small-caliber Tiger squat cannons, which, due to their inferior construction, were rarely utilized and merely served as a display. He found it perplexing that this newly appointed 100-household commander would desire artillery. Why do you need artillery? Junye echoed, puzzled, as a 100-household commander typically would not require such armament. Junye replied, My lord, artillery is the king of weaponry, and I believe it is indispensable. Though I am but a 100-household commander, I assert that artillery must not be overlooked in the military. Very well, upon my return, I shall allocate a small flag of artillery for you, and I shall also gift you an additional Tiger squat cannon, Junye responded with a smile. Junye was elated to acquire artillery, even though he had not requested a cannon. Junye's additional gift of a cannon brought him great joy. The reason Junye sought artillery rather than a cannon was due to the generally poor quality of Ming artillery. Both their range and reliability were disappointing, and incidents of barrel explosions were frequent, instilling fear among the soldiers. From the outset, he had planned to create his own artillery, and the reason for requesting artillery was that it comprised a highly skilled unit requiring mastery of complex mathematical principles. If starting from scratch, achieving results merely through financial means would be futile. However, having a flag of artillery as a foundation would significantly enhance the establishment of his own artillery in the future. Thus, acquiring this flag of artillery was essential for Junye. Junye's generosity was apparent, as he not only provided him with a flag of artillery, but also an additional Tiger squat cannon. With artillery at hand, training new recruits would commence promptly. Thank you, my lord, Junye expressed with immense joy. You rascal, do you have any further requests? Junye continued to inquire, concerned that he might be remiss in his generosity. My lord, for now, there is nothing else, Junye replied respectfully. Very well, should you think of anything else you require in the future, do not hesitate to send someone to inform me. Junye was prepared to make a substantial investment, yet he was taken aback by Junye's modest appetite, which unexpectedly deepened his affection for him. The two continued to converse on various topics, with Junye's witty remarks eliciting frequent laughter from Junye. Their rapport blossoming into an intimate camaraderie, akin to that of a grandfather and grandson sharing heartfelt conversations. The conversation continued for an extended period until Junye realized that it was getting late and decided to take his leave. My lord, please hold on, Junye urgently called out, as Junye stood up. Just as Junye turned around, a soldier entered carrying a beautifully crafted box. The box, made of sandalwood, was exquisite beyond compare. Upon opening it, 2 remarkably large ginseng roots were revealed, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Those knowledgeable in such matters recognized that these two routes were at least several hundred years old, a rare treasure indeed. My lord, you are burdened with countless responsibilities and military affairs. I fear that your health may not withstand the strain. This is but a small token of my esteem, and I hope you will graciously accept it. In the twilight of life, one places great importance on their health, and Li Junye's gift was indeed timely. Young man, should you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to send someone to speak on your behalf. Junye, gazing at the two magnificent ginseng roots in the box, felt a wave of relaxation wash over him and praised Li Junye's filial piety profusely. After bidding farewell to Junye and his entourage, the soldiers of Wanglin Fort erupted into a frenzy, clamoring for rewards from Li Junye. He promptly announced that every soldier within the fort would receive 2 taels of reward money and arranged for several pigs to be slaughtered to provide a feast for the entire fort that evening. Initially, Li Junye had intended to distribute silver directly. However, given that 2 taels of silver was hardly larger than an egg, such a distribution would not create a significant impression. In contrast, handing out copper coins, 2 taels equating to 2,000 coins, weighing over 10 pounds, would yield a satisfaction far greater than merely distributing 5 taels of silver. Once the commotion of the soldiers clamoring for rewards had subsided, Li Junye summoned the principal leaders within the fort to the conference room to discuss personnel arrangements following his promotion to the rank of 100 households. According to the Ming military structure, 100 households had only 2 total flags beneath them, yet there were currently 4 junior flag officers, indicating that only 2 individuals could be promoted to total flags under the Ming military framework. Upon entering the conference room, Ma Yu, Wang Liang, Lu Dazhuang, and Qian Fan felt a sense of apprehension, as soldiers who do not aspire to become generals are seldom deemed commendable. To their astonishment, however, Li Junye's decision was nothing short of shocking. He had not merely replicated the Ming military structure, but had elevated all previous junior flags to total flags. This decision was met with universal acclaim. Furthermore, Li Junye promptly announced his plan to expand the military, ensuring that all total flags would be fully staffed. With 4 total flags fully manned, Li Junye would command a force of 240 men. While the Ming military typically comprised 10 soldiers per flag, Li Junye's configuration allowed for 12 soldiers per flag. As for recruitment, Li Junye had no concerns. The Jiaodong region was home to many impoverished farmers, and with only 110 kilometers of ocean separating Jiaodong from Liaodong, the latter's collapse had led to a significant influx of refugees into Jiaodong. Li Junye would naturally select the best candidates. A few days later, the craftsmen and artillerymen that Li Junye had requested were sent over by Junye. The artisans are diverse in their crafts. Aside from those who forge armor and firearms, there exist numerous others such as brick and tile makers, charcoal burners, potters, and leather craftsmen, among many others. After ensuring their proper settlement, Li Junye shifted his focus to the artillery of this flag. The humble flag officer Chun Ying had met the esteemed lord before. Li Junye scrutinized this officer, who, in his 30s, though short in stature, possessed robust limbs. He wore a worn felt hat and a tattered battle robe adorned with patches. "How proficient are you in artillery?" Li Junye inquired softly. Chun Ying replied with confidence. "In response to your excellency, I am known in the garrison as Chen Yipao, and I believe my skills in artillery are commendable." "Oh, then demonstrate your prowess for me." Li Junye expressed his keen interest. Chun Ying glanced around the fortress and said, "My lord, the confines here are limited. I kindly request you to step outside for a better view." "Very well." Li Junye readily agreed, and together with Chun Ying and his men, they proceeded outside the fortress. Surrounding the fortress was a vast expanse of open land, and approximately 300 paces away stood a solitary tree. Li Junye pointed casually, "Aim for that tree." Chun Ying immediately prepared his soldiers. The Tiger squat cannon, a lightweight artillery piece extensively utilized in the late Ming army, measures around 2 feet in length, with a width of about 2 inches, weighing only a few dozen pounds, allowing 2 soldiers to easily carry it across rugged terrain. Its lightness makes it particularly suitable for the hilly, marshy landscapes of the south. Due to the technological limitations of the time, the Tiger squat cannon primarily employed scattershot to engage the enemy. Chun Ying and his men set up the cannon, securing it with iron nails, adjusting the angle. They poured in 7 or 8 taels of gunpowder, compacted it with a rammer, followed by adding approximately 100 projectiles, slightly larger than sparrow eggs, sealing the cannon's mouth and compressing it again. After recalibrating their aim, they ignited the fuse. A thunderous roar erupted, smoke billowed, and countless projectiles surged forth like a swarm of locusts, causing the distant tree to sway, its evergreen leaves cascading to the ground. "Splendid," Li Junye exclaimed, thoroughly impressed by the display. "Here is what I propose. I shall appoint you as the chief flag officer and establish a firearms battalion. You may recruit your own men, and their salaries will be drawn from the military's funds." "Thank you, my lord." This news elated Junye and his comrades, for not only had he been promoted, but his compensation would multiply, bringing joy to all. Furthermore, Junye's elevation to chief flag officer signified that most of his subordinates would also ascend to the rank of minor flags, eliciting widespread delight. Li Junye advised, "As you ascend to this new rank, do not become complacent. Strive to train your soldiers diligently so that all your men may adeptly handle the artillery in the future." "Rest assured, my lord, I shall not disappoint your expectations," Junye promptly affirmed. Chapter 23, Invention and Improvement. Li Junye arrived at the workshop, which had transformed significantly since its inception. It now boasted a bustling assembly of 30 to 40 artisans, augmented by an additional 20 new households, totaling around 50 to 60 individuals, creating a lively atmosphere. "Esteemed sir, behold this suit of armor, meticulously crafted for you," Junye exclaimed, accompanying Li Junye as they surveyed the workshop. They approached a half-finished piece of armor, and Zhou's excitement was palpable. As Li Junye caressed the armor, he noted its construction from hefty mountain pattern plates, with soft chainmail linking the joints, ensuring impeccable protection. "Roughly how long does it take to forge such a suit of armor?" Li Junye inquired thoughtfully. "In response to your esteemed question, a skilled craftsman working alone would require no less than a year to create such a suit," a burly man interjected. After Zhou's introduction, Li Junye realized this was the relative he had mentioned. The man, named Feng Long, had a stocky build yet was remarkably strong, standing firm like a sturdy tree stump. Thus, it would take a craftsman approximately 300 working days to produce such armor? Li Junye surmised. Feng Long nodded affirmatively and proceeded to elucidate the armor-making process. This type of armor necessitates tempered steel for the plates, and the smelting of such steel itself demands considerable manpower. The greatest labor lies in forging the plates, each requiring cold forging by 2 artisans, who can typically produce only a few acceptable plates in a day. A complete suit comprises hundreds of these plates, which must then be meticulously assembled. For the joints and movable parts, additional chainmail must be crafted. Although chainmail is lightweight and flexible, its manufacturing process is more complex than that of the plates. "And what of a suitable fabric armor?" Li Junye continued to inquire. "That is considerably quicker," Feng Long replied confidently. "If we only consider our blacksmithing efforts, it would take about a month." Surveying the workshop, which housed merely 30 to 40 artisans, half of whom were master craftsmen, Li Junye realized that this workforce was insufficient to meet the demands of creating various weapons, armor, and firearms. He promptly commanded an urgent recruitment of craftsmen, aiming to increase their numbers to around 200 within a month. However, mere numbers would not suffice. Hence, Li Junye resolved to innovate from a technical standpoint. Recognizing that the greatest expenditure of labor hours occurred in the crafting of the armor plates, the first invention began to take shape in his mind. The following day, Li Junye arrived early at the workshop, gathering Zhou, Zhang Yuxiu, Feng Long, and others around him. He presented them with a detailed blueprint. This was none other than his second technological invention, the hydraulic forge machine. The hydraulic forging machine operates by harnessing the power of water to propel a water wheel, which in turn transmits the generated force through an array of gears to a power hammer. This ingenious invention effectively replaces the need for a human to wield a hammer over an anvil. The advantage lies in the inexhaustible nature of hydraulic power, which far surpasses human strength. After deliberation, the 3 skilled craftsmen meticulously examined the blueprints and expressed their confidence to Li Junye. The water wheel is a relic of ancient technology, and Li Junye's innovation merely involved integrating additional gears and a power hammer onto the existing axle of the water wheel. With the blueprints readily available, the task at hand was indeed manageable for these seasoned artisans. Li Junye commended them, stating, "You have not disappointed me. Since you find it feasible, I urge you to allocate personnel promptly to construct a prototype. I shall return in 3 days." Zhou assured him, "Rest assured, my lord. We shall have it ready in 3 days." 3 days swiftly elapsed, and upon visiting the workshop, Li Junye was greeted by a hydraulic forging machine that mirrored his blueprints impeccably. He inspected the machine and found it to be exactly as he envisioned, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. He then instructed his team to disassemble the machine and transport it to a suitable location with an ample water supply for testing. not far from Wangan Fort. A river, approximately 10 zhang wide, cascades from the mountains, providing abundant hydraulic power, perfect for driving the water wheel of the forging machine. After selecting an appropriate site and reassembling the water wheel, Li Junye personally engaged the water wheel start-stop mechanism. As a thick iron rod was withdrawn, the grand water wheel began to spin under the force of the flowing water. The water power was then transmitted through the gears to the power hammer, producing a resounding rhythm of strikes against the anvil. The onlookers were filled with exhilaration. The three great hardships of life, rowing boats, blacksmithing, and grinding tofu, found their solution in the innovation of the hydraulic forging machine. The arduous labor of hammering was alleviated, transforming blacksmithing into a purely technical endeavor, devoid of the previous toil. Moreover, Li Junye's design was remarkably adaptable, allowing for the dynamic addition of power hammers based on hydraulic availability. During the dry season, only one hammer could be operated, but in times of abundant water, a single water wheel could drive 2 or even 3 hammers simultaneously, each delivering a force unparalleled by human effort. Following the successful trial of the hydraulic forging machine, Li Junye instructed his team to identify any shortcomings for improvement before finalizing the design. He urged them to expedite the production of multiple units and to construct accompanying facilities by the riverbank, thereby relocating the entire forging process to this advantageous site. With these tasks completed, Li Junye then turned his attention to his next endeavor, the creation of firearms. At the dawn of the Ming Dynasty, the extensive utilization of firearms commenced, and by the mid to late Ming period, the successful imitation of Western matchlocks was achieved. Therefore, Li Junye need not harbor any concerns regarding firearms. He possessed ample experience and a considerable workforce for production. Initially, Li Junye procured a copy of Zhao Shizhen's esteemed work, the Catalogue of Divine Instruments, which meticulously documented the manufacturing processes and usage methods of various inventions, including the Thunderbolt gun and the Rumi gun. The Rumi gun, modeled after the matchlock presented by a Turkish envoy, was the most advanced firearm of its time, as recorded in Wu Beiji, among bird guns. The Rumi gun is the deadliest and furthest reaching. However, Li Junye did not merely replicate it. He made several enhancements, relocating the blade from the stock to the muzzle and reinforcing the barrel to withstand greater quantities of gunpowder. This modification significantly increased both the range and power of the firearm. Additionally, he designed a bayonet ring, enabling soldiers to affix a bayonet to the muzzle for close combat, effectively serving as a primary weapon for melee encounters. This innovation, seemingly simple, was unprecedented on the battlefields of the Ming Dynasty prior to Li Junye's invention. After finalizing these alterations, he designated it as the Pingla No. 1 standard matchlock. Chapter 24, The Weaving Factory of the Industrial Era. Unbeknownst to him, more than a month had swiftly passed. Li Junye not only secured an ample supply of soldiers, but also recruited a significant number of refugees, amounting to nearly 1,000 households. The modest Wangang fort was utterly incapable of accommodating such a multitude, resulting in at least half of the displaced individuals being settled outside the city. As the weather began to warm, Li Junye organized substantial manpower to cultivate wasteland, confident that it would not be long before the first seeds of the year could be sown. Following the battle with the mountain tigers, numerous captives and refugees were taken in. The handling of the captured bandits was straightforward. Li Junye summoned a local brickmaker and entrusted him with these bandits, directing them to work under his supervision in the brick kilns. Regarding the group of homeless women, Li Junye resolved to establish a textile factory to provide them with shelter. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with the establishment of this textile factory, to the extent that the inhabitants of the fort had not seen him for several days. During this time, he sequestered himself indoors, leveraging his recollections from historical texts of his previous life to design 2 indispensable tools for the future textile factory: the Junye spinning machine and the flying shuttle. The Junye spinning machine is regarded by many historians as the catalyst for the first industrial revolution, while its emergence was, in part, spurred by the invention of the flying shuttle, which significantly accelerated the speed of weaving and stimulated a burgeoning demand for cotton yarn. Thus, the relationship between the two is evident. The former pertains to spinning, and the latter to weaving. With the invention of these 2 devices, Li Junye felt an overwhelming confidence in his textile factory. After several days of intense contemplation, he finally completed the blueprints for the Junye spinning machine and the flying shuttle and proceeded to the artisan workshop. "My lord," the craftsman remarked, "we find this design to be quite manageable." Zhou Dade and Zhang Yuxiu meticulously examined the blueprints, exuding confidence as they addressed Li Junye. With the experience gained from the previous hydraulic hammer, their assurance was even more pronounced this time. Li Junye cheerfully remarked, "If it's not difficult, let us commence without delay." Their first task was to create the flying shuttle, a mere component that consisted of a shuttle fitted with small wheels, installed on a slideway. Springs were affixed on either side of the pulleys, and leather cords were used to connect both ends to the upper part of the loom, allowing the operator to control the shuttle's movement from above. Despite its simplicity, this mechanism predated the advent of the Junye spinning machine. Yet one must not underestimate its significance. It nearly doubled the speed of weaving. Traditional shuttles required the weaver to maneuver their hands through the warped threads, limiting the width of fabric a single person could produce due to the span of their arms. However, the invention of the flying shuttle enabled an individual to weave considerably wider cloth, thereby enhancing weaving efficiency. After acquiring the blueprints, Zhang Yuxiu briefed the carpenters under his command, and soon 5 or 6 craftsmen began to manufacture the various components required for the flying shuttle, with Zhang Yuxiu focusing on the intricate wheels. Meanwhile, Zhou Dade busied himself with crafting the springs on either side of the shuttle. Li Junye, now a prosperous figure, had access to high-quality steel and iron at his forge. He was willing to spend lavishly to procure the finest materials. After a half-day's effort, all components necessary for the flying shuttle were completed. Zhang Yuxiu then took charge of assembling the parts according to the blueprints, and before long, the flying shuttle designed by Li Junye appeared before them, precisely as envisioned. With the flying shuttle completed, it was time for experimentation. Fortunately, there was a loom within the fortress, which Li Junye had modified slightly to accommodate the installation of the flying shuttle. In no time, the craftsmen successfully completed the alterations, and upon testing, the flying shuttle glided effortlessly through the loom. With a slight adjustment to the loom's width, the full efficiency of the flying shuttle for weaving wider fabrics could be realized. Next came the construction of the Junye spinning machine. A conventional hand-cranked spinning wheel could produce only one thread at a time, whereas the Junye spinning machine, although also hand-operated, could spin 8 threads concurrently. This meant that the labor once requiring 8 individuals could now be accomplished by a single person. Consequently, many regarded the Junye spinning machine as the dawn of the first industrial revolution, although Li Junye had effectively advanced its historical emergence by nearly a century. The Junye spinning machine appeared remarkable, yet its design was fundamentally simple. After providing the blueprints, Li Junye instructed them to construct it independently, informing them to notify him upon completion. After several attempts, Zhang Yuxiu and his team finally crafted a satisfactory spinning machine. At this juncture, referring to it as the Junye spinning machine seemed rather inappropriate. Thus, Li Junye designated it as the Wanga No. 1 spinning machine and Wanga No. 1 weaving machine. He had thoughtfully designed a trademark specifically for his products, aptly named Wangan. Henceforth, all items produced by the factory must bear this trademark before leaving the premises, a practice known as brand management. "My lord, what brings you to me?" After a fortnight apart, Ding Wei had transformed entirely. His hair was a disheveled mess, and it was unclear how long it had been since he had last washed it. His once fair skin had taken on a dark, ruddy hue, indicative of a recent sunburn. "I wonder how Master Ding is faring in the brick kiln?" This fellow, having been dispatched to the brick kiln merely days ago, now appeared in such a state, causing Li Junye to suppress a chuckle. With eyes bloodshot, Ding Wei suddenly knelt before Li Junye, exclaiming, "My lord, I beg you, do not kill me. I truly wish to labor in the brick kiln." He burst into loud sobs, clinging desperately to Li Junye's leg. Ding Wei vividly recalled the perilous fate that had befallen others. He was uncertain which of Li Junye's words were genuine and which were mere deception. Upon receiving the summons, he had felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for his life, especially since several of his companions had been called forth, never to return. Unbeknownst to him, those summoned were all individuals with blood on their hands, each having taken lives. Li Junye kicked him lightly and, with a serious tone, stated, "Rise. I have important matters to discuss with you. If I intended to kill you, I would not go through such lengths." He continued, "I have summoned you because I believe you can manage the bandit's lair with efficiency. You possess talent, and I have investigated your background, which appears untainted." He disclosed his intention to establish a textile factory and entrusted its management to Ding Wei, noting the scarcity of literate individuals capable of bookkeeping among his ranks. Upon hearing this, Ding Wei realized that Li Junye genuinely intended to reinstate him in a position of significance. It felt as though he had emerged from an icy abyss into a realm of celestial heights, and he was overwhelmed with gratitude, speechless in his reverence. "Why would you be reluctant?" Li Junye asked playfully. "I am willing," "Indeed, my lord. Thank you for your generosity." As he spoke, Ding Wei continued to bow deeply in gratitude, heedless of the large bump forming on his forehead from the repeated motions. "Then it is settled. The textile factory shall be entrusted to you. I hope you shall not let me down." After imparting a few requirements for the factory's operation, Li Junye departed, leaving Ding Wei alone, still overwhelmed with gratitude. In the days that followed, operations at Wangyuan Fort proceeded in an orderly fashion, and the textile factory gradually commenced production, successfully yielding its first batch of fabric. Chapter 25. The first enterprise of the Li family on a day marked by gentle breezes and radiant sunshine. Li Junye, carrying samples of the first batch of fabric, entered Dengzhou City accompanied by Lu Dazhuang, making his way to his initial destination, the Lu fabric shop. During this period, Lu Yue was responsible for the procurement of supplies for Wangyuan Fort, handling substantial amounts of silver daily, which naturally led to considerable profits. Lu Yue has now acquired the small shop next door that previously sold spices, transforming the Lu's fabric store from its former 3-room layout into a remarkable 5-room establishment, quickly becoming one of the few prominent fabric stores in Dengzhou. "Your shop has certainly expanded quite a bit recently," Li Junye remarked playfully as he stood at the entrance of Lu's fabric store, gazing at the resplendent new sign. Lu Dazhuang, feeling a bit bashful, chuckled and replied, "This is all thanks to your support, but rest assured, Brother Jun, my father conducts honest business and has never lined his own pockets." Li Junye smiled and said, "I was merely jesting. There is no need for you to be overly concerned. The military supplies for Wangyuan Fort rely on merchants like us to procure them. Regardless of to whom the silver goes, it is still a profit. I trust your father completely. He has devoted himself to the development of Wangyuan Fort, a fact evident to all. Thus, this silver is rightfully his." Reassured by Li Junye's words, the previously tense Lu Dazhuang relaxed, scratching his head sheepishly. "Father, we are here," he called out boisterously before even entering the shop, his voice loud enough to ensure that everyone in the street heard him. Lu Yue, busy recording accounts at the counter, was immediately delighted to hear his son's voice. He looked up to see Lu Dazhuang and Li Junye entering side by side and quickly ushered them into the courtyard. As soon as they sat down, the shop assistant brought over 2 cups of tea. Li Junye took a delicate sip, savoring the fragrant and smooth brew, feeling the fatigue from his journey dissipate significantly. "Brother Jun, what brings you here today?" Lu Yue inquired after also sipping his tea and setting the cup down. "I have something for you, Uncle Lu," Li Junye replied, not rushing to answer. Instead, he signaled to a soldier behind him, who then delivered a package to Lu Yue's table and gently unwrapped it. Lu Yue fixed his gaze on the package, anticipating that Li Junye would present him with some Western treasure once again. However, as the package opened, he was startled to find only a piece of ordinary cloth. Expecting a treasure to be concealed beneath the fabric, Lu Yue impatiently lifted the cloth, only to discover it was empty underneath. He picked up the fabric once more and gave it a gentle shake, realizing that aside from the cloth, there was nothing else. As a businessman in the fabric trade, Lu Yue could immediately discern the quality and material of the cloth. This particular piece was cotton, expertly woven, a fabric notably wider than the usual offerings, making it a rare find. The difficulty of weaving wide cloth typically necessitates the collaboration of at least 2 artisans, and the efficiency is often quite slow. Thus, the piece in Li Junye's possession would require at least 3 individuals working in unison to produce. Such wide cloth is generally reserved for luxurious and opulent garments, predominantly made from silk or satin, making the sight of woven cotton of this width quite uncommon. "This is merely a commonplace piece of wide cotton fabric," Lu Yue remarked, lifting his teacup once more, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Li Junye smiled and remarked, "Indeed, this is a piece of wide cloth, but do you know, Uncle Lu, how much silver it requires to procure such a piece?" "How many taels, you ask?" The merchant's instinct told him that Li Junye was speaking in riddles. Perhaps he was about to offer a delightful surprise. Lu Yue immediately straightened his posture in anticipation. Li Junye continued, "I can sell you this kind of wide cloth for merely 6 taels and 7 qian of silver." Prior to his arrival, Li Junye had already inquired with Lu Dazhuang about the usual purchase price of cloth at his store. A regular cotton cloth typically costs only 3 taels and 4 qian of silver. Li Junye's cloth is twice as wide as ordinary cotton cloth. Thus its area is also double. This means that 1 piece of his cloth is equivalent to 2 pieces of standard cotton. On the surface, selling at 6 taels and 7 qian seems merely a tael cheaper. However, this is a simplification. Firstly, wide cloth serves a greater purpose than narrow cloth. as larger pieces can be used without needing to be seamed, resulting in more aesthetically pleasing garments. Furthermore, when cutting fabric for clothing, the utilization rate of wide cloth surpasses that of narrow cloth, thereby conserving material. Thus, the advantages of Li Junye's wide cloth extend far beyond a mere tale of silver. Lu Youwei's eyes brightened instantly. "How much of this cloth do you have?" he inquired eagerly. Li Jun replied, "To be frank, my dear uncle, I have recently established a textile factory with 20 looms capable of weaving such cloth. And I can expand in the future. Whatever quantity you desire, I can supply." Lu Youwei was overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaping from his chair. Having managed the sales of glass and military supplies for Li Junye, he had already made a modest profit and had even ventured to Jinan twice to sell glass products, gradually carving out a niche for himself there. As he contemplated the possibility of opening a branch of the Lu textile shop in Jinan, Li Junye's timely proposal felt like a fortuitous boon. With a steady supply of such cloth from Li Junye, he was confident in establishing his Lu textile shop as the premier establishment in Shandong. Upon learning of Lu Youwei's plans to open a store in Jinan, Li Junye heartily endorsed the idea, suggesting that Lu Youwei should also consider opening a branch in Linqing. During the Ming Dynasty, Linqing was a bustling commercial hub where the Grand Canal intersected with the Sui and Tang canals, boasting a population that could reach 1 million. Establishing a store there would mean that his cloth could traverse the canal, reaching Beijing to the north, Guangzhou to the west, and various corners of Jiang'an to the south. As for finances, Uncle Lu, you need not worry too much. You can procure the cloth from me on credit, and we can settle the payment later when you have the silver. If you plan to open stores in both Jinan and Linqing and find yourself short on capital, I can advance you 3,000 taels, Li Junye reassured him upon seeing Lu Youwei's hesitation. Gratefully, Lu Youwei responded, "I am indebted to you for the goods, which are indeed yours. I shall merely contribute my efforts. How can I allow this? Let us do this instead. I will temporarily take the goods on credit, and that 3,000 taels will be considered as shares, with each of us holding half. What do you think? Then let it be as you propose, Uncle Lu." Investing in oneself may indeed prove to be a fortuitous endeavor. Li Junye promptly declared that he would only retain 50% of the shares. Yet Lu Youwei insisted on allocating 60% to him. The 3,000 taels of silver would be drawn from the funds he had entrusted to Lu Youwei, and he urged Lu to hasten to acquire the shop, recruit staff, and swiftly establish their partnership business in a bustling manner. Both the merchandise and the capital were Li Junye's. He merely contributed his presence and held a 40% stake, thus he was compelled to exert himself diligently. Once Li Junye departed, Lu would immediately commence preparations. After discussing various matters with him, Li Junye selected several exquisite bolts of silk from his store and procured some fruits and delicacies from the city before making his way to Jinghai Fort accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Chapter 26. The weight of silver in hand today marks the birthday of the Zhao matriarch, and despite his busy schedule, Li Junye yearned to share a dinner with her at home. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by a lively flock of chicks. The 2 broods had grown considerably and no longer required the guidance of their mother to forage. As Li Junye opened the gate, the chicks mistook him for their feeder and flocked to him, circling around excitedly. "Mother, I have returned," Li Junye exclaimed joyfully as he stepped into the courtyard, laden with gifts. "Brother, you're back," little Rui chirped, bouncing out of the house, followed closely by Zhao, both of them delightfully welcoming Li Junye inside. "Mother, these are silks I purchased for you and little Rui. To try them on and see if you like them." Upon hearing this, little Rui eagerly unwrapped the parcel and selected a pattern she fancied, draping it over herself to try it on. Zhao smiled broadly as she assisted little Rui. After dinner, Li Junye gently stated, "Mother, I am now 100 households strong. It is impractical for us to live apart, and I wish to bring you and little Rui to reside in Wangyan Fort." Zhao furrowed her brow slightly and replied, "It is quite comfortable here. I have lived here for most of my life, and now that I am older, I am less inclined to move. If you miss home, simply return to visit often." "Very well." After exchanging some light conversation with Zhao, Li Junye ventured alone into the courtyard to practice his boxing. Suddenly, in the dim evening light, he noticed a figure lingering outside the gate. After executing several sets of punches, a half-cent stick's worth of time passed, yet the figure showed no intention of leaving. "Who goes there? What are you doing lurking near my home?" Seizing the opportunity, Li Junye swiftly vaulted over the courtyard and stealthily approached the figure from behind, only to discover it was a graceful young maiden. "Masterly, it is I." Upon closer inspection, he recognized the figure as Bi Huan, the personal maid of Wang Rulan. Bi Huan possessed a slender figure, almond-shaped eyes, and delicate brows, although she wore coarse cloth. Her demeanor was no less refined than that of a young lady from a wealthy family. Li Junye awkwardly inquired, "What brings you to loiter near my home?" Bihuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she explained that her young lady had personally crafted 2 pairs of insoles for Lord Li, instructing a maid to deliver them to General Li. As she spoke, Bihuan presented the delicate insoles to Li Junye. He accepted them with one hand, inspecting the meticulous stitching and exquisite craftsmanship, clearly indicative of considerable effort. "Do you like them, my lord?" Bihuan inquired, her face aglow with a rosy hue. Li Junye nodded, pondering, "It is curious. I have only just returned. Yet your young lady seems to know of my arrival." Momentarily at a loss for words, Bihuan hesitated before replying. "It was when you returned that a maid happened to see you, and she informed the young lady, hence she was aware of your return." "Ah, I see," he replied. "My lord, do you have any words for my young lady?" Bihuan asked shyly, her cheeks reddening. Li Junye picked up the insoles, examining them thoughtfully. "These insoles are quite nice. Please convey my gratitude to your young lady. If there is nothing else, I shall return to my training." With that, he tucked the insoles away, content to depart. "Is that it, my lord?" Bihuan exclaimed, her curiosity piqued. At her words, Li Junye suddenly recalled something and turned back, producing a silver ingot from his pocket and placing it in Bihuan's palm. "I almost forgot to reward you." "Not this," Bihuan protested, growing anxious. "Oh, so you find it insufficient?" Before she could finish her sentence, Li Junye retrieved another ingot from his pocket and pressed it into her hand. This was all the money he had on him. Satisfied after giving away his last coins, he turned to leave, leaving Bihuan standing there in a daze. "Ah, Li Junye, I cannot discern whether you are feigning ignorance or truly lack understanding of matters of the heart. If you are pretending, your demeanor certainly does not suggest it. Yet if you are indeed oblivious, how could one of your age remain so?" On her way back, Bihuan chided Li Junye in her mind countless times, her frustration mounting as she contemplated discarding the silver he had given her. However, just as she was about to let it slip from her grasp, she felt the weight of the coins and reconsidered, deciding to keep them after all. Returning home in a sullen mood, she found Wang Ruilan anxiously awaiting her arrival. Did he accept them? Wang Ruilan rushed to greet Bihuan, taking her hand warmly. Upon seeing Wang Ruilan, Bihuan forced a smile, nodding affirmatively at her eager expression. "What did he say?" Wang Ruilan continued, her face bright with anticipation, now that her handmade insoles had been delivered. Bihuan thought to herself, "If I cannot handle this small matter, I shall surely face my young lady's reprimand. If she were to know the truth, she would certainly be disheartened." After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Lord Li said he very much liked the gift from the young lady and advised her not to worry excessively." "Did he truly say that?" Wang Ruilan beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Bihuan, caught in a web of deceit, hesitated before closing her eyes, silently gritting her teeth, and nodded affirmatively to Wang Ruilan. Chapter 27. The presence of enemies. Upon returning to Wangan Fortress, Li Junye summoned Lu Dazhuang. When Lu Dazhuang arrived, Li Junye informed him, "Your father will soon be heading to Jinan and Linqing to open a branch. Naturally, he will require some of my Western treasures. I have some here. Take them to him now and return swiftly." After speaking, Li Junye presented a large box filled with glassware before Lu Dazhuang. Curious, Lu Dazhuang opened the box in front of Li Junye and was astonished to find nearly 100 exquisite glass pieces within. The seemingly endless supply of Li Junye's Western treasures stirred a sense of envy within Lu Dazhuang. Summoning his courage, he inquired, "Brother Jun, we are comrades after all. Might you confide in me where you acquired such a bounty?" Li Junye chuckled and replied, "Not far, merely 20 miles west of Wangan Fortress at Crab Bay." Lu Dazhuang, impressed, exclaimed, "Brother Jun, you are truly a generous friend. This kindness will be etched in my heart for a lifetime. Are you planning to try your luck as well?" Observing Lu Dazhuang's earnest expression, Li Junye smirked mischievously. Lu Dazhuang pounded his chest and admitted, "To be honest, I do intend to seek my fortune." Li Junye replied, "Then after you deliver this shipment, whenever you find the time, venture out and try your luck." Being of an impulsive nature, Lu Dazhuang could hardly wait for an opportune moment. The very next day, after lunch, he gathered all 60 men under his command, claiming they were off for a field exercise. Having previously imparted military strategies to them, Li Junye's teachings had gained their unanimous endorsement, and many had already taken their troops into the wilderness for drills. Thus, Lu Dazhuang's expedition attracted little attention. Upon reaching Crab Bay, Lu Dazhuang commanded his men to conduct a thorough search in hopes of uncovering treasures. To their dismay, after multiple searches, all they found was crabs. As the sun began to dip below the treetops, they had yielded nothing of value. Seeing Lu Dazhuang still unwilling to concede, one of the junior officers bravely approached him and suggested, "Chief, it's getting late. Perhaps we should let the men rest and return another day?" Lu Dazhuang retorted, "It is rare to have the opportunity to bring you all out. How can we return empty-handed? Yet, I cannot let my men search on empty stomachs." The junior officer muttered under his breath, prompting Lu Dazhuang to kick him playfully, saying, "Stop your prattling. If I tell you to search, then search you shall. Should you find something, I would never be stingy. Rewards will be distributed to all." With no choice but to comply, the junior officer continued to feign searching along the beach. As the sun set and darkness enveloped the area, they remained empty-handed. Lu Dazhuang, frustrated, cursed under his breath as he led the men back home. Unexpectedly, just as the troops were about to depart, 2 cannon shots echoed from the nearby shoreline, followed by the sudden ignition of 2 towering beacon fires, casting a crimson glow across the eastern sky. The nearby signal towers, as if stricken by a contagion, ignited in succession. "Damn it, there's enemy activity. Return to the fortress," Lu Dazhuang exclaimed, recognizing that the approaching adversary numbered no fewer than 300. After urging his men to hasten back, they had scarcely traveled a mile when a thunderous tremor shook the ground beneath them, revealing an ironclad dragon advancing towards Wangyuan Fortress. "It's the armored cavalry of the Jianzhou," one soldier shouted, panic-stricken, as the heavily armored horsemen obstructed their path of retreat. "They are heading for Wangyuan Fortress. What should we do? We can't go back." "Calm down. There's no need to panic," Lu Dazhuang said, crouching low in the grass, sweat pouring down his brow as he feigned composure. "Since the Jianzhou cavalry is still some distance from the fortress, you have a horse and can outrun them. Why don't you return first while the rest of us devise a plan?" a young standard-bearer suggested kindly. The Jianzhou soldiers were clad in armor, making their rapid pursuit cumbersome. Lu Dazhuang, having ridden out, could take a back route to safely return to the fortress ahead of them. "Do you take me for a coward? How could I abandon my brothers and flee alone? If we are to perish, let us do so together," Lu Dazhuang declared with righteous fervor, his spirit soaring. Though unbeknownst to all, he was drenched in cold sweat, his undergarments thoroughly soaked. Leading a solitary contingent in such peril was an unprecedented experience for him, and truthfully, he felt a gnawing uncertainty within. "What shall we do then?" one of his comrades inquired. "Let us all stay low and ensure the Jianzhou do not discover us. We shall observe the situation and think of a strategy later." Lu Dazhuang contemplated, realizing there were no viable options, and decided to remain steadfast amidst the chaos. Outside Wangyuan Fortress, dark clouds loomed ominously. The approaching Jianzhou cavalry, over 300 strong, surrounded the small fortress. Meanwhile, inside Wangyuan Fortress, preparations were fervently underway, yet Lu Dazhuang and his contingent had not been located, causing Li Jun to grow increasingly agitated. In response to the Lord S. inquiry, Lu Zongqi took his men to Crab Bay for drills this afternoon. A knowledgeable soldier promptly reported. "Foolishness," Li Junye bellowed in frustration. Given Lu Dazhuang's somewhat naive character, Li Junye had already surmised the true nature of their expedition to Crab Bay. "Listen well, all of you within the fortress. We have come for vengeance. The Bashirku that Li Junye shot at Jinghai Fortress was our only son, Yunligu. If you surrender Li Junye and the treasures within the fortress, we shall spare your lives," proclaimed a young man clad in barbarian attire, his head shaved into a rat-tail style, stepping forward from the ranks of the Jianzhou cavalry to address the guards atop the city walls. "Jun Gooder, this wretched Zheng Yiren. How could he forsake his own ancestors and even shave his head?" Beside him, Mayu recognized at a glance and said to Li Junye. Li Junye focused his gaze and indeed saw Zheng Maocai's son, Zheng Yiren. He was taken aback. Hadn't Zhou Daji promised him that this lad would not live long? How could he possibly be here? It turned out that Zhou Daji had intended to kill him, but unexpectedly, before he could act, the boy had already fled. After a moment's pause, Zheng Yiren coldly declared, "Otherwise, my family Esijing will surely leave no one alive among you. Weigh the gravity of the situation yourself." Chapter 28. The Dog Thief. To avenge personal grievances, they have gone too far. However, to his dismay, his words fell on deaf ears. The city remained unyielding, and no one heeded his proclamation. Zheng Yiren, feeling disgruntled, turned his horse back. The leader of the Jianzhou forces, Niulu, translated as Zhuoling. With 300 households forming in Niulu, 5 nihilists making a jiala, and 5 jialas constituting a banner, Keksang, upon hearing of his only son's tragic death, initially contemplated raising troops for revenge. However, Those who had escaped back, such as Kokuduo, reported that the Ming army opposite was well prepared and heavily fortified, forcing Keksang to abandon his plans. It was only after encountering Junye that he learned the Ming army across the way was, in fact, poorly defended, and that his son had perished at the hands of whom. Enraged, he executed Kokuduo and, under Zheng Yiren's guidance, led his forces towards a grand assault. This time, he sought not only to avenge his son but also to plunder extensively. "You wretched Nikan, you claimed that the one who killed my son, Li Junye, was merely 100 households. Yet how does he command such a multitude?" Keksang shouted at Zheng Yiren, pointing towards the defending troops atop the city. Zheng Yiren, equally perplexed, contemplated how Li Junye, a mere 100 households, could rally so many men, for the city was brimming with nearly 300 soldiers. "Do not worry, my lord. It is likely that Li Junye, in his cowardice, has coerced the townsfolk to take up arms and defend the city," Zheng Yiren said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Keksang silently nodded, having entered the border multiple times. He knew that the Ming army indeed had a practice of mobilizing able-bodied men to garrison the city, and he thought no more of it. After a while, Zheng Yiren quietly remarked, "My lord, I believe these Ming dogs will not shed tears until they see a coffin. It is time to show them some color. So they will bring out Li Junye." "Indeed, you speak truthfully. The Ming dogs have always been so shameless, masquerading as virtuous maidens while being nothing but harlots. They deserve a lesson," Keksang replied, raising his hand decisively. Two of his subordinates, understanding his intent, took 50 or 60 riders and thunderously charged towards Wanyan Fort. Having accompanied Keksang into the border multiple times, they were well aware of the temperament of the Ming army. Aside from the border troops, which possessed some combat prowess, the inland garrison forces were no more than a disorganized rabble. The feeble forces of the inland garrisons were essentially ineffectual. Even a Nyolu commanding a pack of lackeys dared to pursue a general. The Ming army before them was perceived as merely blusterous yet weak, and all that was required was for them to storm the city and sever a few heads, and the Ming forces would surely collapse without a fight. This has been their unwavering experience. Charge forth. Annihilate the Ming dogs, seize their women and possessions. Charge. The soldiers below, akin to a frenzy of wild boars, rush towards Wanyan Fortress with deafening cries. Take your positions and heed my command. Li Junye stood tall upon the city ramparts, closely observing the movements of the enemy below. As over 100 of them charged forward, he remained utterly unperturbed. Fire. When the enemy drew within 300 paces of the city walls, the 4 tiger cannons of the Ming army erupted simultaneously, each loaded with approximately a pound of projectiles. After the smoke cleared, countless projectiles scattered through the air like a net, ruthlessly flying towards the advancing enemy, each one capable of covering an area of several square meters. The concentrated fire from the 4 cannons enveloped a substantial area ahead. Within this zone, the relentless barrage of projectiles descended upon the enemy like a hailstorm, instantly bringing down 7 or 8 of them, horses and men alike. Prepare the crossbows. The enemy maintained strict discipline and high morale. This initial bombardment did little to shake their resolve as they fearlessly continued their assault on the walls. When they reached a distance of 150 paces, the defenders unleashed the first volley from their numerous crossbows, over 100 in total. The glint of the arrows pierced the night, reminiscent of the deathly light summoning their souls. Following this volley, the enemy suffered additional losses, leaving behind several corpses as the archers joined the fray, inflicting further casualties. Release. After a tense reloading, the Ming forces commenced a second volley. Tragically for the enemy, they had yet to reach the walls when the second wave of crossbow fire claimed more lives. Just as this beleaguered group neared the walls, a barrage of fire from the defenders' muskets erupted almost simultaneously. Though the range of these firearms was limited, their power at such close quarters was formidable, easily penetrating the iron armor of the enemy. Despite the few muskets available to the defenders, this concentrated fire caused significant losses, with 7 or 8 of the foremost attackers falling to the ground. At that moment, the Ming artillery was reloaded and, without reservation, unleashed another bombardment upon the enemy below. This cannot continue, Sani. I suggest we retreat. Despite their strict military discipline, the enemy had yet to touch the walls, and the 100 or so men, led by the 2 Batshikas, had already lost half their number. This strategy was clearly ineffective. One Batshiku, with a mournful expression, consulted with the other, Sani. Sani surveyed his remaining troops. Just a short while ago, they had numbered over 60, but now, scarcely 30 remained, most of them wounded. Resolutely, he nodded in agreement, and without waiting for a command, both leaders hastily withdrew their forces. Alas, the Ming firepower is overwhelming. We cannot prevail. Two Bashka knelt before Qixiang, their faces etched with despair as they awaited his judgment. Qixiang, who had been observing the battle from below the city, was well aware of the dire situation. He waved his hand in resignation and remarked, "This is not your fault. It is I who failed to issue a timely retreat order, leading to the needless loss of my brave soldiers. Bring that wretched Nikan to me." After calming his subordinates, Qixiang's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he spoke through gritted teeth. Shortly thereafter, two strong bannermen escorted Zheng Yiren before Qixiang. "Master, spare my life," Zheng Yiren implored, having witnessed the disastrous turn of events. As he saw the imposing figures approach, he sensed his impending doom and fell to his knees, desperately pleading for mercy. Upon Zheng Yiren's arrival, Qixiang coldly drew his steel blade and approached him with an expressionless demeanor. "Did you not claim that the Ming forces were poorly defended, with only a few elderly and weak soldiers on the other side? Yet, why do the guards atop this city appear more formidable than the Guanyin cavalry?" "My lord, allow me to explain." Zheng Yiren's face was a mask of despair, but before he could finish his plea, Qixiang, impatient and furious, swung his blade, severing Zheng's head before his words could fully escape his lips. "You treacherous scoundrel, seeking personal vengeance. You have gone too far." Qixiang, too enraged to wipe his blade clean, muttered curses to himself as he flicked the blood from the edge. Chapter 29. Unintentional Success. Chief, it seems we have one around. Outside the city, Lu Dazhuang found himself in a precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. During the initial assault by the bannermen, he had quietly observed from a hillside with a few companions. "Chief, I propose we confront the bannermen directly and sneak around to strike them from the rear," suggested a bold young flag-bearer, brandishing his blade with a fearless spirit. Through numerous lessons from Junye, Lu Dazhuang understood the prowess of the bannermen's cavalry. With their mere 60 men, they could not even form a solid defensive circle. In open battle, a single charge from the bannermen would likely shatter their fragile line. Let alone a pincer maneuver, we would be annihilated before we even reach them. Lu Dazhuang shook his head firmly. "What do you suggest we do then? We cannot simply lie here and wait." His anxious subordinates pressed him for a solution. At a loss for a better plan, Lu Dazhuang replied quietly, "Let's wait and see." Suddenly, a clever idea struck him. As the others hung their heads in despair, Lu Dazhuang's eyes brightened, and he turned to the small flag-bearer. "During my reconnaissance, I spotted the bannermen's ships hidden in a nearby cove, guarded by only 60 or 70 men. Perhaps we should seize their vessels now, leaving them unable to escape. If we truly capture the bannermen as ships, it would be a significant achievement, and we could present it to Lord Li upon our return." "Very well, let us proceed." Lu Dazhuang and his subordinates unanimously concurred that while they could not contend with the iron cavalry of the enemy, they held firm confidence in their ability to vanquish the enemy sailors. The adversaries, proficient in cavalry warfare, were largely unacquainted with naval combat. Their fleet primarily comprising treacherous individuals like Kong Yud and other collaborators from the Eastern River. Aware of this reality, Lu Dazhuang resolved to act decisively. Under the guidance of a lean subordinate, Lu Dazhuang led all his men to a concealed cove where the enemy's vessels were indeed hidden. There, for substantial ships, each measuring 400 liangs, lay anchored in a serpentine formation. This cove, flanked by towering peaks, extended into the land like a human finger, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the presence of ships unless one ascended the mountains. Apart from a handful of guards stationed on the shore, the remaining enemy forces were aboard the vessels, their silhouettes discernible against the dimly lit backdrop. To seize the ships, a direct assault from the shore would compel the defenders to retreat. Instead, they opted for a stealthy approach from the water, aided by the sudden arrival of a dark cloud that obscured the moon, plunging the world into darkness. Most of the individuals by the shore were adept swimmers, many having previously worked as fishermen or boatmen, rendering them proficient in the water. Thus, Lu Dazhuang and his men quietly navigated towards the 4 vessels under the cover of night. Having repeatedly raided this location, the enemy had grown complacent, often neglecting their vigilance, with several guards even dozing off. Lu Dazhuang and a few loyal soldiers stealthily approached one ship, which, due to the enemy's negligence, had left its mooring lines unattended. They silently ascended aboard, dispatching 2 guards who were standing watch. Subsequently, over a dozen soldiers climbed aboard, dispersing to locate the scattered enemy forces. The crews of the other ships discovered similar methods to board, and soon the Ming forces had successfully infiltrated each vessel. Just as Lu Dazhuang was about to seize control of a ship, a shout erupted from a nearby vessel. "The Ming army has arrived." It was only at this moment that the enemy guards reacted, hastily organizing a counterattack. However, it was far too late. Many were caught unprepared, lacking even their garments, let alone their armor. In the chill of the night sea breeze, these defenders, mere collaborators rather than elite warriors, were no match for the fierce Ming forces. Within mere moments, they were utterly routed. After a brutal skirmish, Lu Dazhuang and his men had completely captured the 4 enemy ships. What now? Inquired a subordinate named Bishaku. Inopportunely stepping forward, Keksang erupted in laughter, declaring, "Since I joined the founding of our noble cause over 30 years ago, I shall not be thwarted by a mere military stronghold. To return empty-handed would invite lifelong ridicule from my comrades. Relay my command, the entire army shall advance. Should we fail to capture this fortress, those who retreat shall be executed." After Kexiang's command, the generals under his leadership swiftly mounted their horses once more. With the sound of a horn echoing through the ranks of the Jianzhou army, the remaining 200 or so soldiers charged forward towards Wangyun Fort with reckless abandon, akin to moths drawn to a flame. As the Jianzhou troops approached within range, the artillery atop Wangyun Fort roared to life, followed by a volley of arrows. Having learned from past encounters, the Jianzhou forces adopted a more dispersed formation during this charge, which significantly reduced the accuracy of the Ming army's ranged weaponry. The gallop of 200 to 300 paces transpired in mere moments, after suffering the loss of 30 or 40 men. This group of Jianzhou soldiers finally reached the walls of Wangyun Fort. Yet, before their spirits could lift at this achievement, the Ming forces unleashed a barrage of iron projectiles, each the size of a basketball and ignited with a flame, raining down upon them. "Beware, it's the thunderclap," cried a Jianzhou soldier in alarm. Though it was too late. Upon impact, the projectiles erupted with a deafening roar, sending the Jianzhou soldiers who had just reached the walls into disarray. "Ascend the walls, quickly," commanded Kexiang. "Those who hesitate, behead them." From a safe distance outside the artillery range, Kexiang could only watch in frustration as the Jianzhou soldiers who had finally reached the walls were decimated by the Ming artillery. Countless battles had taught him that while the Ming's firearms were formidable, once engaged in close combat, their effectiveness diminished. Moreover, the Ming forces were known for their lax discipline and wavering morale, often. A successful breach followed by a few Jianzhou soldiers severing the heads of Ming troops would lead to a swift collapse of their lines. This tactic had proved infallible for Kexiang throughout his military career. Under his strict orders, the Jianzhou soldiers charged up the walls, undeterred by the rain of arrows. After suffering heavy casualties, they finally tore a hole in the Ming's tight defenses, with a dozen Jianzhou soldiers scrambling to ascend the walls. Chapter 30. Defeating the enemy upon reaching the top of the walls. However, the Jianzhou soldiers were taken aback, realizing that the scenario was not as anticipated. The defending troops did not crumble as expected. Instead, they roared with fervor, even more ferocious than the attackers. To their shock, a contingent of 20 Ming soldiers also surged forward, determined to seal the breach the Jianzhou had created. Clad in iron helmets and armor, the Ming soldiers were equipped far more superiorly than their Jianzhou counterparts, causing the latter to feel a significant drop in morale. Without hesitation, the Ming forces engaged in combat, their armored soldiers launching a frontal assault, while countless others provided support from the flanks, encircling the Jianzhou soldiers in a deadly embrace. The screams of the Jianzhou warriors echoed as they were mercilessly cut down by the defenders. Witnessing the hard-won breach being easily sealed by the Ming soldiers left Kexiang utterly stunned. The earlier lapse in the defenders' focus had merely been a momentary oversight. With this lesson learned, the prospect of the Jianzhou troops tearing open another gap in the defenses seemed all but impossible. The two sides engaged in an unyielding and chaotic struggle. Despite the valiant efforts of the Jianzhou soldiers, they found themselves bereft of any gains, only suffering mounting casualties. In less than the span of a single incense stick, over 300 Jianzhou troops were reduced to merely 100 capable of fighting, leaving Kexiang's heart aching with despair. If this continued, he feared he would deplete his remaining resources. After a painful internal struggle, he reluctantly conceded defeat and hastily ordered his loyal soldiers to sound the retreat. At last, the beleaguered Jianzhou forces besieging the city heard the long-awaited call for retreat, moved to tears, and scrambled to return, trampling several of their own wounded comrades in the rush. Junye seized the opportunity. As they fled beyond the reach of the Ming army's fire, he ordered his men to shoot, claiming the lives of about 20 more. Kexiang, upon counting his remaining troops, realized there were scarcely 100 left, many of whom bore wounds. Reflecting on the initial 300, he was overcome with sorrow. lamenting that in his 30 years of service, he had never faced such a devastating defeat. After shedding tears, he led the remnants toward the shore without looking back. Yet escape would not come easily. All forces, follow my command and pursue. Junye observed the Jianzhou retreat from the city walls with keen precision, determined to prevent them from coming and going at will. Although his troops had only recently been assembled and were inexperienced in field battles, he was resolute in inflicting pain upon the Jianzhou soldiers until they learned to remember it. As the city gates slowly opened, Junye, brandishing a spear and slinging a bow across his back, donned his gleaming mountain-patterned armor and galloped forth, leading the main forces of Wangyan Fort. What? The Ming dogs are actually pursuing us? A panicked Bashika rushed to the front of the ranks to report to Qixiang. How many? Qixiang inquired, startled. Not many. Perhaps around 200, with over 60 cavalry. Those are the Ming soldiers who just defended the city, Bashika replied, struggling to suppress a laugh. He could not fathom why anyone would dare to challenge them. The Jianzhou were heavily armored cavalry, formidable in open combat but lacking in siege warfare. Only so few? Qixiang's expression brightened, feeling that the offered morsels were insufficient to satiate his appetite. There's no need to rush. If we counterattack now, many of these Ming dogs will likely scurry back to the fort. It would be wiser to lure them out, allowing them to follow us a distance before we strike back decisively when they are far from their stronghold. Bashiku, pleased by the praise, returned to his post, resuming his duties to urge the lagging soldiers to hasten. Junye led his cavalry, including the standard-bearer Qianfen, pursuing for 3 or 4 miles. But he soon noticed that despite their smaller numbers, the Jianzhou showed no intention of engaging in battle. He was seized by a foreboding sense of dread, prompting him to instruct the cavalry to rest momentarily, awaiting the arrival of the infantry before proceeding together, a strategy deemed far more prudent. Have we yet to discern the whereabouts of Lu Dazhuang and his men? Junye inquired of Qianfen. Since their departure from the city, Qianfen had dispatched several scouts under the cover of night. Should Lu Dazhuang and his contingent be nearby, the scouts would surely have detected them. To his dismay, however, no trace of the 60 men had been uncovered, as if they had vanished into thin air. With no other choice, Qianfen reluctantly relayed the grim reality to Junye. If this fellow dares to flee in the face of danger, I shall not let him off lightly. At this critical juncture, the inexplicable disappearance of his 60-man squad ignited a fiery indignation within Junye. Observing his agitation, Wang Liang quickly interjected. Do not let your temper flare, Brother Jun. Although Dazhuang may be timid, he is certainly not one to abandon his comrades in a crisis. Our immediate priority is to locate them and ascertain the circumstances. Qianfen concurred. I believe Brother Lu, while lacking a certain finesse, would never forsake his brothers, surely. There must be some underlying situation. Reflecting on this, Junye recalled Lu Dazhuang's character, realizing he was not one to abandon his brethren in times of peril. This thought only deepened his concern. He feared that the Jurchens might have encountered Lu Dazhuang and his men before reaching Wangyan Fort. The implications of such a scenario were too dire to contemplate, and as his anxiety grew, so did his trepidation. Indeed, the vanguard of the Ming forces had halted, seemingly awaiting the infantry. It appeared that their strategy had been uncovered. There was no time to lose. Now was the moment to strike. Whatever damage could be inflicted upon these Ming soldiers should be done without hesitation. Junye's maneuvers naturally caught the attention of the Jurchens, prompting Bashika to hasten to report to Qixiang. Recognizing that his scheme had been unveiled, Qixiang deemed it futile to linger any longer. Seizing the opportunity while the Ming cavalry and infantry were still separated, he resolved to concentrate his forces to eliminate the Ming cavalry first, subsequently directing all power against the infantry, thereby defeating them in detail, a sound strategy indeed. He commanded the entire army to shift from a rear to a front formation, and once aligned, they launched a surprise assault upon the Ming forces. Our master is astute, Bashika lauded, then swiftly departed to convey Qixiang's orders. In the field, the Jurchens, including Qixiang, were filled with confidence. Upon learning of the opportunity for open battle, they erupted in jubilant cries, eagerly preparing to redeem their honor. Charge, my sons. With the Jurchens arrayed, Qixiang raised his long blade skyward. A torrent of iron surged forth like a mighty avalanche, bearing down upon the Ming soldiers ahead. Chapter 31, Pursuit and Annihilation. Promotion to Qianhu. The Jurchens believed that their overwhelming charge alone would instill fear in the relatively few Ming soldiers opposing them. However, to their astonishment, the Ming forces stood resolute, equally well-formed and vociferously rallying their battle cries, charging forward with fervor that matched their own. As the Ming army approached within range, the Jurchens unleashed a barrage of fire without hesitation. However, the opposing Ming soldiers were clad in armor, rendering the volley largely ineffective, resulting in only a few casualties. It appeared that the Ming forces did not carry bows, for despite 2 waves of arrows from the Jurchens, they had yet to retaliate with their own. It was not until the 2 sides neared the clash of arms that, under the dim moonlight, the Jurchens confirmed their suspicions. The Ming cavalry indeed lacked bows, yet all bore iron contraptions aimed directly at them. "Quick, take cover. It's a 3-barreled gun," shouted an astute Jurchen. Yet, before he could finish his warning, the Ming's 3-barreled guns erupted in a cacophony of sound, and those at the forefront of the Jurchen line fell en masse amidst the rising smoke. The close-range firing from the Ming's 3-barreled guns boasted an exceptionally high accuracy, resulting in the Jurchens suffering the loss of 20 to 30 men in that onslaught. Once the gunfire ceased, the Ming cavalry raised their 3-barreled guns like iron hammers against heavily armored foes, where blades could not penetrate and arrows could not pierce. The most effective strategy lay in blunt force weapons capable of shattering the flesh and bone beneath the iron armor. The Ming cavalry, though clad in armor themselves, were equipped with cloth armor in addition to a few sets of iron, allowing them to engage the Jurchens without hesitation, wielding their 3-barreled guns with deadly efficacy. On the other hand, while the Jurchens outnumbered their adversaries, they did not possess a significant advantage. Even the once proud field battles had devolved into such a state, filling Keksang with rage to the point of spitting a mouthful of blood. "My brothers of the Jin, follow me to slay the Ming dogs." After wiping the blood from his lips, Keksang could no longer remain seated. He grasped his long knife and charged into the fray with several loyal soldiers. However, just as Keksang surged forward, a young martial general emerged from the chaos of battle, blocking his path. "Are you Li Junye?" Keksang recognized him from the adornments on his helmet as the Ming commander, tightening his grip on the long knife. "Such keen eyes, to recognize your grandfather at a glance," Li Junye retorted, brandishing his spear in mockery. "Impudent!" Keksang trembled with rage, raising his long knife and charging at Li Junye. Li Junye, leaning low on his horse, effortlessly dodged Keksang's strike. Frustrated, Keksang reined in his horse to continue the fight, only to find Li Junye advancing with his spear aimed directly at him. Realizing the danger, Keksang instinctively pulled the reins, and his horse nimbly evaded the thrust by a hair's breadth, yet the spear grazed his face, leaving a long, bloody mark. Keksang had no time to wipe the blood from his face. He hastily reined in his horse, raising his longsword high, striking down towards Li Junye's waist as if cleaving a mountain. Li Junye smirked, and in the fleeting moment of their confrontation, his spear had already pointed directly at Keksang's heart. Keksang's sword was slightly shorter, as the spear lunged towards his heart. His longsword was still over a foot away. In a state of panic, Keksang abandoned the momentum of his strike and sidestepped to evade the blow. However, he was still a moment too late, and Li Junye's spear struck his right arm. The force of the charge combined with the thrust was tremendous, easily piercing the armor on Keksang's arm. The pain caused Keksang to lose his grip, and his longsword fell from his hand. In a desperate bid to protect his master, a loyal soldier, quick to react, appeared before Keksang just as Li Junye prepared to thrust again, sacrificing his body to block the attack. At that moment, the Ming infantry rushed in. Realizing the dire situation, Keksang lost all desire to continue the fight. He left a squad of determined warriors to hold the rear and hurriedly retreated with the remnants of his forces. At that point, Keksang no longer concerned himself with how many Ming soldiers he could slay. His sole focus was to reach the seaside as swiftly as possible, to escape on a ship and never return. The warriors he left behind, each resolved to meet their demise, though only a dozen in number, managed to significantly delay the Ming forces. After dispatching these few, Li Junye pressed on relentlessly in pursuit of the remaining Junye soldiers. Keksang exerted every ounce of strength to finally shake off Li Junye's chase. By the time he reached the cove where the ships were hidden, only 30 or 40 riders remained by his side, a pitiful sight. Fortunately, the ship was still there. Keksang relaxed his brows once more and, accompanied by the remaining troops, headed for the vessel. All the Junye soldiers understood that once they boarded the ship, they would have truly escaped death. With the ship in sight, they raced forward, driven by the fear that falling behind would mean being hunted down by the pursuing Ming soldiers. Keksang led the charge at the forefront. The crew aboard the ship, spotting the approaching Junye soldiers, shamelessly repositioned their vessels, turning them sideways to block the escape route. "Your Lord Lu has been waiting for you," they announced ominously. Upon reaching the shore, Keksang was taken aback to see his ship moving in such an unusual manner. Just as he pondered the situation, a cacophony of cannon fire erupted from the ship, aimed directly at him. In a bewildering instant, both he and his horse were reduced to mere rubble by the bombardment. Fire! Fire with all your might! Lu Dazhuang stood triumphantly aboard the ship, reveling in a sense of dominion over the battlefield, calling out for the crew to hasten their cannonades. The Jianzhou soldiers on the shore were indeed pitiful, having thought they had found salvation in the sight of the ship. They were horrified to discover it had been seized by the Ming forces, now unleashing cannon fire upon them. The beach was vast, offering no cover whatsoever. Under the relentless bombardment of the ship's artillery at such close range, the group of Jianzhou soldiers suffered catastrophic casualties. After enduring a round of cannon fire and 2 waves of arrows, the initial 30 or 40 soldiers dwindled to fewer than 20. Unfortunately, at that moment, Li Junye's pursuers arrived. The Ming cavalry charged forth, and after unleashing a volley from their 3-barreled guns, only a scant few remained. The survivors met their demise beneath the hooves of the Ming cavalry. In the waning morale of the late Ming Dynasty, Li Junye achieved a complete annihilation of a banner of Jianzhou soldiers, claiming the life of a Jianzhou captain, and was ultimately promoted to the rank of Qianhu. Chapter 32. The Jianzhou soldiers enter the pass months later. A shocking piece of news spread through the crowd like wildfire, sending ripples of terror throughout the Donglai region. The entry of the Jianzhou soldiers into the pass signified yet another impending calamity. In the 11th year of the Chongzhen reign, Emperor Taiji appointed Dorgan as the commanding general, with Hagas and Abatai serving as his deputies to lead the left flank. Meanwhile, Yu Tuo was designated as the general of the Yinggu army, with Dudu as his subordinate, commanding the right flank. The forces split into 2 routes, crossing the Great Wall at the end of September through Wangxiling and Qingshangwan. This time, the Jianzhou forces ravaged the capital region before advancing into Hebei, subsequently descending along the Yellow River and reaching Jinan, abducting a staggering 460,000 people as they returned north. An event chronicled in history as the Wuyin Incident. Lu Xiangshan was tasked with overseeing the imperial troops to protect the kingdom. Since the Jiasai incident in the 2nd year of Chongzhen, this marked the 5th incursion of the Jianzhou soldiers into the pass. Their repeated incursions wreaked unprecedented havoc upon North China, leaving a trail of destruction, death, and desolation in their wake. Within the confines of the Dengzhou military headquarters, Su Junye wore a troubled expression, having just received the imperial edict to mobilize troops for the defense of the kingdom. Reluctantly, he summoned all officials above the rank of 100 households from the Dengzhou garrison. Although the grand hall was filled with people, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Su Junye, furrowing his brow, surveyed the assembly and sighed. You have all likely seen the recent reports. The Jianzhou soldiers have breached the pass once more. Though Donglai is a critical defensive stronghold, it lies mere steps from the capital. We must dispatch troops to aid in the defense. After careful consideration, the governor has decided to allocate a contingent of our forces to march north. I ask, who among you is willing to go? As he scanned the room once again, he noted that nearly all present were deliberately avoiding his gaze. Su Junye pursed his lips and continued, though this mission may not be glamorous, it presents a valuable opportunity for all of you to achieve merit. The governor has allocated a military fund of 10,000 taels, and he has promised that any who distinguish themselves in the north will be doubly rewarded. If any of you aspire to further your careers, I urge you to contemplate this seriously. Su Junye had anticipated that by appealing to both financial incentives and prospects for advancement, at least a few would succumb to temptation. However, after speaking for some time, the atmosphere in the hall remained unchanged. No one is foolish. They are acutely aware of the number of troops and strength they possess. It is already a daunting task to deal with bandits and marauders, and now to venture north against the formidable cavalry of the Jurchens, who cannot even be handled by the border troops, is akin to delivering oneself to certain death. Observing the others remaining as silent as the deaf and mute, Su Junye grew anxious and turned his gaze towards his trusted confidant, Zhang Qianhu. Zhang Qianhu, sensing the gravity of the situation, hastily spoke, My lord, it is not that I do not wish to go. Rather, my mother has recently passed away, and I must observe a period of mourning. While it was true that one could be excused from duty during such a time, the crux of the matter was that this fellow had not mentioned mourning for nearly a month after his mother's death. Now, with the Jurchens invading, he suddenly sought to invoke that excuse. Su Junye felt a surge of indignation at the hypocrisy. He then turned his attention to Zhou Daji. My lord, Zhou Daji pleaded. Kneeling and weeping, I am of advanced age and in poor health, and my old ailments have resurfaced, making it exceedingly difficult for me to bear this responsibility. I beseech you to spare me. The sight of Zhou Daji's exaggerated sorrow nearly softened Su Junye's heart. Irritated, Su Junye waved his hand dismissively and looked to the next individual. My lord, I implore you to spare me. I have an elderly mother of 80 and young children who rely solely on me. If I were to perish in the north, what would become of my family? I beg for your mercy. The man mimicked Zhou Daji's groveling, but his performance was even more melodramatic, drawing Su Junye's ire. What a disgrace. After being nurtured by the state for so long, you have become a pack of ungrateful wretches. Su Junye bellowed, filled with righteous anger, as he slammed his hand on the table. After venting his frustration, Su Junye surveyed the group below with a cold glare and stated, It is not my intention to coerce you, but military law is unyielding. Since you all refuse to go, we shall draw lots. Upon hearing this, the faces of several Qianhas turned ashen, and they exchanged apprehensive glances, realizing there was no escaping this fate. They silently prayed, hoping not to draw the short straw. That will not be necessary. I shall go, declared Li Junye loudly from the corner, just as Su Junye was about to summon the lot container. The once fearful Qianhas suddenly brightened, exhaling sighs of relief as they turned their eyes towards Li Junye. Li Qianhu. This expedition north to aid the king is no trivial matter. You must think it through. Li Junye had recently been promoted to Qianhu due to his accomplishments, and his subordinates had also been elevated to positions of prominence. In less than a year, he had led them to remarkable success, earning him the envy of many. Su Junye understood the caliber of those under his command and recognized that his actions were merely a means to provoke a reaction, patiently waiting for Li Junye to seize the opportunity to admonish the others once more. Since Li Junye has finally expressed his stance, why not extend a gesture of goodwill? He feigned a look of deep concern and inquired, The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. When the invaders breach our borders, killing our fathers and brothers, and dishonoring our sisters, it is indeed the moment for every valiant man to rise. My resolve is unwavering. There is no need for further persuasion, my lord. Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge in their youth. Su Junye exclaimed, slapping the table in approval. My lord, I too wish to accompany Captain Li northward to serve the kingdom. Please grant me this favor. My lord, I also wish to join Captain Li on this noble quest. He reiterated. Before Su could finish, 3 more individuals emerged from the crowd. The leader among them, Yin Rui, was a hereditary deputy captain from another garrison in Dangzhou, a tall and handsome man in his 20s. The other 2 were Wei Bo and Lu Yuan, both captains in the Dangzhou Guard, in their 30s and brimming with youthful vigor. It seems we have allies from Dangzhou, the official declared. I hereby grant permission for you all to accompany Captain Li northward. Su Junye, in rare delight, laughed heartily and immediately finalized the arrangements. All 3 men were assigned to Li Junye's command, delivering a full shipment of 1,000 taels of silver mint for the royal expedition, along with a substantial supply of military provisions. Chapter 33. The Expedition, a call to arms across the realm. The following day, Yin Rui, accompanied by Wei Bo and Lu Yuan, along with their soldiers, arrived at Wangdan Fortress. Although Yin Rui was a deputy captain, he commanded only 2 captains and a total of around 100 men. Wei Bo and Lu Yuan, as captains, brought with them approximately 60 to 70 soldiers. However, these troops were poorly attired, gaunt in appearance, and many lacked proper weaponry, with some even wielding farming tools as makeshift arms. Such a situation was untenable. Li Junye resolved to drill and train them thoroughly before heading north. Seizing the opportunity, he undertook a comprehensive reorganization of his forces, drawing inspiration from the structure of the Qi family army. The Qi family army was divided into teams, banners, sections, and regiments. Li Junye redefined the smaller banners as teams, each consisting of 12 men, 1 team leader, 1 quartermaster, and 10 soldiers. The team leader would direct combat operations while the quartermaster would handle logistics and, when necessary, participate in battles. Among the 10 soldiers, there would be 4 long spear wielders, 2 sword and shield bearers, 2 firearms experts, and 2 archers. All must master at least 2 types of weaponry. Additionally, each team would be assigned a cart to transport supplies for internal use, driven by the quartermaster. 5 teams formed a banner, with a total of 65 individuals, including a banner commander and 4 personal guards. 3 banners comprised a section, overseen by a section commander, a captain, 12 personal guards, and 2 military physicians, totaling 210 personnel. In reality, the Ming military section typically comprised just over 100 men. Thus, Li Junye's organization was clearly overstaffed. However, this approach was necessary given his current manpower shortages. In the face of cavalry during field engagements, 210 men could barely form a defensive circle against them. Li Junye now commands a regiment of infantry consisting of 3 battalions led by Ma Yu, Wang Liang, and Lu Dazhuang. Due to the exorbitant costs associated with cavalry, particularly the scarcity of suitable steeds, Li Junye has pragmatically organized his forces, assigning 2 cavalry units to each brigade. Each unit comprises 40 heavy cavalry and 20 light cavalry, along with 4 officers and personal guards, totaling 65 men per unit. The cavalry is divided into 2 brigades, overseen by Qianfen and Zhao Yong. The heavy cavalry is armored in iron, with each soldier mounted on 2 horses. All personnel are well-equipped and thoroughly trained. Following Li Junye's successful campaign against the bandit group known as the Mountain Tigers, he discovered the substantial wealth these marauders possessed. Consequently, he has relentlessly pursued and eradicated nearby bandit camps, which not only replenishes his coffers but also serves to hone his troop skills. After vanquishing several more bands of bandits, his soldiers have amassed considerable combat experience, forming a well-equipped, well-trained, and battle-hardened military force. Regarding the restructuring of Yan Rui, Wei Bo, and Lu Yuan, Li Junye has decided to maintain their ranks and benefits while reorganizing Yan Rui and his 2 subordinate captains into a single infantry brigade. Wei Bo is assigned to a transport unit, while Lu Yuan leads a logistics battalion, each structured as a brigade. Chen Ying is appointed as the commander of the artillery battalion, which also constitutes a brigade. The transport unit comprises 5 horse-drawn carts equipped with 2 flankenade cannons each. With each team remaining unchanged, 5 teams form a banner, and 3 banners constitute a brigade, resulting in a total of 15 carts. The logistics battalion maintains consistent team sizes, with each team assigned 4 supply carts for transporting military provisions, summing up to 60 carts in total. Coupled with Li Junye's personal guard unit, the entire army now numbers over 2,000 men. After careful contemplation, Li Junye has decided to leave Lu Dazhuang in charge while he leads the remaining 1,600 troops north to support the king. 10 days swiftly pass, and the day of departure finally arrives. My child, as you accompany the adults northward, you must strive to slay the enemy and repay this favor. If not for the adults, our family might have perished from hunger elsewhere. This kindness must be etched in your memory. Head of the household. Last time during the battle against the Jurchens, you were not called upon. This time you must seize the opportunity. Recall how a single man from the Nyo family decapitated 2 enemies last time. Now, his entire family resides in a new home. You too must muster your strength. Slay as many foes as possible, and return with ample rewards. My son, you must heed the adults' guidance and never bring shame upon our family. Your mother also hopes you will defeat more Jurchens, allowing us to build a new home and secure you a bride. Outside the walls of Wanyan Fort, a bustling crowd gathers to bid farewell, with mothers and wives offering reminders to their departing kin. On the surface, everyone appears joyous, yet beneath lies a weight of solemnity. Xiao Rui, stay close to your mother. Take good care of her. Her eyesight is poor, so refrain from needlework. If there are any household tasks, feel free to spend money hiring someone, for we are not short of funds at present. As they prepare to depart, Zhao and Xiao Rui come to see them off. Li Junye earnestly emphasizes his concerns, fearful of neglecting any detail. Zhao repeatedly admonishes Li Junye, with the family reluctantly parting at the last moment. Li Qianhu, let us toast to this farewell. Li Junye is heading north to serve the state, a matter of utmost importance for Dangzhou. Su Jinye, accompanied by the civil and military officials of Dangzhou, bids him farewell outside the city. A personal guard stands beside Su Jinye, holding a small tray of wine. With a smile, Su Jinye first presents a cup to Li Junye, then lifts another cup with his right hand. To you, Master Xie. Li Junye raises his cup and drains it in one gulp. Let us be off. He waves his hand, and a soldier at the rear begins to play a lively tune on the suona, prompting the entire army to commence their journey, with bystanders bidding their farewells. Having traveled less than a mile, Ma Yu catches up from the rear, wearing a look of schadenfreude. With a grin, he says, Junge, do you think Lu Dazhuang will be furious left behind? Wang Liang chimes in, teasing, Junge, I believe this is your fault. You should have brought Dazhuang along. Last time he returned with 4 ships, who knows what surprises he might bring this time. Li Junye glances back at the city tower of Wanyan Fort. Catching sight of Lu Dazhuang's stout figure standing atop, wearing a forlorn expression as he watches the departing troops. With a hint of helplessness, Li Jun replies, "It is not that I do not wish to bring him along, but with the entire army mobilized, there must be a trustworthy sentinel left behind in the fort. If Da Zhuang does not stay, then one of you two must remain." The two immediately stifle their laughter and shake their heads gently. Li Junye continues, "Although Da Zhuang is not with us this time, the merits accrued by the entire army shall rightfully include his share. I shall ensure that the contributions of you few are duly attributed to him. After all, we are brothers, and this is only just." Ma Yu and Wang Liang nod in agreement, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. As Li Junye sets forth, loyal troops from across the Ming Dynasty gather to rally for the state. Lu Xiangxing has been appointed to oversee the royal forces, summoning loyalists from all corners of the realm. Chapter 34. The imperial teacher's son, Chengzong Gaoyang, a mere county under the jurisdiction of the Ming's Baoding Prefecture, is but an inconspicuous locale on the North China Plain. Yet now, it finds itself besieged by the formidable forces of the Jurchens. The ground before Gaoyang is littered with the corpses of both sides, remnants of the recent clash still smoldering in the fields. Standing upon the low city walls is Sun Chengzong, the imperial teacher of the Ming, clad in a scholar's robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. The autumn winds of Yin and Zhao whistling mournfully. "Grandfather, I have just counted our forces. There are still over 2,000 able-bodied men within the city. But our arrows and stones are nearly depleted. If the Jurchens launch a full assault, I fear we may not withstand until nightfall." Suddenly, two youthful figures ascend the walls and approach Sun Chengzong to report. They are his eldest grandson, Sun Zhihao, and his second grandson, Sun Zhishi, in the battle for Gaoyang. Aside from Sun Chengzong himself, who perished for his country, 5 sons, 6 grandsons, 2 nephews, and 8 grandnephews of the Sun family fell in battle. With over 100 members of the family meeting their tragic fate, truly embodying the spirit of loyalty. Sun Zhihao, slightly older at around 20, stands beside his younger brother Sun Zhishi, who is just a year or two his junior. Both were once scholars, but at this moment, they are clad in armor, ready to face the impending conflict. Despite the dismal news brought by the two individuals, Sun Chengzong remained unperturbed, displaying an extraordinary calmness. He first cast his gaze toward the encampment of the Jianzhou forces outside the city, observing the flickering shadows and the clamor of horses and men. Sun Chengzong sensed that the Jianzhou troops were preparing for a full-scale assault. In truth, during the Battle of Gaoyang, the Jianzhou forces besieged for 3 days. And with the city's ammunition exhausted, Gaoyang ultimately fell. Standing upon the city wall, Sun Chengzong turned to his 2 grandsons before him, offering them a gentle smile and inquired, "Are you too afraid of death?" "We are not afraid if we can die alongside our grandfather," Sun Zihong and Sun Zhishi responded almost in unison. Good, good. Truly, my grandsons are gallant," Sun Chengzong exclaimed with hearty laughter, filled with vitality. "Zihong, Zhishi, you two must lead men to dismantle the remaining structures of our family home and transport the bricks and stones to the city walls for fortification. Although Gaoyang teeters on the brink of collapse, my grandsons shall not await slaughter passively. Even in death, we shall fight until the very last drop of blood is shed." Understanding the gravity of his words, the grandsons promptly set about organizing the task. To defend the city, the Sun family had already dismantled a considerable portion of their residence, leaving only a few rooms for everyone to huddle together for shelter from the elements. Even these remaining quarters were to be razed, as Sun Zihong and Sun Zhishi recognized that their grandfather was resolute in his commitment to fight to the bitter end. Outside the city, within the Jianzhou encampment, the commander Du Du was preparing for the impending assault. Du Du, the son of Chu Ying and the grandson of Nurhasai, had confirmed after a preliminary attack that the defenders of Gaoyang were now nearly out of ammunition and lacked ranged weaponry. The strength of the Gaoyang militia, consisting solely of able-bodied men, would struggle to confront the might of the Qing cavalry head-on. What Du did not anticipate was that a hastily assembled militia, under the leadership of Sun Chengzong, had managed to withstand his forces of over 10,000 cavalry for 3 days, a development he had not foreseen. Nevertheless, Du expected that after sunset today, the diminutive city of Gaoyang would no longer be able to withstand the Qing onslaught. "General, I have urgent news to report." A subordinate, the armored cavalryman Hu Lai, burst into his tent with impatience. What news could be so exultant? Du, noting the exuberance of his visitor, felt a sense of relief wash over him. Hu Lai exclaimed with enthusiasm, "General, my scouts have just reported that a contingent of over 1,000 Ming soldiers is advancing toward Gaoyang, accompanied by more than 200 supply wagons. They must be coming to aid Gaoyang. So, you suggest this is a supply convoy for reinforcement? Dudu chuckled softly, incredulous that anyone would attempt to rescue Gaoyang with such a meager force. Indeed, over 1,000 coming to offer their heads. Not to mention, they are bringing along more than 200 carts of supplies. Clearly, they are delivering both lives and resources. To ensure this juicy prize was not snatched away, Hulai rushed to inform Dudu at the first opportunity upon receiving the news. Dudu naturally understood the intentions of Hulai. Why not graciously assist in the endeavor? He thought, and with a smile, he said, in that case, you shall lead 3,000 cavalry. Remember, swift action is paramount. Upon your return, I shall treat you to a drink in Gaoyang City. The servant acknowledged the command with delight and set forth. Report, my lord. Ahead we have discovered more than 3,000 enemy riders approaching us, now less than 5 miles away. Form the ranks. Upon receiving the scout's report, Junye surveyed the surroundings, an expansive plain, a terrain exceedingly favorable for cavalry charges. The only recourse was to array the troops in formation to counter the oncoming cavalry. Junye had rehearsed various formations against cavalry countless times along the way. Thus, when the order was given, the soldiers moved with precision. Within the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, a formation of over 1,000 men was meticulously arranged. The formation Junye devised was an innovative square array, blending the realities of his army with insights gleaned from predecessors. The chariot formation, as the name implies, centered around chariots. This square arrangement positioned all 200 chariots evenly along the perimeter, including 15 auxiliary chariots interspersed within. The chariots would serve as formidable barriers against the cavalry's charge, effectively impeding their advance. Each chariot was equipped with a sideboard, erected during formation to shield the soldiers behind from arrows, with several shooting apertures left open for return fire. The remaining troops took up various positions, leveraging the chariots to defend against the cavalry's onslaught. Leading the 3,000 riders was none other than Hulai's general, and the distance of 5 miles was merely a brief moment for cavalry. However, Junye was ultimately a step ahead of Hulai. By the time Hulai arrived, Junye's chariot formation was already in place. Upon witnessing the Ming army's array, Hulai scoffed derisively. Having engaged in numerous battles, he was well acquainted with the various chariot formations of the Ming border troops. Each appeared formidable yet often proved to be fragile at heart, merely delaying his iron cavalry. Jing, I am willing to take the lead and dismantle this ostentatious formation. Once I breach it, I shall lead the army to encircle and annihilate them, ensuring none of these Ming dogs escape. The speaker was a youthful commander, barely in his 20s, Jing, a subordinate of Hulai, who, though of minor rank, was the grandson of Fei Yingdong, one of the 5 founding heroes of the early Ming Dynasty. Chapter 35, A Mere Rabble, Let Me Go. Although Hulai held the Ming army in contempt, the sight of this young man seeking to engage stirred a dilemma within him. The Guerjia clan was highly esteemed in the ruling Manchu court. To put it plainly, this young man sought military experience to enhance his standing. While the vanguard could claim the glory of the first victory, should anything go awry under his command, Hulai would undoubtedly bear the consequences. There was no need to risk a gilded vase in the vanguard. After careful consideration, Hulai remarked, the Ming army before us consists of merely a little over 1,000 men, a motley crew. And defeating them may not truly enhance the young master's reputation, it might even tarnish his hands. Therefore, there is no need for further discussion. I observe that the Ming army's formation is quite disciplined, contrary to your assertion of them being a disorganized rabble. Since I have accompanied you into the pass, we have engaged in several battles, yet I have achieved no merit. If I were to return in such a manner, I would surely become a subject of ridicule. If you persist in this manner, beware that I may speak ill of you in front of my father. Yulan, filled with indignation, spoke with fervor, particularly when Hulai suggested that he would speak ill of him upon his return, causing Hulai's heart to leap into his throat. After some contemplation, Hulai concluded that the Ming army, though consisting of just over 1,000 men and appearing well-equipped, was ultimately not a formidable threat. He placed greater faith in the might of the Qing cavalry. Thus, he proposed, young master, let us proceed this way. I happen to have 5 banners at my disposal. I shall give them to you to lead as the vanguard. Remember, do not become enamored with battle. Although Hulai believed that 5 banners were excessive for dealing with this Ming force, he generously entrusted all his banners to Yulan for precautionary measures. Aside from these 5 banners, Hulai retained 1,500 Mongolian cavalry, with these 5 banners being his core strength. Yulan, in a fit of rage, retorted, what do you mean by this? Do you so underestimate me? Should we require 5 banners against such a Ming force, it would indeed be a hollow victory, and my reputation would not be enhanced. There is no need for further discussion. 2 banners will suffice. Upon hearing this, Hulai grew anxious and quickly responded, Young master, please remain calm and heed my words. This group of Ming soldiers numbers at least 15 or 1600. I fear that with only 2 banners, you may suffer great losses. If we achieve victory at too great a cost, it would reflect poorly upon you. I believe it prudent for you to lead 3 banners, providing a fair contest without compromising your reputation. Yulan, upon reflection, found some merit in this argument and thus compromised, taking 3 banners as he charged fiercely towards the Ming army. Yulan employed a strategy of concentrated assault, focusing all forces on a decisive breach of one flank of the Ming defenses. Over 900 steeds surged forward simultaneously, kicking up clouds of dust and shaking the very ground. Steady, one must remain steady. Faced with the fierce charge of the Jianzhou cavalry, Li Junye continually rallied his troops. Though his men had fought in several skirmishes, they had only encountered small bands of Jianzhou brigands. This was their first experience with such a large-scale field battle. Moreover, they were confronted at the outset by the heavily armored cavalry of the Jianzhou, as the Jianzhou cavalry bore down upon them with a fearsome momentum. Many among the Ming soldiers were gripped by anxiety, and several turned pale with fear. The Jianzhou forces drew closer, and when they were less than 300 paces from the Ming ranks, the long-awaited cannons finally roared to life in unison. In the current artillery battalion, 10 light howitzers, known as Tiger squat cannons, have been fully equipped. Although these cannons possess limited firepower, their lightweight design enables them to be utilized in any terrain. They function as a type of indirect fire weapon, capable of arcing over obstacles much like a bow and arrow. Despite the presence of a vehicle's cargo barrier ahead, this does not hinder the operation of the howitzers. The concentrated fire from these 10 cannons can effortlessly blanket an area of several dozen square meters, toppling a multitude of over 20 charging enemy soldiers in a single barrage. Following this, the flanking vehicle's falconet cannons began to roar in succession. The falconet, a weapon derived from salvaged Portuguese shipwrecks during the Ming Dynasty, was quickly replicated and extensively adopted by the Ming military. This preloaded artillery consists of a mother cannon and multiple subcannons, typically 3 to 5 per mother cannon. The subcannons are preloaded with ammunition during combat. They are placed within the mother cannon's barrel and ignited for firing. Upon completion of a shot, the subcannon is extracted from the mother cannon, making way for another preloaded subcannon, allowing for rapid successive firing. Thus, the falconet is effectively a rapid-fire cannon. The battalion has a total of 15 flanking vehicles, which must be evenly distributed across 4 defensive positions, resulting in less than 4 vehicles per side. However, these 4 vehicles collectively house 8 falconets, unleashing a relentless barrage that leaves the enemy in disarray. At the command of Li Junye, over 200 archers simultaneously released their volleys, causing a substantial number of the enemy soldiers at the forefront to tumble from their steeds. The Ming archers, possessing a longer range than the enemy's mounted archers, found themselves under fire after their initial volley, prompting the enemy to draw their bows and retaliate from horseback. The enemy, skilled in archery, unleashed a rain of arrows upon the Ming positions, despite Li Junye's timely orders and the cover provided by war chariots. Several Ming soldiers were struck down by the deluge of arrows. The Ming forces, clad in armor, found that unless struck directly in a vital area, the typical arrows from the enemy's mounted archers posed little risk of fatal injury. The fallen soldiers were promptly attended to by a dedicated medical team, swiftly transported to safety for treatment, while their comrades seamlessly filled the gaps in their ranks. After exchanging 2 volleys, the beleaguered enemy finally approached the Ming lines. However, their moment of triumph was short-lived. As they drew their blades in preparation for an assault, a sudden cloud of smoke erupted from the Ming ranks. Accompanied by a series of sharp reports, it was the matchlock guns. Before the foremost enemy soldier could sound a warning, he was struck in the head by a shot from a Ming matchlock gun. At such close range, the power of the weapon was devastating, piercing his helmet and obliterating half of his skull, showering nearby soldiers with blood and brain matter. Even the notoriously ruthless enemy soldiers were gripped by fear upon witnessing this gruesome spectacle. The volley of matchlock fire swept through the front lines of the enemy, their heavy armor proving as fragile as leaves against the close-range onslaught, easily perforated by the deadly shots. Steady, steady, do not panic, heed my commands. The Jurchens draw ever closer, ready for a brutal clash. The Ming soldiers, participating in such a grand battle for the first time, inevitably feel a twinge of anxiety. Li Junye tirelessly encourages them to maintain their composure. Attack. This group of Jurchens, having faced numerous perils, finally reached the front lines, only to be met with a sudden surge from the Ming forces. A Jurchen warrior at the forefront was simultaneously struck by several long spears from the Ming soldiers. A few Ming warriors, with coordinated strength, hoisted him from his steed using the very spears that pierced his body, then cast him aside. Clad in heavy armor, the Jurchen did not succumb immediately despite being impaled. As he was lifted, his limbs flailed in the air like a drowning man. Due to obstacles, the Jurchen cavalry could not charge and were forced into a melee with the frontline Ming soldiers. Once cavalry loses the ability to charge, they become akin to infantry, albeit elevated, unable to evade effectively from their mounts. The well-equipped and highly trained Ming soldiers held their ground without faltering. Amidst the chaos between the three Jurchen units and the outermost Ming forces, a sudden, rapid drumbeat resonated. The Ming formations parted, unleashing two heavy cavalry units from either flank. This was the contingent of Qianfen and Zhao Yong, dispatched by Li Junye to strike at the Jurchens from the sides, in accordance with Li Junye's strategy. While the Jurchens and Ming engaged in fierce combat, they were to launch an assault from both wings, cleaving the Jurchens in two, preventing them from supporting one another. Not good. Sound the retreat. Hu Lai, having spent his life in military service, immediately recognized Li Junye's cunning ploy upon seeing the two cavalry units emerge from the Ming flanks. He hastily ordered his men to sound the retreat. The Ming resistance greatly exceeded Yulan's expectations. He had aimed for a glorious victory, but found himself suffering losses of over 200 men while the Ming formation stood firm. At this critical juncture, he was ordered to withdraw. Yulan cursed vehemently, begrudgingly preparing to retreat. The Ming formation spanned no more than 200 paces, and a cavalry charge could reach them in an instant. The gong signaling the Jurchen rear had yet to cease when Qianfen and Zhao Yong surged forth from the flanks. With their arrival, the Jurchens were compelled to withdraw. But the two Ming commanders were unwilling to relent, ruthlessly charging towards the Jurchens to intercept as many as possible. As they valiantly pierced through, Qianfen suddenly caught sight of a Jurchen amidst the throng, draped in resplendent armor, adorned with flamboyant plumes, and cloaked in a striking red cape, exuding a commanding presence. The ostentatious display was a jarring contrast to the surrounding Jurchens. Qianfen couldn't help but chuckle derisively, thinking, this fool is destined to meet his end today. He immediately led a dozen riders directly towards the figure in the crimson cloak. The Jurchens, fatigued from their earlier charge and skirmish, found their steeds lacking in vigor, while the Ming horses were well rested and ready for battle. In but a fleeting moment, Qianfen had already caught up with the figure in the vibrant red cloak. After dispatching several of his loyal guards with ease, he deftly unseated him with a single thrust of his spear. Yet, fortune favored the man, for Qianfen's aim faltered slightly, resulting in the spear grazing his shoulder. Once the man had fallen, Qianfen, as if lifting a mere chick, hoisted him onto his horse. Realizing he had captured a significant prize, Qianfen dared not linger in battle. He hastily entrusted the captive to a comrade behind him, who would guard him as they returned to the ranks. Meanwhile, Qianfen pressed on, continuing his fierce assault against the enemy forces. Spare me, General. Upon returning to the formation, Qianfen's soldier promptly delivered the bound captive before Li Junye. The man, unaccustomed to such a display, knelt in terror, weeping uncontrollably. Li Junye surveyed him with amusement, finding the man's ostentatious attire rather comical. You have mistaken me, he chuckled. I am merely a Qianhu. Certainly not a general by any means. A Qianhu was a mid-level official in the Ming Dynasty, far from the stature of a general. Upon hearing this, Yulan felt a wave of shock. The individual before him was merely a Qianhu, yet his forces clearly surpassed those of many generals. My lord, he quickly amended. I am of the Guarjia clan, a noble lineage of the great Jin. If you would grant me my freedom, I can lead you to align with our great Jin. And with your talents combined with the influence of my clan, you could undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a true general. Li Junye's laughter was cold and disdainful. If I were to have rescued you from another's grasp, I might entertain your words. Yet, you are my prisoner. Do you not realize that your claims would not convince even a child of 3? Yulan was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed. He harbored thoughts of inflicting 1,000 tortures upon Li Junye. How could he hope for such kindness in return? After a moment's reflection, he continued, My lord, should you choose not to ally with our great Jin, if you release me, I could have my family send you countless treasures of gold and silver, ensuring your satisfaction. Li Junye cast a scornful glance at him. The gold and silver you speak of were plundered from my Ming. I have no interest in filthy lucre. What then? Do you truly desire? Yulan was utterly bewildered. Li Junye raised a hand, pointing at his own head, coldly declaring, "What I desire is your head. My lord, spare me." Yulan's complexion drained of color as he collapsed to the ground, fervently pleading for mercy. Li Junye's tone remained icy as he continued. "You and your ilk have repeatedly invaded our lands, slaughtering my brothers and dishonoring my sisters. Should I capture even one of you? I would not be inclined to spare your life. What else could I possibly want? Bring him outside the formation and behead him before the eyes of the enemy." Li Junye commanded his soldiers. Immediately, 2 of his men stepped forward to seize the captive, ready to escort him outside. However, just then, a soldier rushed in with news. "A messenger from the enemy seeks an audience." Li Junye gestured for his men to stand down momentarily, curious to hear what the enemy envoy had to say. Soon after, 2 soldiers entered, escorting a robust envoy from the enemy forces to stand before Li Junye. The Jin soldiers, having performed a semblance of courtesy, adopted an arrogant demeanor and declared, "General, my lord has said that if you release the captives, he will spare your lives. I implore you to consider this." Li Junye, coldly laughing, retorted, "Your lord wishes to spare me? I have no intention of sparing him." Caught off guard by such an audacious response, the Jin soldier's bravado diminished. He continued, "General, this is not the time for you to bask in temporary triumph. Though you may have had a fleeting victory, your forces number merely over 1,000. How can you hope to withstand my 3,000 iron cavalry? I urge you to think wisely." He commanded, "Bind this man and take them all outside to be executed." Li Junye, already weary of the exchange, ordered. And 4 of his personal guards swiftly subdued the man, binding him tightly. The soldier's defiance evaporated, and he knelt in supplication, pleading, "General, in times of war, envoys are not to be harmed. Your actions defy the heavens." Li Junye replied, "While it is true that envoys are traditionally spared, your Jin soldiers are originally subjects of the Ming. It is you who have instigated rebellion. The diverse peoples of the Divine Land have always been one family. Where are these 2 nations? I am not executing an envoy from a foreign land, but rather a traitor of the Ming." Rendered speechless by Li Junye's retort, the soldier could only acquiesce. Li Junye, growing impatient, commanded that both prisoners be taken out and executed immediately. Hulai, watching the battle unfold, was consumed with anxiety upon seeing Yulan captured by the Ming forces. He dispatched the soldier to negotiate terms, believing his conditions to be sufficiently generous that the Ming would surely consider their own lives. Thus, he remained at the front lines, anxiously awaiting the safe return of Yulan. Suddenly, the Ming army opened a passage towards his ranks, and Hulai, since they were preparing to bring someone out, momentarily relaxing his brow. However, the ensuing scene took him by surprise. The Ming indeed brought forth captives, but they were 2 men bound hand and foot. As they were thrust into the open, they were provocatively commanded to kneel in his direction, and without hesitation, 2 soldiers wielding long knives swiftly executed them. Chapter 37. The appearance of the white-armored soldiers at the moment Yulan was beheaded. Hulai felt a darkness envelop him, causing him to tumble from his horse. His personal guards hurried to assist him, and after various attempts, managed to revive him. Advance the entire army. Annihilate these Ming dogs. Leave not a single one alive. Hulai ordered weakly, pointing toward the Ming's chariots ahead. Rest assured, my lord, we shall ensure the Ming dogs are utterly vanquished. With that, the Jin soldiers mounted their horses, charging toward the Ming lines with fervor. 3,000 cavalry surged forth, raising clouds of dust that obscured the sky, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing across the land. However, buoyed by their recent experience in battle, the Ming soldiers felt significantly less fear this time, each one resolutely awaiting the command to engage. The Jurchens have emerged in full force this time, surrounding the Ming army on all sides, launching an assault reminiscent of their usual tactics. As is often the case, they prefer to employ their expendable servile troops as the vanguard, serving as human shields. Once again, at the forefront are over 1,500 Mongol cavalrymen, whose equipment pales in comparison to that of the Jurchens, with many still clad in cotton and leather armor. Such flimsy protection is akin to paper against the formidable bows and crossbows of the Ming forces. During the initial charge alone, 300 to 400 of them fell to the Ming's ranged weaponry. Yet, remarkably, these Jurchen lackeys displayed a tenacity akin to that of their masters, braving the hail of arrows and staggering casualties, recklessly charging toward the Ming battle lines like moths drawn to a flame. Learning from previous encounters, the Jurchens adapted their strategy this time, Each of the leading Mongol cavalrymen carried a grappling hook. As they approached the front lines, several of them combined their efforts to hurl the hooks at the supply carts, hoping to leverage the strength of multiple horses to dislodge the vehicles. However, to their dismay, the Ming troops had preemptively secured the wheels of their carts with specially designed tools, rendering them immovable. Unbeknownst to these misguided cavalrymen, their attempts to tether their horses to the Ming carts left them vulnerable, turning them into live targets for Ming archers, who mercilessly picked them off one by one. After suffering heavy losses, the Jurchens finally relinquished their futile hopes and charged directly into melee with the Ming forces. Yet, as the foremost Mongol cavalrymen engaged the Ming troops, they quickly found themselves in dire straits. They soon realized that nearly every Ming soldier was armored. Although the types of armor varied, even the least equipped donned cloth armor, while many of their own comrades were still clad in cotton and leather. This disparity was compounded by the superiority of Ming weaponry. After only a few exchanges, their own weapons would often shatter, while the Ming's remained pristine. The gap in equipment was vast, diminishing their morale during close combat. Trained for swift cavalry maneuvers, they found themselves thwarted by the vehicles that obstructed their strengths, reduced to mere infantry fighting from horseback. This unfortunate band of Mongolian troops not only struggled to land blows against their opponents, but also faced the relentless onslaught of Ming crossbows and matchlocks, which emerged from every corner, delivering merciless fire. The devastating power of close-range matchlock shots instilled fear and trepidation in every one of them. Before long, these Mongolian foot soldiers suffered significant casualties. Fortunately, the Jurchens behind them arrived just in time to stabilize their formation, or else the cavalry would have faltered and dispersed. Nevertheless, the Jurchens proved fiercely valiant, managing to breach the Ming lines on several occasions during their initial ferocious assaults. Thankfully, timely reinforcements from Li Junye successfully sealed these breaches. Even in the heat of crisis, Li Junye himself wielded a blade on the front lines, slaying several Jurchens in the process. The cavalry of the Jianzhou are unable to charge and shoot effectively, momentarily losing their composure, merely rushing into battle with reckless abandon, engaging in chaotic skirmishes against the Ming army. In stark contrast, the Ming forces, having undergone countless drills and exercises, are well-trained and adept at responding to the situation at hand. Each branch of their military operates in harmonious coordination, fully harnessing the power of their formations. As time passes, the Jianzhou suffer mounting casualties, their offensive waning. "Sir, look," Qianfen remarked, "the cavalry led by Zhao Yong has been kept in reserve by Li Junye. Thus they remain at his side, ever ready for orders." Suddenly, Qianfen gestured, indicating a direction for Li Junye to observe. Following his, Li Junye beheld dozens of robust Jianzhou warriors lurking just outside the fray, seemingly searching for weaknesses in the Ming army's defenses. "Sir, these are the most elite of the Jianzhou, the white armored soldiers, renowned for their ferocity in battle. They appear to be seeking a flaw in our formation. We must not underestimate them," Qianfen cautioned, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Within the Jianzhou ranks, soldiers are selected based on their achievements, with the most distinguished among them becoming red armored soldiers, and from there, the finest are chosen to be the white armored soldiers. The latter are scarce, often numbering only a few dozen in a battalion. However, one must not take these few lightly. They are seasoned warriors, honed through rigorous training, clad in layers of armor, including chainmail, padded armor, and iron plating. The white armored soldiers are seldom deployed, and when they do engage, they often turn the tide of battle. At this moment, as the precious white armored soldiers were mobilized, Li Junye recognized the desperation of the Jianzhou, allowing a fleeting smile to escape his lips. Yet, he knew he could not afford to underestimate these few elite fighters. They might indeed hold the key to the Jianzhou's resurgence. Should they break through the Ming lines, the consequences for the Ming army would be dire. After an extended and intense battle, Li Junye's troops were weary. Rather than remain prey to the watchful eyes of the white armored soldiers, akin to vultures circling their quarry, it would be prudent to take the initiative and eliminate this potential threat. Thus, a bold plan began to form in Li Junye's mind. This group of white armored soldiers, led by a Bashiku, had been skillfully maneuvering at the periphery, resembling calm hunters, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. After a prolonged wait, they finally spotted a weakness in their prey. Amidst the relentless and fierce assaults from the Jianzhou, a section of the Ming formation suddenly showed signs of faltering, with even their own chariots being overturned by their comrades. The Bashiku of the white armored soldiers swiftly discerned this opportunity, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he rallied all his troops to charge headlong towards the exposed vulnerability. Chapter 38. the discontent of the Ming army over unpaid rations. Full rations rendered unrivaled. Without the obstruction of chariots, the Jianzhou cavalry could finally unleash their charging advantage. The Ming army, already on unstable footing, faced the onslaught of the white armored soldiers who struck with breathtaking swiftness. The swift cavalry charged with unparalleled ferocity, their steeds mercilessly hurling aside any Ming soldiers who dared obstruct their advance, resulting in the immediate collapse of the Ming formation. Dozens of armored soldiers surged into the ranks of the Ming, poised to wreak havoc upon the enemy when, to their astonishment, they discovered a formidable phalanx of Ming soldiers clad in heavy armor and wielding long spears blocking their path. This meticulously organized array of pikes stood before the cavalry like an impenetrable wall, ruthlessly thwarting their charge. Having fought their way in, the armored soldiers were unwilling to concede so easily. Just as they contemplated carving a bloody path through, a cohort of heavily armored cavalry emerged from either side, encircling them like a trap. It's an ambush, retreat. Bashir Ku finally realized the peril, but as he turned his steed to flee, he found the rear exit similarly obstructed by the long-speared soldiers. This was a complete and utter trap. Before Bashir Ku could ponder further, the cavalry surged forth, unleashing a volley of three-barreled guns that felled several elite white-armored soldiers of the Jianzhou. The Ming cavalry, having discharged their weapons, raised their three-barreled guns again, swinging them towards the heads of the Jianzhou soldiers clad in triple layers of armor. Each three-barreled gun weighed several pounds, and such a heavy strike could penetrate even the most fortified armor, delivering a crushing impact that, while leaving the exterior intact, inflicted grievous injuries beneath. As the Ming cavalry launched their assault, the infantry surrounding them also advanced. Though the white-armored soldiers were well protected, the infantry had their own methods. The long spears utilized by the infantry were inspired by the weaponry of the late Ming period, enhanced with a hooked barb. This innovative design allowed infantry to drag down a charging cavalryman rather than merely stabbing at them, making it significantly easier to dismount an adversary. Though Qin Liangyu was a woman, she proved herself a commanding general. The infantry steadily consolidated their defensive line, cornering the Jianzhou soldiers until they could hardly maneuver their horses. Deprived of their mobility, the white-armored soldiers became akin to fish on a chopping block. The infantry then began to utilize their long spears to collectively pull the Jianzhou soldiers from their mounts. Once dismounted, soldiers swarmed in to pin them to the ground, while others, wielding specialized knives, deftly avoided the neck armor to plunge their blades inside, executing their foes with precision. The Jianzhou soldiers, encumbered by their heavy armor and unable to rise once dragged down, faced inevitable death at the hands of the Ming forces. The beleaguered band of Manchurian invaders, trapped in their own folly, could not withstand the overwhelming might of the Ming forces for long, and soon met their demise. The invaluable white-armored soldiers fell one by one to the blades of the Ming troops, and watching from a distance, Hulai felt his heart wrenching in despair, his vision clouding as he tumbled from his steed once again. Fortunately, having learned from previous misfortunes, his loyal guards swiftly caught him, preventing him from crashing to the ground. As the white-armored soldiers were systematically eliminated, the morale of the Ming soldiers surged, charging forth like ferocious tigers unleashed upon the hapless Manchurians. Units such as the white-armored soldiers often served as the spiritual backbone of the Manchurian army. Thus, the rapid annihilation of their prized troops left them utterly disheartened, causing them to retreat in the face of the invigorated Ming forces. With renewed vigor, two cavalry units emerged from the flanks, wreaking havoc upon the faltering Manchurian defenses, leading to a catastrophic spike in their casualties. Withdraw! Withdraw! Quickly! Retreat! Hulai cried out in anguish, fully aware that the tide of battle had turned irrevocably against him. The only course of action to minimize losses was to retreat without delay. The Ming troops, fueled by a thirst for victory, relentlessly pursued the defeated enemy, yet the Manchurians, being cavalry, managed to escape for the most part, albeit at a heavy cost. In a mere instant's worth of time, Hulai's contingent of 3,000 had dwindled to less than half, with many of those remaining bearing the marks of battle. Furthermore, he had lost 2 of his 5 banners to the Ming forces. After over 20 years of military service, Hulai had never suffered such a defeat. As he surveyed the battered remnants of his troops, his heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. With a heavy heart, he uttered the words "return to camp" before collapsing once more from his horse. We have vanquished the Manchurians. We are victorious. Victory! As they beheld the retreating foes, jubilant cheers erupted from the ranks of the Ming army. They raised their weapons high, shouting with glee, resembling children celebrating a joyous occasion. My lord, What shall we do with these captives? Lu Yuan, leading a contingent of prisoners to lead Junye, found himself in a quandary. As all units had sent their captured foes to the logistics corps, given that the troops were in motion, Lu Yuan was at a loss for how to handle this batch of prisoners and thus deferred the dilemma to Li Junye. Without even a glance, Li Junye replied, "Dig a pit and bury them alive." Lu Yuan was taken aback. "My lord, ancient wisdom dictates that in battle, one does not kill captives. Executing prisoners is an act of dishonor." The deeply ingrained cultural belief against executing captives weighed heavily on him. With impatience, Li Junye retorted, "These brutes have repeatedly invaded, plundering our lands, slaying my brothers, dishonoring my sisters, and destroying my home. Are they soldiers? They are nothing but bandits. I do not slay prisoners of war. I execute the enemies of the Ming." Though Lu Yuan sensed a flaw in Li Junye's reasoning, he could not articulate it. After some contemplation, he found merit in Li Junye's argument and silently proceeded to arrange for the digging of the pit. After a brief cleaning and assessment of the battlefield, it was determined that over 1,600 enemy soldiers had been decapitated. The Ming army suffered 122 fatalities, with 39 severely wounded and 162 sustaining minor injuries. With a total of more than 1,600 troops initially deployed, excluding the deceased and severely injured, at least half of the lightly wounded remained capable of continuing the fight. Thus, the losses incurred by the Ming forces were not substantial, as, after filtering the lightly injured, approximately 1,400 men remained combat-ready. Among the spoils, over 1,200 sets of armor and 623 warhorses were captured, along with countless weapons, the precise tally of which is still being compiled. However, the invading Jurchen forces had plundered extensively upon entering the region, carrying away much of their ill-gotten wealth. Consequently, the financial gains from this battle were significant, although the exact figures remain unclear due to the complexity of inventorying the spoils. Nevertheless, Li Junye estimated that the total would not fall short of 20 to 30,000 taels. Most gratifying for Li Junye was the acquisition of over 600 steppe warhorses, which are invaluable to the Ming, who have lost their breeding grounds, with the majority of his soldiers trained in horsemanship. The addition of these steeds would greatly enhance their mobility. Following the cleanup of the battlefield, Li Junye ordered the collection of all spoils before advancing towards the next target. Chapter 39. Stop them quickly in Gaolang City. The Jurchen forces finally launched their full-scale assault. Armed with over 10,000 well-equipped soldiers, they besieged the small city, rendering it virtually impregnable, much like a tiny vessel adrift in a vast ocean. Yet the defenders remained resolute, each man embracing the certainty of death and refusing to yield in the face of imminent defeat, fighting valiantly against the Jurchen onslaught. "Grandfather, the Jurchens have breached the eastern gate. The situation is dire." Sun Jihang, clad in heavy armor, rushed to report to Sun Qingzong. Remaining calm, Sun Qingzong replied, "Remember not to panic in critical moments. You must hold the eastern gate. I will soon lead all the male members of the Sun family to your aid." "Thank you for your guidance, grandfather. I shall defend the eastern gate diligently." "Go then." Sun Qingzong raised his hand, and after a slight bow, Sun Jihang hurried back to his post. Once Sun Jihang departed, Sun Qingzong turned to his old servant behind him, Lao Zhong. "Summon every able-bodied man from the Sun family immediately. We must reinforce the eastern gate." The old servant knelt down, tears in his eyes, and pleaded, "My lord, you must not. You need to leave a future for the Sun family." With a heavy sigh, Sun Qingzong responded, "The Ming Dynasty is on the brink of collapse. What use is there in preserving the Sun family?" "My lord," the old servant lamented, "there is no time for further discussion. Go swiftly. In war, speed is of the essence. Do not delay our chance." "Yes, my lord." Having served Sun Qingzong for decades, the old servant understood his temperament and reluctantly departed, tears in his eyes. Among the Jurchen forces, Dudu stood atop a high mound, surrounded by a throng of attendants, personally directing the battle. He was exceedingly pleased with the total assault that commenced that afternoon. Although the defenders, led by Sun Qingzong, exhibited great spirit, they were ultimately comprised of poorly equipped and inadequately trained militiamen. Once their arrows and stones were exhausted, they would find it nearly impossible to withstand the onslaught of the Jurchen cavalry. As the vanguard troops began their assault on the eastern gate, Dudu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He estimated that it would not be long before Gaoyang was completely seized. Once Gaoyang was captured, he was determined to personally confront that old curmudgeon, Sun Qingzong, who had caused them considerable distress back in Liaodong. Report: General Hulayejing has returned to the camp. While Du Du was lost in thought, a rider approached with news. Du Du slightly relaxed his brow and, intrigued, inquired, "How many Ming troops did Hulai take down this time? How much loot did he secure?" The soldier, noticing Du Du's smug demeanor, hesitated to disillusion him and cleverly responded. In reply to the general, "Hulai Jing has only brought back half of his men." Du Du chuckled. It seems the spoils of war were far too plentiful. Hulai must have sent half of his men back to transport them. The soldier, however, added gravely, "General, Hulai Jing has returned in defeat. That half of his men will never return." The soldier's clever ruse crumbled under the weight of urgency, prompting him to burst into tears. "What has transpired? Why hasn't Hulai come to see me personally?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Du Du impatiently seized the soldier by the collar, lifting him as if he were a mere chick, and bellowed a reprimand. Glancing at the soldier's rank, Du Du understood that he would not glean any substantial information from such a lowly figure. In a fit of rage, he threw the soldier to the ground and roared at his aides, "Quickly summon Hulai to me." Moments later, Hulai was brought before Du Du, bound in ropes that Du Du had instructed his men to tie. What on earth has happened? Du Du was now anxious beyond measure, and Hulai's theatrics only fueled his irritation. Hulai, with tears streaming down his face, recounted the entire sequence of events. Du Du, surprisingly indifferent to Yulan's demise, considered all heroes merely servants of his household. What truly vexed him was the loss of 3 Nuliagen in a single battle. With the total number of Jin troops being so scarce, the loss of 3 from a force of just over 1,000 was something Du Du could scarcely bear. Upon hearing that his valuable white-armored soldiers had been entirely obliterated, Du Du's fury reached a boiling point. Drawing a dagger, he prepared to strike at Hulai's head, but fortunately, several commanders reacted swiftly and seized the blade just in time. "You wretched servant! Where's that Ming army? I shall send men to utterly annihilate them." After a long while, Du Du finally regained his composure and bellowed in anger, determined not to let such formidable Ming forces escape his grasp. Hulai, with a face full of sorrow, replied, "When I first came to see the master, scouts reported that the Ming army is advancing towards Gaoyang. Indeed, there are those who fear not death." The Ming army's movements caught Du Du off guard, and he was compelled to admire their bravery. "Master, look." Just as Du Du was quietly admiring the courage of the Ming forces, a commander nearby pointed towards the south, loudly alerting him. Du Du turned his gaze towards the south, where thick clouds of dust billowed, indicating that an army was advancing towards them. The assailants were none other than Li Junye and his troops, consisting of 700 to 800 cavalrymen, while the remainder were aboard war chariots, recklessly charging towards Gaoyang City. Their objective was clear: to swiftly penetrate Gaoyang and, alongside its fortifications and defenders, resist the onslaught of the Jianru cavalry. The Ming army's chariots forged a path through the battlefield, akin to a tank, as all vehicles followed closely behind, protected by infantry stationed on the chariots, making rapid strides towards the eastern gate of Gaoyang. Meanwhile, the Ming cavalry spread out on both flanks, plunging into the Jianru ranks to cover the main force's retreat. The Jianru's main contingent was focused on besieging the city, having already breached the eastern gate, allowing many Jianru soldiers to infiltrate the city. Just as the besieging troops believed victory was at hand, they were taken by surprise as a Ming force emerged from behind them. Instantly, they were caught off guard, and the Ming cavalry, numbering around 700 to 800, surged forth from the rear, wreaking havoc among the Jianru ranks, causing their foes to flee in terror. The eastern gate of Gaoyang was thrown into utter chaos. "Quickly, stop them!" Du Du exclaimed, his heart racing at this unforeseen development. He knew that the attackers ahead were infantry, and siege operations rarely formed proper formations. The disorder played to the cavalry's advantage. If these horsemen were not swiftly contained, the consequences would be dire. As soon as Du Du finished speaking, several valiant commanders mounted their steeds, leading their ironclad cavalry to intercept the reckless Ming forces. Chapter 40. Breaking through the siege, my lord. The Jianru cavalry is upon us. Qian Fun, bloodied from combat, arrived at Li Junye's side after engaging in several rounds of fighting, awaiting his command. Li Junye glanced at the front lines and noted that they had just entered the eastern gate. He instructed, "You and Zhao Yong hold them off for now. Once the convoy is fully inside, I will devise a way to cover your entry." "Understood." Upon receiving Li Junye's unequivocal order, Qian Fun spurred his horse away, charging back into the Jianru formation. This delay could not be attributed to the convoy's slow pace. After all, the heavily laden carts could not match the speed of cavalry. Additionally, after 3 days of fierce combat, the battlefield was littered with corpses that had yet to be cleared, further hindering the convoy's progress. The bodies grew more numerous as they approached the city gate, particularly at the eastern gate, which had been fiercely contested. Wang Liang, leading the charge, could not help but curse. How are we supposed to get through this? No sooner had he uttered those words than an arrow whizzed past his ear. Shot from the city tower. Looking up, he saw that the eastern gate stood wide open, brimming with Jianru infantry atop the battlements. Realization struck him. The Jianru had taken control of the towers. He swiftly turned to Wei Bo, the commander of the convoy, and said, "I will take my men to deal with these ruffians. You must get the convoy inside without delay." With that, Wang Liang led his troops in a tumultuous rush into the city. The Jurchens, though aware of the impending arrival of the Ming army, hastily organized their forces to resist the intruders. However, the majority of these Jurchens were merely traitorous Han soldiers, ill-equipped to match the well-armed Ming forces. With a sparse population, the Jurchen army comprised a significant proportion of Mongols and turncoats, the latter often occupying the lowest echelon of the hierarchy. They were poorly armed and assigned the most arduous tasks, frequently compelled to take the lead in battle. In mere moments, the defenders at the city gates were overwhelmed by the Ming forces, scattering in disarray as they fled into the city. "Kill them all, leave not a single one." Wang Liang, known for his fierce temperament, eagerly issued orders for no survivors. He first regrouped his men to reclaim the city tower before charging into the city to pursue the retreating Jurchens. Once the Ming army gained entry, they swiftly unleashed their formidable long-range firepower. Tiger crouching cannons and flintlock guns were unloaded from the war chariots and mounted on the city walls, indiscriminately targeting both the Jurchens within and outside the city. The Ming infantry, upon entering the city, wreaked havoc on the Jurchens, who found themselves besieged by the resilient defenders of Gaoang at the front and pursued by the Ming troops from behind, while the Ming soldiers atop the walls rained down fire. It did not take long for the Jurchens to disintegrate, and in their despair, they surrendered, discarding their weapons and kneeling in defeat. In a brief span of time, the Ming forces and the Gaoyang defenders regained complete control over the small town. In stark contrast, Qianfen and Zhao Yong faced a far more arduous task than Wang Liang, who dealt primarily with a contingent of turncoat soldiers. Qianfen's adversaries were genuine Jurchens and Mongol cavalry. Despite having 700 to 800 men under his command, only around 200 were professional cavalry, while the rest were mounted infantry, who, when compared to cavalry, were significantly disadvantaged. Aware of their numerical inferiority, Qianfen promptly recalled his previously reckless cavalry and gathered them near the eastern gate. Infuriatingly, the Jurchens persisted in their reluctance to commit fully, sending forth a substantial vanguard of Mongol cavalry numbering around 2,000. Without hesitation, Qianfen and Zhao Yong charged at the vanguard of cavalry, stirring up a cloud of dust and the neighing of battle steeds as the clash of combat erupted violently. However, as the Mongols engaged, they soon realized that the 200 cavalrymen at the forefront were clad in triple-layer armor, much like their own white-armored soldiers. Their flimsy Mongolian sabers proved ineffective against the well-armored Ming cavalry. The Ming army, having seized a considerable quantity of Jurchen armor, had outfitted their ironclad cavalry in similar triple-layer armor. In contrast, the Ming cavalry not only donned superior armor but wielded exceptionally fine weaponry. The collision of their sabers with the Ming blades was akin to striking an egg against a rock. The Ming cavalry, equipped with meticulously forged steel sabers, found their weapons easily overpowering their opponents in just a few exchanges. Although the cavalry of the Jianzhou were numerous, they fundamentally gained no advantage and found themselves increasingly destabilized by the Ming forces. This situation was untenable. It was imperative to deploy our red armor and white armor soldiers to eliminate all Ming troops that had not yet entered the city. After observing the battle, Du began to regret his reluctance to commit resources. Following his orders, a valiant general mounted his horse, and amidst the somber sound of the horn, led over 100 white armor soldiers and 500 to 600 red armor soldiers in a grand charge against the Ming forces outside the city. As the Ming cavalry became consumed by their fervor, a sudden, clear sound of gongs resonated from within Gaoyang City. Che Qianfen turned to see that the convoy had fully entered the city. After dispatching a Jianzhou soldier with a swift motion, he led the cavalry outside toward the eastern gate. Both sides, blinded by the heat of battle, were unwilling to allow the Ming forces a facile retreat, and the Jianzhou troops charged forward without hesitation. However, when they were about 300 meters from the city wall, the cannons atop the eastern gate roared, and a multitude of pursuing Jianzhou soldiers fell. In an instant, the Ming forces retreated within the range of their bows and crossbows. The soldiers on the wall generously provided a rain of arrows to cover their retreating comrades, causing the pursuing Jianzhou troops to collapse in droves. Under the protection of the Ming soldiers on the wall, the cavalry outside finally made their way into the city, though they suffered considerable casualties, with nearly 200 failing to return. As the cavalry retreated back into the city, Junye remained at the gate until he confirmed that all had returned before finally entering. The heavy gate was slowly closed behind him. "Master Sun, this is my lord," he said. Shortly after Junye entered, Wang Liang, who had arrived earlier, brought forth an elderly man with a youthful countenance before Junye. It was needless to guess. This was undoubtedly Sun Qingzong. Junye hurriedly approached and respectfully bowed. "I, Junye, pay my respects to Master Sunday." During his lifetime, Sun Qingzong was honored with the title of Taizi Shaoshi, hence the common address of Master Sunday. "I am truly humbled. For had it not been for the general's timely assistance, the citizens of Gaoyang might have faced utter ruin. If anyone should bow, it is I who ought to bow to you." With that, Sun Qingzong indeed returned a deep bow of respect to Junye. "Master Sun, your courtesy overwhelms me. How could I, Junye, possibly accept such honor?" "Please, rise," Junye insisted as he helped Sun Qingzong to his feet. After assisting him, Junye awkwardly added, "And please, Master Sun, do refrain from calling me general. I am merely 1,000 households from Dengzhou." Sun Qingzong was left speechless, astonished that this young man commanded a military force comparable to that of a general in the Ming court yet was merely a minor commander. The court is indeed blind. Such talent is wasted in a mere 1,000 households. It is a lamentable reality that the officials are as rotten wood, he lamented sincerely on behalf of Junye. Junye quickly interjected, "Master Sun, let us not dwell on this. We must first discuss the defense of Gaoyang." Sun Qingzong concurred, "Indeed, this is of utmost importance. Allow me to briefly outline the situation in Gaoyang for you." After being introduced by Sun Qingzong, Junye gained a general understanding of the situation in Gaoyang. Outside the city, the invading forces, led by the bannerman Dudu, numbered over 15,000 men. Within the city, approximately 2,600 able-bodied men had been hastily recruited. But after 3 days of fierce combat, fewer than 1,000 remained, and their equipment was woefully inadequate. Junye also suffered substantial losses upon entering the city, with casualties amounting to around 200, leaving him with fewer than 1,200 capable soldiers. Thus, the combined forces of both sides totaled around 2,000. During the 3-day siege, the defenders managed to eliminate over 1,000 of the invading forces, while Junye, on his way, had dispatched approximately 1,500 to 1,600 more. By the time he entered the city, the total casualties on both sides amounted to something in the range of 1,500 to 1,600. This indicated that at least 12,000 invaders remained outside the city, although there were over 2,000 defenders within. The able-bodied men from Gaoyang constituted at least 40% of this number, despite their unwavering resolve and high morale in defending their homeland. The lack of equipment and training rendered their enthusiasm insufficient for success in battle. Junye then addressed Sun Qingzong, stating, "Master, I believe our immediate priority is to bolster the number of defenders in the city. Is there any possibility of mobilizing additional able-bodied men to assist in the defense?" Sun Qingzong, displaying a troubled expression, replied, "While I can certainly expend my savings to recruit more able-bodied men, I regret to say that I currently lack sufficient weaponry. As the sage once said, to not teach the people to fight is to abandon them. How can I bear to send them to their deaths without proper means?" Junye smiled and reassured him, "You need not worry excessively about weaponry, for I have brought ample supplies that will sufficiently arm an additional 2,000 able-bodied men. I am uncertain, however, whether you can recruit that many." Upon hearing this, Sun Qingzong felt a surge of relief and exhaled deeply, saying, "I possess considerable esteem within Gaoyang, and I shall promptly expend my resources to facilitate the recruitment of 2,000 additional men." Junye quickly interjected, in defending Gaoyang, "I am aware that you have already incurred significant expenses. How can I allow you to deplete your wealth further? Especially when you have over 100 mouths to feed at home. Though I am not particularly capable, there are still some funds available in the military treasury for this purpose." Sun Qingzong insisted, "To defend Gaoyang is akin to safeguarding my own homeland. How could I permit you, my lord, to bear this cost? If you persist in this endeavor, it would imply a lack of regard for my own standing." Junye conceded, "Very well. However, I do have a humble request after the recruitment of the able-bodied men. I hope you will grant it." Sun Qingzong readily replied, "Speak freely." Junye continued, given that my troops have recently engaged in 2 battles, resulting in numerous enemy casualties but also our own losses. I would kindly ask for permission to first replenish our forces following the recruitment. That is only natural, Sun Qingzong agreed without hesitation. Just as their discussion concluded, a sudden and urgent sound of a horn echoed from the city walls, followed by a soldier rushing forward to report, "My lord, the invaders are attacking the city once again. They are likely attempting to breach the walls while you are still establishing your foothold." Sun Qingzong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 41. What difficulty lies ahead? Li Junye promptly commanded, "Quickly, open all the wagons loaded with weapons and allow the able-bodied men of Gaoyang to take what they need." In a moment of desperation, Sun Qingzong hurriedly mobilized personnel to procure weapons for the defense of the city, while also dispatching individuals to recruit able-bodied men from house to house within the city. "What is the situation?" Li Junye inquired as he accompanied Sun Qingzong to the city tower. At that moment, Wang Liang was directing operations at the east gate. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "It is not looking good. It appears the enemy is launching a full-scale assault. Just look at the numbers here. It's the same at all 4 gates." Li Junye gazed into the distance beyond the city walls and noted that over 3,000 enemy troops were attacking the east gate, indicating that they had once again chosen it as their primary point of assault. Observing the enemy's movements, Sun Qingzong stated, "The defense of the city is paramount. I am willing to entrust the command of the Gaoyang militia to you, my lord, so that we may operate under a unified command. You, Li Da, can mobilize everyone within the city, including myself." Li Junye nodded respectfully and bowed, saying, "Master Sun, your noble intentions truly inspire admiration. I vow to uphold my duty." Sun Qingzong then introduced 2 young men, his grandsons, who led the Gaoyang militia and were his capable assistants in defending the city. "These are the commoners Sun Jihong and Sun Jiqiang. They have come to pay their respects to you, my lord." After a brief assessment of the 2 young men, Li Junye found their demeanor impressive and inspiring. Once the command structure was unified, Li Junye issued orders without delay. "Wang Liang, Wei Bo will guard the east gate. Ma Yu and Lu Yuan will secure the west. Yin Rui and Chen Ying will defend the north, and the Sun brothers will take charge of the south. Qianfan and Zhao Yang's cavalry will remain in the city, ready for immediate deployment." After assigning responsibilities, Li Junye integrated the Gaoyang militia with his own forces, distributing them evenly across the 4 gates. As the war drums of the enemy echoed relentlessly, the assailants drew nearer to the city. Dudu resorted to his usual tactics, sending in the traitorous forces to lead the charge. These mercenary troops, armed with rudimentary ladders, surged toward Gaoyang City like a pack of frenzied hounds. Despite the darkness, the Ming army unleashed a barrage of fire arrows, which served to mark the range of their shots and illuminate the movements of the enemy below. The enemy soon recognized this and endeavored to extinguish the Ming arrows. Yet the Ming forces seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply. The equipment of these traitorous troops was inferior even to that of the Mongols, leading to devastating consequences as they faced the Ming army's powerful bows and crossbows. Each volley from the Ming forces was akin to a harvest, mowing down large swathes of the enemy. Though the traitorous forces were numerous, they suffered catastrophic losses, eventually reaching the base of the city walls, where they would be welcomed by the defenders. Without hesitation, the Ming soldiers ignited their explosive devices, raining destruction upon the invaders. Countless explosives fell from above, obliterating the enemy who had managed to reach the foot of the walls. The assailants, armed only with makeshift ladders, found themselves with nowhere to hide, and faced with the ferocity of the defenders' bows and explosives, many were struck with despair. However, the discipline among the Jinru soldiers is exceedingly strict. At this moment, should they attempt to flee, they would undoubtedly face a gruesome fate. Whether they advance or retreat, death looms ahead, placing these traitorous Han generals in a dire predicament. Perhaps many of them now regret their decision to betray their own kind. Dudu had not anticipated the formidable firepower of the Ming army. Such an approach was untenable. Even if victory were to be achieved, it would surely come at a devastating cost. After all, how many Jinru soldiers were there in total? He could not afford such a Pyrrhic victory. In a flurry of urgency, Dudu ordered a retreat to minimize casualties. Despite their betrayal, they were still akin to his own dogs. The loss of one's pet would evoke sorrow in any owner. It seemed that a swift victory was no longer attainable. Dudu, brows furrowed in distress, could not fathom how the situation had deteriorated. Everything had initially progressed smoothly, and the fall of Gaoyang appeared imminent. Where had this powerful Ming army suddenly emerged from? Upon returning to the tent, Dudu's face was ashen, and the generals had already gathered within. He cast a cold glance at them and commanded, "Convey my orders. The entire army is to work through the night to construct siege weapons. We must seize Gaoyang within 3 days. My lord, such a course is unwise. We have already spent 3 days at Gaoyang without substantial gain. If we delay further, we risk returning empty-handed," one bolder general ventured to advise. The Jinru typically entered the region to pillage, avoiding unnecessary attacks on fortified cities to minimize casualties and conserve time. After suffering significant losses at Gaoyang and wasting 3 days, discontent brewed among the ranks. Unexpectedly, Dudu showed no inclination to abandon the siege. The bold general, unable to contain himself, stepped forward to voice his concerns. Though he continually referred to Dudu as my lord, Dudu was acutely aware of the ulterior motives lurking in his heart. His simmering anger found an outlet as he struck the general's face with his whip, leaving a crimson mark that crawled like a fiery serpent across his skin. The general, stung and covering his mouth with his hand, still protested, "My lord, I only speak for your benefit." Without hesitation, Dudu lashed out again, a second crimson mark adorning the other side of the general's face. Furious, Dudu rebuked, "You wretched fool. You claim to act in my interest. Yet are you not aware of your own calculations? It is clear that you and your ilk, my treacherous dogs, have gained nothing in Gaoyang. Who among you has truly considered my welfare? A mere city like Gaoyang has resisted my siege for 3 days, and I have lost 5,000 men. If I return under such circumstances, how shall I present myself before the other nobles? What will the emperor think of me? Are you not concerned about the disgrace you will bring upon yourselves? You may afford such shame, but I cannot." As Dudu's voice grew louder, his fury reminiscent of a roaring lion, the generals fell silent, the tent enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Meanwhile, in the Ming army's camp, a jubilant atmosphere prevailed. Sun Qingzong had arranged for the delivery of more than 30 fat pigs, along with several carts of wine and an abundance of vegetables and fruits. After leaving a few guards behind, a celebratory banquet took place within the city that night. 2 factions reveled in merriment and libations, indulging until the early hours of dawn before reluctantly dispersing. The following day, after partaking in breakfast, Junye arrived at the entrance of a modest courtyard. This was the temporary residence of Sun Qingzong, who had vacated his own home and was now residing in a vacant small courtyard belonging to a neighbor. "Is the master within? I have urgent matters to discuss with him," Junye inquired politely as he encountered Sun Qingzong's loyal servant, Old Zhong. Old Zhong promptly replied, "My master rises promptly at dawn, partakes in breakfast, and then reads indoors until it is light enough to attend to matters. He is currently absorbed in his studies. I shall escort you in, masterly." "Thank you kindly," Junye responded with a slight bow, following Old Zhong into the courtyard. The courtyard was unremarkable, a typical rural abode that had fallen into slight disrepair due to years of vacancy. However, it was meticulously maintained. Verdant leaves adorned the walls, and lush grass sprouted upon the tiles. What might have seemed desolate elsewhere appeared rather elegant here. "Master, lordly requests an audience," Old Zhong announced softly at the door. Upon hearing that Junye had arrived, Sun Qingzong hurriedly came forth to greet him. Once inside, and after establishing their respective seats, Sun Qingzong eagerly inquired. Junye took a moment to savor a sip of fragrant tea. Though not of the finest quality, it was sweet and delightful. Before responding, "Our forces have engaged in numerous battles, inflicting heavy casualties upon the enemy. However, I must candidly admit that our arrows have been severely depleted. We have yet to receive sufficient reinforcements. And now only a little over 20,000 arrows remain, hardly enough for a single engagement. What shall we do?" Sun Qingzong, having previously suffered the consequences of running out of arrows during a siege, found it difficult to remain composed upon hearing Junye's report. Noticing Sun Qingzong's growing agitation, Junye sought to reassure him, saying, "Do not fret, master. On my journey northward, I brought along several skilled craftsmen and tools capable of producing arrows on site. What we lack are the raw materials for arrow production, which is why I have come to solicit your assistance. An arrow primarily consists of 3 components: the arrowhead, the shaft, and the fletching. The arrowhead is typically crafted from iron, but the materials for the shaft and fletching are more discerning. In the south, bamboo is commonly used for the shaft, while in the north, willow is favored. Outside the Great Wall, birch wood is preferred, as it must be sturdy and straight. Only the straightest specimens can be selected for crafting the shaft. As for the fletching, the finest material is crafted from the feathers of raptors, those majestic birds of prey. specifically their wings and tail feathers. The secondary choice would be goose feathers. One must not underestimate the significance of the fletching, as it directly influences the arrow's stability in flight. Sun Qingzong found himself in a moment of quandary. Furrowing his brow as he spoke, Gaoyang is merely a small town. The resources you mentioned, Lord Li, have all been exhausted by me. If I had the means to procure them, I would not find myself in this predicament of depleted arrows. This is indeed a challenging situation. Li Junye, too, felt the weight of the challenge, realizing that without arrows, defending against the 10,000 enemy troops outside the city would be exceedingly arduous. This is not insurmountable. At the moment when both individuals were engulfed in despair, a melodious and clear voice, reminiscent of a copper bell, suddenly resonated from outside the door. As the sound faded, a graceful young maiden entered, delicately stepping forward while carrying a lunchbox. Chapter 42. On a windy, moonless night, amidst mayhem and fire. Sir Li, I almost forgot to introduce you to my granddaughter, Zhilan. Alas, she has been rather spoiled by me, and thus lacks proper etiquette. I apologize for the amusement caused, remarked Sun Qingzong. Grandfather. Zhilan feigned a pout of indignation. Li Junye regarded the young lady before him, who appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old, possessing a lithe figure and a countenance that radiated youthful charm. With a cheerful demeanor, Sun Zhilan proclaimed, as the ancients say, in times of poverty, one must innovate. Through innovation, one can find a way. Since we cannot currently procure the materials needed for arrow making, why not consider an alternative material? Do continue, Sun Qingzong urged, suddenly enlightened. Sun Zhilan elaborated. In Gaoyang, particularly nearby Yangdian, we have an abundance of reeds, which the local populace often utilizes for firewood. I once encountered an ancient text that mentioned the use of reeds for arrow shafts. Why not employ reeds to craft our arrows? Excellent idea. I believe utilizing reeds for arrow shafts is a splendid notion, Li Junye exclaimed, visibly excited. The reeds may not be as ideal as birch or willow. They are still sufficiently capable. The most crucial aspect is the availability of abundant reed stocks in Gaoyang, making arrow production entirely feasible. Sun Qingzong remarked. This notion has crossed my mind before. However, reeds are rather fragile. While they may suffice for hunting, I fear they may struggle to penetrate armor in battle. Li Junye chuckled. You're overly concerned, my dear teacher. As long as they can be shot, they can slay foes. The enemy cannot possibly remain entirely unarmored. Sun Qingzong nodded in agreement, recognizing this as a viable solution. Li Junye continued. Ultimately, this is but a secondary consideration. We can mix these arrows with standard ones, interspersing a regular arrow among every 3 or 4 of the reed arrows. This way, the enemy will be caught off guard by the blend of real and feigned threats. What a brilliant stratagem. A perfect blend of reality and illusion. Sun Qingzong exclaimed, his eyes alight with inspiration. Gaoyang, being close to Baiyangdian, not only produces abundant reeds, but also nurtures waterfowl. I have researched that while traditional arrows require eagle and goose feathers, in urgent circumstances, we may substitute with goose and duck feathers. As for the iron needed to fashion arrowheads, that is even simpler. We can gather all ironware in the city by offering payment. Sun Zhilan continued with enthusiasm. Turning to Li Junye, Sun Qingzong inquired, What do you think, Sir Li? I believe this plan is highly feasible, Li Junye responded. Then I shall immediately dispatch individuals to the city to gather these 3 items, as well as assemble a workforce to deliver everything to your military camp shortly, Sun Qingzong assured. Very well, I shall take my leave and return to prepare, Li Junye stated. Not long after Li Junye departed, Sun Qingzong arranged for several large carts filled with reed stalks, geese, ducks, and ironware to be sent, with more supplies arriving continuously thereafter. Li Junye was not idle. Having long made preparations, the 2 parties promptly commenced the trial production of the first batch of samples. For the arrowheads, Li Junye employed a casting technique, first creating a model of the arrowhead in a sand mold, then pouring molten iron into it. Once cooled, the arrowhead could be extracted from the mold and, after meticulous polishing, it was successfully crafted. The arrowhead was then affixed to a shaft, and feathers were glued on, resulting in the formation of a simple arrow. Following just 1 trial production, they achieved remarkable success. Li Junye hastened to increase manpower and began large-scale production. Fortunately, aside from the arrowheads, the rest of the arrow-making process was relatively light, allowing women to participate, so he mobilized all the women in the city, dividing them into day and night shifts, producing arrows without pause. Through this manpower strategy, They were able to produce 5,000 to 6,000 simple arrows in a single day. Over the past 2 days, Junye undertook another task. He had selected a batch of robust recruits from the newly recruited soldiers of Gaoyang to enhance his army, restoring it to full strength. After seizing a large number of horses, Junye expanded his cavalry from 1 regiment with 2 banners to 3 banners, thereby increasing the cavalry unit to a total of 420 men. Upon completing these tasks, he established an additional cavalry banner as his personal guards, resulting in a total expansion of 3 banners, bringing the entire army to over 1,800 soldiers at full strength. The expansion of the army is a gradual process. To maintain the original combat effectiveness, this process cannot be rushed. This time, Junye added more than 600 new soldiers. Although the total number of personnel had increased, the actual combat capability was somewhat diminished compared to before. Fortunately, there were still 200 to 300 wounded soldiers in the army, and once they recovered and rejoined, they would undoubtedly be seasoned veterans. "My lord, our scouts have returned." That night, Sun Jihong entered the tent with a man drenched in sweat. He was a man in his 40s, a robust soldier from Gaoyang, who had been discreetly sent out with several others to gather intelligence on the situation outside the city regarding the Jian slaves. However, only he had returned, implying that the others had likely met with misfortune. "What is the situation with the Jian slaves?" Junye inquired anxiously. A bystander handed the man a jug of water, which he drank deeply before responding. "My lord, the Jian slaves are currently outside the city abducting many laborers to forge siege weapons. They have already constructed over a dozen cloud carts and more than 100 shield carts." Junye furrowed his brow. The shield cart was one of the infantry's treasures among the Jian slaves. It is a wooden vehicle with a wooden board mounted at the front, further reinforced with leather and iron plating, propelled by human effort, capable of easily shielding against the Ming army's arrows, matchlocks, and small cannons. Though simple in construction, the shield cart served a significant purpose, particularly in breaching fortifications. The presence of shield carts indicated that the arrows Junye was tirelessly producing day and night would have diminished utility. "Can you confirm the accuracy of what you have said?" Junye asked, unwilling to accept the disheartening news without further verification. The man declared, "These items were procured by me, disguised as a common laborer, infiltrating the enemy camp to gather intelligence. Every word I speak is the truth, and should you doubt me, I am willing to guarantee it with my own life." The man's fervor intensified, as if he were wrongfully accused of murder. Lordly had no reason to doubt. This individual was Lu San, a man well known to me from my previous ventures to Liaodong. Suddenly, Sun Qingzong interjected on Lu's behalf. Given these circumstances, Lordly need not harbor any suspicions, and he promptly instructed his men, quickly take Lu San to tend to his injuries. For his bravery in risking his life to gather intelligence, reward him with 200 taels of silver. "Thank you, my lord." Unexpectedly, Lu San's audacious gamble had yielded a reward of 200 taels, ensuring financial stability for his entire family for a considerable time. After Lu San was sent away, Junye stated seriously, "The enemy is tirelessly crafting siege equipment overnight, and we cannot afford to remain idle. Therefore, I have resolved to raid their camp tonight and destroy all their siege apparatus." "That is unwise," Sun Qingzong quickly interjected. "The enemy's numbers are vast, while our forces are scant and primarily infantry. Wouldn't this be akin to throwing eggs against a stone?" The assembly echoed his concerns, some even questioning Junye's sanity. Junye replied, "You are overthinking it, my dear advisor. Warfare is a matter of cunning. Precisely because you all deem it impossible to raid, it is all the more reason we must proceed." The crowd found themselves perplexed by his reasoning. Junye continued, "Consider this. If we ourselves believe that raiding the camp is a futile endeavor, the enemy will surely share that sentiment. Thus, they will become complacent, their vigilance diminished. Ensuring our success tonight, we must act swiftly and retreat before they can mount a response, thus ensuring our safe withdrawal. Desperation can lead to salvation. I too find this plan feasible," Sun Qingzong finally concluded after a prolonged silence. Junye's analysis held merit. When even our own ranks believe that a raid is impossible, the enemy, wielding an overwhelming advantage, will be even more convinced of its improbability. Often, opportunities arise when all believe there is none. The raid would not signify an all-out counterattack, but merely a disturbance. Given our weaker position, we must carefully consider our retreat post-raid, with the enemy's cavalry in abundance. Deploying infantry to conduct the raid would be ill-advised. Those undertaking the raid must all possess horses. Only then can they retreat safely under the hooves of the enemy cavalry. Junye made a brief assessment, counting the horses available for transport, discovering approximately 1,100 mounts in the army. This meant he could muster over 1,100 men for battle, and with Gao Yang's able-bodied men contributing around 100, the raiding force would exceed 1,300. With such numbers, Li Junye felt a surge of confidence. As such, let us all prepare for tonight's endeavor. It is imperative that we remain vigilant and well-equipped. With ample firewood and oil at our disposal, upon breaching the enemy's encampment, we must ignite fires along our path, prioritizing the destruction of their siege apparatus. We shall advance swiftly and retreat without hesitation. Understood. The commanders immediately accepted their orders and departed. Once the others had left, Li Junye ascended the city tower alone, only to find the night cloaked in darkness, with the biting northern winds howling. A wry smile crossed his lips, a moonless night, perfect for slaughter and arson. My lord. Preparations are complete. The entire army is ready to exit the city. On the tower, a soldier approached with news, prompting Li Junye to descend. Within the city, the troops stood at the ready, armed with long spears, mounting their steeds with ease. With a subtle wave of his hand, the heavy city gate slowly creaked open. Li Junye, spear in hand, led the way, stealthily slipping out of the city with Qian Fan, Zhao Yong, and the Sun brothers. The Ming forces moved in complete silence, even muffling their horses' hooves with cloth, and as anticipated, not a single guard of the enemy was aware of their presence. Chapter 43. Assault on the enemy's camp. Guided by the local militia, the Ming army stealthily arrived at a concealed location to lie in ambush. Subsequently, under the experienced guidance of Sun Jihong, Li Junye personally ventured to scout the terrain. As he had surmised, the enemy's defenses were remarkably lax. In the vast encampment housing over 10,000 troops, only a handful of guards were stationed, while the majority slumbered soundly within. Upon their return, Li Junye and Sun Jihong were eagerly surrounded by the anxious commanders. Li Junye picked up a stone and traced the outline of the enemy's camp in the dirt, providing a brief overview of their defenses. When the commanders learned of the enemy's complacency, they collectively exhaled in relief, their faces lighting up with excitement. Li Junye gestured on the ground. Based on my observations and reports from scouts, the enemy's siege equipment is located to the north of the camp. Our manpower is insufficient. A direct assault on the northern gate may not yield favorable results. Therefore, I propose to feign an attack at the southern gate first. While the enemy's attention is diverted there, our main force will strike from the north, obliterating their siege engines. What do you all think? Excellent, I concur. The southern gate shall be entrusted to Zhao Yong and me. Qian Fan immediately chimed in. Li Junye replied, I trust you both with the southern gate. Let us proceed as planned. You and Zhao Yong will feign an assault at the south, while the Sun brothers and I will charge in from the north. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Upon seeing my signal, retreat immediately. Understood, they replied in unison. If there are no objections, let us prepare. We shall launch the attack at the southern gate in half an incense stick's time. At the southern gate of the enemy camp, several disheartened guards were languidly patrolling. Since their entry over a month ago, they had encountered no significant resistance, finding their way deeper into the heart of the Ming territory as though traversing an unguarded land. In the eyes of the Jurchens, the small town of Gaoyang was merely a fleeting target, thus they had no intention of constructing a fortified camp. Although Li Junye had entered the city to offer assistance, the Jurchens perceived this contingent of Ming soldiers as timid turtles, incapable of venturing beyond the city gates to establish a camp. Consequently, they merely feigned preparation, erecting a haphazard line of barriers and carelessly placing a few wooden stakes. Suddenly, a gust of north wind roused a Jurchen guard from slumber atop the watchtower. He yawned, rubbing his bleary eyes, and stepped out to idly survey the surroundings. Little did he expect that as soon as his head emerged, a swift arrow would strike him squarely in the face, leaving the poor Jurchen no opportunity to react before he plummeted from the tower. Following this, a torrential rain of arrows descended from the darkness, felling the Jurchens guarding the southern gate like wheat being harvested. After the Ming soldiers had cleared the ground with their barrage, Qian Fan led his contingent of 500 cavalry into the Jurchen encampment, wreaking havoc. Each Ming soldier carried firebrands and oil, half charged ahead to carve a path, while the other half followed closely behind, igniting fires along the way. The Jurchen tents, hastily erected and positioned in a dry season with the relentless north wind blowing, were soon engulfed in flames, the inferno rapidly spreading in all directions. The Ming had arrived. Put out the fire. Flee. The slumbering Jurchens were caught unawares by the audacity of the Ming soldiers. Those barely awake had no time to don their garments, let alone their armor. Clad only in nightclothes and clutching weapons, they stood no chance against the fully armed Ming cavalry. Chaos erupted within the Jurchen camp. Yet, amidst the turmoil, one particular commander remained remarkably composed. While other tents descended into disorder, his remained steadfast. Upon witnessing the Ming assault, he hurriedly rallied 2 or 3 dozen Jurchens, none of whom had time to don their armor, to confront the enemy. However, as they stepped out of their tent, a squadron of Ming cavalry thundered towards them. In a brutal clash of impact and blades, they were swiftly trampled into oblivion. After setting the fires, the Ming forces scattered, ruthlessly penetrating the Jurchen tents, recklessly shooting their fire arrows and creating further chaos. Meanwhile, Junye, who had been awaiting near the northern gate, sprang into action as soon as the southern gate was attacked. The Jurchens stationed at the northern gate, initially intending to dispatch reinforcements, found themselves turning only to witness the Ming cavalry surging in. A volley of 3-barreled guns fired simultaneously, decimating a significant portion of the defenders. One courageous Jurchen warrior, emboldened by the sight of the Ming incursion, brandished his spear and fought valiantly. Yet, he was swiftly dispatched by Junye's charge, the spear piercing through his chest and exiting through his back, rendering Junye's effort to withdraw the weapon quite laborious. Upon breaching the northern gate, the Ming forces divided into 2 waves. The main contingent advanced forward, slaughtering and setting fires, while the remaining 200, each carrying a canister of oil, led by the Sun brothers, made a direct assault on the Jurchen siege equipment. After the troops scattered the few defenders of the Jian slaves, they quickly dismounted and poured oil onto the Jian slave shield carts and ladders, ultimately setting them ablaze. A towering inferno erupted, visible even from several miles away, as the flames engulfed the Jian slaves' camp. What transpired? Du, who had been peacefully slumbering in the central tent, was abruptly roused by the cacophony of screams from outside. He hastily drew his sword from the bedside. "My lord, the Ming army is raiding the camp," exclaimed a soot-covered general, hastily approaching with grim news. Nonsense. Du could scarcely believe his ears. How could such a small contingent of the Ming dare to invade a camp of 10,000 men? However, upon rushing outside and witnessing the raging fire and the chaos among his soldiers, he was forced to accept this dreadful reality. The Jian slaves were in utter disarray, with most, like him, awakened from their slumber, barely able to don their armor. Some were fighting the flames while others fled in panic, creating a tumultuous scene. "Notify everyone to engage the enemy on the spot. Anyone caught fleeing shall be executed." Du stepped outside to assess the situation, realizing it was merely a small Ming force conducting a raid, which eased his mind. His immediate priority was to quell the chaos before orchestrating a counterattack. Signal the southern gate to retreat immediately. Junye observed that the time was ripe. The Jian slaves, initially bewildered, would soon regain their senses. He promptly instructed his personal guard to relay the retreat signal. The guard, upon receiving the order, retrieved a meticulously wrapped bamboo tube from his bosom, lit the fuse, and raised it high above his head. Shortly thereafter, a crimson firework ascended, bursting in a magnificent display against the night sky. Retreat. Just as Qianfen and Zhao Yong were reveling in their attack, they spotted the retreat signal and reluctantly withdrew their men. Even as the Jian slaves failed to mount an effective offensive, by the time the Jian slaves managed to regroup and organize a counterattack, the Ming army had already vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 44. The cloud car Du had just managed to restore order amidst the chaos, only to find that the Ming army had already retreated. Gazing upon the raging flames within the camp, the scattered corpses, and the siege engines reduced to ashes, he was seething with fury. "Who was on duty today?" Du inquired coldly, his expression devoid of emotion as he addressed his subordinates. "My lord, it was this servant." A middle-aged man, trembling with fear, stepped forward and knelt on the ground after a moment of silence. "Drag him out and execute him," Du commanded with gritted teeth, waving his hand dismissively. "My lord, spare my life." The 2 soldiers promptly seized the pleading man, dragging him out of the camp. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed from beyond the gate, causing the assembled generals to shudder. "Increase the night and day watch over the camp, and continue to construct siege engines. Until Gaoyang falls, this prince shall not return," Du concluded, and a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. Delightful, truly delightful. The brothers Sun Jihang and Sun Jishur marveled as they walked back, astonished at how the battle had unfolded. When Ma Yu encountered the exaggerated expressions of his 2 brothers, he nonchalantly remarked, "Just how exhilarating can this be? Allow me to inform you both. Following Lord Li from my household into battle guarantees such thrilling encounters daily. The Sun brothers chuckled in response. Lord Ma, you jest. We have been accustomed to the oppression of the Jian troops these past few days. Thus, we find ourselves unaccustomed to such a swift and satisfying victory. Ma Yu replied with a smile, it appears you have not tasted many victories. How about this? Once we drive away the Jian troops, you two need not pursue your studies any longer. Simply join my lord. Such exhilarating battles will be plentiful in the future. Instantly, the brothers' eyes sparkled. For Ma Yu's seemingly careless words had struck a chord within them. Lord Li has worked hard. I wonder how the battle turned out? Sun Qingzong had not slept a wink, anxiously gazing from the city wall at the Jian encampment. Upon seeing the jubilant return of the soldiers, his heart finally eased. Before Li Junye could respond, Sun Jiqiang eagerly interjected, Grandfather, we have emerged victorious from the raid tonight. Not only did we destroy the Jian siege equipment, but we also inflicted casualties upon 1,000 to 2,000 of them. Truly, Lord Li possesses remarkable foresight. Excellent, excellent. In that case, you all should rest well. I shall personally oversee the city during the latter half of the night. Sun Qingzong beamed, his eyes narrowing into slits as the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. In truth, Sun Jiqiang had underestimated the situation. He only counted the Jian soldiers killed, neglecting those who perished in the flames. There were at least several hundred who could not escape the inferno. Then I shall rely on you, Master Sun, Li Junye respectfully acknowledged, feeling a sense of relief as he returned. Meanwhile, the Jian troops were still preoccupied with extinguishing the fires, and it seemed unlikely they would undertake any new maneuvers that night, with Sun Qingzong personally overseeing the situation. Li Junye finally felt at ease enough to get some much-needed rest. To be candid, Li Junye had not enjoyed a sound sleep in several days. Tonight, he intended to remedy that. Days passed swiftly, yet the Jian troops continued to manufacture siege equipment. Having learned from previous lessons, their defenses were now exceedingly stringent, leaving Li Junye without further opportunities to raid their encampment. However, he had not been idle. In addition to overseeing the production of arrows within the city, he had reinforced the walls and added arrow towers at each gate. These towers would allow the Ming soldiers to shoot from a higher vantage point. Furthermore, Li Junye had been diligently training new recruits, bolstering their numbers by over 600, constituting more than a third of their forces. If these new soldiers did not receive timely training, they could become a liability for Li Junye. Fortunately, under the pressing circumstances, the recruits adapted quickly to their training, mastering formations and the operation of various weapons within just a few days. Additional training could continue later, and after a couple of battles, these new soldiers would nearly transform into seasoned veterans. In these recent days, Li Junye also had individuals discreetly excavating several tunnels alongside the city walls, which would serve unforeseen purposes in future defenses. This morning, I observed the construction of a camp outside the city, where shadows flitted about. It appears that the enemy is poised to launch an attack on the city. Lord Wang summoned me to invite the two esteemed gentlemen to ascend the city walls immediately to deliberate on the matter. Inside, Li Junye and Sun Qingzong were engaged in a game of chess. Under Sun Qingzong's tutelage over the past few days, Li Junye's skills had improved considerably, though he still found himself outmatched by this eminent master of the Ming Dynasty. The report from the scout did not surprise either of them, as they had anticipated such developments. They promptly set aside their game and made their way to the eastern gate. Upon ascending the city walls, they noted that the enemy's main gate had swung wide open, and countless shield carts and ladders were steadily emerging from the camp. Sound the alarm. Command everyone within the city to take their positions on the walls and prepare for defense, Li Junye ordered, recognizing that the enemy was finally taking decisive action. This battle had been long anticipated, and its outcome hinged on this moment. Currently, there were approximately 1,800 Ming soldiers and around 2,000 able-bodied men from Gaoyang, totaling nearly 4,000 individuals, albeit with a shortage of regular troops and a predominance of militia and new recruits. However, the militia had gained valuable experience from the recent skirmishes, their combat prowess now far surpassing that of ordinary civilians. Moreover, Li Junye had distributed a significant number of captured weapons and equipment to the Gaoyang men, ensuring that nearly every individual was clad in armor and armed with proper weaponry, further augmenting their strength. Conversely, the enemy's situation was dire. Following their raid, Dudu's army of over 15,000 had suffered a loss of 2,000 men. And after several encounters, only about 8,000 remained of the original 15,000. Du was likely the commander who had sustained the greatest losses among all the princes who had ventured into the region. The Ming forces had been awaiting the day of reckoning for some time, and upon hearing the drums resonating from the city walls, they swiftly ascended, orderly taking their positions. Having learned from their previous setbacks, the enemy had spent the past few days reconstructing their siege equipment, thus the recent tranquility in the camp. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. It was not long before the siege apparatus was brought forth, over 300 shield carts and approximately 30 ladders, along with various other siege devices, were prepared for the assault. The enemy first advanced with the shield carts, which were constructed with wooden planks on 3 sides, the foremost plank towering nearly 8 feet high. When combined with the height of the wheels, the total height approached 10 feet. This large plank bore a striking resemblance to the fortified barriers of Li Junye's formation, being 3 inches thick and reinforced with layers of cowhide and iron, complete with several firing apertures. Such a barrier was designed to withstand arrows, matchlocks, and even the fire of small cannons. The enemy continued to employ their traitorous soldiers as cannon fodder, pushing the shield carts out from the camp and assembling them in a 3-row formation, interspersed with ladders, as they advanced towards Gaoyang City. Chapter 45. The life of the traitor is indeed cheap outside the city. The enemy constructed shield carts and siege ladders, a secret known to nearly all. Thus, upon witnessing these contraptions, the defending troops exhibited little panic. Sun Qingzong, who had overseen the situation in Liaodong for many years, was well acquainted with shield carts and was naturally aware of effective countermeasures. One strategy involved excavating several deep trenches around the city to impede the advance of the shield carts, followed by bombardment. Once the wooden boards at the front of the cart were shattered, crossbowmen would concentrate their fire to eliminate the enemy soldiers behind the cart. Unfortunately, there was little time for such last-minute preparations. Fortunately, like all cities of the Ming era, Gaoyang possessed a moderately sized moat that would effectively stall the enemy's war carts. As for artillery, Li Junye was far from concerned. Among the 15 carts in the vehicle battalion, there were 30 flintlock cannons, with an additional 10 in the firearms battalion. These were medium-sized flintlock cannons mounted on vehicles, more than sufficient to pierce the wooden shields of the enemy's carts with ease. Li Junye distributed the 40 cannons evenly across the 4 gates, with each gate receiving 10 cannons. The actual hit rate of ancient artillery was, in truth, rather disappointing. Fortunately, each flintlock cannon was equipped with 4 auxiliary cannons, which could alternate in loading and firing ammunition, thus compensating for the shortcomings in accuracy through increased firing frequency. Li Junye was acutely aware that relying solely on 10 cannons at each city gate would not suffice to destroy all the shield carts. However, he resolved to inflict as much damage as possible, knowing that ultimately, hand-to-hand combat with the enemy was unavoidable. Having made these arrangements, Li Junye could only wait patiently for the enemy's shield carts to arrive. The enemy, having suffered considerable losses in previous skirmishes, was no longer able to mount the aggressive multi-directional siege they had previously executed against the 4,000 defenders of Gaoyang. After careful consideration, Du resolved to concentrate their main assault on the east and south gates while maintaining a reserve force to distract the defenders at the other 2 gates. Li Junye personally commanded at the east gate, while Sun Qingzong, accompanied by a few attendants, took charge at the south gate. As the enemy advanced, each shield cart was flanked by about 10 soldiers, arranged in a sparse formation, slowly approaching the east gate. From the vantage point of the defenders on the city walls, only the rising shield boards were visible, with no sight of the enemy's soldiers themselves. Gradually, the enemy's shield carts drew nearer, entering the firing range of the Ming artillery. At last, the flintlock cannons atop the city unleashed a furious roar. In the first volley, the 10 cannons at the east gate successfully struck one of the shield boards, shattering it into splinters. Each projectile fired from the flintlock cannons weighed around 10 pounds, boasting tremendous power. After breaking through the shield board, the projectile retained its lethal force, crashing mercilessly into the clustered enemy soldiers within the cart, reducing 2 of them to mere pulp. Witnessing such a horrific scene, the traitorous soldiers within the shield cart were struck dumb with terror, abandoning their cover and fleeing for their lives. Unexpectedly, the soldiers of the invading forces proved to be even more ruthless than the opposing Ming army. Upon witnessing any signs of retreat, they would gallop forward without a moment's hesitation, mercilessly decapitating the fleeing soldiers and displaying their heads upon the tips of their spears, weaving through the ranks while shouting to intimidate the traitorous Han troops. As the shield carts advanced steadily, the accuracy of the falconets increased, and once within the range of bows and arrows, each simultaneous volley could destroy more than 2 enemy carts. Upon entering the range of crossbows, if the shield's protective barrier were breached, the surviving invaders would immediately face a hail of arrows from the Ming forces left unshielded. These unfortunate traitors became nothing more than live targets. Each volley involved dozens or even hundreds of archers, and after a round of fire, the exposed soldiers had little hope of survival. As both sides entered the range of arrows, the invaders halted half of their shield carts, using them as cover to exchange fire with the Ming troops. The defending forces, well prepared, had soaked countless reeds and bound them into large bundles, erecting them atop the city walls. Though rudimentary, this method proved to be an effective means of shielding against the rain of arrows. Clad in armor and protected by the reed barriers and parapets, the defenders faced the enemy's projectiles without fear, resulting in a fierce exchange with neither side willing to yield. Both factions enjoyed substantial protection, making it challenging to inflict casualties on one another. Thus, the ensuing exchanges became merely a contest of numbers. Fortunately, thanks to the relentless efforts of the Ming troops over the past few nights, they had amassed a considerable supply of makeshift arrows crafted from reeds. During a recent raid, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos within the invaders' camp, the defenders had ventured out to recover every arrow fired during the skirmish, utilizing what they could, repairing the salvageable and repurposing usable components from those beyond repair. This endeavor yielded nearly 20,000 arrows, bestowing the Ming army with ample ammunition, rendering them unapologetically fearless in their exchanges with the invaders. Moreover, the Ming troops employed reeds to shield against the arrow storm. Most arrows that struck the soft material could be reused. Thus, the reed bundles bore a resemblance to Zhuge Liang's famed tactic of borrowing arrows with his straw boats. In stark contrast, the invaders faced a different predicament. The wooden boards of their shield carts, reinforced with leather and iron, rendered arrows that struck them largely ineffective. Arrowheads and fletchings would suffer damage, and even the shafts could be compromised. In this confrontation, the Ming forces were assuredly at an advantage. However, while the exchange inflicted minimal casualties on the defenders, it significantly restrained their firepower. With the defending forces' firepower curtailed, the advance of the remaining invaders became markedly smoother. Before long, this contingent successfully pushed their shield carts to the edge of the moat. Subsequently, the soldiers within the carts emerged, each bearing a sack, which, as it turned out, was filled with earth, for the invaders had long been aware of the moat's presence beneath the walls of Gaoyang City. Once the Jian slaves emerged from their shield carts, they became mere targets, ruthlessly subjected to the unhesitating fire of the defending troops. The hapless Jian slaves fell in droves, their ranks decimated by the relentless onslaught. The military discipline among them was strict, and with the threat of execution looming over those who dared to disobey, charging forward offered a slim chance of survival. Yet, these unfortunate traitors, driven by desperation, pressed on, fully aware that the majority would meet their demise. Like moths drawn to the flame, they carried sandbags toward the city moat. In a short span, the moat became a graveyard, filled with corpses, as the bodies of the Jian slaves and sandbags paved makeshift pathways across the water. Once they had laid down the bodies and sandbags to form a road, the Jian slaves disregarded whether the traitorous soldiers had truly perished, hastily placing large wooden planks atop the gruesome path to smooth it out. Observers from the battlements could see the desperate writhing of the dying, their pleas and cries echoing as the Jian slaves continued their grim task, seemingly oblivious to the suffering surrounding them. It became painfully clear just how expendable the lives of the traitors were. Witnessing this heart-wrenching spectacle, even several of the Ming soldiers, positioned as adversaries, could not help but shed tears of sorrow. Chapter 46. The red-armored soldiers emerge after completing the road. The Jian slaves exerted themselves to push several siege ladders to the city gates. These ladders were not mere simple contraptions, but rather complex siege engines. The Jian slaves' ladders were wheel-operated, fortified with thick wooden planks on 3 sides, capable of accommodating 20 to 30 individuals pushing the apparatus. Once the ladders reached the gates, they could be raised, allowing 2 men to ascend side by side. The outer edges were also protected by wooden boards, and once erected, the ladders were secured with a special locking mechanism, rendering them unassailable by the defenders. This meant that once the ladders were positioned against the walls, they effectively created a pathway to victory for the Jian slaves. With fireproof measures in place, even simple incendiary attacks would prove ineffective. After enduring a hail of arrows and suffering countless casualties, the Jian slaves finally managed to raise several ladders against the walls. In their eyes, the Ming army, overly reliant on firearms and averse to close combat, would invariably crumble once their soldiers scaled the walls and claimed a few heads. As they prepared to ascend, the ladders symbolized their route to triumph, igniting a fervor among them, each soldier invigorated, rushing toward the ladders in a bid to claim the honor of being the first to breach. However, the Jian slaves' elation was short-lived. Upon reaching the top of the ladders, they discovered that each exit was guarded by a formidable array of Ming soldiers, clad in heavy armor and brandishing sturdy shields, poised for confrontation. Before the Jian slaves could emerge from the ladders, the Ming soldiers had already encircled the exits. The two foremost Jian slaves, upon witnessing this formidable stance, felt their legs weaken in fear. It was only then that they comprehended the grim reality. These ladders were not a pathway to victory, but rather a descent into the abyss. Attack. With a command from the chief stationed at the ladder's entrance, the Ming soldiers, unable to contain their eagerness, swiftly used their spear hooks to drag the two valiant Jurchens from the cloud ladder before they could emerge. Following this, a dozen heavily armored Ming soldiers surged forward, mercilessly reducing the brave Jurchens to mere pulp. The Jurchens behind could hardly fathom that the Ming troops were deviating entirely from the expected script. Historically, when Jurchens ascended the cloud ladder, the Ming would flee in panic. Yet today, this cohort of Ming soldiers, as if under a spell, not only refrained from retreating but eagerly pulled their foes forward, witnessing the gruesome fate of their comrades. Those Jurchens felt as though they were willingly walking into the jaws of death, forced onward by their commanding officers behind them. They closed their eyes and charged out of the cloud ladder, embracing their demise. Worthless, utterly worthless, a mere band of failures. In the rear, Commander Du Du had anticipated that once the ladder was erected, a turning point would ensue. However, he was taken aback by the abysmal performance of the Han troops, his eyes nearly bursting with frustration. These inept Han are truly incapable. We must send our own to assault the city and show these detestable Han what it means to be invincible. With a sharp command, a general took to his horse, waving his banner, and the Jurchen formation parted to create a path. From the rear emerged 2,000 Jurchen cavalry, charging through the dust like mad dogs, howling as they advanced towards Gaolang City. At this critical juncture, however, all the cannons atop the battlements fell silent. What had transpired? Li Junye, filled with anxiety, rushed to one of the cannons to inquire, "My lord, we can no longer fire. If you do not believe me, please see for yourself." The artilleryman, having spoken, grabbed a handful of gunpowder and stuffed it into the cannon's bore. Instantly, a flare of fire erupted from the cannon, revealing that the barrel had turned red-hot. The excessive heat posed a grave risk of explosion. Indeed, the cannons on the battlements were glowing red, rendering them so dangerously overheated that merely throwing in a handful of gunpowder could ignite them spontaneously. The artillerymen had been firing under the constant threat of catastrophic failure. Li Junye inquired further, "How long until the barrels cool down?" The artilleryman replied, "My lord, it will take at least the time it takes to burn half an incense stick." Li Junye understood well that the cooling of the barrels could not be rushed. They could only allow them to cool naturally, as dousing them with water could lead to disastrous thermal shock, destroying the cannons. "I see. You have all worked hard. Please take a moment to rest while the barrels cool, and we shall continue to slay our enemies." "Thank you for your grace, my lord." Although the artillerymen readily agreed, once Li Junye departed, none of them took a break. Instead, they silently remained by the cannon, preparing for the next discharge, without the artillery to impede them. The Jurchens below felt as though they were fish revived in parched ruts, their spirits soaring as they launched relentless assaults against the city walls. The primary assault force now consisted of Jurchens whose combat prowess far surpassed that of the previous traitorous Han. They were equipped with superior armaments, possessed robust physiques, and exhibited an indomitable fighting spirit, relentlessly charging against the Ming army's fortifications like maddened hounds. The Jianzhou people, a fusion of nomadic and agrarian traits, were a hunting and fishing populace. Each individual was trained from a young age to draw a bow and mount a horse, hunting birds and beasts in the thicket. Under such living conditions, their individual combat prowess surpassed that of the Ming soldiers. In the face of their incessant assaults, the Ming defenses wavered on several occasions, fortunately. Li Junye handled the situation adeptly, stabilizing the ranks and transforming each crisis into an opportunity for survival. He dispatched the red-armored soldiers to the fray. From afar, Du Du observed the Ming lines beginning to falter, a rare flicker of satisfaction crossing his face. A seasoned general, Du understood that it was time to stoke the flames of battle. However, the Jianzhou's population paled in comparison to the vast Ming Empire, rendering them unable to sustain significant losses. Hesitant to overextend, Du refrained from deploying his elite white-armored troops until this critical moment. A hasty drumbeat echoed, and a contingent of 400 or 500 red-armored soldiers surged forth, led by a general, advancing towards Gaolang City with overwhelming force. "Relay my orders to Zhao Yong to take all cavalry to the city for defense," Li Junye commanded. Upon witnessing the deployment of Jianzhou's red-armored troops, he promptly adjusted his strategy, recalling the cavalry units led by Qian Fun and Zhao Yong, who predominantly wore heavy armor and had been held in reserve for the defense. Although dismounting the cavalry did not fully leverage their strengths, circumstances dictated this course of action. The cavalry, being mounted, were the only ones fully equipped in heavy armor. After several battles, Li Junye had confiscated numerous suits of armor from the Jianzhou. Now, all cavalry were clad in at least 2 layers of armor, consisting of a cotton undergarment and an outer iron suit. A significant portion even donned triple armor, including chainmail, rendering them nearly impervious to ordinary blades and weapons. The Ming defenses, already precarious, were further threatened by the arrival of the red-armored soldiers. Chapter 47. Brothers, follow me and slay these beasts. Brothers, follow me and slay these beasts. Zhao Yong, his temperament fierce and actions impulsive, charged forth without hesitation, wielding 2 hefty battle axes. Although the Jianzhou's red-armored soldiers also bore 2 layers of armor, Zhao Yong's axes, each weighing around 20 pounds, cleaved through their ranks with alarming ease. In an instant, several Jianzhou bodies lay strewn behind him, their blood splattering across his form, especially after he decapitated a soldier of the Jianzhou. The blood gushed forth from the severed neck like a fountain, splattering his face and head with crimson. Consumed by a fervor for bloodshed, he did not even pause to wipe it away. Drenched in blood, he resembled a demon unleashed from the depths of hell, continuing his slaughter amidst the Jianzhou ranks. Such exhilaration, such delight. After over a decade of military service, he had never experienced such unbridled satisfaction. Zhao Yong had entered a frenzied state, relentlessly striking and shouting. His fervor infectious, inspiring the cavalry behind him to succumb to a similar madness. Following several of Zhao Yong's determined assaults, they finally regained their footing, forcing the red-armored soldiers scaling the walls to retreat. Hastened to dispatch 300 men from both the northern and western gates to reinforce the eastern and southern gates. Though Zhao Yong displayed unparalleled bravery, the Jianzhou maintained an overwhelming numerical advantage. The impact of their small band of valiant warriors on the broader conflict remained negligible. In the face of the Jianzhou's desperate and relentless assault, the entire defensive line at the eastern and southern gates began to falter. With an increasing number of Jianzhou soldiers breaching the city, leading to brutal hand-to-hand combat between the defenders and the invaders. Master observed. The Ming forces at the eastern and southern gates are faltering. They are redeploying troops from those gates, remarked Yarger, a Milei Ejing, an officer of the Jianzhou, known for his acumen and the favored general of Du. These Ming dogs are indeed no match for my Manchu warriors. Du amused, a sense of pride swelling within him as he gazed upon Gaoyang City. Master, just as you anticipated, the Ming dogs are redeploying troops. Let us strike, Yarger urged. Very well, lead all the white-armored soldiers and the remaining troops in a fierce assault on the northern gate. We must ensure these Ming dogs cannot coordinate their efforts. Du replied, a hint of satisfaction in his tone. His reluctance to engage the white-armored soldiers until now stemmed not only from caution, but also from his strategic foresight. The Ming army's redeployment played directly into his hands. Your will is my command, Master. You shall receive good news from me soon. Observing the defenders beginning to show signs of weariness, Yarger brimmed with confidence. Men, advance. Once we breach the city, we shall leave no one alive in Gaolang. Their miserable wives and daughters will provide ample entertainment for my brothers, Yarger declared, brandishing his sword with a hearty laugh. Behind him, the Jianzhou soldiers surged forward like the wind, howling as they raced toward the northern gate. Defending the northern gate were Yin Rui and Chunye. Since the onset of the Jianzhou's full-scale assault, they had seen not a single enemy silhouette at the northern gate, while fierce battles raged at the eastern and southern gates, leaving them in a state of frustration. However, as they anxiously scanned for the approach of the Jianzhou, the enemy finally appeared, sending a wave of terror through them. For this time the Jianzhou had come out in full force, numbering around 15 to 1600, predominantly composed of Jianzhou and Mongolian warriors. Following 2 rounds of troop redeployment, The vast northern gate was now defended by a mere 400 soldiers, half of whom were local militia from Gawang. Gazing upon the formidable ranks of the enemy soldiers, who were steadily advancing with an array of siege engines, the two commanders found themselves momentarily at a loss. After a brief discussion, they promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Li Junye and sent another flag bearer to request reinforcements. However, it was not long before the flag bearer returned, drenched in sweat. What did Lord Li say? The two anxiously inquired upon his arrival. The flag bearer replied, in response to your inquiry, Lord Li stated that there are no reinforcements available and that you must devise your own strategy. Exchanging glances filled with trepidation, Jining declared, in that case, we shall abandon thoughts of reinforcements and rely solely on our forces at the North Gate. Let us confront them head-on. Indeed, let us engage them directly, echoed Yen Rui. Though originally of noble descent, Yen Rui had unwittingly adopted the rough demeanor of the common soldiers after spending time among them. Fortunately, the heavy artillery was not swiftly mobilized, and 10 bombards along with 5 howitzers remained in place. As the commander of the artillery battalion, Chun Ying was determined not to miss this rare opportunity to unleash his firepower and chose to personally operate one of the bombards stationed at the city gate. Fire! As the enemy drew nearer, finally entering the bombard's range, Chun Ying issued the command. Instantly, all 10 bombards discharged simultaneously, striking 2 of the enemy's shield carts. One of these carts was hit directly by Chun Ying himself, with the projectile striking a remarkably precise angle, penetrating the wooden shield and continuing its path towards the heads of the enemy soldiers positioned behind. The devastating shot obliterated the heads of 3 adversaries standing in line, their skulls shattered by the forceful impact of the solid cannonball. The projectile, still carrying momentum after dispatching the 3 men, soared onward, splattering brain matter and blood onto the second shield cart behind them. Although it did not destroy the cart, it left the occupants inside utterly terrified. After firing this round, a cannon crew member promptly extracted a spent cartridge from the cannon's chamber. Upon retrieving the spent round, he signaled to a soldier to load another pre-prepared cartridge back into the cannon. Jining adjusted the angle, preparing for the next shot. The soldier who had removed the spent cartridge first cleared the remnants of gunpowder from the chamber before reloading it with ammunition. Once the cannon was ready, he stood by, awaiting further orders. This seamless cycle of loading and firing, aided by skilled soldiers, allowed the bombard's relentless barrage to continue unabated. In a short span of time, Jining personally destroyed 5 or 6 shield carts. However, the overwhelming number of enemies posed a significant challenge as they utilized their shield carts to engage the city defenders, who were primarily archers. The numerical superiority of the enemy, predominantly composed of the fierce Mongols and the enemy soldiers, coupled with their innate archery skills, which they had honed since infancy, placed the defenders at a severe disadvantage. Before long, the crossbows and cannons of the northern city were completely subdued by the relentless barrage of arrows from the besieging forces. Chapter 48, Thunderous Roar. Countless assailants emerged from the shield carts, laboriously carrying sandbags to fill the moat that obstructed their advance. To expedite their efforts, they even pushed several shield carts directly into the river. In a short span of time, they managed to create several paths through the moat for their ladders and siege engines. The assailants swiftly advanced their siege tower to the city gate, where over 20 soldiers exerted themselves to drive the battering ram against the gate. Other ladders were raised simultaneously, and a throng of assailants, led by a cohort of armored soldiers, surged fervently up the city walls. Kill. Yen Rui drew his sword, composed and ready to confront the onslaught. Although the defending forces were few in number, they remained undaunted. Under Yen Rui's adept command, they promptly consolidated their defensive line, momentarily stabilizing their position. For a time, the two sides were locked in a chaotic melee, the sounds of battle echoing throughout the city. Report, my lord. The city gate is on the verge of being breached by the assailants' battering ram, announced a young flag officer, his face clouded with concern, as he ascended amid the fierce fighting. Yen Rui responded immediately, it seems we cannot hold the gate much longer. Rally the brothers. Set fire to the passageway of the city gate, and use flames to obstruct the assailant's entry. Upon receiving the order, the young flag officer hastily descended the walls, gathering men to the gate's passageway, where they hastily deposited bundles of reeds and some firewood, followed by pouring several barrels of oil over the pile. As they ignited the fire, just as they completed their task, the battering ram finally broke through the city gate, and dozens of waiting assailants rushed in. In that very moment, the flag officer commanded, and a dozen torches were hurled at the reed pile. The oil-soaked reeds ignited instantly, creating a towering inferno that effectively blocked the assailants' advance. Thick smoke billowed from the gate. Rui understood that the brothers guarding the gate had successfully set the fire. Yet he also realized that such a barrier would not hold for long. He quickly instructed one of his trusted soldiers, "Hasten to inform Lord Li of the situation at the north gate, and convey that the defenders there are unlikely to hold out much longer." At the east gate, Junye stood atop the highest point of the city tower, peering through a western telescope to survey the battlefield beyond. This telescope had cost him a small fortune to acquire from Western traders. The late Ming Dynasty was already immersed in the age of exploration. "Is it certain that the north gate will not withstand much longer?" he inquired indifferently as the messenger sent by Rui arrived at his side to report on the situation. "In truth, my lord, the only thing temporarily blocking the passage is a pile of reeds, which are not durable when set aflame. Should the assailants breach the gate and launch a coordinated attack with those atop the walls, the north gate will surely fall." Seeing Junye's nonchalant demeanor, the soldier felt a sense of urgency. Nevertheless, his reasoning was sound, marking him as a promising candidate for further development. "Initiate the predetermined plan," Junye commanded gravely, disregarding the young soldier's concerns as he issued orders to his trusted aides. Upon receiving the command, a loyal soldier retrieved a pre-prepared firework from his pocket. This firework was impressively large, as thick as an adult's arm and over 2 feet long. After igniting it, a colossal fireball erupted, ascending amidst a plume of crimson smoke and producing a thunderous roar. The besieging soldiers, witnessing this inexplicable spectacle, were momentarily taken aback. Yet they could not have anticipated the bewildering events that were to follow. Shortly after the firework exploded, a multitude of Ming soldiers emerged from behind them. Within a shield cart, a group of 10 or so enemy soldiers huddled closely together, engaging in a fierce exchange of fire with the defenders atop the wall. Just as they were intensely focused on their assault, a ceramic bomb, as large as a human head and trailing sparks, was hurled into their midst. The sound of thunder reverberated. One soldier, recognizing the peril, cried out in despair, but before he could escape, the explosive detonated within the cart, resulting in a catastrophic blast that left all within engulfed in smoke and chaos. In his final moments, one soldier glanced back, only to behold a throng of armored Ming warriors surging forth from the tunnels, each clutching a bomb, targeting every shield cart with lethal intent. The ensuing explosion naturally drew the attention of the besieging soldiers, who, upon witnessing the formidable Ming forces and the sparks of the bombs in their hands, fled from their carts in a frantic rush. Once they abandoned the safety of their shields, they fell directly into the Ming's trap, unrestrained by any cover, becoming easy targets for the defenders above. The Ming soldiers seized this opportunity, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon the fleeing enemy, who collapsed like wheat under the scythe. These Ming soldiers had emerged from tunnels they had excavated days prior, led by the Sun brothers, each commanding 200 valiant men, executing their prearranged strategy to strike from behind. After casting their bombs, the Ming warriors drew their swords, charging towards the besieging soldiers. The situation for those below was dire. The defenders atop the wall were engaged in combat, while those yet to ascend faced slaughter from outside. The most unfortunate were those clambering on the ladders, caught in a perilous predicament with no escape, akin to fish on a chopping block. The Ming's various ranged weaponry wreaked havoc, unrestrained by the shield carts below, allowing the defenders to freely draw their bows. Although the majority of the arrows were rudimentary reed shafts, their effectiveness at close range was undeniable, inflicting grievous cries of anguish from the besieging soldiers. In the distance, the commander Dudu surveyed the bewildering scene with shock, yet he was powerless, having diverted all available forces to assault the northern gate. While he had initially reveled in the progress of his troops at the northern front, he was now confronted with an unforeseen calamity that filled his heart with regret. "Regrettably, I lament the impulsive decision I made in the past, depleting all my trump cards. My lord, shall I not proceed?" A distressed bannerman grasped the dagger at his waist, stepping forward as his armor clanked resolutely. "Although we are currently besieged by the Ming army, their numbers outside the city remain insufficient. If we could muster a cavalry unit now, we could easily turn the tide of battle." Dudu understood the intent behind his words, yet upon glancing back, he realized that only a single Niu Lu remained by his side. This Niu Lu, alongside a handful of loyal guards, constituted his sole protection. Should he dispatch this Niu Lu, his safety would be utterly compromised. "My lord, look!" Just as Dudu hesitated, a concerned soldier shouted urgently. Chapter 49. Swiftly rescue my lord, Du turned to follow the voice, only to behold a formidable cavalry of over 200 Ming soldiers surging toward him from the north gate, their objective unmistakably clear: himself. Quickly, intercept them, Du commanded, and the daring bannerman, without hesitation, led the remaining Niu Lu to confront the advancing Ming cavalry. This cavalry was none other than Qian Fun's regiment. Qian Fun's regiment, in conjunction with the Sun brothers outside the city, was part of Li Junye's strategic plan. When the massive red firework illuminated the sky, Qian Fun deliberately delayed his attack by a moment, deploying his cavalry from the unguarded west gate, looping around to the north gate, and rushing toward Du to execute Li Junye's decapitation strategy. The greatest challenge lay with Qian Fun's regiment. If they could swiftly breach the ranks of the countless bannermen and reach Du, they would succeed. However, upon circumventing the north gate, Qian Fun found the path surprisingly clear. The defense at the north gate was weak. The bannermen had grown increasingly emboldened, having seized the majority of the walls and now controlling the gate, with large numbers pouring in to engage in street fighting with the defenders nearby. As Qian Fun passed through, he found the bannermen either atop the walls or within the city, encountering virtually no resistance. Dozens of elite white-armored soldiers watched helplessly as Qian Fun sped past, powerless to intervene. The bannermen at the north gate finally comprehended why the gate was so easily breached. It was not due to their prowess, but rather a cunning trap. Quickly, rescue my lord. Yarger, commanding the north gate, led by example. Observing Qian Fun's movements from the walls, he deduced the latter's intent, abandoning the recently captured wall. He hastily retreated with the white-armored soldiers from the walls and inside the city. Yet, this back-and-forth commotion could not match the speed of the mounted cavalry. As a Niu Lu bannerman approached to meet them, Qian Fun surged ahead, immediately skewering the foremost bannerman with his lance. Following this, the cavalry unleashed a volley of gunfire, and a significant number of the leading bannermen fell in droves. The cavalrymen wielded their completed three-eyed guns and charged into the ranks of the Jianzhou army, wreaking havoc. Numerous Jianzhou soldiers met their demise, their heads crushed in the fray. Yet the Jianzhou warriors discovered that their swords and blades were utterly ineffective against the Ming cavalry clad in triple armor. Before long, a significant portion of the Jianzhou forces was decimated by the Ming troops. However, the remaining Jianzhou soldiers displayed unwavering courage, showing no intention of retreat, resolutely using their flesh and blood to impede the advance of the ironclad Ming cavalry. Qian Fun, wishing to avoid prolonged engagement with these fearless Jianzhou warriors, left half of his forces to contend with them while he led the other half, after disengaging from battle, towards Du with fervor. Run! As this group of Jianzhou warriors began to falter, Du contemplated fleeing, for as a commanding general and a nobleman of the Jianzhou, such an escape would severely tarnish his reputation. Thus, he forced himself to maintain composure while keenly observing the unfolding situation. When he saw Qian Fun leading a contingent directly towards him, Du could no longer afford to concern himself with his pride. Under the protection of several loyal guards, he fled eastward at full speed. The Jianzhou forces, already struggling and suffering heavy casualties, were thrown into further disarray when beset by the Ming army from both sides. Their morale plummeted, and their resolve to persist wavered significantly. With their commander leading the retreat, the will to fight dissipated entirely. The initial retreat led by Yijezh set a poor precedent, prompting the remaining Jianzhou soldiers to follow suit, withdrawing from the battlefield to save their leader. Chaos ensued within the Jianzhou ranks. Meanwhile, the Ming army granted them no respite, opening the city gates and launching a relentless assault against the besieging Jianzhou forces. The Ming soldiers grew ever more emboldened, while the Jianzhou's spirit dwindled. In a short span, the Jianzhou forces crumbled, retreating in disarray for miles. The Ming army pursued with vigor, not only seizing the Jianzhou encampments, but also chasing them 10 miles beyond the city before finally halting their pursuit. Du, having not anticipated such disastrous consequences from his flight, was consumed by a mix of anger and shame. He found himself unable to blame others. Retreating to a secure location where he gathered the remnants of his forces. Upon counting, he discovered that merely over 3,000 remained. A wave of resentment surged within him, igniting a fiery frustration that nearly caused him to topple from his mount. Since entering the frontier, the Jianzhou had never suffered such a defeat throughout his military career. He had never witnessed such a calamity. What shall we do now, my lord? The defeated soldiers, enveloped in silence, no longer dared to speak of valor. After a moment of contemplation, Yijezh mustered the courage to address Du. Ashamed, Du closed his eyes tightly, touched his forehead, and declared, "We shall retreat southward to rendezvous with General Yutua. My fellow commanders, do not lose heart. Upon our return to Xinjiang, I shall seek an audience with His Majesty to plead for forgiveness." The commanders fell silent, joining Dudu as they led the remaining troops to converge with Yutuo's right flank. The Sun brothers were the first to enter the Jianzhou encampment. Upon arrival, they swiftly eliminated the remaining Jianzhou defenders and promptly ordered the preservation and organization of supplies, awaiting the arrival of Li Jun for further decisions. "How exhilarating, truly exhilarating," they exclaimed. In a warehouse brimming with various supplies, Sun Jipang and Sun Jihao gazed upon their plundered spoils, exclaiming with delight. Suddenly, Sun Jipang turned to his elder brother, Sun Jihao, and remarked, "Brother, I believe that Lord Li is indeed a remarkable talent. Given the current chaos of the world, why not abandon our studies and take up arms to follow Lord Li in the fight against the Jurchens?" Sun Jihao replied, "What you say, dear brother, holds merit. I too have entertained such thoughts. However, it is said that all pursuits are of lesser value, with only the pursuit of knowledge being of the highest esteem. Should we choose to forsake our scholarly endeavors for military exploits, even if we were to rise as generals within the court, we would ultimately still be regarded as inferior. Our family, the Sun clan, has long been esteemed as a lineage of scholars. I fear that our grandfather would not easily consent to our martial ambitions." Sun Jipang countered. "Consider the case of Ban Gu, the esteemed historian from the Han Dynasty. Was he not of a scholarly lineage as well? He too took up arms, achieved greatness, and was immortalized in history. Why should we not aspire to do the same? Although the founding generals of the Ming Dynasty held high positions, as evidenced by the official ranks established by the Hongwu Emperor, the upheaval following the Tumu Fortress incident saw the demise of the military aristocracy, with civil officials seizing control of the government and military power, thereby diminishing the status of military leaders, despite a Qianhu holding a rank equivalent to that of a magistrate. A magistrate could easily strike a Qianhu without fear of reprisal. The prevailing sentiment of the time was that all pursuits were of lesser value, with only the pursuit of knowledge esteemed above all. For a family of notable scholars to take up arms is, in itself, an act that requires considerable bravery. While the two brothers deliberated, a robust man entered and announced, "Gentlemen, Lord Li and Master Sun will be arriving shortly. Please prepare yourselves." Indeed, as if summoned by their very words, the two quickly adjusted their attire and awaited the arrival of their esteemed guests. Chapter 50. Taking up arms when the cannon roars. Gold flows like water. For an agrarian society, warfare is ultimately a matter of silver. Continuous battles not only deplete military resources, but also result in significant casualties among the soldiers. To bolster morale, the heads of the slain must be promptly delivered. Since setting out northward, Li Junye had brought along over 20,000 taels of silver. However, the enemy casualties in this campaign were overwhelming, with over 6,000 severed heads already delivered to Li Junye, while the Ming army credited victories based on the number of heads collected. The standards for verifying these trophies were exceedingly stringent. It was not sufficient to simply collect heads. One had to ascertain their distinctive physical characteristics and provide concrete evidence to confirm the identity of each. The most reliable proof came from the identification tags carried by the Jurchens, similar to the Ming soldiers. Each Jurchen would possess a unique identification tag that served as a means of recognition, detailing their identity, official rank, and affiliations. Under such rigorous standards of verification, the actual number of valid trophies obtained fell significantly short of the actual enemy casualties. This seemingly unreasonable system of identification was, in fact, essential to prevent fraudulent claims of victories. In times of chaos and strife, the act of claiming the lives of innocents for personal glory was alarmingly easy. Moreover, on the actual battlefield, due to the destruction of corpses and the timely relocation of bodies by comrades, the proportion of effective severed heads that can be acquired diminishes even further. Fortunately, prior to the march northward to aid the king, Li Junye had already revised the standards for head bounties within the army, establishing rewards of 20 taels for a Jianzhu, 12 taels for a Tartarian, and 5 taels for a Han soldier. After all, for Li Junye's forces, Jianzhu were exceedingly easy to slay during each skirmish. Many soldiers profited handsomely from the heads they claimed, making this arrangement widely accepted. The current tally of 6,000 severed heads implies that Li Junye must disburse between 70 to 80,000 taels in rewards. In addition to this, approximately 1,000 men have perished in the ranks, with over 2,000 casualties among the high-ranking youths of Gaoyang, resulting in further compensation expenses of around 80 to 90,000 taels. Moreover, the various losses of supplies on the battlefield necessitate replenishment. Warfare is indeed a costly endeavor. In a single battle, the expenses for enemy kills, rewards, and supply losses could surpass 200,000 taels of silver. Though he is part of the loyalist forces, he has yet to establish contact with Commander Lu Xiangshan, indicating that he remains a solitary unit without proper organization. As for military salaries, it is currently unfeasible to expect any. Thus, he must urgently procure over 100,000 taels of silver to settle these accounts. The prolonged delay in bounty payments would undoubtedly dampen morale, and the fallen soldiers' families must receive timely compensation. Such neglect is utterly inhumane. Securing funds is of utmost importance. Have we assessed the spoils from the Jianzhou encampment? Li Junye inquired as he entered the warehouse alongside Sun Qingzong. Sun Qingzong hastily checked and replied, "In response to your inquiry, after we entered the camp, we immediately sealed and counted the warehouse's contents. The wealth within the camp amounts to approximately 120 to 30,000 taels in silver, along with over 20,000 stones of military provisions and fodder." "Is that all?" Li Junye expressed his dissatisfaction with the figures. Sun Jihong responded, "In addition to these, we have also seized tens of thousands of arrows, all expertly crafted. Furthermore, there is still some wealth on the corpses of the Jianzhou, and we are currently dispatching individuals to scavenge, which may yield an additional 30 to 40,000 taels. We have also captured over 2,000 warhorses, and the tally of various weapons and armor is still ongoing, expected to be considerable." The acquisition of over 2,000 warhorses brought great relief to Li Junye, as the Ming Dynasty had nearly completely lost its traditional northern breeding grounds, rendering warhorses an exceedingly scarce strategic resource, something that could not be bought even with ample funds. "Are there any other items?" Li Junye continued to inquire. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Jihong replied, "The Jianzhou encampment also harbors 4,000 to 5,000 laborers and over 1,000 women, most of whom are from nearby villages. While many of the women were abducted by the Jianzhou along their path." Li Junye pondered for a moment and said, "Let us provide each laborer with a dough of rice to send them home, and for each woman, grant her 2 taels of silver along with a dough of rice before releasing them." "This plan may lack propriety," Sun Qingzong, who had remained silent until now, gently interjected. "What impropriety do you perceive?" "Please express your thoughts, master," Li Junye urged. Sun Qingzong explained, "Since these women were abducted by the Jianzhou, many have traveled great distances. With the Jianzhou forces still active and banditry rampant, how can a group of vulnerable women be expected to return on their own? In my humble opinion, it would be prudent for the robust young men of Gaoang to escort those nearby back to their hometown, while those from distant regions should be temporarily sheltered within the city of Gaoang. Once the barbarian invaders have retreated and peace is restored, I shall send individuals to return them to their homes." Li Junye remarked, "Your considerations, Master Xiao, are indeed comprehensive. I shall be indebted to you for all arrangements." Sun Qingzong nodded in agreement. Just as they were preparing to attend to other matters, Sun Jihong suddenly interjected, "Grandfather and Master Li, please hold your steps." "What is it?" Sun Qingzong turned, gazing at his 2 grandsons with a look of confusion. Sun Jihong hesitated for a moment, then summoned his courage to speak. "Grandfather, in this time of chaos, with external threats from the barbarians and internal strife from bandits, the world is in turmoil, akin to the incessant chirping of cicadas. It is precisely the moment for valiant young men to rise. My brother and I have vowed to emulate the tale of the Duke of Ding Yuan from Han, to take up arms. We implore you to support our endeavor." Upon hearing this, Sun Qingzong was neither angered nor displeased. Instead, he expressed joy, saying, "In times of prosperity, one governs with culture. In times of turmoil, one establishes order through martial prowess. Throughout history, many have followed the example of Ban Chao to take up arms. Would I, as your grandfather, obstruct your aspirations due to narrow-mindedness? Remember, as long as the Sun family remains loyal to the Ming, whether in civil or military pursuits, it is all acceptable." "Thank you for your support, grandfather," Sun Jihong and Sun Jipong exclaimed with delight. Sun Qingzong then reflected, "Although I have been idle for many years, I still have acquaintances within the court. I wonder which general you intend to serve under. I could provide a recommendation." As the esteemed mentor of the Tianqi Emperor and a revered figure in the Chongzhen era, Sun Qingzong's connections were vast. A mere letter from him would elevate the standing of Sun Jihong and Sun Jipong significantly above that of ordinary individuals. To his surprise, the 2 grandsons exhibited no interest in their grandfather's recommendation, instead bowing before Li Junye, saying, "We need no introduction from grandfather. We wish only to follow Master Li." This left Li Junye astonished. While he was indeed capable of combating the barbarians, he considered himself merely a captain, a mid-level officer. Even with a high starting point, how far could he truly elevate them? What do you think, Master Li? Sun Qingzong asked, feigning a light cough. Noticing their indifference to the situation, Li Junye quickly responded. Though this is indeed a time of need for personnel, I am but a humble captain. If the two young lords were to serve under me, it would be a gross misallocation of their talents. Sun Qingzong smiled and replied, Ah, Master Li, your words are mistaken. In this world, aside from the royal family and nobility, those in high positions have all risen through diligent effort step by step. You may presently hold the rank of captain, but I have a keen eye for talent. I see great potential in you. In due time, your ascent will be inevitable. Rest assured, Jihong and Jipong shall not suffer in your company. Thank you for your kind words, Master, Li Junye replied. If that is the case, let us appoint Jihong and Jipong as captains in my regiment. What do you think? Sun Qingzong's praise left Li Junye almost bashful, as a mere captain himself. Granting 2 captain positions was indeed generous, and Sun Qingzong nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 51. Southward to aid Lu Xiangxing. After Li Junye and Sun Qingzong inspected the barbarian encampments, the two returned to the city to discuss important matters. Not long after, the accountant from the Sun residence had roughly calculated the accounts. The steward of the Sun family approached with a furrowed brow to report, Esteemed Lord, I have just conferred with several accountants, and the accounts are now complete. The total amount of wealth seized from the enemy amounts to approximately 180,000 taels of silver. The two factions collectively executed 6,452 enemies, which necessitates a reward of over 79,000 taels of silver. In Gaoyang, 2,372 soldiers perished, and according to your instructions regarding compensation of 30 taels per person, an additional 70,000 taels of silver is required. Furthermore, there are around 1,100 wounded soldiers, and the compensation and treatment for the injured, along with the support for the disabled, roughly accounts for over 25,000 taels of silver. Moreover, within Lord Li's army, there are also over 1,000 casualties and an additional 600 wounded, necessitating over 50,000 taels of silver. According to regulations, the deceased soldiers from Lord Li's army are entitled to 10 acres of land each, requiring an additional 15,000 acres. The prolonged battles have resulted in significant military resource depletion, and there has also been considerable destruction of civilian homes within the city, which collectively requires about 20,000 taels of silver. All these expenses sum up to a staggering 245,000 taels of silver, leaving us short by over 55,000 taels. Such a substantial sum? Upon hearing this, Sun Qingzong's expression darkened. The steward nodded affirmatively and said, My lord, perhaps we should consider slightly lowering the standards for rewards and compensations. The enemy's army has over 20,000 shur of grain, which could be sold for a considerable amount of silver, thus alleviating the deficit. Sun Qingzong resolutely replied, This silver is rightfully owed to those who risked their lives. I believe the current standards are somewhat low. We cannot reduce them further. The enemy's provisions were plundered along the way, leaving the common folk destitute and facing starvation. With winter approaching, we cannot fathom how many will perish in northern Jili this winter. Not a single grain should be sold. All must be reserved to alleviate the suffering of the hungry. What shall we do about the remaining deficit? The steward asked anxiously. Sun Qingzong instructed, Immediately rally all the gentry and wealthy households in Gaoyang City to gather donations. As the current Grand Tutor, even if I must swallow my pride, I believe raising 20 to 30,000 taels should not be overly difficult, despite Gaoyang's modest means. Subsequently, I will send someone to deliver these enemy heads to the capital to report our victory. His Majesty will surely be pleased and will bestow rewards, thus resolving our financial predicament. As he mentioned reporting to the capital, Sun Qingzong cast a meaningful glance at Li Junye, saying, Lord Li, there is no need for undue concern. I shall certainly speak favorably of you. Our emperor has always been known for his meritocratic appointments, and I am confident that your rise will come swiftly. Thank you for your kind support, Grand Tutor. Li Junye promptly bowed in gratitude. By aligning himself with Sun Qingzong, Li Junye is assuredly on a path with fewer obstacles. Though presently in retirement, the Grand Tutor is still a figure of significant influence, capable of reaching the ears of those in power. With the battle concluded, one wonders what plans Li Qianhu will devise next. Sun Qingzong suddenly shifted the topic and inquired. Li Junye remarked, I have heard that Lu Xiangxin, in his capacity as commander, has encountered discord with Yang Sihang and Gao Qiqian over the matter of engaging in battle. Consequently, he has faced their obstructions and has now divided his forces, leading 5,000 men southward to confront the Jurchen invaders. I am concerned for his safety. Thus I intend to rest in Gaoyang for a few days before proceeding to unite with Lord Lu. He continued, as I am part of the loyal forces. And with Lord Lu overseeing the national troops committed to loyalty, it is only fitting that I report to him in a timely manner. Sun Qingzong nodded in agreement, stating, Your troops have fought valiantly for days. It is indeed time for a proper respite. If my frail old bones can be of assistance during your stay in Gaoyang, please do not hesitate to ask, Lord Li. Li Junye smiled, replying, Your help in Gaoyang would be invaluable, as long as you do not find my incessant chatter bothersome. Sun Qingzong smiled kindly in response. During his brief respite, Li Junye prioritized the recruitment of new soldiers to replenish his ranks. This time, the recruitment was far less hasty than the previous occasion. The bounty offered to his soldiers was already double that of the Ming army, naturally attracting many promising youths. Additionally, he generously provided each recruit with 10 taels of silver and 3 stones of rice as resettlement assistance, allowing them to leave their homes with peace of mind. With Sun Qingzong's support, within a few days, 2,000 to 3,000 men came forward to enlist, from which Li Junye carefully selected 700 to 800. This recruitment not only enabled his forces to reach full capacity, but also allowed him to establish a cavalry regiment due to the substantial number of horses acquired. He appointed Sun Zhihong as the captain of this regiment and also established an infantry battalion for Sun Zhipong. With the increase in personnel and the surplus of captured resources, the original supply regiment could no longer meet the demand. Therefore, Li Junye temporarily expanded the supply regiment from 3 to 5 battalions, comprising a total of 125 supply carts. Following this expansion, Li Junye's loyal forces had grown to approximately 300, a size ample enough to boast of 5,000. After completing a brief period of rest, Li Junye set forth with his troops southward in search of Lu Xiangxing. In the imperial capital, the palace, the 11th year of the Chongzhen reign began on a promising note for the emperor, as the esteemed minister Yang Sichang's strategic maneuvers yielded considerable success. Lu Guaning and Zhang Xinzhong had been persuaded to surrender, and Li Zicheng had been reduced to a mere 18 riders fleeing into the Shanghua Mountains just last month, allowing Chongzhen to momentarily display a rare smile. However, just as internal strife seemed on the verge of resolution, the Qing forces invaded the frontier with unprecedented scale, penetrating deep into the heartland, reaching Jinan. This compelled the Ming forces encircling the rebel armies to withdraw from their defensive positions and march northward to confront the Qing, inadvertently allowing the peasant armies to reignite. Consequently, in the 12th year of Chongzhen, a great drought afflicted the land, and numerous bandit factions arose, leading to an irreversible decline that ultimately sealed the fate of the Ming Dynasty. Amid the Qing incursion, a minor incident unfolded. Yang Sihang advocated for prioritizing internal stability before addressing external threats. In this critical moment, he proposed peace negotiations to quell internal turmoil before turning to the external enemy. This suggestion caused a stir among the court and the populace, while Chongzhen's indecisiveness resulted in a missed opportunity. The Jurchen invaders surged into the borders like a relentless tide, and the Ming Dynasty found itself unable to confront their onslaught. Despite an army of over 200,000 loyalists ready to defend the realm, they remained mere spectators, paralyzed by fear of engagement. Day by day, the grim news of fallen cities, military defeats, massacred civilians, and ravaged lands bombarded them like a relentless snowfall. In solitude, Emperor Chongzhen sat in his study, his brow furrowed in deep despair, overwhelmed by the weight of his thoughts. Chapter 52. Your Majesty, a great victory. He found himself reminiscing about the past, reflecting on the precarious position of his family. Since the reign of his father, Emperor Mingguang, who was born of a favored palace maiden, he had lived in constant trepidation. His father's lowly maternal lineage had rendered him a target of disdain, only acknowledged by Emperor Shenzong due to the insistence of Empress Li. In the court, though maternal connections could elevate one's status, the absence of a powerful protector could lead to a dismal fate. At that time, Emperor Shenzong favored consort Zheng, who conspired to have her son, Zhu Changshuan, designated as crown prince, the very same who would later meet his end in the tumultuous upheaval led by Li Zicheng. The delay in naming a crown prince, known historically as the dispute over the national foundation, was eventually resolved through the efforts of court ministers, albeit with much reluctance. Even after ascending to the position of crown prince, he faced assassination attempts, such as the infamous incident where a man armed with a stick breached the Eastern Palace, narrowly escaping death. After enduring a lifetime of anxiety, Emperor Ming finally grasped the throne, only to succumb to the overwhelming pressures of his position, leading to his untimely demise known as the Red Pill Incident. His brother, Zhu Youjiao, faced his own challenges upon ascension, as the ministers seized the throne from the Li family. Later, the court fell under the influence of Wei Zhongxian, while Zhu Youjiao took to carpentry, achieving notable skill in the craft. Upon entering the palace at the tender age of 16, his sister-in-law advised him to avoid the palace cuisine, leading him to subsist on his own provisions for several days. Such an environment of constant vigilance naturally fostered his suspicious disposition. Your Majesty, a great victory. A true victory. As Emperor Chongzhen was lost in the painful memories of the past, Wang Qingyan, the chief eunuch, burst into the study, brandishing an official document and dancing with excitement. His abrupt entrance disturbed Chongzhen's thoughts, eliciting a trace of irritation. Wang, what great victory do you speak of? Chongzhen's tone was notably flat, laced with a hint of disdain. Since the Jurchen incursion, the situation had only deteriorated, and he was well aware of the current state of affairs. These so-called victories had been experienced before, often loud proclamations with little substance, merely claiming a few decapitations as a triumph, while neglecting to mention the toll and lives lost. Yet, as the sovereign of the realm, he understood the necessity of concealing his discontent, for there remained individuals willing to fight for the Ming Dynasty. Even if their contributions were modest, they were nonetheless deserving of recognition. Although he regarded these so-called victories with skepticism, he recognized the need to uplift morale, compelling him to pen words of encouragement, even amidst his doubts. Your Majesty, this time it is indeed a great victory, a genuine triumph. As the most loyal eunuch to Emperor Chongzhen, Wang Qingyan naturally understood the emperor's sentiments. With a voice trembling with joy, he deliberately repeated his words twice. Oh! Chongzhen hesitated for a moment. This eunuch, as unpretentious as uncut jade, would never deceive himself. The emperor's expression shifted from a neutral demeanor to one of unique anticipation. Wang Qingyan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Just now, Master Sun Shaoshi of Gaoang submitted a memorial, reporting that over 15,000 enemy troops besieged Gaoang. Together with a certain Captain Li Junye, he managed to behead more than 6,000 of the enemy soldiers. Your Majesty, amidst the current chaotic situation, such a significant victory is indeed a cause for celebration for our Ming Dynasty." As Wang Qingyan spoke with increasing fervor, he unconsciously knelt down, his face radiant with the joy of triumph. Oh, is this matter verifiable? Has anyone been sent to confirm it? In the late Ming period, when battling the northern nomadic tribes, the lack of cavalry often resulted in a failure to seize the initiative on the battlefield, leading to a severely underestimated count of enemy casualties. For instance, during Yuan Chongwan's victory at Ningyuan, despite tens of thousands of troops clashing for several days, the Ming army scarcely secured 300 enemy heads. Such discrepancies arose from the Ming's stringent standards for verifying enemy casualties to avoid false claims of glory. Moreover, the Battle of Ningyuan was a siege, where the Ming forces did not control the battlefield, even if the cannons could decimate a line of enemies. The soldiers atop the city could not descend immediately to claim the heads, merely watching as the corpses were carried away by the foe. The notion of claiming 6,000 enemy heads in a single battle was unfathomable for the Ming army during its twilight years. Chongzhen even harbored doubts that Sun Qingzong might have mistakenly added a zero. 600 heads was within the realm of possibility, but 6,000 seemed preposterous. Wang Qingyan joyfully affirmed, "Your Majesty, this matter is indeed true." The 6,000 heads were also accompanied by a letter delivered to the palace. Before coming here, I found it hard to believe and personally verified the claims. The 6,000 heads are genuinely those of the enemy. As he spoke, Wang Qingyan presented the memorial reporting the victory. Chongzhen, scanning the document with great delight, commanded, "Where are the heads? Quickly take me to see them." Overwhelmed with excitement, Chongzhen still found it hard to fully believe the news. He could scarcely fathom that a mere city and a captain from Dengzhou could decisively defeat an army of 15,000 enemy troops. Thus he felt compelled to witness the evidence with his own eyes. The 6,000 heads, piled high, filled over 10 carts, all stationed outside the Meridian Gate. Upon his arrival, members of the cabinet and officials from the 6 ministries had already gathered, each face adorned with expressions of jubilation. As Chongzhen appeared, the officials hastily bowed in respect. "We pay our respects to your Majesty." With careful steps, Chongzhen approached each cart, scrutinizing the severed heads within, his heart swelling with contentment. He glanced at the civil and military officials beside him and deliberately inquired, "Esteemed ministers, have you verified whether these heads are genuine or false?" The Minister of War, Yang Sikang, hurriedly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Your Majesty, I, along with my fellow ministers, have personally examined these severed heads. The majority bear the distinct characteristics of shaved ears and dark, clear scalps, and all possess waist tokens as proof of their authenticity. Although the Ming Dynasty has instituted a merit system based on the collection of severed heads, the scrutiny of such evidence is exceedingly stringent to prevent wrongful execution and the usurpation of merit. For instance, the Han people place great importance on the body, believing that hair and skin, bestowed by one's parents, should not be harmed. Thus, it is inconceivable for them to have their ears shaved. This serves as a clear distinguishing mark. Should there be any malicious individuals who intentionally shave the heads and ears of corpses beforehand, identification remains straightforward. One merely needs to examine the scalp. The coloration of the scalp of long-term shavers differs significantly from that of those who have not. In addition to the severed heads, their waist tokens can further corroborate their identities, as these tokens typically record the bearer's age, rank, and other pertinent information, serving as their insignia within their military ranks. Emperor Chongzhen nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Your Majesty, we face both internal turmoil and external threats, and the state affairs resemble the incessant chirping of locusts. We humbly request the reinstatement of Master Sun Shaoshi to oversee governance once more." Suddenly, a throng of individuals knelt before Emperor Chongzhen. These individuals were members of the Donglin party, evidently seeking to seize this opportunity to welcome back Sun Qingzong to take charge of the political landscape. Instead of reporting his victories to the nearby governor of Baoding, Sun Qingzong chose to go directly to the court, clearly indicating his aspirations to capture the emperor's attention. Chongzhen felt a wave of displeasure wash over him, his earlier joy dissipating entirely. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he concealed his inner turmoil from onlookers. "This matter shall be discussed at a later time. I am weary and shall return to the palace now. The remaining affairs will be entrusted to you, my loyal ministers." With these words, Chongzhen turned and entered the palace without looking back. As he walked, Chongzhen's emotions churned, yet he found no one to confide in, leaving him deeply troubled. The mere mention of the Donglin party ignited his ire. He recalled how, upon ascending the throne, he had heeded their deceitful counsel and eliminated Wei Zhongxian. What was the outcome? Under Wei Zhongxian's rule, the northeastern borders remained stable, and internal control was sufficient for the court's needs, although he ruled with an iron fist. Suppressing dissent and committing various misdeeds, the crux of the matter was his capability to govern, unlike the Donglin party, who prided themselves on their moral superiority yet possessed only eloquence and a penchant for factionalism. The removal of Wei Zhongxian had profound repercussions for Chongzhen, allowing the Donglin faction to gain influence, which resulted in a lack of balance within the court. While Wei Zhongxian was dubbed the 9,000 years, he was merely a servant reliant on the emperor as favor to maintain his power, ultimately performing actions beneficial to the emperor. Regrettably, Chongzhen had ascended the throne at the tender age of 16, akin to a high school freshman, and was easily swayed by the Donglin party. Not only did they deceive him into eliminating Wei Zhongxian, but they also led him astray for 5 years regarding the pacification of Liaodong. Consequently, in the year following Wei Zhongxian's downfall, the Jurchens bypassed the Shanhai Pass and descended upon the Forbidden City, ravaging the capital for several months. An event now referred to as the Jiasai Incident. The demise of Wei Zhongxian disrupted the equilibrium among the literary officials in the court, leading to the East Lin faction lacking formidable opposition. As time progressed and with the passage of years, the Emperor Chongzhen gradually discerned the true nature of the East Lin members, harboring a profound disdain for them. This sentiment is evident in his dismissal of Sun Qingzong and the appointment of Yang Sikang. Although Sun Qingzong exhibited unwavering loyalty to the Ming Dynasty, his policies regarding Liaodong were ill-suited for the current state of affairs. For instance, the Guanjin defensive line he established was an unconventional fortification, extending vertically over 200 kilometers along the Liaoshi corridor, in stark contrast to the typical horizontal defensive lines that span the divide between adversaries. The annual expenditure for this line exceeded 3 million taels of silver, surpassing that allocated for the military garrisons along the 9 borders, necessitating the deferral of pay for these troops to meet the demands of Guanjin. By the end of the Ming Dynasty, financial resources were critically low, contributing significantly to its collapse. Currently, as the fortifications reached Jianzhou, the cost had already surpassed 3 million taels annually, and Sun Qingzong intended to extend the defenses to Guangning. However, he suffered a devastating defeat while constructing the Daling city, leading to his impeachment by the officials and subsequent retirement. The logistical strain of such an extensive defensive line only amplified with distance, had Sun Qingzong's method of fortifying been employed to reclaim Liaodong. The Ming Dynasty would have succumbed long before any actual recovery could occur. The formidable Guanjin line failed to impede the incursions of the Jurchen cavalry, who repeatedly bypassed it, penetrating the realm through the Great Wall. Despite the substantial investment in the Guanjin defenses, it merely stood witness to the Jurchen's incursions. During Wei Zhongxian's tenure, he managed to dispatch eunuchs to collect commercial and mineral taxes, generating just enough revenue to support Liaodong's needs. However, with Wei Zhongxian deceased, there were no further avenues to procure funds for Liaodong, which contributed to Sun Qingzong's prolonged inactivity. Wei Zhongxian's financial strategies primarily targeted merchants, capitalists, and landlords rather than the agrarian populace, which rendered him a target for public criticism, particularly from the literati, who largely constituted the class he exploited for funds. Unbeknownst to him, Emperor Chongzhen had returned to the inner sanctum of the palace. At that moment, Empress Zhou had been awaiting him for some time, observing his morose demeanor. She found it peculiar. "Your Majesty, I have just heard of the great victory led by Master's son. Why do you appear so disheartened? Could it be that this triumph is yet another fabrication?" Chongzhen, in a state of confusion, replied, "Your Majesty is mistaken. This victory is indeed genuine, a true triumph." Empress Zhou, puzzled, inquired, "Then why do you seem so gloomy?" "This matter is rather intricate," Chongzhen sighed, then managed a faint smile. "What brings you here today, Empress?" She responded, "I have observed your diligence in state affairs of late, while as a mere woman, I feel powerless to assist. Thus, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a bowl of silver-ear soup, which I personally bring to you." As Empress Zhou spoke, she delicately placed an exquisite food box before Emperor Chongzhen, expressing that if His Majesty was troubled, she would take her leave. Although Chongzhen was a ruler of a fallen nation, he was not an ineffectual monarch. Rather, he was a diligent and frugal sovereign. Historical records depict him rising with the crowing of roosters and remaining sleepless through the night, often to the point of illness, with no festivities ever held in the palace. His garments were tattered, and even Empress Zhou personally mended them for him. After the fall of the Ming Dynasty, even those remnants of the Ming court in the Qing Dynasty seldom criticized him, yet his flaws were numerous, ultimately marking him as a king of a lost realm. The two spent their brief lives together amidst these turbulent times, culminating in Chongzhen's tragic end on Coal Mountain and Empress Zhou's suicide within the palace. After bidding farewell to the empress, he suddenly appeared to recall something and promptly instructed Wang Qing'an, "Wang, go to the Ministry of War and search the archives to ascertain the true identity of Li Junye. I intend to employ him wisely." The recent victory of Sun Qingzong had already stirred considerable excitement, and in his memorial, he had praised Li Junye without reserve, garnering the attention of many high-ranking officials. By the time Wang Qing'an hurried to the Ministry of War, the documents concerning Li Junye had already been retrieved. The individual poring over Li Junye's file was none other than Yang Sikang, a trusted minister of Chongzhen. Chapter 54. Finally appointed as General, Yang Sikang had effectively quelled the internal strife through strategic measures and a comprehensive approach. However, to fund the military efforts, he imposed additional taxes for pacification and training, and by the end of the Ming Dynasty, he alone accounted for 2 out of 3 new taxes, placing a heavy burden on the impoverished farmers of the era. Currently, Zhang Xianzhong had surrendered in Guqing, while Li Ziqing had been reduced to a mere 18 riders fleeing into the Shangluo Mountains. Thus, Yang Sikang's prestige soared. And had it not been for the incursion of Qing forces disrupting the original plans, the peasant uprisings of the late Ming might have been quelled under his command. "Master Yang, the emperor has commanded that I search for the archives of Li Junye," Wang Qing'an said cheerfully to Yang Sikang. "It appears that you and His Majesty are of one mind. This is truly a cause for celebration." Yang Sikang, engrossed in his reading, looked up upon hearing Wang Qing'an's voice, bowed respectfully, and replied, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I was merely curious, and to think our thoughts coincided with the emperor's. Here are the complete documents regarding Li Junye. Please do not keep His Majesty waiting." "Thank you for your reminder, Master Yang," Wang Qing'an replied courteously. And a eunuch behind him promptly lifted the documents from the table, following Wang Qing'an closely. "Master Yang, since you also have an interest in this individual, is there any message you would like me to convey to His Majesty?" Wang Qingyan inquired just as he was about to depart. This statement precisely resonated with Yang Sikang's sentiments, prompting him to assert, those with talent should be promoted, while the untalented ought to be demoted. This principle is immutable through the ages. I trust your majesty will indeed elevate this individual. I beseech you, my lord, to convey this message clearly before his majesty. This young man is still in his formative years, and should he ascend to a high position prematurely, it may lead to stunted growth, counterproductive to his potential. Therefore, in order to harness his capabilities, he must first refine his character. Only then can he achieve greatness. Currently, Yang Sikang holds a prominent position in the court and naturally harbors interest in Li Junye. However, he is discontented upon learning that Sun Qingzong has explicitly noted Li Junye's intent to journey south in search of Lu Xiangxing. In the face of the invading Manchus, the court is divided into two factions. Yang Sikang and Gao Qiqian advocate for peace, while Lu Xiangxing is a staunch proponent of war, leading to considerable discord between them. In truth, regarding the current predicament, neither the advocates of peace nor war are in error. Both factions seek to salvage the Ming Dynasty. The sacrifices made by the peace proponents are comparatively greater. Historically, the advocates of war have garnered respect from the populace and acclaim in historical records, whereas those favoring peace are often criticized and scorned, facing the daunting stigma of acting against the tide of public sentiment. This sentiment is particularly pronounced in the Ming Dynasty, which prided itself on open discourse. The Ming Dynasty employed a system of free speech, allowing any individual to voice critiques, including the emperor himself, who could only retaliate with court reprimands. Yet, within that public discourse, a reprimand served as a form of official endorsement for those unafraid to challenge authority. Such reprimands, while potentially lethal, were regarded by these officials as a badge of honor, surviving meant living with glory and political capital. In this environment, those audacious enough to propose peace were indeed valiant souls. Notably, Yang Sikang was not affiliated with the Donglin party. He fought his battles alone, embodying the fearless spirit of a lone warrior amidst countless adversaries. However, despite his bravery, Yang Sikang harbored a narrow-mindedness. Thus, upon learning of Li Junye's quest to seek Lu Xiangxing, he felt a surge of discontent. Master Yang and His Majesty share a unified purpose. I shall convey your words to His Majesty without omission, Wang Qingyan remarked before bowing and hastily returning with the documents. What a remarkable young man! At merely 19 or 20 years of age, he ascended from a lowly soldier to 1,000 household commander in less than a year. Truly a prodigious talent. After perusing Li Junye's dossier, Emperor Chongzhen expressed his astonishment, recognizing that this ascent was achieved solely through his own sword and valor, leading him to feel somewhat remiss in not recognizing such talent sooner. Though Emperor Chongzhen was often obstinate and suspicious, he possessed a keen eye for extraordinary talent, as evidenced by his promotion of Yuan Chonghuan, who became a jinshi at 35 and rose from a county magistrate to a military commander within a few years. Sun Chuanting's elevation was even more remarkable, rising from a deputy in Shuntian Prefecture directly to the governorship of Shaanxi. My emperor, Master Yang has further messages for you, Wang Qingyan announced cautiously as Emperor Chongzhen became engrossed in the matter at hand. Did Master Yang truly say such a thing? The emperor pondered gravely. Wang Qingyan nodded affirmatively. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Chongzhen remarked, Minister Yang's words hold considerable truth. It is essential to cultivate one's character and refrain from hastening growth. Moreover, I have already promoted an abundance of individuals beyond the norm. Should I continue to do so, it may incite discontent among the court officials. While Emperor Chongzhen was indeed capable of promoting talent beyond conventional standards, he typically favored individuals in the prime of their lives, those who have experienced the myriad facets of existence and possess a mature disposition, perfectly suited for undertaking significant endeavors. However, the case of Li Junye, a youth of merely 19 or 20 years, posed a dilemma for him. Such tender years could inevitably lead to dissatisfaction among the officials. In promoting talent, Chongzhen recognized the necessity of employing the emperor's art of balance to maintain his foundational support. Very well. Inform the cabinet to draft a decree appointing Li Junye as a deputy general in the army of Lu Xiangxing, with the title of assistant commander. He concluded after careful deliberation. The positions of provincial governors, generals, and deputy generals within the Ming Dynasty are roles rather than official titles, typically held by mid to high-ranking military officials. Li Junye's only official title was that of assistant commander, a mere honorary rank within the third tier of military officers, without an actual command of a guard unit. Despite his ascent from a fifth-rank Qianhu to the position of assistant commander, A leap of merely 2 ranks and 3 tiers. It was, in essence, a significant advancement. As this role fell within the mid to high echelon of military officials, the transition from lower to mid-ranking positions is often fraught with challenges, where the majority falter. Thus, his appointment as assistant commander signifies the commencement of Li Junye's journey into higher ranks. I shall now notify the cabinet to draft the decree, the servant declared. Wang Qingyan respectfully bowed to both Emperor Chongzhen and Empress Zhou before departing with a calm demeanor. After Wang Qingyan's departure, Chongzhen turned to Empress Zhou and inquired, "How has our son been faring in his studies of late?" The son he referred to was, of course, Crown Prince Zhu Zilong, the firstborn of Chongzhen and Empress Zhou, who was dearly cherished by them. Having recently turned 9, he had begun his studies away from home. Empress Zhou replied with a sense of satisfaction. "The instructors have been diligent, and our son has been working earnestly. He has made significant progress during this period." "Excellent. Come, Empress, accompany me to see our son. It has been 2 or 3 months since I last laid eyes upon him, and I find myself longing for him dearly." Chapter 55. The solitary army enters the encirclement in the northern region of Jizhou. By the banks of the Hutua River, a throng of ragged refugees huddled together, comprising both the elderly and the young, numbering in the hundreds. Among them were women cradling infants, their little ones' lips turning blue in the biting cold. Upon witnessing this, Li Junye promptly dismounted, removing his cloak and offering it to the distressed mother and child, while instructing his attendants to provide her with several large flatbreads. After expressing her heartfelt gratitude, the woman accepted the flatbreads and sought a corner to wrap her infant snugly in the cloak, while she herself trembled in the frigid wind, hastily devouring the bread. Many onlookers stretched their necks, eagerly watching the woman as she ate ravenously. Report to Master Li, the ice on the Hutua River is exceptionally thick, sufficient for the passage of carriages and horses, Sun Zhihong joyfully reported after personally inspecting the river. During the late Ming Dynasty, the nation found itself in the grip of a minor ice age, marked by a sudden and profound drop in temperatures and a spate of natural calamities. Just how severe was this chill? Historical records reveal that even Hainan experienced freezing temperatures during winter. The abrupt climatic shift resulted in diminished agricultural yields across many northern regions. While even in elevated areas, the conditions necessary for crop growth became untenable, leading to barren grains. The Jurchen invaders repeatedly chose winter to penetrate the northern borders, a strategic decision primarily fueled by the fact that most rivers in the north had become icebound, allowing them to traverse the frozen surfaces with ease, thereby facilitating their plundering endeavors. After Sun Zhihong delivered his report, Li Junye cast a sweeping glance around before instructing Sun Zhihong, "Relay the order to rest for the duration of an incense stick. Let the men replenish their strength before attempting to cross the river." He then turned his gaze towards the beleaguered refugees and directed Sun Zhihong further. "Additionally, send someone to distribute extra provisions to these displaced individuals and inform them that the Jurchens have already crossed the river. They should return home, as staying on this side is far safer. Should any of them insist on crossing, we shall intimidate them with swords." The Jurchen forces, primarily cavalry, executed their maneuvers with remarkable speed. With the majority of northern rivers frozen solid, nothing could impede their advance across the North China Plain. In fact, they had already crossed and were wreaking havoc in the regions of Zhending and Deming. The Jurchens advanced from multiple directions with such swiftness that, amidst the chaos, not only were the common folk left in the dark, but even the Ming court could not ascertain the precise locations of the invaders. The populace, adhering to their ingrained perceptions, instinctively fled southward, forgetting that previous incursions had primarily ravaged the vicinity of the capital in the northern plains, rarely crossing the Huangtu River. No one anticipated that this time, the Jurchens would penetrate so deeply, even advancing down the Grand Canal to Jinan. Since departing from Gaolong, Li Junye faced considerable challenges in his quest to rendezvous with Lu Xiangshan without attracting the attention of the Jurchens. He often traveled by night, favoring obscure paths and winding routes, taking 7 or 8 days to finally arrive at the banks of the Huangtu River. The brief interlude passed quickly, and once the soldiers had replenished their energy, they began to cross the river in an orderly fashion. The Ming army was encumbered by heavy supplies and carts, and to avoid breaking the fragile ice, only 2 vehicles were permitted to cross at a time, which rendered the process rather sluggish. Just as they had made it halfway across, a scout rushed over from the opposite bank, breathless with urgency. "My lord, we have spotted a large contingent of Jurchens, estimated to be in the thousands, approaching our position. Our movements have been detected." Striking mid-crossing is one of the most perilous scenarios in military strategy, as the enemy may deliberately allow one to cross, only to launch a surprise attack when they are halfway over, leading to disarray and confusion among the ranks. Everyone, remain calm and do not rush to cross. We must not risk breaking the ice, Junye commanded. He then ordered his trusted soldiers, quickly inform Wang Liang and Qianfen on the opposite bank to prepare for a water-based defense, and do so with haste. On the opposite bank, Wang Liang was suddenly startled by the messenger's announcement. He promptly urged his horse and shouted amidst the crowd. The enemy has launched an assault from across the river. Those who have crossed must swiftly form a defensive line against the water. The Ming army, which had initially crossed the river in an orderly fashion, promptly began to organize into formation under Wang Liang's unified command. This time, as before, they constructed their defensive line with their backs to the river, the outermost layer consisting of vehicles. The Ming forces had amassed a considerable number of vehicles, allowing them to seamlessly connect them in a continuous line. In a brief span, a semicircular formation of wagons was established, with countless vehicles linked together, resembling an imposing wall. While they arranged their formation, Junye had already stealthily arrived on the opposite bank. Meanwhile, vehicles were momentarily crossing the river, with numerous soldiers and horses crossing in an orderly manner. In the distance, clouds of dust swirled, yet no figures were visible. How far are the enemy? How many are approaching? Junye inquired urgently as he reached Wang Liang and Qianfen. Wang Liang replied, according to multiple scouts, there are approximately 5,000 to 6,000 enemy troops, most of whom are newly surrendered soldiers and pose little threat. Junye laughed heartily, exclaiming, what a delightful surprise. They have delivered me an appetizer just as I crossed the river, perfect for honing my troops. Before long, the silhouettes of the enemy began to emerge through the dust. At the forefront was a large group of ragged surrendered soldiers, recently defected Ming troops who had not even had the chance to change out of their tattered uniforms. Behind these surrendered soldiers were about 2,000 cavalrymen, all clad in the garb of the Jurchens and Tatars. Although numerous, their equipment appeared somewhat inferior compared to the Jurchens previously encountered. Junye pondered to himself, it seems the main force of the Jurchens has moved far south, leaving these secondary units behind. The Jurchens, primarily cavalry, have no need to retain such a large contingent in their rear. The presence of this unit suggests that the Jurchens must be guarding something of significance nearby. Leading the army was a commander named Sulan, a member of the Tongjia clan, one of the 8 prominent families of the Jurchens. As Junye surmised, the plundered livestock, resources, and wealth from the Jurchens' raids were temporarily stored within Jizhou City. Under Sulan's protection, Junye's force of 2,000 soldiers, accompanied by 200 to 300 large wagons, could not traverse hundreds of miles southward without attracting the Jurchens' attention. Fortunately, the newly surrendered Ming soldiers acted as scouts. They mingled within the crowd of southbound travelers or disguised themselves as beggars and various other professions, making detection difficult. Thus, before Junye's army even reached the Hutuo River, they had already caught Sulan's attention. Eager for the hunt, Sulan, an experienced battlefield veteran, deduced the general direction of this army's southward march. He had already laid an ambush south of the Hutuo River, patiently awaiting the moment when the Ming forces would be halfway across to strike. Chapter 56. Could it be that I have truly encountered them? Soren indeed seized the moment. Yet when he surged to the forefront of the Ming army, he found himself at a loss. The Ming forces had arranged their chariots in a formidable formation, resembling an impenetrable wall. What was intended to be a brilliant ambush transformed into a grueling siege. My lord, one of his subordinates, a man with a distinctive mustache, timidly advised, I see that the Ming army stands resolute. Although we number 5,000 to 6,000, we are primarily composed of defectors. Should we attempt a reckless assault? Victory may yield little reward. Observing the Ming army's impressive formation, this subordinate's trepidation was palpable. Soren erupted in anger. You coward! To falter before the battle even begins is to disgrace the spirit of our Manchu warriors. The mustached man, with a distressed countenance, replied, My lord, this is not mere cowardice. News has reached us that Duke Duda suffered a devastating defeat at Gaoang, losing over 15,000 men, with only 3,000 remaining. This Ming force is approaching our direction, and I fear we are fated to encounter them. Soren retorted vehemently, Fool! Duke Dudu was defeated not by these mere 2,000 Ming soldiers, but by an army of 20,000. Clearly, upon returning, he dared not speak the truth, exaggerating the enemy's strength as a means of self-exoneration. Soren's ire intensified, and in frustration, he lashed out at the unfortunate subordinate with his whip. After enduring the sting, the man fell silent, refraining from further comment. Suddenly, a high-crowned, scholarly-looking Han trader, emboldened, suggested, Ajing, given the Ming army's disciplined formation, it would be unwise for us to launch a direct attack. Perhaps we should retreat momentarily, find a nearby hiding place, and wait until the Ming forces believe we have retreated. Once they disperse, we can strike with our cavalry, disrupting their ranks, and then attack again. Soren pondered this advice and found a semblance of wisdom in the trader's words. However, having waited an entire night in the biting cold to ambush this Ming force, he felt it would diminish his reputation to refrain from attacking now that the enemy was so close. Since entering the frontier, Soren had encountered little resistance and was eager to prove himself. Yet, he found himself relegated to the rear, deprived of the opportunity to showcase his prowess. Suddenly, a contingent of Ming soldiers appeared from behind, stirring his excitement. This engagement was not merely about defeating the Ming. It was also a chance to establish his renown. While the strategist's suggestion held merit, Soren longed for a direct confrontation, to charge forth with his men like a tiger descending upon a flock of sheep. Only through such a display could he assert his dominance and carve his name into history. Impatiently, he declared, "There is no need for further discussion. The Ming forces ahead are but a superficial display, unworthy opponents for my Jinzhou warriors. All troops, heed my command and prepare for action." Soren promptly arranged his ranks. Employing his usual tactics, 3,000 defectors led the charge, followed by his seasoned troops and Mongolian warriors bolstering the rear. With a rapid drumbeat echoing through the air, 5,000 to 6,000 of his warriors surged forward, roaring as they charged towards the Ming forces. Though these defectors were ragged and poorly equipped, their spirits soared as if invigorated by a potent elixir. In the twilight of the Ming Dynasty, the performance of the Ming army had often been lackluster. However, upon surrendering to the Manchu invaders, their combat effectiveness surged remarkably, a phenomenon not uncommon. This transformation was primarily attributed to the superior treatment offered by the Manchus post-surrender and a notable shift in mindset, which directly influenced morale. Although these defectors exhibited high spirits, their prolonged lack of training rendered their charges chaotic, resembling a swarm of headless flies rushing toward the Ming forces. As these defectors advanced, the Ming army stood resolute, unwavering in formation. These soldiers, once part of the Ming ranks and familiar with their artillery, were acutely aware of the cannons positioned ahead. Approaching the range of the Ming artillery, trepidation gripped them, their hearts hung in suspense. Yet, to their astonishment, even as they breached the artillery's range, the Ming cannons remained silent, as if mute. Leading the charge was a standard-bearer, a recent defector eager to impress his superiors. As he entered the cannon's range, he too felt the weight of anxiety. "Brothers, charge. Their artillery is mere show," he urged, after advancing a further 200 paces without the Ming cannons firing. The standard-bearer's spirits lifted, and he animatedly encouraged his comrades. However, before his words could fully escape his lips, a sudden, sharp sound of a gong echoed from the Ming ranks, followed by a tempest of arrows unleashed upon them. The unfortunate standard-bearer was instantly pierced by a hail of arrows. Simultaneously, the Ming cannons roared to life, with over 20 falconut cannons unleashing devastating fire at close range, mowing down the defectors like wheat before the scythe. In his dying moments, the poor standard-bearer realized that they had fallen into a trap. The Ming forces had been waiting to ensnare them. "Fire! Strike with all your might. Leave no one alive," commanded Wang Liang, his temper flaring as he personally oversaw the front line, urging the soldiers behind the chariots to maintain their fire. Though the crossbows could not be hurled and were ill-suited for large-scale field battles, they were exceptionally effective in defensive warfare, being simple to operate. Junye had brought along over 1,000 crossbows, ensuring that each soldier in the front line was equipped with one. The synchronized volley of bolts was formidable, a relentless barrage resembling a swarm of locusts raining down from the Ming ranks. Each coordinated strike resulted in significant losses for the approaching defectors. These soldiers were merely fresh recruits, lacking training and fighting spirit compared to true Manchu warriors. After enduring several waves of cannon fire and arrow storms from the Ming forces, their previously fervent resolve evaporated as swiftly as a balloon punctured by a pin. Like dogs bereft of their masters, they turned and fled in desperation. The time from the Ming's initial volley to the collapse of the defectors transpired within mere breaths, leaving the commander, Sulin, momentarily stunned. As the panicked soldiers surged back toward their lines like a breached dam, Sulin seethed with rage, personally slaying several of the retreating men to restore order to his ranks. Sauron, coming back to his senses, was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that the firepower of this Ming army could be so formidable. He silently rejoiced that it was these defectors who were leading the charge. Had it been his own loyal soldiers at the forefront, the consequences would have been dire. "My lord, do you think this Ming army could be the one that defeated Duke Dudu?" The outdated remark from the mustached Junye sent a shiver down Sauron's spine. He suddenly realized that the Ming army was indeed increasingly captivating, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. Could it truly be that I have encountered them? Sauron trembled internally, but maintained a facade of composure, remaining silent in response to Junye's inquiry. Chapter 57. Charge forward now. "My lord, do you think it might be?" Silence. Just as Sauron was growing anxious and irritated, Junye, oblivious to the tension, blurted out yet another irrelevant comment. In a fit of frustration, Sauron struck him across the face with his whip. The man let out a cry of pain, clutching his face, revealing a crimson mark that marred his skin. After dealing with the loquacious Junye, Sauron found himself in an awkward predicament, neither able to advance nor retreat. "Indeed, I perceive that this Ming army is extraordinary. Should we emerge victorious, the cost may be steep. Perhaps we ought to retreat at once and return to Jizhou to reassess our strategy." Just as Sauron found himself at a standstill, the treacherous strategist beside him seized the opportunity to speak up. Having assessed the battlefield after just one round of combat, the traitor recognized the formidable strength of the Ming forces. Sauron's contingent, stationed in the rear, was merely a secondary unit comprised mostly of defectors. Engaging in a direct confrontation with such a powerful army would likely lead to a Pyrrhic victory, if not utter defeat. Sauron's mission was to safeguard the supplies within Jizhou, not directly engage the Ming forces in battle. His decision to venture into the field was merely a moment of impulsive ambition, eager to prove himself. He lacked the courage to fight a challenging battle. The treacherous strategist, having discerned Sauron's true intentions, mustered the courage to offer this counsel. Protecting Jizhou was of utmost importance, and Sauron had already contemplated retreating. He had merely boasted too grandly at the outset to retract his words immediately. With the strategist's advice, Sauron seized the opportunity to gracefully concede, stating, "Lu Lao makes a valid point. As men of Jizhou, we are destined for greatness. We cannot allow an unknown Ming army to diminish our strength. Moreover, I am tasked by Duke Yu to defend Jizhou. I must not jeopardize this critical duty due to a momentary desire for glory." The treacherous strategist smiled obsequiously. It is good that you understand. Withdraw. Retreat immediately to Jizhou." Sauron flashed a grin at the strategist, exchanging a knowing glance before commanding loudly. The Jizhou soldiers, originally tasked with guarding the city, had anticipated merely skirmishing with a band of scattered troops. They were taken aback to find themselves facing a formidable opponent. Upon hearing Sauron's order to retreat, their spirits lifted, and without hesitation, they turned their horses around, intent on returning to Jizhou. As Sauron was contemplating a retreat amidst the chaos, a sudden, urgent drumbeat resonated from the Ming army's ranks, drawing his attention. Upon turning back, he was startled by the sight that met his eyes. The Ming forces were slowly parting their ranks, revealing two cavalry units that surged forth from either flank. Each rider was clad in formidable armor, their entire bodies encased in gleaming metal, with fearsome iron masks obscuring their faces. The masks bore the grotesque visage of a Taodai, its gaping mole reminiscent of a ghoul amidst a sunlit day. This terrifying Taodai mask had been hastily crafted by Li Junye during a brief respite in Gowang, prompted by the realization that many cavalrymen suffered facial injuries in the heat of battle despite their excellent armor. Thus, he designed the mask to protect their faces while intentionally rendering it menacing to intimidate their foes on the battlefield. Although the cavalry units were not numerous, comprising just over 600 men, they were robust, well-armed, and brimming with fighting spirit. From a distance, Sauron found their audacity amusing and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "These damned Nikan are truly bold. I intended to spare them, yet they show no gratitude. Men, we shall not retreat. Charge forth. I do not believe these wilderness warriors can stand against my Jizhou brethren." Having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, Sauron quickly discerned that the Ming forces had no intention of allowing them a safe withdrawal. Rather, they sought to pursue them. Enraged, Sauron cast aside any reservations. In his view, facing the Ming in open combat was merely a matter of delivering them to their doom. Previously, he had feared the prospect of assaulting the Ming's entrenched formations. However, their decision to abandon the safety of their chariots and take the initiative to attack invigorated him. Sauron resolved to execute a counteroffensive, aiming to annihilate the enemy. The treacherous strategist, witnessing the Ming's proactive advance, felt a surge of delight. Yet, noticing Soren's inclination for a decisive confrontation, he hurriedly interjected, "My lord, I observe that the Ming artillery is rather mediocre. If we engage here, their artillery will surely provide support. It would be wiser to withdraw a few miles, luring the Ming to follow. Their cumbersome cannons will hinder them, allowing us to obliterate them with ease." The trader's confidence grew with each word, culminating in an enthusiastic gesture as he clenched his fist before Soren. "Indeed. Let us proceed as you suggest, Mr. Liu." Soren, impressed, promptly commanded the entire army to withdraw southward to entice the pursuing Ming forces and their artillery to widen the gap, seeking an opportunity to annihilate them entirely. "Lord Qian, shall we pursue them now, or wait for our infantry brethren to catch up? After all, we have 4,000 or 5,000 men." Sun Shihong, leading his cavalry unit, charged forward from the flanks, only to be disheartened by the sight of the Jianzhou troops retreating. Watching the Jurchen soldiers retreat right before his eyes, Sun Shihong was undeniably reluctant. Although Li Junye had not expressly appointed Qian Fun as the commander of all cavalry, the majority of the military had tacitly acknowledged Qian Fun's authority over the cavalry. Naturally, Sun Shihong felt compelled to seek his orders. Qian Fun cast a disdainful glance at the swiftly retreating enemy, chuckling coldly as he addressed Sun Shihong. "Though they are numerous, they are merely a band of doomed souls. How can we not pursue this opportunity? If we allow them to escape, we shall certainly regret it later." "Are you, Sun Baihu, afraid?" Sun Shihong replied, "Lord Qian, you jest. How could I be afraid? I was merely testing your resolve. The Jurchen often boast of their invincibility on the battlefield, yet when our troops advanced, they not only refrained from battle but deliberately retreated south. I suspect they intend to lure us away from our artillery. We must not let their cunning succeed." Upon hearing this, Qian Fun felt a pang of realization and glanced back at the artillery, acknowledging that Sun Shihong's reasoning held merit, feeling a twinge of inadequacy. "Brother Sun speaks wisely. Therefore, we must not allow the Jurchen's deceit to prevail. Let us charge forward with our 3 regiments now, preventing these Jurchen from moving an inch." Sun Shihong and Zhao Yong, who stood nearby, nodded in silent agreement. Chapter 58. "My lord, we are in trouble. The Ming cavalry is upon us." "My lord, we are in trouble. The Ming cavalry is pursuing us." Soren, having just turned his horse, was startled by a bodyguard's panicked shout from behind. Turning to look, Soren was also taken aback. The Ming cavalry had already emerged from their ranks while the infantry was still in formation, yet these 600 cavalrymen were fiercely charging ahead, not waiting for the infantry to advance. The 600 ironclad cavalry charged forth, stirring up a cloud of dust, their momentum formidable. "By heaven, they are reckless. Men, charge forth. Slay this band of Ming dogs and let them know whose domain this truly is." The 600 cavalry, undaunted by death, surged forward, while Soren, accompanied by 2,000 defected infantry, realized there was no retreat, and thus decided to engage them. The Jurchen, initially in retreat, found themselves compelled to turn their horses around to confront the advancing Ming soldiers. In the chaos, the infantry and cavalry became intertwined, creating a scene of utter disarray. The distance between the two forces was minimal. As the Jurchen attempted to reorganize, the Ming cavalry was already upon them. In their haste, the defected soldiers at the rear had no choice but to bravely advance, hoping to use their overwhelming numbers to withstand the onslaught of the Ming cavalry. Yet, these defected soldiers were no match for the might of the Ming forces. Most of them lacked even the simplest armor. As the Ming cavalry charged forward, a volley of 3-barreled guns fired at close range, mowing down a significant portion of their ranks. With the Ming cavalry surging forward like an unstoppable tide, the clash of horses and blades ensued, and within a single round, the makeshift defenses established by the defected soldiers crumbled instantly. At this juncture, Soren could ascertain that this Ming army was indeed the same one that had defeated Dudu, particularly the legendary volley of 3-barreled guns before close combat, which had become the stuff of legend among the Jurchen troops. Anyone who had heard of it would find it unforgettable. Today, he witnessed firsthand that the rumors were indeed true. If this was truly the Ming army, and even Dudu's elite troops could not prevail against them, then his own forces were merely a ragtag second-rate army. The thought made Soren's scalp tingle. He glanced around at the Ming troops, who had already penetrated the ranks and were wreaking havoc, while in the distance, the infantry had completed their formation and was continuously advancing to provide support. Retreat. We must retreat swiftly back to Jizhou. As he contemplated this, a cunning plan emerged in Soren's mind, a strategy akin to a lizard shedding its tail. He decided to abandon the surrendered soldiers, using them as a distraction to delay the pursuing Ming army while he hurriedly led the remaining 2,000 cavalry back to Jizhou. Most of these 2,000 were Jianru and southern Mongolian cavalry, whom Soren was determined to save. Once back in Jizhou, protected by its towering walls, this small yet formidable Ming army would be unable to harm him. Without needing Soren's prompting, the other Jianru soldiers also recognized the identity of the Ming army. Upon hearing Soren's order to retreat, they felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and quickly scattered, desperately fleeing for their lives. This Jianru force was indeed second-rate. Relatively poorly equipped, yet it had saved their lives, as the Ming cavalry, clad in heavy armor, was far superior and would easily outpace their lighter-armed troops. Although they managed to escape, the surrendered soldiers were not so fortunate. Qian Fan vented all his frustration upon them, despite the Ming cavalry being outnumbered. On the vast expanse of the North China Plain, there was little chance for these surrendered soldiers to flee before the infantry could even engage. The cavalry had nearly resolved the battle. Before long, several hundred captives were brought before Li Junye by Zhao Yong. "My lord, shall we bury these spineless wretches in a pit, or execute them here? Please spare us." As Zhao Yong spoke, the surrendered soldiers, terrified, fell to their knees in a line, their heads bobbing like garlic being pounded, endlessly pleading for mercy. Wang Liang, with a fierce demeanor, interjected, "In this bitter cold, how can we dig a pit? I suggest we break the ice on the river and execute them there, disposing of the bodies in the hole. It would be both clean and efficient." Zhao Yong chuckled. "Brother Wang, your idea is indeed brilliant. It makes the act of killing so much easier. My lord, let us proceed as you suggest," he laughed heartily, turning to urge Li Junye. Li Junye surveyed the group of surrendered soldiers, a dark mass of 400 or 500 kneeling together, all pleading for mercy. Many, upon hearing the murderous plan, were so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Li Junye felt no sympathy for them. Cut off the right ears of all these men, then interrogate them to gather intelligence. Afterwards, send them all to Gaoyang. "My lord, why not execute them?" Zhao Yong exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. Li Junye replied, "Gaoyang has suffered greatly from the ravages of war, with most homes destroyed and a significant loss of able-bodied defenders. Now is the time to rebuild, and rather than execute these individuals, it would be better to send them to Gaoyang to assist in reconstruction, allowing them to atone for their crimes. Gaoyang, merely a small town, has suffered grievously from the ravages of war. During the siege, the able-bodied within the city faced heavy casualties, and many were conscripted into the army under Li Junye. It can be said that the reconstruction of Gaoyang is now hindered by a severe shortage of labor. This group of captives is quite opportune, serving as free labor, requiring only minimal sustenance to keep them alive. My lord, I am Zhu Yong, the chief standard-bearer under the command of the esteemed Sun Shipang, and I am willing to personally escort these individuals back to their homeland. My lord, I am Lu Zhang, the chief standard-bearer in the camp of Lord Ma, also a native of Gaoyang, and I too wish to escort them home. Presently, there are already several officers from Gaoyang serving under Li Junye, and upon hearing that this batch of captives is to be sent back to Gaoyang, they naturally rejoiced. Several junior officers eagerly volunteered for the task. Li Junye promptly declared that after interrogating these captives, Zhu Yong and Lu Zheng would each lead their contingent to escort this group back to Gaoyang, returning to their posts immediately thereafter. These several hundred surrendered soldiers, having narrowly escaped death, were profoundly grateful, showing no animosity towards their captor, Li Junye, but instead kneeling and bowing in reverence. However, while their lives were spared, they could not escape punishment. "Bring forth these men, sever their right ears," commanded Li Junye. As soon as the order was given, a squad of soldiers charged into the throng of captives, ruthlessly removing their right ears. The wails of the captives, akin to the cries of slaughtered pigs, filled the air, causing considerable unease among the onlookers. Once the ears were severed, the officers among the captives were restrained and taken to the military formation, where several literate soldiers awaited with ink and paper. Once in this place, there was little doubt about their forthcoming confessions. Seasoned veterans like Zhao Yong knew well how to handle them. Chapter 59. My lord, we have struck gold. Not long after, Zhao Yong, beaming with joy, rushed to deliver the news. My lord, we have struck gold. We interrogated these captives and discovered that all the supplies looted by the enemy's right flank are stockpiled in Jizhou City. This group of bandits was specifically tasked with guarding Jizhou. Quickly, bring 2 of them here. I wish to interrogate them personally. Li Junye had long suspected that the sudden appearance of such a force behind the enemy lines was amiss, and Zhao Yong's revelation promptly dispelled any lingering doubts. What he lacked now was money, And if the supplies plundered by the enemy's right flank were indeed stored in Jizhou, he would not let this opportunity slip by. Before long, two captives disguised as officers were presented before Li Junye. Both bore polished, gleaming visages. On the left stood a commanding deputy, clad in well-maintained armor, aged around 40 and named Du Wei, while the other, a commanding assistant, in his 30s and named Shenmu, stood on the right. Although both held ranks superior to Li Junye, they found themselves kneeling before him, seated upon a small camp stool. Li Junye regarded them with disdain. "I will ask a question, and you shall respond. Should you dare utter even a single falsehood, I shall make your existence a living hell. My lord, spare us. We shall speak truthfully and leave nothing unmentioned," they implored, bowing their heads in supplication. Li Junye inquired with a stern demeanor, "What is the estimated value of the plunder amassed by the Jurchen bandits within the city of Jizhou?" Commander Du Wei promptly interjected. "In response to your excellency's query, the right-wing army of the Jurchens has pillaged extensively during their advance. The majority of the wealth looted from the provinces of Shuntian, Baoding, and Junye has been collected in Jizhou. The gold and silver alone, when converted to silver taels, amounts to no less than 200,000 to 300,000. Additionally, the quantities of grain and fodder within the city are too vast to assess at this moment." Li Junye pressed further, "Aside from these valuables, is there anything else?" Shenmu quickly took the floor to respond. "In addition to these items, the Jurchens have abducted a considerable number of young men and women, totaling around 60,000 to 70,000, who are currently imprisoned within Jizhou. The Jurchens' incursion has led to the capture of approximately 460,000 individuals, and the 60,000 to 70,000 held in Jizhou represent but a fraction of that total." Upon hearing the magnitude of the Jurchens' plunder, the soldiers were filled with righteous indignation, particularly at the news of the vast number of people taken. The abduction of so many souls signifies the heartbreaking separation of countless families. Li Junye inquired about the state of the city's defenses and the number of troops stationed there. While the wealth might be deemed inconsequential, rescuing those 60,000 to 70,000 captives had become an imperative for him. At that moment, Li Junye resolved to seize Jizhou. As the two hesitated, two bloodied steel blades were swiftly placed against their necks, causing them to shudder before continuing. "The city of Jizhou is formidable, standing over 2 zhang high, with a protective moat that spans more than 3 zhang in width and reaches a depth of 2 zhang. The armaments and provisions within the city are plentiful. The commander leading the defense is Solan, who oversees 3 Jurchen banners and over 1,000 Mongol soldiers, with the remainder primarily comprising defectors." Li Junye inquired further, "What of the defectors? How many remain?" The earlier commander estimated, "Following your excellency's recent assault, it is likely that fewer than 300 or 400 managed to escape. There are approximately over 1,000 still within the city, bringing the total to around 4,000 troops. Take these 2 away, and procure fine wine and meat to generously entertain all the defectors," Li Junye commanded after a moment of contemplation, gesturing for the pair to be dismissed. However, his subsequent orders left everyone perplexed, yet none dared to question his authority. As they exited the city, there were still 5,000 or 6,000 men. Now, fewer than 3,000 returned. Sualan, returning to the city, felt a growing agitation within him. Nevertheless, he found solace in the fact that his own Jurchen and Mongol forces had sustained minimal losses, viewing the lives of the defectors as inconsequential. The Han people, in his eyes, were as plentiful as chives, easily harvested and replenished. Contemplating this, Sualan felt a measure of comfort. Military strategy dictates that if 10 are present, encircle them. If 5, attack. Although the Ming army exhibited remarkable prowess, their numbers were woefully inadequate. The towering fortifications of Jizhou rendered the prospect of assaulting the city with such a small contingent of Ming soldiers an impossibility, a notion Sualan could ascertain without doubt. Initially filled with a fervent desire to seize the opportunity for glory, intending to carve out a reputation through battle, Soren returned in a disheveled state. Devoid of the anticipated triumph, his heart brimmed with frustration, which he could only vent upon encountering 2 captured soldiers, commanding them to be brought before him. He brandished a whip, seeking to alleviate his vexation until he was utterly exhausted, leaving the unfortunate soldiers gasping for breath, their situation dire. Witnessing their pitiful state, the attendants tasked with cleaning up the aftermath showed little inclination to summon medical aid. Instead, they hastily procured a cart to dispose of the barely conscious soldiers in the wilderness beyond the city. Even after releasing his pent-up anger, Soren remained a volatile figure, akin to a ticking bomb, causing his attendants to maintain a respectful distance. Upon entering the room, he found the mustached officer, who had been awaiting his return, bearing visible marks of the whip. While the captured soldiers held little value, their numbers were significant. Excessive losses in battle would inevitably amplify Soren's responsibility for defeat. Therefore, he remained acutely aware of the number of deserters returning. The officer's face resembled that of a bitter melon, and after a moment's hesitation, he mustered the courage to report, "My lord, only about 300 to 400 deserters have made it back." Soren erupted in fury, striking the table with such force that the dishes rattled and clashed, filling the room with a cacophony. A tense silence enveloped the space, as every individual held their breath in fear. The officer, grimacing, continued, "Do not be alarmed, my lord. There are still a few stragglers returning, and many might be hiding. By evening, I anticipate a greater number will take advantage of the cover of darkness to return." After a moment of contemplation, Soren replied, "That would indeed be the best outcome. Now, I need you to attend to two tasks. First, dispatch scouts to closely monitor the movements of the Ming forces. Second, send swift riders to inform General Yu Tuo of the Ming army's presence near Jizhou." "Yes, I shall see to it immediately," the officer responded, eager to take his leave, knowing that Soren's explosive temperament could turn against him at any moment. Feeling as if he had received a pardon, he was eager to depart, nearly crossing the threshold when Soren's voice, sharp and demanding, pierced the air, causing him to hesitate. He turned back with a forced smile, asking, "My lord, do you have further instructions?" Soren replied coolly, "When you send the riders to inform General Yu Tuo, ensure they refrain from speaking indiscriminately." With a silent sigh of relief, the officer assured, "Rest assured, my lord, I will make all necessary arrangements." Chapter 60. Taking action. You handle matters well. I trust you. You may go. Soren, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively. He exhaled quietly to himself, hastily making his exit. After his departure, Soren dispatched individuals to select 2 striking maidens from the captives in the city, intending to further unleash his pent-up frustrations upon them. Upon completing Soren's orders, Niolu personally awaited at the city gate, hoping that indeed some scattered troops would return under the cover of night. Unexpectedly, as the evening commenced with a clear sky, snow began to fall heavily, transforming from delicate flurries into a thick blanket of snow within a short span of time. The outside world became shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility nearly impossible. After waiting for 2 hours without a single soldier returning, Niolu, filled with disappointment, contemplated returning to rest. However, just as he was about to depart, he noticed several flickering torches emerging in the distance, making their way toward the city gate. Could it be that troops were truly returning? A flicker of hope ignited within him as he fixated on the approaching figures. Indeed, it was our own men returning. As the torches drew nearer, the figures below became somewhat discernible in the faint light. A dark mass of 300 to 400 individuals gathered outside the city, with only a few prominent commanders adorned in slightly gleaming armor, while the rest donned tattered uniforms, their hats pulled low against the heavy snowfall. "May I ask which brigade you belong to?" he inquired, maintaining a vigilant demeanor and speaking proficiently in Mandarin, unwilling to hastily open the gates without first interrogating them from the safety of the city wall. "It is I, Hishua," responded one of the leaders below, a grin spreading across his face as he removed his helmet, revealing the unmistakable visage of Duwei, the commanding officer among the defectors. "Duwei, are you well?" Hishua asked with a smile, pleasantly surprised that he had managed to return with 300 to 400 men. "Quite well indeed. If you do not believe me, just take a good look," Duwei replied with a hearty laugh, gesturing to show he was unharmed. Hishua scrutinized the crowd below, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease as he assessed the situation. He continued, "Duwei, the Ming cavalry is as swift as the wind. How did you manage to lead your 300 to 400 brothers away from their clutches, with such a large group entering the city?" Hishua couldn't help but feel a tinge of caution. Duwei let out a deep sigh and replied, "This tale is lengthy. At the time we were pursued by the Ming army, I had thought I would never see you or Lord Soren again. Yet, fortune smiled upon us. I led over 200 brothers across a narrow river, the ice too thin for horses but just thick enough for men. By heaven's grace, we escaped that calamity. We hid until nightfall, planning to return to the city and gather the scattered soldiers along the way. To our delight, many brothers managed to escape as well. Were those Ming soldiers not still stationed there? The scouts previously dispatched have yet to return, leaving the whereabouts of the Ming army shrouded in uncertainty for those within the city. According to Duwei, the Ming forces remained stationary, seemingly bold, having established their camp on the southern bank of the Hutuo River. He Zhuang nodded slightly, inquiring further about his brother Shenmu, whom he had seen with Duwei during their retreat. Alas, Do not dwell on it, my lord, Du Wei lamented. The Ming pursued us fiercely, and in a valiant effort to shield our escape, Brother Shenmu, accompanied by a few comrades, held back the pursuing enemy. They all perished beneath the hooves of the Ming cavalry. As Du Wei spoke, his sorrow intensified, and he wept unabashedly, his grief akin to that of a child mourning the loss of a parent. Moved by Du Wei's tears, the soldiers behind him began to sob softly, transforming the procession into a somber funeral march. The profound bond of brotherhood within the military stirred deep emotions, transcending the lines of enmity. Hearing Du Wei's sorrowful account and witnessing the grief of those below the city walls, He Zhuang felt a pang of sorrow himself and offered words of solace. Brother Shenmu was truly commendable, and Du Wei, you and your comrades must also find solace in this time of mourning. Upon hearing the words of consolation, Du Wei's cries grew even louder. After a moment, he wiped away his tears and, with a pitiful demeanor, pleaded, My lord, the cold winds and snow outside the city are harsh. May we allow my brothers to enter the city for refuge while we continue our conversation? Outside, the snowstorm raged, turning droplets into ice. Oh, how could I forget my brothers lingering outside? He Zhuang exclaimed, promptly ordering the drawbridge to be lowered and the city gates to be opened, though his words conveyed assurance. A sliver of unease lingered in his heart. He scrutinized the incoming figures once more before reluctantly commanding the gates to be opened, allowing them passage into the city. As the order was given, the drawbridge creaked and descended slowly, the gates opening simultaneously. Thank you, my lord. Du Wei raised a hand in gratitude towards He Zhuang, who nodded kindly in response. After uttering this phrase, Du Wei and his men crossed the drawbridge unhurriedly, entering the city. The defenses of Jizhou were rigorous, the walls towering, with an outer gatehouse that one must pass through to enter the city, heavily guarded by troops. A line of 200 to 300 men walked in unison, their felt hats pulled low against the biting wind and snow, approaching the gatehouse in silence. In the dim light of the snowy night, the guards could barely discern the faces of these men. Du Wei led the way, reaching the open gates where several of the Jian soldiers stood watch, projecting an air of superiority. Though they were but low-ranking soldiers, Du Wei, as an officer, passed by them. They elevated their noses, unwilling to deign him even a glance. Despite his inner fury, Du Wei maintained a smile, nodding in acknowledgement before calmly stepping through the gates. At that moment, a soldier behind Dewey accidentally slipped, stumbling and crashing into a bashka guarding the city gate. Unfortunately, this soldier was covered in blood, while the bashka wore a pristine new outfit. Damn those filthy Nikan. They truly seek punishment. Upon seeing his new clothes stained with blood, the bashku, filled with rage, raised his whip, preparing to strike. However, just as the whip descended, a strong hand seized the bashku's wrist, intensifying his fury. He bared his teeth and cursed, You damned Nikan, do you dare to rebel? He commanded his comrades, Seize these two insolent fellows and hang them from the city walls, leaving them to freeze to death. The grip on the bashku's wrist was powerful, sending a tingling sensation through his palm. Just as the situation seemed dire, the individual who had grasped the bashku's wrist shouted and lifted his felt hat. A face emerged, belonging to a man in his 20s, with dark skin and resolute eyes. It was none other than Wang Liang. Wang Liang acted swiftly and ruthlessly. As he spoke, his other hand drew a steel dagger from his waist and plunged it into the bashku's heart. Caught off guard, the bashku, who had been relying on his authority to summon men, was taken aback. By the time he regained his senses, the dagger had already pierced his heart. In his final moments, the bashku realized that this returning contingent of defectors was not the same as the troops that had initially departed. Indeed, apart from a few, the returning forces were elite troops meticulously selected by Li Junye. Without powerful siege weapons, it would be exceedingly difficult for Li Junye to conquer Jizhou City. Thus, he devised this strategy, using Dewey's cover to masquerade as defectors and infiltrate Jizhou to seize the city gates. Wang Liang did not allow the bashku to ponder further. He launched a powerful kick, sending the man flying. Kill! Wang Liang shouted, signaling the Ming troops to commence their operation. Prior to their departure, they had conducted numerous drills, clearly defining each unit's roles, those tasked with capturing the city gates and those assigned to seize the inner fortifications. The Ming forces moved in unison, executing their actions with remarkable speed. The defending Jian slaves were caught off guard by such a tactic and were forced to respond hastily. Upon engaging, the Jian slaves were left dumbfounded. Although the Ming forces appeared to wear tattered uniforms, underneath they donned 2 layers of armor. Their weapons were of exceptional quality. In previous encounters, the Ming swords would often become dulled and damaged, But this time, after exchanging blows, their weapons remained pristine, while the Jian slaves' arms were in disarray. The Ming soldiers, clad in double armor, appeared as iron men before the poorly equipped Jian slaves. Though they were outnumbered, their spirits soared as they charged into the Jian slave ranks, akin to a tiger entering a sheepfold, unleashing a relentless massacre. In a remarkably brief span of time, the Ming forces seized control of the city gates and the inner fortress. The soldiers ascended the battlements and ignited a conflagration atop the tower, which soon blazed like a colossal bonfire, illuminating the vicinity of the gates as if it were broad daylight. Kill, annihilate the Jurchens. As the flames flickered to life, the air outside was filled with the thunderous shouts of battle, and a multitude of Ming troops surged forth from the darkness, charging towards the blazing gates. The defenders within the city could hardly fathom that this contingent of Ming soldiers had been lying in ambush not far from their stronghold, their scouts having been entirely eradicated, which elucidated the reason for the delay in the return of the Jurchen sentinels. The fire on the tower served as a signal from the Ming forces inside the city. The cavalry, at the forefront, gallantly stormed into the city, followed by an unrelenting stream of infantry. Upon breaching the gates, the cavalry divided into 3 units, relentlessly engaging the defending soldiers while simultaneously igniting fires along their path to sow chaos. Meanwhile, the infantry advanced behind them. Some followed the cavalry to slaughter the enemy, while others ascended the city walls to join their compatriots in vanquishing the foes stationed there. The walls of Jizhou were formidable, and the garrison was ample. Soren had never anticipated that the Ming would launch a surprise assault on the city. Exhausted from a night of revelry with 2 maidens, Soren found himself utterly spent, collapsing into a deep slumber. However, it was not long before the clamor of alarm bells echoed throughout the fortress, rousing him from his dreams. Groggy and disoriented, Soren could vaguely discern the sounds of battle emanating from the city gates. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hastily attempted to rise, but his legs were weak, making it difficult to take even a single step. Fortunately, several of his loyal guards awaited him outside. He called for them, quickly donned a garment, and rushed out. The Ming forces advanced with remarkable speed. As Soren stepped outside, flames began to erupt from the tower. A foreboding sense gripped him. The flames intensified, and before long, the towering structure resembled a massive torch, fully engulfed in fire. Where's Hiju? Wasn't he supposed to be guarding the tower tonight? Gazing at the raging inferno and the ensuing chaos within the city, Soren's fury ignited. One of his trembling guards replied, "My lord, Hiju is currently at the tower. But there has been no word from him." What a useless fool. Soren roared in anger. "Quickly, gather all the commanders you can find and summon them to the south gate to meet me." After issuing his orders, Soren, flanked by 100 cavalry, hastened towards the south gate, where the flames soared into the sky. Along the way, he was joined by numerous soldiers, and soon, a contingent of 500 to 600 had assembled behind him. As the Ming forces captured the gates, the cacophony of battle and the Jurchen's own alarm bells had transformed the city into a veritable maelstrom, awakening the slumbering Jurchens. In their haste to don their gear, they found themselves in disarray, officers unable to recognize their soldiers, and soldiers unable to identify their leaders, all rushing towards the south gate like headless flies. Soren, an experienced veteran, observed the throng of people rushing towards the southern gate and realized the precariousness of the situation. In a moment of desperation, he commanded the 500 to 600 troops under his command to split into 3 groups to continue defending the remaining gates, thereby preventing the Ming forces from executing a feint. After dispatching the 3 contingents, Soren found himself with fewer than 100 cavalrymen remaining. Urgently, he led them towards the southern gate for reinforcements. However, not long into their journey, flames erupted from the nearby houses, signaling that the Ming troops had infiltrated the city. Panic surged within Soren as he hastened with his remaining cavalry towards the southern gate. Yet, as they turned the corner of a street, they were confronted by a formidable cavalry unit, clad in helmets and armor, their fierce black masks rendering them fearsome in the night, resembling a horde of malevolent spirits. This battalion of over 200 Ming cavalrymen charged towards them with unyielding ferocity. The morale of the Ming soldiers soared as they faced the opposition, whose numbers were already at a disadvantage. Armed with an array of weapons, the Ming cavalry launched an unrelenting assault upon Soren's forces, their superior equipment rendering the latter utterly ineffectual. Within mere moments, a substantial number of Soren's men fell, while the Ming troops grew emboldened, their spirits soaring. Soren found himself at the forefront of the battle, taking the brunt of the onslaught. Fortunately, Several of his loyal guards sacrificed themselves to rescue him from the brink of death. Although his life was spared, he was gravely injured, surrounded by the remnants of his shattered unit, while the Ming forces continued their relentless advance. In that moment, he regretted the earlier indulgence of a prolonged night of revelry, leaving him weak and unprepared to flee. Chapter 62. The capture of the city. The Ming troops did not afford Soren much time for regret. As more of his loyal guards fell beside him, a valiant cavalryman surged forward and swiftly severed Soren's head from his body. Blood gushed forth as Soren crumpled to the ground, lifeless, without a chance to resist. The soldier collected the severed head, dispatching 2 others to investigate. Suspecting that Soren was of significant rank, this cavalry unit belonged to Zhao Yong, who, by sheer fortune, stumbled upon this prized target shortly after entering the city. Oblivious to the fact that he had just slain the commander of Jizhou, Soren, the soldier, ecstatic at the prospect of having slain a high-ranking officer, dismounted and eagerly sought out Soren's head, treating it like a treasure as he stashed it away, oblivious to the blood that smeared his hands. At that moment, he could not foresee that this trophy would elevate him 3 ranks within the military. Following Soren's demise, the fate of the leaderless troops was all but sealed. Over 2,000 Ming soldiers surged into the city, executing a sweeping assault. They swiftly seized control of all the city gates, occupied the bell tower, and subsequently captured the local government offices where the command of Soren's forces was situated. As the Ming army entered the city, Junye remained atop the eastern gate tower, orchestrating the battle from his lofty vantage point. The advance of the Ming forces was remarkably swift. By the time dawn broke, they had effectively seized control of the entire city, leaving no organized resistance from the Jian slaves within. My lord, the esteemed officials are already waiting for you at the provincial office. A messenger rushed in to report. Nodding in acknowledgement, Junye descended from the tower, flanked by his loyal guards as he made his way to the provincial office. As Junye traversed the streets, a heavy snowfall resumed, blanketing the city in white chaos. The streets were littered with the fallen bodies of Jian slaves, blood staining the snow in some places so profusely that it rendered the ground almost impassable. Upon entering the grand hall of the provincial office, Junye found the assembled generals already awaiting his presence, rising in unison to greet him. He removed his cloak and boldly took a seat at the official's throne, typically reserved for a 5th-rank governor, while the generals stood attentively to either side. My lord, save me. Junye, the officer who had led the charge into the city, fell to his knees before Junye, tears streaming down his face. Junye had come to realize that Junye's true rank was merely that of a Qianhu, 2 ranks below his own. Yet he knelt as if it were the most natural act. Junye was taken aback, saying, "You are the one who has achieved the greatest merit tonight. I have promised not to harm a single one of your men and to reward you handsomely. Why then do you cry for help?" He commanded, at once, "Go to the treasury and fetch him 5,000 taels of silver, ensuring not a single coin is missing." Seeing that Junye appeared unconvinced, Junye, true to his word, ordered the silver to be retrieved immediately. With a sorrowful expression, Junye lamented, "My lord, that is not my intention." Junye, perplexed, inquired, "Then what troubles you?" Junye, in tears, confessed, "My lord, I previously surrendered to the Jian slaves, and now I have reverted. At this moment, I am neither one nor the other, and should the court pursue the matter, how shall I navigate my fate?" Understanding Junye's fears, Junye realized he was concerned about the repercussions of his past defection to the Jian slaves, aware of the harsh fates that befell many under Emperor Chongzhen's rule. "This is easily resolved," Junye assured him. "I shall submit a report, stating that we had conspired beforehand, and your surrender was merely a ruse to facilitate my conquest. I guarantee you will not only be safe, but will also receive a promotion." "My lord, but you are merely a Qianhu," Junye exclaimed without thinking, only to realize too late that he had spoken out of turn, yet it was too late to retract his words. At that moment, the official documents elevating Junye's rank had not yet reached his army, so everyone still believed him to be merely a Qianhu. "Do you dare to underestimate my lord?" Junye remained unfazed, but his subordinates were incensed, several drawing their bloody blades with fierce intent. "Gentlemen, calm your tempers. I truly did not mean to offend. It was a momentary lapse in judgment on my part." The situation had already frightened Junye to the point of desperation. In a state of panic, he found himself slapping his own face while apologizing profusely to those around him. A dignified commander, reduced to such humility before a group of mere 100 households, would surely provoke laughter from any onlookers. Du Wei's concerns were not unfounded. Although Emperor Chongzhen had officially appointed him as a deputy general and commander, the decree had been dispatched to Lu Xiangxing, leaving Du Wei unaware of this development. The position of commander was equivalent to that of Du Wei, merely a mid-level military officer in the Ming hierarchy, and as a mere 1,000 household leader, he wielded little influence within the court. Even if he were to submit a report, its chances of being acknowledged were slim. Thus, Du Wei remained skeptical of any promises made to him. Faced with such a dilemma, Li Junye could not devise a suitable solution and considered confronting him directly. Upon hearing this, Du Wei clung to the prospect like a lifeline, exclaiming, "My lord, if you truly wish to save me, allow me to bring my men to join your ranks. I could then redeem myself through service and merit." The proposal presented a conundrum for Li Junye. Although he was eager to bolster his forces, it did not imply he would accept anyone, particularly seasoned veterans from the previous military, especially if they were to join as a unit. Such a move could easily disrupt the morale of his troops. However, these experienced soldiers were not devoid of value. Their extensive experience could prove advantageous. As the proverb suggests, 3 cobblers can outwit zhuge liang. If harnessed wisely, their inclusion could be beneficial. After some contemplation, Li Junye responded, "Your desire to join us is not out of the question, provided you can agree to certain conditions. Are you amenable?" "Please, my lord, do tell," Du Wei replied, seizing the opportunity with renewed hope. Li Junye continued, "My army operates under strict regulations and discipline. I am decisive in matters of life and death. Can you and your men abide by this?" After posing the question, he had a copy of the military regulations handed to Du Wei. As he perused the document, he noted the numerous stipulations, including prohibitions against drinking, gambling, and soliciting, with punishments ranging from flogging to execution for violations. "Yes," Du Wei replied, after a moment of reflection, resolutely nodding his head. "I will comply." Moreover, Li Junye added, "Once you join my army, regardless of your previous rank or position, I will assign all roles. Can you accept this?" "Yes." "Very well. Then I shall temporarily form a separate battalion for you, with you as its commander, and you will work alongside Lu Yuan to manage the transport of supplies and provisions. Upon your return, take this copy of the military regulations with you and share it with your men. Those who wish to depart may do so, and I shall provide them with funds for their journey home. Those who choose to stay will receive their military pay from me monthly." Chapter 63, Capturing and Yo Lu. "Thank you, my lord." Du Wei was overjoyed by Li Junye's candidness. As a commander, he knelt before this 1,000 household leader, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Enough, rise," Li Junye commanded. "Once I have spoken, my word is as unyielding as a team of 4 horses. Your reward of 5,000 taels of silver will not be diminished by even a fraction. I shall have it delivered to you shortly." Upon hearing this, Du Wei's joy intensified, and he excitedly bowed several times on the ground, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord." Li Junye waved him off, and he joyfully retreated into the ranks. After concluding matters with Du Wei, Li Junye cast a glance over the assembly and inquired solemnly, "What are the results of our military engagements this night? What are the casualties?" Yin Rui immediately stepped forward to respond. "Thanks to your lordship's wisdom, our forces have achieved considerable victories. The enemy has been completely annihilated within the city. The exact numbers are still being calculated. However, we have suffered over 240 fatalities, with 500 to 600 wounded. Additionally, we have captured in Yo Luisian, although Yin Rui had only recently joined. His prior position as a deputy commander placed him second only to Li Junye in the military hierarchy, making him the most suitable person to deliver such a report. "Bring him here at once," Li Junye commanded. The news of capturing a Yo Luisian greatly pleased him, although a Yo Lu consisted of merely 300 soldiers. It was exceedingly rare in the current era of the Ming Dynasty to capture one alive, and Li Junye was eager to meet him personally. Before Li Junye could finish his thought, a tall, slender officer of the enemy, bound hand and foot, was brought before him and made to kneel. "General, spare my life." The captured Yo Lu was none other than Hijua, who, after admitting Du Wei into the city, had been swiftly apprehended by the soldiers who infiltrated. Li Junye cast a glance at him and noted his rat-like features, particularly the prominent whisker-like mustache that made him all the more conspicuous. Seeing him plead for mercy, Li Junye replied with a smile, "Your Mandarin is quite proficient. Where did you acquire such skill?" Hijua, noticing the unexpected amiability in Li Junye's demeanor, felt a slight easing of his trepidation. "To be candid, although I hail from Jianzhou, I served in the Ming army during my youth, and it is there that I learned the language." Li Jun's expression darkened instantly as he slammed his hand on the table. If you truly were one of our Ming soldiers, why then do you betray us? By your own words, you are a traitor. Guards, he commanded. Take this man out and execute him immediately. Before his words had fully settled in the air, 2 soldiers advanced to seize Hijua. Hijua was taken aback. Unable to comprehend how the man who had just smiled at him could transform so swiftly into a figure of wrath, driven by the instinct for survival. Hijua began to weep and cry out for mercy, but without Li Jun's explicit command, the soldiers showed him no compassion. One grasped his arm while the other dragged him towards the door. General, spare my life. Hijua protested, thrashing on the ground like a pig awaiting slaughter, continuously pleading for mercy. At that moment, he was filled with regret. He had intended to mention his past as a Ming soldier to bridge the gap between them. But his words had instead sealed his fate. My lord, I implore you to spare Lord Hijua. As Hijua was dragged to the threshold, Junye unexpectedly stepped forward, kneeling before Li Junye. Despite holding a higher official rank, he dared not refer to himself as lesser in the presence of Li Junye. What? Is it possible that you still waver? Li Junye, intrigued by Junye's plea for the traitor, listened intently. Junye hastily clarified, No, Your Excellency misunderstands me. Although Hijua is indeed a traitor, he has shown considerable sympathy towards our Han brothers and has treated us with great care, though I have only recently surrendered. I have not witnessed any heinous acts committed by Lord Hijua. Your Excellency, he is a good man, and I would stake my life on it. Wang Liang shot Junye a disdainful glance and scoffed. Humph, are there truly good men among traitors? Li Junye quickly gestured for Wang Liang to remain silent, prompting him to roll his eyes at Junye and close his eyes, refraining from further comment. In Li Junye's heart, he believed Wang Liang's sweeping condemnation of all was unjust. There are always good and bad individuals, regardless of their affiliations, be they Han or traitors. Each situation demands specific analysis. Li Junye had investigated Junye and his companions, who had only surrendered a mere 20 days prior. The notion that one could vouch for another's life in such a short span spoke to Hijua's commendable qualities. After contemplating, Li Junye remarked, Since Lord Du is willing to stake his life in defense of this man, how could I be so unfeeling? Very well. Let us first display this scoundrel before the drum tower for 3 days and post a notice to the public, urging them to expose his crimes. If he is found innocent, we shall spare his life. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hijua, now reduced to a quivering mass of fear, was preemptively thanked by Junye. After attending to several other matters, Li Junye finally exited the government office, greeted by the dawn light illuminating a snow-covered landscape. Within the city, individuals had begun clearing the bodies of the traitors, loading them onto carts destined for the outskirts, where numerous pyres had already been erected to incinerate the remains. In the ancient cultural milieu, where medical knowledge was rudimentary, the improper handling of large quantities of corpses could easily lead to widespread epidemics. Recognizing this, Li Junye found no amusement in tormenting the dead. Thus, following each battle, he ensured that, when conditions permitted, the bodies were burned on-site and subsequently buried. As for the captives, they were far easier to manage. Initially intended for service in Gaoang, Junye's sudden shift to their camp necessitated the transfer of the captives from Jizhou to Gaoang instead. There were nearly 1,000 of them, a number sufficient not only for the construction of small Gaoyang, but also ample to renovate its irrigation and road systems. Besides, Gaoyang currently had an abundance of grain, making it unnecessary to worry about feeding this multitude. As he traversed the road, Li Junye suddenly recalled a matter. Although the battle had claimed only 260 lives, the total casualties had reached 500 to 600, a significant toll indeed. As the attacking force in a siege, the casualties incurred were, in fact, quite minimal. Without the protection of superior weaponry and armor, the entire army might have faced annihilation without securing the city. The notion of significant loss resided solely in Li Junye's personal perception. Contemplating this, he resolved to personally visit the wounded soldiers. All the injured were accommodated in the finest quarters of the camp, and Li Junye, traveling with a modest entourage, hastily made his way there. In every regiment of the Ming army, there existed dedicated physicians, each specializing in their craft. As military doctors, they predominantly excelled in the treatment of injuries from blades and firearms. However, the medical knowledge of the era was limited, resulting in a relatively low recovery rate for the wounded, particularly with sword and knife injuries, in the absence of antibiotics. Even a minor wound could lead to a fatal infection. The army had a total of 8 military physicians, and within Li Junye's ranks, even the lowest-ranked physician held the title of a junior flag officer. Each of these 8 was accompanied by 2 assistants responsible for gathering herbs, preparing medicines, administering treatments, changing bandages, and caring for patients. With 500 to 600 injured soldiers relying upon these 20 to 30 individuals, they were exceedingly busy, to the point that none of the physicians noticed Li Junye's entrance. "Sir," called out a particularly emaciated soldier leaning against the doorframe. Upon noticing Li Junye, he attempted to rise and salute, but found himself unable to summon the strength. Struggling to sit up, his face flushed, he ultimately remained prostrate. Li Junye quickly stepped forward to assist the soldier, signaling him to prioritize his recovery and remain still. "Sir, sir." The soldier's voice finally alerted the others in the room to Li Junye's presence. Upon realizing he had come to visit them personally, joy swelled within each of their hearts, and they eagerly greeted him. The physicians were overseen by a chief named Li Wenwei, a highly skilled doctor in his own right. When Li Junye arrived, Li Wenwei, who was also present in the tent, momentarily set aside his tasks and saluted Li Junye. "Your humble servant, Li Wenwei, pays his respects to you, my lord." Li Junye glanced at Li Wenwei, who was in his 50s, of average height, with piercing eyes and a well-groomed beard. Despite the harsh winter cold, beads of sweat adorned his forehead, indicating he had worked tirelessly that day. Surveying the interior of the tent, Li Junye noted the cramped quarters housing 50 to 60 patients, yet only 3 or 4 individuals were attending to their treatment, leaving many soldiers' wounds inadequately addressed. "Are there truly no other healers in the army?" queried Li Junye. Li Wenwei, wearing a pained expression, replied, "In response to your inquiry, my lord, it is indeed only us here. Last night, our forces engaged in a fierce battle, and the casualties were exceedingly high, leaving us overwhelmed in our efforts to provide care." Li Wenwei misinterpreted Li Junye's intent, fearing retribution, and thus elucidated the circumstances surrounding their plight. Considering the current state of the Ming army, the ratio of physicians within Li Junye's command was quite commendable. However, he overlooked a crucial detail, even with 2 recent small-scale expansions. The number of medical personnel had not increased in tandem with the growing ranks. As the scale of battle continues to escalate, particularly in the wake of last night's fierce confrontation, the staggering number of casualties in a single night renders it understandable that we are overwhelmed. Although their situation is justifiable, Li Junye resolutely refuses to accept that his soldiers perish not on the battlefield, but upon their sickbeds. It is crucial to acknowledge that under the primitive medical conditions of ancient times, failing to provide timely treatment for wounds is an exceedingly dire predicament. Li Junye furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are there truly no other physicians in Jizhou to assist us, even if we must pay a premium to summon them?" Li Wenwei, wearing a troubled expression, replied, "My lord, you may not be aware that before the barbarian invaders entered the city, the majority of these doctors fled, leaving only 2 or 3 who were unable to escape and remain within the city. I have already enlisted their help. Is there truly no alternative course of action?" Li Junye queried, somewhat bewildered. Li Wenwei responded, "My lord, I have dealt with these invaders for some time. When they breach the borders, they not only seize property and captives, but also harbor a particular fondness for physicians and craftsmen. Currently, Jizhou is home to around 60 to 70,000 abducted individuals. It stands to reason that there are still numerous physicians among them. You could certainly dispatch someone to search for them." Seeing the merit in this suggestion, Li Junye immediately commanded a trusted soldier to undertake this task, urging them to recruit a cadre of doctors before the captives departed. "Come, lead me to inspect the other encampments." After instructing his loyal soldier, Li Junye took Li Wenwei along to explore further. As they moved forward, Li Junye had not taken many steps before he reached the entrance of another tent, where he was met with the anguished wails akin to a wolf's howl. Hastily, he entered to discover a soldier tending to an arrow wound. The soldier was using a heated iron to cauterize the injury, and upon Li Junye's arrival, the process had just concluded. A male medical assistant was attempting to bandage the wound, albeit clumsily, causing the injured soldier to cry out in agony. In ancient times, the absence of antibiotics rendered infections a grave concern. To prevent such infections, the practice of cauterizing wounds was often employed. Yet this method could not entirely eliminate the risk of infection. Li Junye observed the ointment being applied to the soldier's wound, merely a common remedy for wounds, and then addressed Li Wenwei, "How many of our injured soldiers have developed swelling or festering wounds?" In antiquity, the concept of viruses and bacteria was non-existent, and swelling typically signified an infection. Li Wenwei, fully aware of the implications of such infections for the wounded soldiers, promptly explained, "The supplies we have been using, as you have repeatedly instructed, must be sufficient and of high quality. However, I must confess, The occurrence of festering wounds among our injured brothers still stands at approximately 10 to 12%. Is it truly that prevalent? Li Junye furrowed his brow. Li Wenwei hastened to reassure him, "My lord, do not be overly concerned. Although the numbers remain significant, our situation is relatively fortunate." After a moment of contemplation, Li Junye declared, "Allow me to share a valuable method with you." Intrigued, Li Wenwei asked, "Might you possess a solution?" He felt a tinge of skepticism. For while Li Junye was known for his resourcefulness, Li Wenwei had never before heard of his proficiency in medicine. Li Junye remarked, "Send someone to fetch some willow branches. Then strip off the bark and pound it into a paste. Apply this mixture to the wounds of the brothers, both those that are undamaged and those that have already festered. First, let a few individuals test it, and inform me of the results in a few days." The modern medicine, aspirin, is derived from willow bark, which is rich in a component known as salicylic acid. Traditional Chinese medicine also recognizes the detoxifying and anti-inflammatory properties of willow, although its full potential has yet to be explored. Li Wenchue's eyes brightened upon hearing this. He seized upon Li Junye's words, saying, "Willow branches are indeed medicinal, possessing detoxifying and anti-inflammatory effects. I have practiced medicine for decades, yet this method had eluded me. You, sir, are truly remarkable, knowledgeable in both celestial and terrestrial matters, adept in military strategy, and versed in the arts of divination and medicine. I am utterly awestruck. Enough with the flattery. Treating the injured soldiers is of utmost importance. Quickly arrange for someone to carry out the task." "Yes, I will see to it immediately." Li Wenchue, realizing he had laid it on too thick, felt as if he had been doused with cold water. His face burned with embarrassment. He hurriedly took the opportunity to arrange for assistance, alleviating the awkwardness of the moment. Chapter 65. High-temperature sterilization accompanied by Li Wenxue. Li Junye inspected several tents housing the injured soldiers. He discovered that the bandages used were not subjected to high-temperature sterilization. While they appeared clean, the absence of thorough sterilization was unacceptable. He urgently instructed Li Wenxue that all medical instruments must be boiled in water after each use to ensure they could be safely reused. This seemingly minor detail, though simple, could eliminate the vast majority of bacteria and viruses, thereby reducing the risk of wound inflammation and various infectious diseases. After completing these tasks, the few personal guards he had sent to find assistance returned. Following their detailed promotion of the various benefits for military doctors, over 20 individuals eagerly volunteered. Some were driven by personal tragedy, having lost their families and homes due to the invasion, while others were simply enticed by the prospect of substantial pay. In such tumultuous times, securing stable, well-paid employment was indeed a rare opportunity. Naturally, some were motivated by a sincere desire to serve their country. These volunteers had already undergone rigorous screening and registration. Under Li Wenxue's guidance, the essential points of the work were briefly outlined before they dispersed to their tasks. With the addition of these individuals, the speed and efficacy of treating the injured would undoubtedly improve significantly. Once this matter was resolved, Li Junye departed with a few personal guards. "My lord, all the captured men and women have been rescued and are now properly settled within the city. Would you like to see them?" Not long after Li Junye stepped onto the street, Sun Jipong approached on horseback. Dismounting, he saluted Li Junye and spoke. The Sun brothers were among the very few educated officers in the army. They had not attended the earlier meeting, instead focusing on auditing finances and liberating captives. After all, matters involving numbers were best handled by the two of them. Li Junye offered a faint smile and remarked, "Since these men and women have been rescued, what is there for me to behold? Simply distribute silver and provisions to each of them, allowing them to return to their hometowns." Sun Jipong, with an air of mystery, replied, "My lord, these individuals are clamoring to meet you and express their gratitude in person. You are their savior, regarded as a living bodhisattva. I wish for you to seize this opportunity to experience the profound joy of being a virtuous official, revered and admired by the masses. What is there to feel?" Li Junye countered, "The conquest of Jizhou and their salvation is not solely my achievement. It is the collective effort of the entire army in their fight against the enemy that has led to this success." Sun Jipong's words induced a sense of modesty in Li Junye, who quickly sought to decline the praise. Sun Jipong chuckled and said, "While that may be true, you must understand the adage that a general's success is often built upon the bones of many. The world only remembers the victorious leader, forgetting the sacrifices beneath their feet." Li Junye responded, "Though the world may forget, I, Li, shall not. I shall refrain from participating in this moment of public admiration. Please proceed to distribute silver and provisions to each individual as per the county and township. selecting trustworthy leaders to guide them home. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. Sun Jipong replied. By the way, how is your brother's investigation into the funds and resources progressing? Upon receiving his orders, Sun Jipong promptly mounted his horse to depart. But Li Junye called out to him once more. War is indeed paved with gold and silver. I am far more concerned about the situation on Sun Jipong's side. Sun Jipong grinned and said, I inquired during my journey. My brother's situation is also nearly resolved. I believe it won't be long before he reports back to you. Then I shall go and see for myself, Li Junye declared. Very well, I shall take my leave now. After exchanging farewells, Sun Jipong hurried away, while Li Junye, accompanied by a contingent of guards, set off to find Sun Jipong, his curiosity piqued by the matters of finances and provisions. Like other prefectures in the Ming Dynasty, Jizhou's government granaries were fully equipped. However, prior to the invasion of the Jin slaves, the granaries were completely empty. This, in fact, suited the Jin slaves well, as they did not need to clear out any goods. They indiscriminately piled in the wealth they had plundered. Predominantly composed of cavalry, the Jin slaves moved swiftly, often seizing food and fodder along their path. Thus, the spoils they acquired were primarily in the form of gold and silver, along with a populace and livestock that could accompany them, alongside a scant number of precious items. Before even entering the government granary, one could see boxes of silver that had been counted and were awaiting storage. Li Junye estimated that these silver pieces alone amounted to no less than 40 to 50,000 taels, filling him with great satisfaction. Upon entering the granary, he beheld boxes filled with gold and silver valuables, each adorned with a white paper label detailing the contents, quantities, and importance, all meticulously sealed with a ribbon. Li Junye could not help but admire Sun Jipong's diligence. Indeed, a military force cannot thrive without the essential intellect. My lord, you have arrived. Sun Jipong was diligently instructing several literate soldiers in their tasks when he suddenly looked up to find Li Junye silently standing before him. Well done, you've worked hard. I wonder how the tally is coming along. Li Junye inquired warmly, patting Sun Jipong on the shoulder. Sun Jipong immediately responded with a cheerful smile, My lord, we have made significant gains in this battle. The gold, silver, and jewels amount to a staggering 290,000 taels of silver. We have also acquired dozens of carts filled with fine silks and satins, and over 2,000 war horses. Furthermore, the number of mules, horses, cattle, and sheep exceeds 30,000. With around 10,000 being draft animals like mules and donkeys. We truly struck it rich. In ancient times, textiles were often equivalent to gold and silver for trade, with silks being among the most valuable. The countless carts of silks could be directly converted into currency. Are there any other items? Li Junye asked. Though he seemed quite insatiable despite his satisfaction, Sun Jipong suddenly smacked his forehead and led Li Junye into a large room, which was disorderly and filled with piles of copper coins. Some coins were strung together while others lay scattered about. In response to your inquiry, my lord, time was too short to tally these coins. There are 3 such rooms, and I estimate at least several 100,000 coins remain uncounted. Additionally, we have around 20,000 stones of grain and fodder. Copper coins are cumbersome and difficult to transport, and due to the need for rapid movement, not all food supplies could be carried away. Li Junye promptly made a decision, stating, Send word to your brother to move all these copper coins, distributing them equally among the rescued men and women. Once the military has ample provisions, let your brother take half of the grain as well, to be shared among everyone, while the remaining half is given to the residents of the city. Sun Jipong replied, Your benevolence will surely allow many of the people of Jizhou to survive this winter. I will instruct my brother immediately. Li Junye silently nodded and, taking advantage of Sun Jipong's busyness, withdrew. Chapter 66, A Matter of Urgency After a Sleepless Night. Li Junye intended to find a place to rest. However, upon leaving the official warehouse, he spotted Du Wei rushing towards him, accompanied by Hijua, both in a state of great urgency. How bold! Did I not instruct that this fellow be bound in the bell tower for public disclosure? How did he follow you here? Li Junye scolded Du Wei, pointing at Hijua. Du Wei, in a flustered tone, explained, My lord, it's urgent. Lord Hijua has something of utmost importance to report to you. Li Junye, somewhat incredulous, scoffed from his horse, holding his riding whip disdainfully. What could he possibly have that is of such dire urgency? Du Wei replied, My lord, it is as follows. Lord Hijua has informed me that last night, Jizhou dispatched cavalry to notify Yutua of the situation here. I fear that the enemy's main forces may already be aware of Jizhou's circumstances. Li Junye felt a stir of concern and turned to Hijua, asking, Is this indeed true? Hijua, with a troubled expression, quickly affirmed, "It is true, my lord. I personally dispatched the cavalry under Sulin's orders to inform you Tuo of your presence here." This news was indeed a cause for concern for Li Junye, whose objective was to head south to support Lu Xiaoxing. If Tuo truly dispatched a large army to confront him, regardless of the outcome, it would tether him in Jizhou for an extended period. Li Junye was acutely aware of history. It would not be long before the Ming general Lu Xiaoxing would meet his demise at Jiulu. Thus, Li Junye could not afford to delay any further. He promptly ordered his trusted soldiers to inform the brothers Sun Jihong and Sun Jipong to load all their belongings onto carts and ensure that all captives were released by noon. Furthermore, he instructed them to send 2 additional detachments to escort all prisoners and the severely injured to Gaoyang before midday. The entire army would rest for a day, and by the second watch of the night, they must depart from Jizhou. Upon hearing this news, Li Junye felt a twinge of anxiety and hastily relayed a series of commands to his loyal guards. The soldiers immediately dispersed to notify the commanders of each camp. This sequence of orders had been issued after much contemplation, should the Jianzhou army receive word and truly march forth. Allowing these individuals to leave at this moment was the wisest decision. The troops had already fought through the night and were now weary, requiring ample time to recuperate. Should a significant force approach, prolonging their stay in Jizhou by even a day could facilitate the escape of captives and divert attention for a longer duration. "You must keep this fellow close. If he escapes, I will hold you accountable," Li Junye remarked, casting another glance at Hezhua. Although he harbored a lingering dislike for him, he acknowledged that Hezhua was not malevolent, especially for having brought forth such crucial news at this juncture. "Your orders are understood," replied the subordinate, expressing gratitude. Li Junye's implication was clear. There was no need to bind him to the bell tower any longer, which delighted both Du Wei and Hezhua immensely. Once this matter was resolved, Li Junye sought a secluded residence to rest briefly. As a commanding general, he had to maintain a clear mind, and sufficient sleep was imperative. However, before he could fully succumb to slumber, Sun Jipong burst into the room, flustered. Li Junye had never held himself aloof from his soldiers, and they too bypassed formalities in his presence. The Sun brothers typically valued decorum, so Sun Jipong's abrupt entrance indicated urgency. Upon entering, Sun Jipong was taken aback to find Li Junye already seated on the bed, fully clothed. Li Junye was known for waking easily during marches, and the sound of the door had roused him. "My lord, I have been tasked with dispersing the captured young men and women. The provisions are being distributed, but they insist on seeing you in person. They refuse to leave without your presence," he exclaimed. "Why do they wish to see me?" Li Junye responded, somewhat bewildered. Sun Jipong elaborated, "They regard you as their savior, akin to their own parents, and they are eager to express their gratitude. You must go at once. Otherwise, they will not depart, and we risk missing the deadline. They cannot leave before noon." Li Junye understood this well. It was not merely a matter of delaying their departure, but, more critically, if the Jianzhou army were indeed to arrive, every extra moment these individuals lingered would heighten their peril. He quickly donned his boots and followed Sun Jipong to the parade ground where the rescued men and women were gathered. In the training ground, both men and women crowded together, a sea of heads numbering around 60 to 70,000. The vast expanse of the field was utterly insufficient to accommodate them. As throngs of people filled every possible space nearby, the streets, alleyways, and any spot where one could stand. "This was our esteemed official, who had come especially to meet you all." Sun Jipong guided Li Junye onto a horse-drawn carriage, utilizing its height to showcase Li Junye's presence to an even larger audience. "Sir, you are truly a benevolent official. Sir, you are my savior. Sir, you are as good as my own parents. Sir, your kindness is something I can never repay in this life. I can only hope to repay you in the next." As Sun Jipong concluded his introduction, the crowd both inside and outside the training ground fell to their knees in unison, willingly prostrating themselves in the snow, expressing their profound gratitude for Li Junye's life-saving intervention. Their fervent praises, however, left Li Junye feeling somewhat embarrassed. Clearing his throat, he stood tall atop the carriage and proclaimed, "Dear villagers, this is not the time for such sentiments. The enemy has learned of our situation in Jizhou and will undoubtedly send a formidable army our way. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot linger in Jizhou any longer. Our forces shall withdraw at dawn tomorrow, so I implore you, once you have collected your provisions, to leave swiftly." Having recently endured the anguish of separation from family and the trauma of abduction by the enemy, the mere mention of the approaching army sent waves of panic through the crowd. After offering a few more heartfelt bows of gratitude, They began to exit the city under the orderly supervision of the soldiers. Why are you all still here? Do you think the enemy's horses can outrun your legs? As the crowd began to disperse, a commanding officer in charge of maintaining order noticed a large group of young men who showed no intention of leaving. He approached, feigning authority and brandishing his whip, barking orders. Sir, we wish to enlist. We want to fight against the enemy like you. Yes, sir. We also want to join the army. Please, sir, have mercy. Could you relay our intentions to Lordly? The group immediately converged upon the officer, chattering excitedly. He glanced back at Li Junye, feeling a desire to assist, yet acutely aware of his own lowly status, leaving him in a quandary. What is happening over there? Why are these people not leaving? Li Junye noticed the commotion and inquired. Two of his personal guards swiftly approached to investigate. Sir, these individuals refuse to depart. They wish to join the army and fight against the enemy. The guards returned promptly, reporting the situation in detail. Bring them all over here. Li Junye's brows lifted in delight. Such a self-motivated recruitment of soldiers was indeed a most valuable asset. Instantly, over 100 young men, a sea of eager faces, knelt before Li Junye. Why do you wish to enlist? Li Junye asked one youth at the front, who appeared to be in his 20s. Though thin as a rail, he possessed a sturdy frame. In response to the gentleman, the Manchurian bandits murdered my parents and set our house ablaze, leaving me homeless. I have enlisted to avenge them. And you? Li Junye turned to another individual and inquired. Sir, the bandits stole our cattle, and while my brother was protecting them, he too was slain by the Manchurians. I seek to avenge my brother. And you? Sir, I refuse to be bullied any longer. Armed with knives and guns, I shall no longer fear should the Manchurians return. And you? Sir, in these tumultuous times, as our nation is beset by turmoil, it is a moment for men to rise. I wish to take up arms and serve my country. This individual's expression starkly contrasted with the others. Li Junye appraised him closely. He appeared to be around 20. With rosy lips and white teeth, fair skin, and a mark on his forehead from wearing a square cap for a prolonged period, it became evident that he was not a peasant, but rather a scholar. He then instructed his personal guard to promptly appoint him as a junior officer. Thank you, sir. The scholar exclaimed with great delight upon hearing this. Li Junye cleared his throat and declared loudly, to all those eager to enlist, it is not impossible, however. Our military discipline is stringent, and not everyone may be suited for it. Shortly, I shall have the military regulations posted for public reading. Only those who can accept them may remain. I will select 1,000 individuals based on merit. Yes, sir. Please announce it immediately. We are willing to accept any conditions. The crowd, all fervently desiring to enlist, could hardly contain their eagerness, yearning for weapons to confront the Manchurians. Upon learning that the Ming army was recruiting soldiers, those who had previously hesitated seized this rare opportunity, gathering densely around Li Junye. In no time, several hundred people surrounded him, with more continuously arriving. Subsequently, these individuals were organized into groups of 30 and taken to an open space, where military orders were conveyed by designated personnel. Those who accepted the terms would remain, while those who could not were to depart immediately, though the vast majority chose to stay. Despite the strict military regulations, the pay was remarkably high, exceeding that of other Ming armies by more than double, with substantial rewards for slaying enemies. Those who could claim additional trophies on the battlefield would earn enough to return home, build a house, and marry. Such favorable conditions naturally attracted more recruits. It is not the quantity of soldiers that matters, but their quality. Thus, rigorous selection criteria were deemed essential. Those accepted were then led to another open area, where they were provided with bread and water. Within less than an hour of screening, the quota of 1,000 was swiftly filled, while the registration area remained bustling with an additional 1,000 to 2,000 applicants. Observing their fervent enthusiasm, Li Junye could not bear to shut the door on them completely, and thus expanded the quota by an additional 300. Consequently, the Ming army meticulously selected over 1,300 new recruits from this vast pool of candidates. Just as these individuals were departing Li Junye's presence, escorted by soldiers to complete their enlistment, suddenly a group of 20 young women knelt before him, pleading for his assistance. The women, most of whom bore tragic fates, found themselves homeless due to the invasion of the Jianzhou, having lost their families and livelihoods. Some were abducted and subjected to humiliation, rendering them unable to return to their hometowns. Li Junye not only took in these individuals but also dispatched others to inquire within the crowd if there were more who wished to remain. He surmised that the number of these destitute women certainly exceeded those present. The suffering endured by women in tumultuous times often surpasses that of men. Indeed, many voluntarily chose to stay, totaling over 120 individuals. Li Junye organized them into 2 regiments, entrusting their care to Li Wanwei. He instructed Li Wanwei to assign personnel to teach them the art of medicine and nursing, with the aim of gradually replacing the male medical assistants in the military, as women are more suited for caregiving roles. These women would become some of the earliest nurses in the Ming Dynasty. To prevent unnecessary discord arising from cohabitation of men and women in the military, Li Junye implemented a strict regulation. Any male soldier found in a female barrack would face execution, and vice versa. After a busy morning, the 6,000 to 7,000 captives were finally dispersed. The wounded and prisoners from Jizhou were sent to Gaoyang by another group. Thus, over 300 severely injured soldiers were placed in Gaoyang for recuperation. It was deemed most appropriate to send them there for rest, as their presence with the advancing army posed both inconvenience and impediments to their healing. In a short while, most of these individuals would be fit to rejoin their ranks, thus becoming a vital force once more. After a day of rest in Jizhou, Li Junye reorganized his troops. A significant number of war horses had been seized in Gaoyang, and an additional 2,000 were captured in Jizhou. Li Junye augmented one of the cavalry regiments by an entire flag, increasing the cavalry by 195 personnel. Now, each heavy cavalry soldier could command 3 horses, while light cavalrymen would have 2. The remaining horses could be distributed among all soldiers, converting others into mounted infantry. Were it not for the burdensome logistics, with ample war horses, Li Junye's army could maneuver with the swift agility of cavalry. In total, he had brought over 300 surrendered soldiers into his ranks. Although many of these seasoned veterans carried undesirable habits, they were nonetheless experienced fighters. To replenish the recent losses and swiftly restore combat capability, it was most advantageous to incorporate these veterans directly. Li Junye was confident that his army could transform like a crucible, refining all within into a formidable force. He decided to disperse the 300 brought by Du Wei, filling the gaps in various units, while the remaining personnel would be supplemented by new recruits. After such reinforcements, over 800 new soldiers remained, which presented a challenge for Li Junye, as these recruits differed from the capable militiamen previously supplemented in Gaoyang. While the latter were not veterans, they had at least undergone basic military training and possessed some level of military aptitude. The new recruits, however, were entirely different. They were akin to blank slates. These individuals were not yet suited for immediate integration into the army. Thus, Li Junye designated these 800 men to form a separate engineering battalion, with Du Wei and Shun Mu serving as the primary and secondary officers, respectively. Their main responsibilities encompassed the engineering affairs and various logistical tasks within the military. Furthermore, a contingent of seasoned veterans was specifically assigned to provide training for these new recruits, enabling them to train while marching. In essence, the engineering battalion served as a transitional phase for these individuals, with only those who successfully completed the assessments being allowed to join the combat units. After accomplishing these arrangements, the entire army took a day's respite in Jizhou before embarking southward in the early dawn, shrouded in thick fog. Chapter 68. The Pursuit of Aoba in the biting cold of the 12th month, with the wind howling fiercely. The encampment of the Jianzhou soldiers remained as warm as spring. Lu Xiangxing, the governor of the Ming Dynasty Xuanda region, had ventured deep into the carefully orchestrated encirclement devised by Yu Tuo. The atmosphere within the tent was buoyant, as Yu Tuo and his fellow generals reveled in their good fortune. Seated within his opulent tent, Yu Tuo perused a letter that had just arrived from Jizhou, surrounded by several valiant generals awaiting his directives. Upon finishing the letter, Yu Tuo's countenance darkened, and with a measured calmness, he called out, "Bring Du Du to me." Du Du, the eldest grandson of Nurhasai's first son, Chuing, was subordinate to Yu Tuo, the eldest son of Daisan. Although Du Du was older than Yu Tuo and the firstborn of Nurhasai, he had lost his father at an early age, leaving him without support, and as a result, he found himself in a position lesser than that of Yu Tuo. In this campaign, Yu Tuo commanded the right wing of the army, with Du Du serving as his deputy. Despite his status as an elder brother, the military hierarchy dictated that there were no familial ties in the ranks. Thus, under Yu Tuo's command, Du Du dared not defy him in the slightest. He hurriedly set aside his pressing matters, appearing disheveled as he approached Yu Tuo. "Great commander, what do you require of me?" Du Du, already feeling vulnerable and disheartened by the setbacks faced by the Jianzhou forces, found himself lacking the courage to even meet Yu Tuo's gaze. Had another been in his position after such a catastrophic defeat, Tuo would have swiftly dealt with them. Dudu's continued presence was solely due to his noble lineage within the Jianzhou clan. Before the obviously younger Tuo, Dudu hesitated to address him as cousin. Standing anxiously in front of him, Tuo cast a glance at him and said, "Cousin, recount your experiences from the debacle at Gaoyang once more." Upon hearing this, Dudu felt as if the world were closing in on him. Upon his return, he had exaggerated the enemy's strength to mitigate his own culpability. Tuo, initially believing the Ming forces to number over 10,000, had since received intelligence from Jizhou indicating that their actual strength was only slightly above 5,000. In truth, when Soren encountered the Ming army, his own forces barely numbered 2,000 to 3,000. After suffering defeat, Soren had also inflated the size of the Ming forces in a bid to lessen his own blame. Dudu, trembling, replied, "The vanquished commander should refrain from boasting of valor. Let us not dwell on past failures." Tuo coldly retorted, "A defeat in battle is not the most frightening aspect. The peril lies in misreporting military strength." Upon hearing this, Dudu felt a shiver run through him, and then Tuo, slamming his hand on the table, exclaimed, "The Ming army of Gaoyang clearly numbers no more than 5,000, yet why does my royal brother claim there are over 10,000 elite troops?" It turned out that the intelligence Tuo possessed indicated not just a mere 2,000, but a total of 5,000. With this realization, Dudu's heart began to ease somewhat. In ancient times, lacking advanced observational tools, estimating troop numbers was inherently fraught with significant errors. Mistaking 10,000 for 20,000 or 30,000 for 15,000 was quite commonplace. However, to report fewer than 2,000 as over 10,000 was decidedly unscientific. Unexpectedly, the information in Tuo's possession was indeed 5,000, which brought a modicum of reassurance to Dudu. He lamented, "My lord, pardon my transgressions. The enemy is cunning and employs many deceptions, leading me to misjudge the situation." Tuo retorted sharply, "Even if it was a misjudgment, how could you suffer such heavy losses against 5,000 Ming troops plus a band of able-bodied men?" Dudu replied, "My lord, you may not be aware, but these Ming soldiers are indeed extraordinary, vastly different from the Ming forces we are familiar with. They are not only well-equipped, but also highly trained." "Enough. I have heard you say this many times. No matter how formidable they are, can they surpass the valor of my Jianzhou men?" Tuo impatiently interrupted Dudu before he could finish his explanation. As a defeated general who dared to speak boldly, Dudu chose to remain silent, standing quietly aside and accepting Tuo's admonitions. After delivering a scathing rebuke, Tuo turned to the assembled generals and sighed, "At this moment, we are poised to hunt Lu Xiangxing, yet behind our great army lurks such a mysterious and formidable force. We cannot afford to let this situation go unchecked." The generals nodded in solemn agreement. Whether in modern times or ancient, the emergence of a powerful army behind one's own forces is a grave concern. Such a force could strike unexpectedly, harassing supply lines and, more dangerously, might exploit any weakness to seize a pass and sever the retreat. In short, from the perspective of Tuo's right flank, this army could not be disregarded under any circumstances. After concluding his remarks, Tuo cast a discerning glance over the generals before fixating on a young and valiant commander. "Aobai, I now assign you 6,000 elite cavalry. Swiftly ride to Jizhou and collaborate with Sua Luan to confront this Ming army." Aobai, a nephew of the founding hero Fei Yingdong of the Jianzhou, not only hailed from noble lineage but was also renowned for his valor and had achieved numerous military feats. Though he was still in his 20s, he had already secured his place among the ranks of Jianzhou commanders. "Your orders are my command," Aobai responded, stepping forward with an imposing presence, his iron armor clanking resoundingly. Tuo continued, "Do not underestimate Prince Dudu. The fact that this Ming army has reduced him to such a state cannot be taken lightly. Upon reaching Jizhou, you and Sua Luan must remember to refrain from rash engagement. Your objective is merely to contain this army within Jizhou. My lord, such a strategy may tarnish our military reputation," Aobai expressed, a hint of discontent in his heart. Since his military career began, he had consistently triumphed over larger Ming forces, perceiving them as nothing more than fish on a chopping board. After joining forces with Sauron, they boasted over 10,000 troops, yet were forbidden from engaging the Ming army of less than 5,000. Such a cowardly approach would surely tarnish one's reputation. Aobai, known for his cunning, perceived the threat to his honor, but he directed his frustrations towards my troops. Tuo, seasoned in the art of war, was well aware of Aobai's subtle machinations. He promptly interrupted him, offering reassurance. I too consider the larger picture. I ask you, General, to endure this slight for the time being. Once I have concentrated our forces to defeat Lu Xiangshan, I shall certainly turn my attention to this Ming army, and you will undoubtedly lead the charge. Grateful for the Lord's generosity, Ao Bai, though valiant, was no fool. He possessed considerable strategic acumen. In the current situation, the primary objective was to encircle Lu Xiangshan. Moreover, Yutua had already suggested that Ao Bai would lead the vanguard afterward, subtly indicating that the eventual glory of vanquishing this Ming army would still belong to him. Considering the overarching strategy, sacrificing a bit of personal honor was inconsequential for Ao Bai. Upon realizing Ao Bai had been persuaded, Yutua felt a surge of joy and urged, "Speed is of the essence. Assemble your troops immediately and depart for Jizhou under the cover of night." Ao Bai accepted the command and, after bidding farewell to Yutua, hastened forward with 6,000 elite cavalry towards Jizhou. Meanwhile, Yutua continued to strategize, envisioning the encirclement and annihilation of Lu Xiangshan at Jiulu. Chapter 69. Lu Xiangshan's troops trapped at Jiulu in the vast whiteness of Jiulu's fields. A dignified middle-aged man clad in mourning garments stood resolutely upon the snow-covered plateau, his soldiers standing at attention behind him. This man was none other than Lu Xiangshan, the governor overseeing the military forces of the realm, who led his troops while still in mourning for his father. Before him lay land ravaged by the Jurchens, with his soldiers behind him suffering from prolonged starvation, surrounded by the overwhelming numbers of the enemy. In this poignant moment, Lu Xiangshan reflected deeply. Jiulu, in the southern region, was a place he had governed for many years, well acquainted with every blade of grass and tree. The region was home to many valiant and sorrowful warriors, and the renowned Tianqiang army was established in the south, composed of local youths who held a profound love for their homeland, equal to his own. Although he wielded the imperial decree and commanded the loyal forces of the realm, he found himself thwarted at every turn, with the royal troops often remaining passive spectators. In truth, he could only command his direct forces and those from the Xuanda region, totaling less than 20,000. This number diminished further as divisions were made. And even the General Wang Pu from Datong had found an excuse to depart, engaging in battle and retreating by the time they reached Jiulu. Only Generals Yang Guozhu and Hu Dawei remained with a mere 5,000 weary soldiers, who had long since run out of provisions and were truly a battered and exhausted army. Despite having endured 7 days of ice and hunger, not a single soldier harbored thoughts of defection, which brought Lu Xiangshan great comfort. He had tirelessly sought supplies, appealing to various sources, yet remained unanswered. Witnessing his men fighting valiantly on empty stomachs pained him deeply. He had always shared in their hardships and had declared, "As long as the provisions have not arrived, I shall not partake in food." He had indeed upheld this promise steadfastly. The governor of Jinan, Lu Xiangshan, was lost in thought when suddenly a rider galloped towards him, dismounting swiftly and kneeling on one knee to deliver a message. "Quickly, everyone, let us go and meet them." Lu Xiangshan had governed Jinan for many years and had developed profound ties with the local populace. Encountering the elders of Jinan felt akin to reuniting with family. The fact that they had come bearing provisions touched him deeply. As the elders spotted Lu Xiangshan, their eyes brimmed with tears. He now wielded the imperial sword and commanded the loyal troops of the realm, his status far surpassing that of his earlier governance in Jinan. In the Ming Dynasty, only the prefect was referred to as Fujian, making it somewhat improper to address Lu Xiangshan in such a manner. Yet, this title resonated warmly in his heart. Gazing at the elders, who were supporting the young and the elderly, Lu Xiangshan felt tears welling up in his eyes. "Fujian, we have brought you provisions," spoke an elderly man, frail and supported by his grandson, carrying a measure of rice on his back, with hundreds of others following, also laden with grain. At this moment, with the army suffering from severe food shortages, Lu Xiangshan's heart soared with joy upon seeing the provisions. He hastily accepted the food from the old man's hands and handed it to his loyal servant, Gu Stin, who had accompanied him to his death during the Battle of Jiulu. "My lord, look," Gu Stin exclaimed as he opened the bag, revealing it was filled with millet. Given the turmoil and calamities affecting the realm, with external threats from bandits and internal strife, the people of Jinan were often left hungry, making coarse grains a luxury. Where could they have obtained millet? Lu Xiangshan recalled the custom among the Jinan populace of concealing grains at their bedside, cherishing them as treasures, only to part with them in times of dire need. He promptly returned the bag of millet to the old man, saying, "I cannot accept this grain." The elder replied earnestly, "My lord, the soldiers have been without food for days. We cannot let them go hungry. This is merely a token of our heartfelt intention." We beseech you to accept it." After speaking, the elder knelt before Lu Xiangxing, followed by the hundreds of Jinan elders who also knelt in the snow. "Please rise. My esteemed elders, the grain is but a small offering. How can I accept it?" Lu Xiangxing urged, stepping forward to help the elderly man rise. However, the old man was resolute. "My lord, if you do not accept our provisions, we shall not rise. Indeed, if you refuse our grain, we shall not stand." The crowd echoed, affirming their stance with unwavering conviction, moving Lu Xiangxing to tears. "The snow is cold and wet. Please, rise quickly," he implored. "If you do not accept our grain, we will not rise." Ultimately, yielding to their heartfelt insistence, Lu Xiangxing reluctantly relented, saying, "Very well, I will accept your provisions. Dear villagers, please rise." He attempted to assist them up several times, but none would budge. Unable to withstand their earnestness, he finally acquiesced. "The villagers' affection is profound, and I have no means to repay it. Please allow me to bow in gratitude." The elders of Jinan, upon hearing that Lu Xiangxing had finally agreed to accept their grain, beamed with joy. Just as they were about to heed his commands, Lu Xiangxing unexpectedly knelt before them, prostrating himself on the ground, followed by countless soldiers who knelt in unison, their synchronized movements reminiscent of a great mountain collapsing in an instant. "Lord Lu, please rise swiftly," the elders of Jinan implored, momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Xiangxing, with heartfelt sincerity, led his troops in a deep bow 3 times to express his gratitude. Only then, with the assistance of the elders, did he rise slowly. "My lord, I understand you are the commander of the realm's armies and must be burdened with immense toil. I possess nothing but this handful of dried jujubes to help restore your strength," an elderly man approached, trembling slightly as he slowly extracted a measure of dried jujubes from his bosom. The jujubes were meticulously wrapped in 3 layers of tattered cloth, revealing their preciousness in the old man's eyes. "What is to be done?" Lu Xiangxing hastily declined the offering. "Please do not refuse, or I shall once again kneel before you," the elder insisted, and seeing Lu Xiangxing's reluctance, he feigned to kneel once more. Alarmed, Lu Xiangxing quickly accepted the jujubes from the old man's hand. Suddenly, an elder wearing a scholar's cap stepped forward and said, "My lord, the situation has been dire for nearly a decade. You have risked your life for the welfare of the realm. Yet your loyalty has been met with jealousy from treacherous officials. The soldiers, having just received orders to march out, are already contemplating retreat. Now, exposed to the elements and with empty bellies, they may succumb to despair. Did not General Wang Pu already set a precedent for this? If you would heed our counsel and relocate the troops to Guangping and Shund, gathering righteous forces there, the youth of the 3 counties would rejoice at your arrival. Had it not been for you, we would have perished at the hands of bandits long ago. Now, without you, we would have succumbed to the chaos of war. United in purpose, if you call upon us, there are certainly 100,000 willing to bring provisions, which is far better than remaining here isolated and waiting for death." Lu Xiangxing, moved by their words, wept profusely as he lamented, "I am grateful for the elders' goodwill. However, despite having fought countless battles without experiencing a significant defeat, I now have only 5,000 weary soldiers. The enemy lies to the west, and reinforcements from the east have been cut off, with numerous obstacles arising from court intrigues. Our supplies have run out, and our strength is depleted. Death is but a moment away, and I would not wish to burden my fellow villagers further." Hearing Lu Xiangxing's resignation to his fate, the elders of Jinan were overwhelmed with grief, covering their faces as they wept. Chapter 70. Dorgan deploys troops. Send word to the army, immediately prepare meals, and let the brethren have a hearty feast before we march towards Jiazhuang, Lu Xiangxing commanded. Resolved to face death, he bid farewell to the elders of Jinan and promptly issued orders. Though the grain was scant, it would suffice to sustain the troops for a day or 2, bringing him a modicum of solace. After issuing the command, he turned to see his servant still holding a measure of dried jujubes, a special gift from the elder, which was why it had been carried separately. Lu Xiangxing pointed to Gu Xianhuai, who was holding a handful of dried jujubes, and said, "Go, distribute these jujubes to the soldiers." Gu Xian, displaying a troubled expression, replied, "My lord, the entire army comprises 5,000 men, yet there is merely 1 liter of jujubes. Even if we were to allocate 1 to each person, it would be insufficient." He continued, "My lord has been laboring day and night for the state, and your health is frail. It would be wiser to reserve these jujubes solely for your nourishment." As a loyal servant who had followed Lu Xiangxing for many years, Gu Xian was acutely aware of his master's uncompromising nature. Out of genuine concern for Lu Xiangxing's health, he employed the argument of insufficient jujubes in hopes that Lu Xiangxing would reconsider. The principle of fairness resonates deeply. One should not bemoan scarcity, but rather inequity. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiangxing replied, "If there aren't tea enough to go around, then let us crush the jujubes and mix them into porridge for the soldiers." "Yes, my lord." The devoted servant, fully aware of Lu Xiangxing's temperament, dared not protest further. With tears in his eyes and a heavy heart, he reluctantly sent the jujubes away. To the left of the army were the Jianzhou forces, commanded by Dorgan. Dorgan was astute and cunning, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. The left and right wings of the Jianzhou army were drawing closer, creating a dire situation from which Lu Xiangxing seemed unlikely to escape. However, Lu Xiangxing was not entirely alone. To the east, 50 miles away in Jiming Town, General Gao Qiqian commanded 30,000 elite troops from Guaning, the only forces capable of confronting the Jianzhou directly. Yet, Gao Qiqian's situation was no less precarious. Despite commanding a substantial army, he was under the vigilant gaze of Dorgan, who was far more formidable than his counterpart, Yu Ku. Lacking the audacity of Lu Xiangxing, Gao Qiqian did not dare challenge Dorgan and had even conspired with Yang Sickhang, leaning towards negotiations. At this critical juncture, not only did Gao Qiqian shy away from a decisive battle with the Jianzhou, but his political stance also hindered him from engaging in such conflict. If a significant defeat were to occur against the Jianzhou, how could negotiations possibly proceed? Amid the chaotic circumstances of the late Ming Dynasty, both war and peace advocates possessed their own justifications, making it imprudent to declare one side correct over the other. Within the context of historical records and the political climate of the time, the sacrifices made by those advocating for peace were often greater than those who championed war. Inside Dorgan's command tent lay a vast map spread across the floor. Dorgan, barefoot and holding a riding whip, walked upon the map, leisurely traversing each territory as if appreciating a work of art, quietly admiring every target marked upon it. "My lord, Yuka's faction is gathering troops to encircle and annihilate Lu Xiangxing. He is an esteemed general of the Ming. Shall we stand idly by as this achievement is claimed by Yu Ku and his men?" The speaker was Abatai, the seventh son of Nurhasai and a brother to Dorgan. Yu Ku and Dudu were of the younger generation, their nephews. "Do not worry, seventh brother. How could these youngsters stir up trouble in our presence?" Despite being older than Dorgan by over a decade, both Yu Ku and Dudu were regarded with disdain by him, as they were merely his nephews, and Dorgan held them in particularly low regard. Observing Dorgan's composed demeanor, Abatai anxiously remarked, "While that may be the case, in the heat of battle, merit must be recognized. If this group of youngsters seizes the opportunity to claim glory, I, Abatai, cannot afford such disgrace." Dorgan coldly smiled and replied, "Rest assured, seventh brother. I will not allow these oblivious youths to snatch our well-deserved accolades." Abatai's spirits lifted instantly as he inquired, "Might the commander possess a brilliant strategy?" With a sigh, Dorgan responded, "It is hardly a matter of brilliance. Gao Qiqian and his 30,000 elite troops are stationed at Jizha town, leaving me in a precarious position. Given the gravity of the situation, I cannot hastily divide our forces. Yet, I cannot permit that impertinent fellow to claim all the credit. You must immediately lead 10,000 elite cavalry alongside Hauga to rendezvous with Yutua and his men." "Thank you, Commander, for your support. I shall promptly join Hauga." Abatai replied. Dorgan's intentions were unmistakable. He was dispatching the two to encircle and annihilate Lu Xiangxing, ensuring that the eventual recognition of success would be attributed to the combined efforts of both parties. Nevertheless, the primary credit would ultimately rest with Yutua. However, Abatai was unperturbed. As long as he could ensure his own contributions were acknowledged, he was content. The identity of the commander was a matter for him, and Yutua, irrelevant to his own ambitions. From Dorgan's perspective, by focusing on monitoring Gao Qiqian's elite troops while intentionally stepping back from the fray, he was conceding glory to Yutua, thus placing himself at a disadvantage. Had he personally participated, his higher rank and status would have naturally positioned him as the commander, ensuring that accolades would remain with him, rather than befalling Yutua. His ability to prioritize the larger picture over personal glory was what rendered Dorgan formidable to the Ming Dynasty. Remember, Lu Xiangxing must perish. He must not leave Julu alive, or I shall hold you and Hauga accountable. Dorgan's icy voice echoed just as Abatai was about to exit. The latter felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing the latter half of the command. "Rest assured, Commander, Hauga and I will present you with Lu Xiangxing's head. That would be most ideal. Dorgan's frigid tone continued to resonate. Yet, Abatai noticed that Dorgan's presence had vanished from the tent. Taking a deep breath, he gathered his composure and set forth to rally Hauga and his troops, advancing towards Lu Xiangxing's stronghold in Julu. Hauga, the eldest son of Huang Taiji, had been poised for the throne of the Banner people had Dorgan not intervened after his father's death. Commander, our scouts have reported that Dorgan has dispatched 20,000 elite cavalry towards Julu. Commander Lu is currently there. He may be in grave danger. Liaodong Deputy General Wang Hong hurriedly sought out Commander Gao Qiqian. Stationed at Jizha town, Gao Qiqian enjoyed far superior conditions compared to Lu Xiangxing's desolate wilderness. He was currently residing in the villa of a local official, the modest estate elegantly furnished. Seated within the main hall, Gao Qiqian was attended by 10 personal eunuchs, awaiting his command. Inside the room, 3 enormous braziers burned premium smokeless charcoal, casting a vibrant blaze. Despite the frigid conditions outside, Wang Hong, upon entering, discovered an environment as warm as spring. Before long, beads of perspiration began to trickle down his back. Gao Qiqian, clad in simple attire, cast a sidelong glance at this unexpected guest and, with a tone laced with sarcasm, inquired, "This matter has long been known to the military supervisor. May I ask why General Wang has come to report it?" Gao Qiqian possessed a remarkable gift for conversation. With just a few seemingly innocuous words, he adeptly turned the tables. As a martial general, Wang Hong was a man of action, unaccustomed to such convoluted discourse. Caught off guard by Gao Qiqian's probing question, he stammered, "I have learned from various sources that the Jianru army is gathering near Julu, fearing that Commander Lu may be in danger. And I have come to inform the military supervisor." "After informing us, what do you wish for us to do?" Gao Qiqian languidly reclined in his grand chair, maintaining an indifferent demeanor as he continued his inquiry. At this moment, Wang Hong realized that his words had been somewhat presumptuous, and he hastily sought to mitigate the situation, saying, "The military supervisor possesses profound strategies. The tempest and the gentle rain are at your command. How could we mere mortals dare to speculate?" Gao Qiqian understood Wang Hong's underlying intent. He sought to persuade him to rescue Lu Xiangxing. Observing Wang Hong's obsequious demeanor, Gao Qiqian couldn't help but find it amusing. After a moment of silence, he rose to his feet, his attire somewhat scant, and as he stood, the eunuchs in attendance draped a splendid cloak over his shoulders. Gao Qiqian strolled leisurely, his small eyes scanning Wang Hong with an inscrutable gaze. An odd expression that sent a chill down Wang Hong's spine. Noticing Wang Hong's discomfort, Gao Qiqian smirked inwardly and suddenly remarked, "General Wang, to be candid, several officers have approached me regarding this matter before your arrival. Do you know how I responded to them? I am unaware. I humbly request the military supervisor to enlighten me," Wang Hong replied, his head bowed, too intimidated to meet Gao Qiqian's gaze. Gao Qiqian sauntered back to his seat and addressed Wang Hong. "I informed them that the Jinru army has over 100,000 troops flanking us, with Dalgan of the left wing closely monitoring our position. Pray tell, who among you believes that 30,000 troops stationed at Jiza could vanquish over 100,000 of the Jianru army? Can you, General Wang? I am but a dullard, unworthy of such a task." Wang Hong quickly rejected the notion, sensing the blame being shifted onto him. Gao Qiqian, amused by Wang Hong's retreat, maintained an expression of calm and disdainfully lifted the corner of his mouth, continuing, "It is indeed difficult to serve in office. To be a high-ranking official is even more challenging. When asked who could stand against the Jianru's overwhelming forces with a mere 30,000, all respond in unison that it is impossible. Yet, knowing this, why do you all desire for me to dispatch troops? Do you seek to secure glory for yourselves while casting the blame upon me? Military supervisor, please see it clearly. I would not dare." Wang Hong found himself at a loss for words, and in a moment of fear, he fell to his knees. "Rise," Gao Qiqian commanded. "We understand that you harbor no ill intentions. It is merely our desire to express our heartfelt thoughts to you." Gao Qiqian let out a deep sigh, and Wang Hong, prostrated on the ground, discreetly stole a glance at Gao Qiqian's expression. Noticing no signs of disturbance, he cautiously rose to his feet. Wang Hong spoke, "I am but a dullard, having failed to foresee such simple concerns in the mind of the commander. I hope you will not take offense." Gao Qiqian silently nodded, and after a deep sigh, continued, "I am also aware of your thoughts. You wish for me to rescue Lu Xiangxing. Yet, given the current situation, can we truly save him? Once we leave Jizha town, we may find ourselves encircled by the enemy, just as Lu Xiangxing is. If that occurs, not only would we fail to rescue him, but we may also lose one of our own. The 30,000 elite troops under my command are the only force capable of countering the enemy. However, they are but a precious few. A treasure entrusted to us by His Majesty. We must guard them diligently, ensuring no mishap befalls them. As Gao Qichon spoke with increasing fervor, his face flushed and veins throbbed in his neck. Witnessing this, Wang Hong was internally terrified, yet he could only feign compliance, saying, "Your foresight is commendable, and I can only lament my shortcomings." Wang Hong had intended to flatter him to ease the tension, but unfortunately, he stepped on a sore spot. Before he could finish his thought, Gao Qichon impatiently turned his back and gestured with 5 fingers, signaling him to cease. Wang Hong promptly fell silent, and after another sigh, Gao Qichon coldly remarked, "If there is nothing further, General Wang, I kindly ask you to take your leave." Wang Hong, already eager to depart, struggled momentarily to find an appropriate excuse. To his surprise, Gao Qichon had initiated the dismissal. Overjoyed, Wang Hong hastily bowed and exited with a sense of relief. Abai, under the orders of Yu Tuo, commanded 6,000 elite cavalry and hastened towards Jizhou, without respite for either man or horse. They pressed on through the thick fog of night. Despite their relentless pace, they reached Jizhou by dawn the next day. However, the morning mist had yet to lift, causing Abai considerable distress. Reporting to the general, "I have just reconnoitered Jizhou, and to my astonishment, the city gates are tightly shut, and there seems to be no activity on the walls. I fear something may be amiss, hence my report." "What? How could that old rogue Sua Luan be so careless? The enemy is nearby, yet the defenses are so lax. Such incompetence. Upon my return, I shall have much to say before Prince Yu Tuo." With Jizhou in sight, he commanded the army to quicken their pace, assuring them that once they arrived, Silin would provide fine wine and meat to entertain them. At that moment, no one realized that Jizhou had already fallen. Under the allure of Abai's promised feast, the enemy's march unconsciously quickened. Within a mere incense stick's time, Abai led his forces to the foot of Jizhou's walls. Yet, upon arrival, Abai was left utterly dumbfounded. This was no mere laxity in defense. The absence of sentinels was glaringly evident. The entire city wall stood desolate, exuding a disquieting silence that bordered on the terrifying in the early morning light. Something was amiss. It was time to retreat. At this juncture, Aobai finally recognized the anomaly, yet he could not articulate the reason behind his unease. An instinctual wariness compelled him to command a withdrawal from the city walls. He retreated significantly, distancing himself from the range of the Ming army's artillery. Once assured of their safety beyond the cannon's reach, Aobai halted his steed and subtly gestured to a nearby armored soldier, who promptly grasped his intent. He then selected 2 agile guards to venture forth and probe the situation. Dense fog enveloped the area, concealing the unknown on the other side. The 2 guards, realizing they had been singled out, felt a chill of trepidation, yet military orders were absolute, leaving them no choice. One of them grasped a large shield, steeling himself as he galloped into the mist. Both soldiers, seasoned veterans, understood that the faster the horse ran, the harder it would be for archers to hit their target. Regrettably, their mounts bore the brunt of their anxiety, the whips falling incessantly like raindrops upon them. The horses, in pain, galloped on, driven by sheer will. In an instant, they reached the city gates, only to find them utterly deserted. The imposing city walls loomed silently, devoid of any human presence, an eerie stillness settling over the scene. "Is anyone there?" they called out, scrutinizing their surroundings, yet no figure emerged. One bold guard, emboldened by a mix of fear and resolve, shouted once more towards the walls. But silence reigned. "Is anyone there?" He raised his voice, repeating the call with increasing urgency. After several fruitless attempts, a sense of foreboding washed over them. Exchanging glances, they retrieved a grappling hook from their saddles, spinning it a few times before casting it atop the wall. Clutching the rope, they cautiously began their ascent. Trained and adept, they scaled the Jiuzhou city walls with relative ease, only to be struck dumb upon reaching the top. There was not a soul in sight, not even within the city itself. They exchanged bewildered glances. One guard descended the rope hurriedly to inform Aobai, while the other cautiously approached the city gate alone. He successfully reached the gate, but found it equally deserted. He initially considered opening it by himself, only to discover the massive wooden bolt was beyond his strength to remove. Frustrated, he chopped off a small piece of the bolt and returned to the wall, descending to follow the other guard back to report their findings. Reporting to the general, "We ascended the walls and found them completely deserted. General Su Luan appears to have vacated the city." The Guard's report left Aobai perplexed. Jiuzhou served as a crucial supply depot for them. How could General Su Luan possibly not be present? What of the other person who accompanied you? Aobai, clearly skeptical of the guard's claims, assumed he was merely confused and sought clarification from the other soldier for the truth. As Aobai's words faded, a sudden clatter of hooves broke through the thick fog. Emerging from the mist was another soldier who had accompanied him. Upon seeing Aobai, the soldier, filled with trepidation, dismounted hastily and, with a quivering tone, exclaimed, "General, I just scaled the city wall and ventured beyond it. I witnessed with my own eyes that there is not a single soldier defending the city, nor is there anyone within its walls. How can this be?" Although Aobai had harbored an ominous premonition, he found himself at a loss for words. "Should the general doubt my words, please observe this." The soldier hurriedly produced a small piece of a bolt he had severed and held it respectfully above his head. Instantly, one of Aobai's aides retrieved the bolt from his grasp and presented it with deference to Aobai. Seasoned in military affairs, Aobai, despite the smallness of the bolt, recognized at a glance that it had indeed been cut from the city gate's fastening. "Summon 100 taels of silver and reward him," he commanded. "Thank you, General." Aobai expressed a particular admiration for the soldier's bravery and cunning. Immediately, one of his aides produced 2 ingots of Ming Dynasty silver, each weighing 50 taels, which were placed heavily into the soldier's hands, bringing him immense joy. Aobai waved his hand, and the soldier, understanding the cue, retreated to the side with his reward. Another soldier who had also risked his life alongside them, yet received no reward, felt a deep sense of resentment. "Come, let us investigate what secrets lie within the Soren Gourd." Aobai could no longer contain his impatience and led everyone towards the gates of Jiuzhou once more. As they neared the gates, the state of the city mirrored exactly what the 2 scouting soldiers had reported. "General, please observe." Upon entering the city in a fury, Aobai had barely taken a few steps when a commander beside him noticed bloodstains trailing from the hooves of their escort, marking the snow beneath. With each hoofbeat, more crimson traces emerged from the snow. Aobai, filled with unease, glanced down at the hoof prints beneath him and discovered that wherever the horses had trodden, there lay fresh bloodstains. "This is dire." In a moment of shock, Aobai seemed to grasp the truth. The previous night, the snow had not relented, and at midnight, another heavy snowfall had concealed the bloodstains that remained uncleaned within the city. The trampling of hooves had unearthed them anew. This vicinity had been the site of the fiercest battle, and thus bore the most bloodshed within all of Jiuzhou. Quickly, the entire army must enter the city and search. The dead must be seen, and the living must be found. I demand you uncover the truth of what has transpired in Jiuzhou with utmost urgency. Witnessing the bloodied ground, Aobai transformed into a furious leopard, his eyes ablaze with rage. Faced with Aobai's wrath, the generals dared not be idle and swiftly divided into groups to scour the city. It turned out that within Jiuzhou, the bodies of the soldiers had been removed by Li Junye's men for cremation outside the city. In his departure, to prevent the wrath from spilling onto innocent civilians, he had already dispersed the populace of Jiuzhou. After Aobai entered the city, the absence of any human presence became readily explicable. Following a thorough search by the Jianzhou troops, who dug deep into the earth, they discovered several dozen individuals. These were homeless vagrants, clad in rags and devoid of shelter, finding temporary refuge from the biting winter within the city structures. Upon questioning these individuals one by one, Aobai finally grasped the intricacies of the situation within the city. He was astounded to learn that the Ming forces outside numbered merely over 2,000, yet had succeeded in annihilating the entire garrison of the captured city. The revelation almost caused his jaw to drop. He could hardly fathom how such a small contingent of Ming soldiers dared to launch a direct assault on the fortifications. Despite the cunning strategies employed by the Ming in their siege, the defending forces, led by Su Luan, still boasted 4,000 to 5,000 troops. Reflecting on the disastrous defeat of Dudu, Aobai felt a chill run down his spine. What manner of enigmatic force was this? And why had he never heard of them until now? It was only today that he learned the name of their commander, Li Junye, a mere youth of 19 or 20. Upon confirming that the supplies stored in Jiuzhou had been thoroughly plundered by the Ming, Aobai felt no further attachment to the region. His primary objective now was to fulfill the mission entrusted to him by Yutuo, to entangle this Ming force as much as possible, ensuring they could not instigate further turmoil in his rear. Aobai had already discerned the formidable strength of this Ming contingent and recognized that if they were not eradicated, they would pose a significant threat. He endeavored to ascertain the direction in which this Ming army had departed at dawn. From the accounts he gathered, He learned that the Ming had left Jizhou around the midnight hour. It was now merely morning, which meant they had only been gone for just over 2 hours. This was a unit laden with provisions, a mixed force of infantry and cavalry. If he could determine their path of departure, catching up to them would not prove difficult. Chapter 73. Ao Bai's Dilemma. The Ming forces had executed their departure with remarkable stealth. Most people remained sound asleep, completely unaware of the direction in which the Ming had fled, leaving Ao Bai in a quandary. This elusive Ming army operated with an air of mystery, their true objectives unknown. Like locusts, they would ravage one area before swiftly moving on to another. Would they head north? That seemed unlikely, as they had just descended from that direction. East? The eastern front was guarded by the more elite forces of Dorgan, making it improbable. West? The Taihang Mountains lay to the west, a region already stripped of value by their own troops. As for south? That too was implausible, for Yutua had amassed a considerable force in the south to encircle Liuxiangxing. Should the Ming venture south, no matter how fierce they might be, a coordinated assault from their own tens of thousands would inevitably overwhelm them in the open field. Ao Bai believed himself to be a cunning and resourceful leader of the Ming army. Before determining a course of action, he would naturally seek to understand the situation in all directions. The idea of heading south, a path leading to certain doom, was one that he deemed least likely for the Ming forces. Did those Ming soldiers utter any words before their departure? Ao Bai remained unwilling to overlook any trace of a clue. Under the pressure of the Manchu steel blades, a timid rogue reported, in response to Your Excellency. That Ming general mentioned before leaving that they had urgent matters to attend to and could not linger in Jizhou. Which general was it? Li Junye? Ao Bai's interest was piqued. The rogue affirmed, indeed, it was the Ming army's commander, Li Junye, who spoke these words. I heard it myself, and many others present did as well. As for their exact destination, we are entirely unaware. The rogue, while confidently answering, gestured towards the crowd to corroborate his statement. Did you all hear that? 2 fierce bodyguards of Ao Bai brandished their steel blades menacingly, demanding an answer, prompting several individuals to nod submissively. Seeing this, Ao Bai smirked and turned his horse around, commanding, the entire army shall exit the city and pursue the Ming forces to the south. As he departed, Ao Bai cast a glance at the rogue and, with a beaming smile, pointed his whip at him, saying, a reward for you. Upon hearing the word reward, the rogue's eyes sparkled with joy. After Ao Bai left, a bodyguard approached him with a smile, rummaging through his clothing, through the fabric. The rogue sensed he was holding a rectangular object. Could it be a silver ingot? By its shape, it seemed substantial. The rogue's eyes widened, and he extended his hands, waiting eagerly for the bodyguard to present the silver ingot to him. However, the bodyguard eventually produced a gleaming dagger instead of the anticipated silver. Before the rogue could react, the bodyguard seized his neck with one hand while plunging the dagger into him with the other, leaving him cold and lifeless. Simultaneously, the surrounding Manchus sprang into action, and within moments, amidst cries of anguish, the group was reduced to motionless corpses. The dense morning fog showed no signs of dissipating. Yet it did not deter Ao Bai's resolve to pursue Li Junye. What he did not foresee was that shortly after exiting the city, he arrived at a fork in the road. A brief inquiry among the traders in his ranks revealed that both paths could lead southward. This predicament vexed Ao Bai. Although both routes promised to lead south, choosing incorrectly would result in losing track of the Ming forces. If he divided his troops, each path would only have 3,000 elite cavalry, and given that the Ming forces had repeatedly triumphed over greater numbers, he lacked confidence in facing them with merely 3,000. The heavy snowstorm from the previous night had obliterated any traces on the road, rendering both paths a uniform expanse of white at first glance. As one approaches and observes closely, the faint hoof prints are already cloaked in a layer of white snow. Through this snowy veil, one can vaguely discern a haphazard array of tire tracks distributed across both roads, which, at first glance, appear to bear the marks of a great army's passage. You few, dismount and take a closer look. See if you can uncover any clues. Ao Bai, unhurried, knows that the people of Jianzhou have lived in the deep mountains and forests since childhood, relying on hunting for their livelihood. They are instinctive hunters, adept at tracing the signs of their quarry. General, we have discovered some clues, an excited soldier reported upon returning. Ao Bai's expression brightened, and he promptly dismounted, following the soldier to the fork in the road. General, please observe, the tire tracks on the left road are evidently deeper than those on the right. Under the soldier's guidance, Ao Bai bent down to examine the tracks. The soldier gently cleared away the accumulated snow, skillfully revealing a profound tire track that caught Aobai's attention. He then led Aobai to another path, employing the same technique to uncover a track even deeper than the previous one. The soldier continued to unveil several other tracks, all displaying the same depth. Aobai's mind was made up. These individuals had emptied the entire province of Jizhou, naturally loading their spoils onto carts, accompanied by numerous heavily laden vehicles. The tracks on the left road were clearly left by fully loaded carts. What more was there to contemplate? As a seasoned hunter himself, Aobai silently concluded that the Ming forces must have traversed the left path. The entire army shall advance along the left route. We must catch up with this group of Ming soldiers by dusk, he commanded. Back atop his horse, Aobai issued orders, and the Jianzhou soldiers, upon hearing him, murmured in trepidation. To pursue this Ming army, they had already endured a sleepless night, and now they were to hasten their pace before evening. The Jianzhou soldiers felt a shiver of apprehension. Such relentless pursuit was a strain on both man and beast. Yet, Aobai, resolute in his decisions, instilled fear among his men. Though they harbored dissent in their hearts, none dared voice their objections. These unfortunate Jianzhou soldiers had no choice but to grit their teeth and follow closely behind Aobai in pursuit of the elusive Ming forces. Thus, they pressed on, without dismounting or unbridling their horses, until afternoon when they still had not caught sight of the Ming soldiers. While Aobai remained spirited, his soldiers were weary, and many began to lag behind. Throughout the journey, Aobai continuously scrutinized the tire tracks, which grew increasingly distinct under their relentless pursuit, winding across the vast, snowy expanse like a serpentine guidepost, perpetually directing Aobai's chase. After half an hour, Aobai suddenly perceived something amiss, although the tire tracks became clearer. Hoof prints began to emerge on the snow, yet their quantity was conspicuously sparse. Most perplexing to Aobai was that the hoof prints were visible, yet there were no traces of footfalls. Chapter 74. A playful trick? Isn't this a mixed unit of cavalry and infantry? Why are there no footprints? Aobai began to doubt whether he had taken a wrong turn. As the journey progressed, Aobai gradually began to suspect that he had indeed taken a wrong turn. He, being a man of pride, buried his thoughts deep within, refusing to acknowledge them. After a relentless day and night of forced marches, with scarcely a moment of respite, he found himself and his steed, renowned for their endurance, beginning to falter. The horse beneath him stumbled, gasping for breath, increasingly unresponsive to his commands. Realizing the futility of continuing the relentless pursuit, he decided it would be wiser to dispatch a light cavalry unit to scout ahead, allowing the main army a brief respite. Aobai cast a weary glance at the fatigued soldiers and their exhausted mounts behind him, shaking his head in resignation. He ordered the army to halt and sent forth a contingent of light cavalry to assess the situation. The cavalry of the Jianzhou had ample mounts, with each rider possessing 2 horses, making them comparatively lighter in load than their heavy cavalry counterparts, thus still retaining some strength. Upon receiving the command to rest, the Jianzhou soldiers were nearly moved to tears. Having remained in the saddle for an entire day and night, their posteriors felt as though they might shatter. Many dismounted and could scarcely stand, crawling and rolling towards sheltered spots to recuperate, neglecting their horses altogether. The unfortunate steeds, having borne the brunt of the journey for a full day and night, suffered even more than their riders. Now, the Jianzhou soldiers were solely focused on their own needs, with no one to tend to the horses, which were left panting and whinnying in distress. The light cavalry, obeying Aobai's orders, galloped ahead, their path marked by increasingly distinct wheel ruts, unmistakably left by the Ming army not long before. After a brief chase, they finally caught sight of what they believed to be a significant Ming convoy, only to find themselves utterly astonished. Instead of an army, they encountered over 200 large carts, each laden to the brim with heavy stones. At this moment, the Jianzhou soldiers awakened to the reality of their situation. The deep tracks were not from supplies, but rather from the transport of large stones. Witnessing the carts filled with boulders, they realized they had been thoroughly deceived. "Master, look," one soldier called, approaching a cart and noticing a burning incense stick prominently displayed. The biting wind had already blown away the ash from the tip, leaving only a flickering flame dancing in the gusts. They had not traveled far. Niu Lu, upon taking the incense, observed that it had burned only a third of its length in the fierce winds. "Should we pursue?" Two nearby Ba Shirku inquired eagerly. Niu Lu did not respond immediately. Instead, he furiously hurled the burning incense into the ground and crushed it underfoot, gritting his teeth. These Ming dogs are truly outrageous. Niu Lu realized at once that the incense had been intentionally left behind by the Ming forces, designed to convey a clear message to them that they had just departed. enticing the pursuing Jianzhou soldiers to follow. However, the cavalry of the Jianzhou people had not rested for an entire day and night, with both men and horses exhausted. How could they possibly pursue? The ground was littered with countless hoof prints, evidence of at least 1,000 horses that had passed, even if they managed to catch up. How could such a fatigued army confront the well-rested Ming troops? Moreover, this was a force capable of decisively defeating both Du Du and Sua Luan. The mere thought of such a confrontation sent shivers down Niu Lu's spine. Frustrated, he spat into the snow and declared, "Let us return and report the situation here to General Ao Bai." "My lord, are we not pursuing them?" questioned a subordinate, a Bashir Ku, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Niu Lu, filled with rage, bellowed, "Pursue? Nonsense. Those Ming troops are clearly laying a trap, waiting for us to come. If you wish to chase them, go ahead on your own. I will not lead my brothers to their deaths." Once Niu Lu articulated his thoughts, Bashir Ku and several Jianzhou soldiers finally grasped that this was indeed a ploy by the Ming. A shiver of realization coursed through them, and they turned their gaze back to their leader, admiration for his cunning filling their hearts. With the air cleared, Niu Lu had nothing left to hide. He called out to his men, "When we return, no one is to mention that the Ming have gotten far away. Otherwise, I shall make you pay dearly." After delivering his warning, he begrudgingly led his men back. For Niu Lu, who was both a producer and a provider, the bond between him and his men was inseparable. He cared for their well-being and was unafraid of anyone leaking information. In the winding snow-covered terrain, a peculiar cavalry unit was galloping forth, comprising just over 200 men. They were accompanied by more than 1,000 horses. This cavalry was none other than the infantry battalion led by Ma Yu. After seizing Jizhou, Li Junye had amassed a surplus of horses, totaling 5,000 to 6,000. Each cavalryman was assigned 2 horses, while even the infantry had a single horse each, greatly enhancing the mobility of Li Junye's forces. The task of luring the Jianzhou away fell to Ma Yu to expedite their movements. All the wagons were pulled by 4 horses, allowing for rapid progress. They successfully kept Ao Bai occupied for half a day, remaining about 10 miles apart. Just as they felt the distance closing, Ma Yu commanded his men to release all the horses and make their escape, now joyfully en route to rejoin the main army. "Master Ma, you truly excel in this." One of the sergeants praised him as they marched through the snow. After we lit the incense, those Jianzhou did not pursue at all. Ma Yu chuckled in response, "While I may not possess the prowess of Wang Liang in charging into battle, when it comes to cunning strategies, he cannot compare to me." Wang Liang and Ma Yu began their journeys on equal footing. However, through the passage of time, Wang Liang's standing within the military has undeniably surpassed that of Ma Yu. Despite Ma Yu's reluctance, as he continuously compares himself to Wang Liang in secret, the latter's position among the infantry generals remains unassailable, as he has now become the de facto commander of the infantry battalion. In a bid to assert his presence, Ma Yu seizes every opportunity that presents itself. The chief banner-bearer, ever eager to please, remarked, "Naturally, Lord Wang is unmatched in valor, and Lord Ma possesses unparalleled wit. This is a consensus among the brothers of the army. Humph, at least you possess discernment." This flattery has successfully placed him alongside Wang Liang, filling Ma Yu with immense satisfaction. To speak candidly, although Ma Yu cannot match Wang Liang in battle, he indeed possesses a greater abundance of cunning ideas than the average person. It is a pity that he has never received an education. Had he been literate and read a few military texts, his inventive strategies would surely surpass those he currently conceives. "My lord, I fail to comprehend. By deliberately placing incense on the cart, are you not blatantly indicating to the enemy that we have not traveled far?" The chief banner-bearer, curious for some time, could see that Ma Yu was in high spirits, and thus seized the opportunity to voice his inquiry. Ma Yu laughed heartily, exclaiming, "You could not be more mistaken. The enemy, seeing my intentional display of incense, would undoubtedly believe I am fully prepared and luring them into a trap. If the enemy possessed even a modicum of intelligence, knowing that a trap lies ahead, how could they dare to approach?" The chief banner-bearer, grasping the implication of Ma Yu's words, smiled and replied, "My lord, you are indeed astute. This is akin to Zhuge Liang's empty city ruse after losing Jieting." Ma Yu grinned, brimming with confidence, and said, "You have hit the nail on the head. Although I lack formal education, I have always enjoyed watching performances and listening to stories. I learned this strategy from Zhuge Liang. Astute indeed. Just by watching plays and listening to tales, one can glean the methods of military maneuvering." The chief banner-bearer showered Ma Yu with further praise, and he was already floating with elation. "What? These Ming troops are merely a bait. Upon returning, the scout recounted the situation to Aobai in detail. Aobai, already harboring suspicions, was convinced by the report, yet he was unwilling to accept it. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, "How many of these bait troops are there? Did they manage to escape?" The scout replied despondently, "Based on the hoof prints, there must be no fewer than 1,000 horses. As for the number of men, I cannot say, for by the time I arrived, these Ming troops had long since fled." The tracks on the road were seen with Aobai's own eyes. Being an exceptional hunter, he could ascertain that these hoof prints were indeed the result of 1,000 horses trampling together. The Ming troops had evidently prepared in advance, and as the light cavalry pursued them, they had already made their escape, which was hardly surprising. He was also aware of the condition of his own vanguard troops, who had not dismounted for a day and a night, leaving both men and horses exhausted and unable to catch up. Yet, the anger within him was palpable. Renowned for his military prowess and cunning, he had seldom been so outmaneuvered by the enemy. Now, he felt like a balloon on the verge of bursting, trembling with rage. The entire army mounted their steeds, urging me to continue the pursuit of the Ming forces. Aobai, resembling a perpetual motion machine, seemed utterly oblivious to fatigue, remaining spirited and vigorous. Upon learning that Aobai intended to chase the Ming troops, the Jurchens erupted in a cacophony of concern. A few audacious generals swiftly encircled him, each offering their counsel. "General, ponder this carefully. Have mercy upon us. Even if we endure, our horses cannot. Step aside." Aobai's bloodshot eyes glared fiercely, akin to an enraged leopard, dismissing their pleas as mere noise. With immense strength, he shoved aside the nearest 3 generals, sending them sprawling to the ground in a disgraceful tumble. After clearing a path through the throng, Aobai stormed toward his steed, only to find that the horse, sensing his approach, struggled to evade him. Unfortunately, the reins were firmly held by a loyal soldier, leaving the spirited steed with no avenue of escape. Seeing even his horse falter, Aobai's ire intensified. He unsheathed his whip and lashed the horse several times, seeking to assuage his rage. Grasping the reins, he stepped into the stirrup and, with practiced ease, mounted his horse. Yet, contrary to its usual docility, the steed, seemingly possessed, reared up just as Aobai settled upon its back, causing him to tumble unceremoniously to the ground. Embarrassed and enraged, Aobai lost all semblance of reason. He drew his dagger and viciously struck at the horse's neck. A magnificent steed met a tragic fate under his wrath, its head severed in a flurry of blows. Yet his fury was insatiable. He relentlessly hacked at the horse's body, blood splattering across him, painting him in crimson. The sight was so savage that it sent tremors through the hearts of all Jurchens present. "General, take care of yourself. The horse did not intend this. It has borne you faithfully and is likely as exhausted as you." Witnessing Aobai's descent into madness, 2 loyal commanders, Fei Dong and Hu Erna, hurriedly stepped forth, restraining him and seizing the dagger from his grasp. They anxiously assisted him to a nearby tree for respite. After a brief period, Aobai gradually regained his composure. Fei Dong hastened to advise him, "General, preserve your strength. There will be more battles ahead. Today's pursuit has proven futile. Let us allow the men to rest and regain their vigor." The reality was evident. Not all soldiers possessed Aobai's relentless spirit. After a day and night of unceasing chase, both men and horses were exhausted, especially the heavily burdened steeds. Although each soldier had 2 horses to alternate, the majority of the 6,000 Jurchen cavalry were heavily armored, including over 1,000 elite troops. How could such weary horses endure? Even if they managed to catch up to the Ming forces, how could a fatigued army stand against an adversary that awaited them in readiness? This was an unavoidable dilemma. These principles are well understood by Aobai. However, he finds it difficult to lower his pride and remains silent for an extended period. His 2 trusted confidants, having accompanied him for many years, are well acquainted with his temperament. After a careful observation of his demeanor, they have nearly concluded that Aobai has tacitly agreed to pause their advance. They then turn back and discreetly inform the other generals. Upon receiving this information, the others quietly relay it to their subordinates. A few bold individuals have begun to surreptitiously remove their saddles and armor, moving with utmost slowness and caution, all the while keeping a vigilant eye on Aobai, ready to revert to their original state at the slightest indication of a disturbance. Aobai, having noticed all of this, exchanges a silent glance with them but utters not a word. Observing his reaction, the others finally feel at ease and boldly proceed to unsaddle their steeds and remove their armor, beginning to settle down. Aobai shakes his head in resignation. It seems they are destined to spend the night here. With this halt, it is likely that catching up to the Ming army will become increasingly difficult. Chapter 76. The Art of War is Deception. On the official road of Xinhe, the Jianzhou soldiers have established a checkpoint, manned by 300 to 400 troops. Recently, the weather has been severe, with icy conditions prevailing, and only now has the sun managed to break through. Aside from the few dozen soldiers guarding the checkpoint, the remaining Jianzhou soldiers have removed their armor, gathering in small groups to enjoy warm liquor and hearty meals, basking lazily in the sunlight, a truly delightful scene. Suddenly, a large army appears on the vast plain, though numbering only a little over 3,000. They are accompanied by an overwhelming number of livestock and carts, over 10,000 animals in total, each burdened with heavy goods, most of which are concealed in burlap sacks, rendering their contents a mystery unless examined closely. This army is composed of both Jianzhou soldiers and Mongolians, all adorned in similar attire, with each soldier sporting a long whip resembling a pig's tail hanging from their helmets. Their weapons and various supplies bear the exact likeness of those used by the Jianzhou and Mongolian forces. As they draw near, it becomes evident that they consist of over 1,000 Jianzhou soldiers and Mongolians, while the remainder comprises hastily recruited Han laborers, who are leading the livestock and transporting the goods. This contingent has already caught the attention of the Jianzhou soldiers, but those indulging in their food and drink merely glance over, confirming their kinship before returning to their feasting. Halt! What are you doing? Which unit do you belong to? The commanding officer at the checkpoint, acutely aware of his responsibilities, calls out to this unknown group with heightened vigilance, speaking in Jianzhou dialect. How dare you speak to me like that? Unexpectedly, the Jianzhou leader, perceiving the insolent demeanor of the newcomer, lashes out with his whip from horseback, sending the young man reeling. He then barks back in Jianzhou dialect. Bring him here. Bind this ungrateful fool. I shall personally take him to Yurjbai to demand an explanation. Before the leader could finish his words, several broad-shouldered soldiers swiftly dismounted and forcefully pinned the Bashiku to the ground, binding him up like a zongzi. The soldiers at the checkpoint, upon witnessing this display, surmised that a significant figure had arrived and that they had encountered formidable opposition. The audacity and arrogance of the opposing faction left them utterly subdued, unable to lift their heads in defiance. None dared to intervene, compelled to watch helplessly as their Bashiku was taken away. This Bashiku was merely a minor official on duty. Overseeing the entire checkpoint was a Nyolu, who was currently indulging in merriment and drink with his companions. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation that had unfolded at the checkpoint, he hastily abandoned his wine jug and, accompanied by all the soldiers, rushed to the scene. He was oblivious to the identities of the imposing figures before him but sensed their ire. If one of the subordinates had acted foolishly, he proffered his sincerest apologies, requesting that they return the captured individual, promising to personally ensure he was reprimanded. The Nyolu had already assessed this military force and recognized them as his own. What convinced him most was the sight of this contingent, numbering only 2,000 or 3,000, yet accompanied by thousands of war horses, an achievement unattainable by any Ming army. He approached with a conciliatory demeanor, attempting to ingratiate himself. Who are you to speak here? The leader of the opposing troops inquired haughtily, casting a disdainful glance at the Nyolu. The Nyolu quickly composed himself, declaring, I am Zhang Jing of the Zhenhong banner, assigned to guard this checkpoint. The leader regarded him with scorn, retorting, So, you are the one in charge here. Indeed, the Nyolu acknowledged, feeling his authority diminish under the leader's cold gaze. Lowering his head in submission, Take that insolent fool, give him a beating, and return him to us. We have a journey to continue, commanded the leader. At his order, the soldiers binding the Bashiku immediately unleashed a flurry of blows, reducing him to a bruised and battered state, resembling a pig's head, before returning him to the Nyolu. Despite the overwhelming presence of the opposing forces, who carried themselves with notable arrogance, the Nyolu dared not intervene as he witnessed his subordinate being assaulted. We shall take our leave, the leader proclaimed disdainfully after returning the Bashiku, intending to pass through the checkpoint. You dog-like lackeys. Heed this. We are under the command of Lord Suoren from Jizhou, dispatched by Prince Yuetu to transport provisions for him. Time is of the essence. Should you delay us even for a moment, beware that Prince Yuetu will take your lives. While the Nyolu remained in a daze, the leader galloped past the checkpoint, perhaps sensing the Nyolu's disbelief. As they brushed past each other, he deliberately displayed his insignia, allowing the Nyolu to see the clearly inscribed characters, Hijua. At this point, the Nyolu had gleaned sufficient information to confirm that this was indeed a force from Jizhou, and he was aware of their mission. However, he had never anticipated that the brazen figure he initially perceived as a mere soldier was, in fact, another Nyolu. Merely, this Hijua, emboldened by a sense of urgency, flaunted his authority before them. The Nyolu inwardly cursed Hijua's ancestors, contemplating how to take revenge and settle the score next time opportunity arose. Haha, my lord. You truly are a man of great wisdom, the humble subordinate expressed, deeply impressed by the cleverness displayed. This group of Jian slaves had not ventured far when Qianfen contemptuously pulled down the pigtail from the back of his head and sincerely praised Li Junye. Li Junye, too, hastily removed his own pigtail, bursting into hearty laughter. I am merely employing a temporary stratagem. They had no choice but to masquerade as Jian slaves to deceive their pursuers. Lu Xiangxing was already encircled by the Jian slaves and would soon meet his demise. Thus, Li Junye's primary objective was to rendezvous with Lu Xiangxing as swiftly as possible, necessitating utmost discretion. However, the closer they drew to the Jian slave encirclement, the denser their ranks became. If his forces were to be prematurely revealed, they would be besieged, thwarting all previous efforts, a dilemma that weighed heavily on Li Junye's mind. Li Junye had seized a considerable amount of supplies from the Jian slaves, and masquerading as one of their forces was not particularly challenging. Qianfen continued, in warfare, deception is paramount. As long as we can smoothly navigate through the Jian slave encirclement, what grievances could we have? We shall merely take a few extra baths to wash away this misfortune. Indeed, after this arduous battle, I shall ensure my brothers enjoy a cleansing bath and indulge in fine food and drink, Li Junye assured the crowd. Upon hearing this, the men erupted in joyous cheer. Bring that Hijua and those Jian slaves over. Li Junye suddenly recalled something and instructed his loyal guards. Before long, 2 loyal soldiers brought Hijua and several Jian slaves before Li Junye. He assessed Hijua with a gentler gaze than before, devoid of previous disdain. You are Hijua, are you not? Li Junye inquired, leaning down from his steed. Indeed, I am Hijua, he replied, touched by the unexpected kindness in Li Junye's tone, nearly moved to tears. Li Junye declared, I have always been a man of my word. I shall not go back on my promises. Bring forth 1,000 taels of silver immediately for him, and each of the others shall receive 100 taels as well. 1,000 taels, a sum Hijua would never earn through his meager salary, had simply been granted for a mere performance. The lavishness of Li Junye's generosity dazzled Hijua and the Jian slaves, momentarily making them forget their status as captives as they knelt before Li Junye, expressing boundless gratitude. Thus, Li Junye adeptly navigated through the layers of the Jian slave encirclement using this guise. In the midst of the chaos caused by the invading forces, an impressive assembly of 80,000 troops had gathered to besiege Lu Xiangxing. The disarray of their ranks rendered mutual recognition among the soldiers a rather commonplace occurrence. Inside the encampment, Lu Xiangxing was perusing a recently delivered letter, alongside an appointment document from the Ministry of War. This correspondence, dispatched by Emperor Chongzhen, should have reached him much earlier. However, the tumult of the battlefield had made it exceedingly difficult for the messenger to evade the enemy's patrols, ultimately delivering the letter intact to Lu Xiangxing. My lord, our provisions have run out. A middle-aged man entered the tent, initially appearing dejected. However, upon witnessing the rare smile on Lu Xiangxing's face, he swiftly shifted his demeanor from worry to joy, refraining from mentioning the pressing matter he had intended to discuss. What brings you such cheer, minister? Lu Xiangxing inquired, for the governor of the Ming Dynasty was often referred to as the minister of the department. The official, Yang Tinglin, a former Hanlin editor with a promising future, had been discontented with the actions of Yang Sikang. In an attempt to advocate for Lu Xiangxing, he had submitted a memorial, indirectly accusing Yang Sikang of treachery. This incited Yang Sichang's wrath, leading to Yang Tinglin's reassignment to the Ministry of War and subsequently to Lu Xiangxing's military command. Ah, Tinglin, come, take a look, Lu Xiangxing urged. Nay, my lord, how could I presume to gaze upon your private correspondence? Yang Tinglin replied. Look, and you shall look. Lu Xiangxing insisted, demonstrating his trust in Yang Tinglin by placing his personal letter directly into his hands. Yang Tinglin, startled yet honored, began to read rapidly. My lord, this individual named Li Junye is indeed a prodigious talent. He managed to defeat the enemy forces of 16,000 led by Du with a mere 4,000 troops at Gaoang, resulting in the decapitation of over 7,000 foes. Frankly speaking, had this not been a report from Sun Qingzong himself, Yang Tinglin would have found it hard to believe such astonishing news. He was utterly taken aback. Do not rush. Continue reading, Lu Xiangxing urged with a faint smile. Yang Tinglin proceeded, and upon finishing, he exclaimed with joy, "The Emperor's letter states that this Li Junye will march south to join you, my lord. The acquisition of such a valiant general is indeed a cause for celebration." With a slight smile, Lu Xiangxing sighed. "Although the Emperor claims he is to join me, he is in Gaoang while I am in Jiulu, separated by a vast distance and hindered by layers of enemy forces. It is uncertain whether he will be able to reach me successfully. Alas, I am but a man nearing his end, should he fail to join me. It may spare another life from a futile demise, which in turn could be seen as a preservation of talent for the country." Yang Tinglin immediately countered, "My lord, why such despondent words? In this moment of great peril, we must rally our spirits. The fate of over 5,000 soldiers hinges upon your leadership. Even if you disregard your own well-being, you must consider the lives of the entire army. Such words that waver the morale of the troops should not be uttered again." Yang Tinglin was acutely aware of the thoughts that plagued Lu Xiangxing, an overwhelming sense of frustration. He yearned for battle yet found himself unable to engage. He wished to defend yet felt powerless to do so. Although the governor commanded the imperial forces, numerous constraints rendered his title little more than a hollow honorific. The crux of the matter lay in the burdensome title itself, which had ensnared him in an inextricable dilemma. This incursion of the Manchus into the frontier was unprecedented in scale, and the losses suffered by the Ming Dynasty were unparalleled. The ramifications of this defeat demanded accountability. Placing the blame on Emperor Chongzhen was clearly impractical. Thus, the weight of responsibility would inevitably fall upon his shoulders. After all, the emperor had already executed a considerable number of governors and inspectors. The fate of Yuan Chonghuan during the Jiasai incident served as a grim portent. While Yuan's execution might have invited controversy and justifications, the fate of the esteemed General Xiong Tingbai, who was executed following the defense of Liaodong, was a travesty too profound to overlook. Rather than endure the humiliation of reproach from bureaucratic scribes, Lu Xiangxing contemplated a more honorable demise on the battlefield. Thus he had already embraced a resolve to face death when he encountered the elders of Jinan. "Is there another matter that brings you to see me, Yang Tinglin?" Lu Xiangxing quickly diverted the conversation. With a heavy sigh, Yang replied, "Alas, to be candid, our provisions have been entirely depleted." "Have we only had 2 meals?" Lu Xiangxing inquired, rising with a look of dismay upon hearing the news. Yang lamented further, "Indeed, our forces number over 5,000. The consumption is considerable. Even these 2 meals have consisted merely of thin gruel." Lu Xiangxing remained silent as he returned to his desk, where an ever-unfolded map lay before him, clearly delineating the positions of friend and foe. The map illustrated the encirclement of Lu's forces by the Manchus in stark detail. Pointing to a location on the map, Lu declared, "Not far from Jiazhuang lies Jiza, where the elite troops of Gao Qiqian, numbering 30,000, are stationed. While our men are still sated, we must swiftly mobilize our forces and march to Jiazhuang to converge with Gao's troops. Perhaps we may yet find a glimmer of hope." "Yes, I shall notify the troops at once," replied Yang Tinglin, fully cognizant of the imperative for rapid action. His methodical nature allowed him to prepare the 5,000 soldiers expeditiously. Within the hour, they were ready and hastily made their way toward Jiazhuang. The army had been without rations for several days, but fortunately, the elders of Jinan had provided provisions, though barely sufficient for 2 meals. The warmth of this soup and rice had indeed revitalized the soldiers. With a command from Lu Xiangxing, the entire force advanced toward Jiazhuang and Jiulu. A horseman of notable repute, Lu rode the illustrious Wuming steed, renowned for its ability to leap great distances. A loyal companion in many a battle, recent shortages had caused him to lose some weight, yet among the horses, he still stood out, vibrant and spirited, leading the charge. Lu Xiangxing rode at the forefront, guiding his army toward Jiazhuang, traversing the terrain in silence. However, it was not long before scouts returned with alarming news of a large contingent of Manchu forces pursuing them from behind. After several hours of uneventful travel, the scouts approached with urgency. Surrounded by the enemy, the situation had become dire, yet the fact that the forces had not been pursued by the invaders was indeed perplexing. An immediate order was dispatched to the troops to advance rapidly, disregarding the threat from behind. Lu Xiangxing issued a heavy command to press forward relentlessly towards Jiazhuang. For the elite 30,000 troops of Gao Qiqian lay nearby, and proximity to them was essential for any hope of survival against the encroaching enemy. With 5,000 cavalry responding to the call, they hastened their pace towards Jiazhuang, with Lu Xiangxing leading by example, riding his fine steed at the forefront. Reports soon arrived from the reconnaissance unit, indicating a significant enemy presence ahead, and it was confirmed that our forces were encircled. Having traveled barely 10 miles, another scout returned in a state of panic with alarming news. Upon hearing of the encirclement, the troops began to exhibit signs of agitation. Chapter 78. Fear not for death, but fear for life. Lu Xiangxing, accompanied by several aides, immediately ascended a prominent elevation to survey the surroundings. It was indeed confirmed that the enemy was gradually closing in from all sides. Although their numbers were still relatively few, Lu Xiangxing understood that the invaders had commenced their assault, with more reinforcements expected to arrive shortly. Yang Tinglin, what is the name of this place? Lu Xiangxing inquired. Maintaining his composure, Yang Tinglin retrieved a map from his breast pocket and examined it. This area is called Haoshui Bridge. Jiazhuang is in close proximity. Order the army to set up camp here at once, commanded Lu Xiangxing. I will attend to this matter immediately. Yang Tinglin was about to depart when Lu Xiangxing called him back. What is it, Commander? Yang Tinglin returned, perplexed yet respectful. Lu Xiangxing replied. Another has been tasked with the orders. However, I have a more pressing matter to assign to you. What matter could be of greater urgency? Yang Tinglin asked. His anticipation piqued. Lu Xiangxing approached and lightly placed a hand on his shoulder. The enemy is numerous, and our forces are scant. Realistically, we cannot sustain a prolonged engagement. To save my troops, we must seek assistance. Thus, I wish to send you to Jiza to implore Gao Qiqian for reinforcements. I hope you will not refuse this duty. Upon hearing this, Yang Tinglin recognized the gravity of the situation. In such a critical moment, he would brave any peril. There was no room for refusal. I accept the command and shall not disappoint you, Commander. I must depart at once. Understanding the urgency, Yang Tinglin wasted no time in his departure. However, he was again halted by Lu Xiangxing. Commander, what now? Yang Tinglin questioned, bewildered. Lu Xiangxing dismounted and patted his saddle. The enemy closes in with great haste, and I fear that your steed may falter and jeopardize our mission. You shall ride my horse. Upon hearing this, Yang Tinglin grew anxious and quickly dismounted, exclaiming, Commander, you must not. That fine steed is renowned in this era. Should our forces falter, it may be the means of your escape. If you entrust it to me and the battle turns unfavorable, how shall you fare? Lu Xiangxing smiled faintly and remarked, though the famous steed, Wamingji, is renowned in this era, if the battle turns unfavorable, it will only save my life, Lu Xiangxing, and cannot preserve the lives of the entire army. Now, I bestow Wamingji upon you. If you can summon reinforcements, this steed may indeed save the lives of all our soldiers. Yet, my life compared to that of the entire army, surely you understand which holds greater weight. If I alone survive while the entire army perishes, what mockery would my survival invite upon me from the world? My decision is resolute. There is no need for further discourse, Tinglin. Should you dare defy my orders, military law shall be enforced. Yang Tinglin wished to speak further, but Lu Xiangxing invoked military law, leaving Yang Tinglin no choice but to mount Wamingji. Accompanied by several elite cavalry, as they made their way towards a breach in the encirclement of the enemy. General Yang, General Hu, come join me in formation to confront the enemy. After bidding farewell to Yang Tinglin, Lu Xiangxing returned to the ranks with Generals Yang Guazhu and Hu Dawei, ready to face the foe. Though these 5,000 were remnants, they were well trained, and within the span of a mere incense stick, they had assembled into formation. At that moment, the silhouettes of the enemy began to emerge around them. The enemy, upon sighting their quarry, erupted in frenzied delight, howling with excitement. As the enemy drew nearer, their iron cavalry encircled the Ming troops tightly. Clad in armor, Lu Xiangxing, draped in ceremonial robes, bowed towards all directions and called out to his soldiers, I share the grace of the court with you all. We must not fear death, nor should we fear life. The soldiers understood the depth of Lu Xiangxing's words, tears streaming down their faces, and none dared to meet his gaze. We must not fear death, nor should we fear life. In the solemn silence, a voice from an unknown corner echoed this phrase once more. Gradually, the phrase rippled through the ranks, spreading like concentric circles on a tranquil lake, resonating throughout the entire formation. We must not fear death, nor should we fear life. The army surged with fervor, their voices rising in unison, echoing towards the heavens, their collective spirit instilling dread in the hearts of the encircling enemy. All troops, heed my command. Advance and slay the enemy. With Lu Xiangxing leading the charge, his soldiers displayed no sign of hesitation. Under the command of Generals Yang Guozhu and Hu Dawei, they launched themselves at the enemy with fierce determination. The enemy, accustomed to encircling the Ming forces, often witnessed their opponents either surrendering without a fight or passively enduring their assaults. It was a rare occurrence for the Ming army to proactively initiate an attack under such disadvantageous circumstances, yet their battle cries resonated thunderously. Their momentum formidable enough to momentarily bewilder the enemy. Though the enemy were seasoned warriors, they quickly regained their composure upon seeing Lu Xiangxing advance with great fervor, prompting one of their commanders, eager to prove his mettle, to rally his troops and meet the charge head-on. Lu Xiangxing immediately drew his bow and released an arrow that struck the man squarely in the forehead. He had no time even to let out a cry before he fell from his horse. In this first encounter, Lu Xiangxing had personally dispatched a cavalryman, significantly bolstering the morale of the Ming troops, who surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to engage the enemy. The adversaries, upon coming into contact with the formidable Tianqiong army, soon recognized their prowess. Although the Ming soldiers might not have possessed the finest weapons, they were all well-trained and imbued with high spirits. Predominantly infantry, they showed no fear when confronting cavalry. Having endured many battles, they coordinated seamlessly. And in their encounter with the enemy, they expertly targeted horse legs and struck down foes, causing the enemy cavalry to falter and fall in disarray. These adversaries were merely scouts, eager to prove themselves and ultimately meet their demise. After a fierce exchange, over 100 of their ranks were felled, and their leader was shot down as well. With their spirits crushed, they hastily turned their horses and fled in panic. "Shall we pursue them?" asked Generals Yang Guozhu and Hu Dawei, who were in the midst of their victorious onslaught. Yet, as they realized the enemy was retreating, they felt a pang of regret for not having pressed the attack sooner. Lu Xiangxing cast a glance at the fleeing enemy and sighed. "This is merely the vanguard of the enemy forces. Though we have achieved a minor victory, it will undoubtedly infuriate them. Before long, a larger contingent will come our way. Inform the entire army to halt their advance and establish camp here, preparing for the impending assault." "Yes, sir," the two generals responded, sheathing their weapons and promptly leading their troops to set up camp. In the midst of urgency, over 5,000 men hastily gathered materials from their surroundings. Though the process was chaotic, they worked swiftly and managed to erect a rudimentary encampment before the sun set. However, the time constraint rendered the camp exceedingly primitive. Due to the biting cold, they could not even dig trenches, as the sparse trees in the open land allowed only for vehicles to be parked at the perimeter, with a simple wooden barrier constructed for defense. While such a rudimentary encampment could not withstand the charge of the enemy cavalry, it would afford the Ming troops a bit more time to hold their ground, and every additional moment would mean another opportunity to strike down the enemy. As the midnight hour approached, the tent of Lu Xiangxing was ablaze with light. He, along with Generals Yang Guozhu and Hu Dawei, convened within. Lu Xiangxing served as the governor of the Xuanfu region, overseeing the 3 towns of Xuanfu, Datong, and Shaanxi. Yang Guozhu was the commander of Xuanfu, while Hu Dawei commanded Shaanxi. Originally, General Wang Pu from Datong had accompanied them, but he had taken his leave under false pretenses and remained behind. Lu Xiangxing addressed his 2 generals within the tent. "The enemy has completely surrounded us, and they will surely launch a major assault tomorrow. I fear that I, Lu, shall not escape this fate. However, the Tianqiong army and the soldiers from the 3 regions have followed me for many years. They must not perish in vain after exhausting their strength. Should I fall in battle tomorrow, I urge you both to seize the opportunity to break through. And remember to take as many men as you can with you." Upon hearing these words, Generals Yang Hu and his companion were immediately overcome with grief, kneeling on one knee and saying, "My lord, did you not express earlier that we should not fear death or life? We are willing to follow you to the ends of the earth." Lu Xiangxing smiled gently and replied, "Those were merely words of encouragement for the moment." The 2 generals, with sorrowful expressions, responded, "Though you may claim they were but fleeting words, the soldiers of the army have taken them to heart." Lu Xiangxing approached and lightly patted their shoulders, sighing deeply. "To fear not death, nor life, is a sentiment I profess to myself. But we have all heard it resonate within our hearts," echoed Generals Yang Hu in unison, kneeling fervently. At this moment, Lu Xiangxing's heart was filled with profound conflict. As a loyal subject of the Ming Dynasty, he naturally wished for everyone to share his resolve to fear neither death nor life. Yet, as their commander, he regarded each soldier as if they were his own kin, and he truly did not wish for them to perish in vain after exhausting their efforts. Lu Xiangxing understood that this battle would not fundamentally alter the course of the war. What mattered was that the soldiers did their utmost. To accompany him in death would hold little significance. Without uttering another word, he departed from the 2, pacing within the tent, lamenting. "Now the court is in dire need of capable individuals. Both of you are exceptional talents. how can you forsake the king and the nation, neglecting the safety of the populace to accompany me to death? You must also consider the lives of your soldiers, who are flesh and blood, with families of their own. The armies of Tianxiang, Shaanxi, and Xianzhou must leave behind a legacy. Lu Xiangxing sorrowfully placed his hands upon their shoulders as Yang Tinglin departed. Though the encirclement by the Jurchens was not yet complete, he nonetheless encountered considerable difficulties. Fortunately, the renowned steed, Wamingji, bore him valiantly through the arrows, allowing him to escape the pursuing enemies. By dusk, bloodied and weary, Yang Tinglin finally arrived at the gate of the camp of Gao Qiqian, announcing, "I am Yang Tinglin." An official from the Ministry of War, sent by Lord Lu to request an audience with General Gao. The sentry at the gate, upon hearing such a title, dared not delay, hastily entering to inform Gao Qiqian. The distance between Gao Qiqian's camp and Lu Xiangxing's beleaguered position was a mere 50 miles, and news of the Jurchen's movements was not lost on him. To prepare for any eventuality, Gao Qiqian had already taken precautions. When the sentry reported, Gao Qiqian was in the Great Hall analyzing the situation with his officers. Upon hearing the news, the previously spirited leaders of the Guaning army suddenly fell silent, their faces pale, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. They all understood the purpose of Yang Tinglin's visit. After a moment of silent exchange, the officers turned their gazes toward Gao Qiqian. Sensing their trepidation, Gao Qiqian quietly instructed the soldier, "For now, place him in the back hall. I shall come shortly." Yang Tinglin's escape was indeed fraught with difficulty. Although he was borne by the renowned steed Wamingji, he had suffered multiple arrow wounds. Despite the armor that protected him, 2 or 3 arrows had pierced through, leaving him with several cuts from blades and a body stained with blood. Seizing the moment while the soldiers went to report, 2 military doctors were attending to his wounds. Before they could finish bandaging him, he heard that Gao Qiqian wished to see him. Overcome with excitement, he dismissed the 2 doctors and followed the soldier toward the inner hall where Gao Qiqian awaited him. Upon entering the inner hall, Yang Tinglin was taken aback to find that Gao Qiqian had been waiting for some time, which filled him with trepidation. According to custom, those of lower rank should wait for those of higher rank. Although Yang Tinglin held the position of head of the military ministry's personnel department, he was merely of the 6th rank, while Gao Qiqian's rank stood much higher. The fact that Gao Qiqian was actively waiting for him left Yang Tinglin feeling both honored and bewildered. Upon meeting Gao Qiqian, Yang Tinglin immediately bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Commander, Lu Budong is currently besieged near Jiazhuang by the enemy's iron cavalry, with an estimated force of no less than 50 or 60,000 troops. Lu Budong commands merely 5,000 remnants, and his situation is perilous. I implore you, Commander, to set aside past grievances and send troops to rescue Lu Budong. I beseech you." Upon finishing his plea, he knelt down and prostrated himself before Gao Qiqian, striking his forehead against the ground 3 times with such force that the sound echoed throughout the room. Yang Tinglin, a successful candidate in the imperial examinations of the 4th year of Chongzhen, was selected as a scholar and appointed as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. The Ming Dynasty upheld a tradition that only those from the Hanlin could enter the cabinet, meaning that a scholar from Hanlin had a significantly higher starting point than an ordinary candidate. Yang Tinglin was a man of integrity, not one to bow low or speak obsequiously, and he held the eunuchs in utter disdain. Yet today, for the safety of Lu Xiangxin and the 5,000 soldiers, he found himself compelled to set aside his pride and bow before a eunuch. Gao Qiqian, seated gracefully in a chair, looked down at the kneeling Yang Tinglin and asked, "You mentioned an estimate of how many enemy troops there are?" Yang Tinglin replied, "No less than 50 or 60,000, and there may be even more." In an effort to emphasize the urgency of rescuing Lu Xiangxin, he had slightly exaggerated his estimate, unaware that he had fallen into a rhetorical trap set by Gao Qiqian. With a cold smile, Gao Qiqian responded, "The enemy near Jiazhuang numbers far more than 50 or 60,000. The left wing of the enemy, led by Dorgan, has dispatched an additional 20,000 troops, which brings their numbers to nearly 80,000. Upon hearing this, Yang Tinglin panicked and urgently pleaded, "If that is the case, I implore you, Commander, to dispatch troops at once." Gao Qiqian did not rush to answer, but instead cast a sidelong glance at him and continued with a smile, "Do you know how many troops I command?" Yang Tinglin paused for a moment before quickly answering, "You command 30,000 elite troops from Guaning." Gao Qiqian's gaze sharpened, and he coldly laughed again, "Since you are aware that I have only over 30,000 men as the head of the military ministry's personnel department, are you still unaware of the enemy's combat capabilities? How can our mere 30,000 withstand the onslaught of the 8,000 iron cavalry of the enemy? To speak candidly, Dorgan is also accompanied by an additional 30,000 troops from the left wing, ever vigilant over us. Should we decide to mobilize, I fear that before we even depart from Giza, Dorgan's cavalry will be upon us. At that juncture, we would not only fail to rescue Lu Xiangxing, but even in the best of circumstances, facing Dorgan would leave us severely weakened. Your Excellency, history is replete with instances where the few triumphed over the many. Thus, the outcome of a military engagement cannot solely be determined by conjecture. It is absurd for one to declare inevitable defeat without having engaged in battle. Yang Tinglin was already at the peak of his ire, too exasperated to even call for the commander, nearly uttering Gao Qiqian's name directly. In his mind, the intention was clear. He was determined to spare no effort in rescuing the soldiers near Jia village. Unexpectedly, Gao Qiqian displayed a complete lack of courage to even engage in combat. Having always held these eunuchs in contempt, his disdain had now grown threefold. Faced with Yang Tinglin's reproach, Gao Qiqian remained unfazed, responding calmly. While history indeed recounts numerous tales of the few overcoming the many, such occurrences are contingent upon the harmonious alignment of heaven, earth, and humanity. Currently, Your Majesty possesses only the elite cavalry of Guaning as a last resort, and we, as servants, must safeguard this final bastion. Your Excellency, one must nurture troops for 1,000 days to use them for but a moment. It is unthinkable to maintain an army without engaging in battle. Yang Tinglin, filled with sorrow and indignation, rose to his feet, exclaiming loudly, "Escort him out. Someone, take Lord Yang to tend to his wounds and treat him well." With a heart-wrenching shout, 2 soldiers immediately stepped forward, silencing him and lifting the frail scholar as if he were a mere chick, carrying him towards the door. Just as Yang Tinglin was about to be thrust outside, Gao Qiqian, with a stoic demeanor, halted the soldiers, indicating that he had more to say. "Lord Yang, you are still young. There are many matters you have yet to fully comprehend." At this critical juncture, Gao Qiqian unexpectedly turned the tables on him, leaving Yang Tinglin utterly perplexed. Although he was a distinguished scholar from the imperial examination, he could not fathom the intricacies of Gao Qiqian's intentions. Gao Qiqian rose silently from his seat, his countenance as cold as ice, and approached Yang Tinglin, stating, "Do you truly believe that Lu Xiangxing sent you to request reinforcements?" Yang Tinglin could not articulate a response and could only nod repeatedly. Observing his bewildered expression, Gao Qiqian suppressed a smile. "It is unfortunate that, despite being an esteemed scholar, you fail to grasp this simple truth. I have served alongside Lu Xiangxing for many years. He is fully aware of whether I would dispatch troops or not. He knows I will not send reinforcements, yet he still sent you, not genuinely expecting you to return with aid, but rather wishing to spare your life." Suddenly, Yang Tinglin comprehended everything, his heart heavy with sorrow as he silently uttered the words "department head," a torrent of emotions flooding his mind, rendering him speechless. "Although Lu Xiangxing and I may differ in political views, we are merely servants of His Majesty and have no intention of placing him in peril. It is not that I refuse to save him. Rather, I am truly unable to do so." After uttering this, Gao Qiqian silently turned away, casting no further glance at Yang Tinglin, while the 2 soldiers unceremoniously escorted him away. On the departing road, Yang Tinglin was overwhelmed with tears. The next day, as dawn broke, the 8,000 iron cavalry of the Jian troops had converged, encircling Lu Jun's camp 3 times. Yutua, upon seeing Abatai and Hog from the left flank arrive, felt a deep discontent within. Abatai was his uncle, and Hog, being the eldest son of Huang Taiji, was a potential heir to the Jian throne. Thus, Yutua dared not offend either, and begrudgingly remarked, "I did not expect my 14th uncle to be so distrustful of his little nephew. Lu Xiangxing has merely 5,000 remnants. Yet he sends both my 7th uncle and the eldest brother to assist me in this encirclement. Surely, my 14th uncle is being overly cautious." Yutua almost voiced his thoughts directly, accusing them of seeking to claim credit, yet he could only express his discontent in this manner. After sharing a glance, Abatai and Hog chuckled, saying, "Your Highness need not be overly suspicious. Your 14th uncle is known for his prudence. Our presence is merely a precaution. Rest assured, he instructed us to follow your command without fail." Hearing this, Yutua felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although it was evident that the left flank had sent these 2 to seize glory, his position as commander remained unshaken, providing him with considerable comfort. "Then let us commence our assault. I estimate that it is still early enough for us to conclude this battle before lunch," Yutua stated calmly. Glancing at the sun just rising in the east, filled with confidence. Abatai and Hog nodded in agreement, exuding an air of self-assurance. Yutua promptly summoned the generals from both wings to strategize. Outside the encirclement, the Jian troops numbered over 80,000, while the Ming forces barely exceeded 5,000. Such a disparity made it impossible for the Ming army to fully deploy. Hence, Yutua employed a common tactic, rotating attacks, allowing each division to alternate between assaulting and resting, ensuring that the beleaguered Ming forces could not catch their breath. Even if Lu Xiangxing's 3 divisions were formidable, this strategy would gradually wear them down. Feeling a surge of dissatisfaction at the left flank's intention to seize the initiative, Yutua immediately directed Abatai and Hog to lead the charge. The two, though filled with indignation, had no choice but to obediently take the lead. Seventh Uncle, how should we approach this battle? Hog inquired of Abatai, who had intended to partake in the glory, only to find Yutua was no pushover, directly assigning them to the forefront. Abatai, realizing Hog's implication, considered their situation carefully. After a moment's thought, he leaned closer to Hog and whispered, "This Yutua is no fool. If we merely feign effort today, we may find ourselves facing dire consequences under his command. Although Lu Xiangxing has a formidable reputation, he currently commands only 5,000 remnants and is isolated. It would be far more prudent for us to unite our strength and strike decisively, ensuring that the glory of victory rests solely upon the left flank." The contributions of Jin to the defeat of Lu Xiangxing were particularly vital for the two, as Abatai, despite his notable military achievements, found himself in a rather unsatisfactory position. For instance, although he served under the 7th Prince, the command of the left-wing army was entrusted to the 14th-ranked Dorgan. Abatai, who was over 20 years older than his younger brother, had to humbly address him as general. In contrast, Hauge found himself in a more pressing need for military success. As the eldest son of Huang Taiji, he lacked the traditional primogeniture seen in the Ming Dynasty. For example, his father, Huang Taiji, was not the eldest son of Nurasai. Thus, if Hauge wished to claim the throne, he would have to earn it himself, making his need for military accolades even more pronounced than that of Abatai. Encouraged by Abatai, Hauge nodded in agreement. Although Lu Xiangxing was renowned, he commanded only 5,000 remnants, while they boasted 20,000 elite soldiers. With such a numerical advantage, the two felt confident. Observing Hauge's ascent, Abatai continued, emphasizing the necessity of swiftly defeating Lu's forces to prevent any interference, warning that any delay could lead to unforeseen complications. Hauge glanced back at the great flag of Yueduo and nodded affirmatively. The two then discreetly conferred and devised a strategy to ensure the swift annihilation of Lu's troops. They opted for an all-out assault, surrounding them from all sides to break the enemy as quickly as possible. In formulating this strategy, they cunningly decided to first send forces from all directions to engage. Once the Ming army was ensnared, they would each lead a contingent of elite troops to launch a coordinated attack from the east and west, aiming for a decisive victory. After their planning, they rallied their forces and advanced grandly towards Lu's encampment. Reports soon reached the command center that the Jurchens had commenced their assault. Early in the morning, Lu Xiangxing had been observing the battlefield from a high vantage point within the camp. The Jurchens' offensive did not escape his notice. After gently dismissing the reporting soldier, he calmly instructed Generals Yang Hu and his compatriots to prepare for battle. They promptly obeyed, and soon the drums and gongs of the Lu army resounded, their morale soaring to the heavens as the soldiers organized themselves for the impending clash. Having engaged in prolonged warfare with the northern nomadic tribes, the border troops had developed a series of unique battle chariots by the late Ming period, utilizing these vehicles in open-field combat to counter cavalry charges. The Lu army, as a border force, was similarly equipped with numerous battle-ready chariots. Adapting to the terrain, Lu Xiangxing arranged a 3-tiered defense. The first layer consisted of an abundance of deer antler barricades crafted from local timber to hinder cavalry, while the ground was strewn with iron caltrops, seamlessly blending into the snow. Without guidance, it would be exceedingly difficult for an approaching enemy to detect them. The second layer, akin to Li Junye's tactics, involved utilizing military vehicles for cover, linking them in a protective formation to withstand the Jurchen charge. Should this line of defense be breached, the remaining Ming forces would gather around the central command tent, ready to engage the Jurchens in a desperate fight to the death. In truth, Lu Xiangxing's final line of defense was merely a fade, intended to extinguish the soldiers' will to survive, compelling them to focus entirely on the enemy and engage in a desperate fight. As for the subsequent plan devised by Generals Yang Hu and his companions to break through, It remains known only to the three of them. Abatai and Hog led the assault, employing the most conventional tactics. The Jianzhou troops formed the rearguard, allowing others to charge ahead. At the forefront of this charge were the Jianzhou Han army flags, consisting mostly of Han individuals who had previously surrendered to the Jianzhou and soldiers of the Ming Dynasty. They formed one of the principal components of the Jianzhou 8 banners and were particularly adept with artillery, holding an indispensable role within the Jianzhou forces. However, the Jianzhou's incursion into the frontier was primarily for plunder, with no intention of capturing the Ming army's fortified cities. They sought swift mobility and responsiveness. Thus, heavy artillery was not included in this campaign. Nonetheless, this does not imply that the Han troops were without merit. They, like the Jianzhou, were well-armored and trained, and should not be underestimated. The reputation of Lu's army was widespread, and although their numbers were significantly lesser, the Jianzhou at the forefront dared not become complacent. Their charge was not a reckless rush, but rather a skillful advance. Grouped in tens, they maintained necessary spacing between each other, with the individuals within each group arranged in a loose formation, swiftly advancing towards the Ming encampment. This formation enabled them to evade the Ming's artillery fire and rain of arrows, making it an optimal approach for a probing assault. As the Jianzhou drew nearer, General Yang Guozhu, responsible for commanding the artillery, found himself in a quandary. It was evident that this was a tentative attack by the Jianzhou, and their sparse formation would yield minimal gains if engaged. However, to stand idle while they approached was a bitter pill to swallow. After a painful hesitation, and realizing the limited supply of gunpowder and arrows in the army, he begrudgingly resolved to forego the order to fire. The Jianzhou troops were most fearful of the Ming's artillery, whose immense power could decimate large groups with a single shot. As they crossed into the range of the Ming cannons, the artillery did not fire a single shot, allowing the anxious Jianzhou to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Upon entering the range of the Ming archers, the latter wasted no time in drawing their bows and releasing their arrows. However, the Jianzhou had come prepared. Their formation was sparse, and each soldier wielded a sturdy shield while donned in heavy armor. Although the Ming archers shot fiercely, the damage inflicted upon the Jianzhou was minimal, resulting in only a few individuals from various groups falling from their mounts. The commanding officer of the archers, unwilling to concede, furiously ordered another volley. The Ming archers unleashed another organized barrage, and this time, the Jianzhou were considerably closer, resulting in a marked increase in the penetration power of the arrows, leading to a notably higher number of Jianzhou casualties. Following the first round of fire from the Ming, the charging Jianzhou wasted no time in retaliating with their own archery, engaging the Ming in a counterfire. Fortunately, the Ming had anticipated this, and the Jianzhou's return fire similarly failed to inflict significant damage. The previous volley seemed to ignite a glimmer of hope, prompting the Ming archers to persist with another round of coordinated fire, resulting in an even greater number of fallen Jianzhou soldiers. An arrow seldom flies beyond 3 shots. This implies that when faced with a charging cavalry, even the most skilled archer can only release 3 arrows before the enemy closes in. This engagement was merely a probing attack, not far away. Abatai and Houge had already discerned the frailty of the Ming forces. Observing their feeble resistance, the two exchanged knowing smiles and subsequently commanded a full-scale assault. Chapter 82. Lu Xiangshan's Lone Battle, Part 1. 20,000 ironclad cavalry erupted in a thunderous chorus, their pounding hooves trampled upon the snow, sending flurries of snowflakes dancing through the air, shaking the very earth beneath. In an instant, the first wave of cavalry surged before the Ming troops, who, armed with long spears, great swords, or sabers, stood resolute behind barricades, their formation impeccable, exuding no hint of fear. The advancing Jianzhou soldiers, witnessing the Ming army's defiant bravery, felt their spirits dampen significantly. Military orders are as unyielding as mountains. Regardless of the fierce adversary they faced, they had no choice but to charge forward, steeling themselves with guttural war cries in an attempt to instill fear in their opponents. Yet, the Ming forces remained steadfast, unyielding as a mountain, with not a soul betraying the slightest trepidation. The more formidable the enemy appeared, the greater the dread among the Jianzhou cavalry. The leading soldiers found themselves unnerved by the Ming army's unwavering presence. Nevertheless, they pressed on, only to encounter a more formidable obstacle. The ground before the barricades was strewn with iron caltrops laid by Lu's forces. Beneath the heavy blanket of snow, these caltrops were nearly invisible unless closely inspected. The foremost cavalry, despite their caution, charged at such speed that even if they had spotted the danger, their horses could not halt in time. The lead horse reared up, emitting a piercing neigh, followed by a cacophony of screams from the rest. as they galloped forward, each hoof that struck a caltrop embedding it deep into their flesh. The horses, in agony, went wild, unseating several Jianzhou riders, who fell to the ground in disarray. A few horses, driven mad by pain, rampaged through the ranks of their own, causing chaos. The soldiers of Lu's army, witnessing the Jianzhou's predicament, could not contain their laughter, though the Jianzhou had come prepared. The momentary confusion soon gave way to a reinvigorated resolve. They dismounted upon reaching the perimeter of the caltrops, revealing that beneath their boots lay thin iron plates, allowing them to traverse the treacherous ground with ease. In tight formation, they charged forward with fervent cries, akin to a tempest. The seasoned soldiers of Lu's army, battle-hardened, met their advance without flinching, standing resolute behind their barricades, poised for the impending clash. Kill! As the Jianzhou troops approached in a dense formation, a command was issued, and Lu's long spears surged forth like dragons, executing a relentless series of coordinated thrusts. Although the Jianzhou were adept in infantry combat, they found themselves at a loss against the spear phalanx, their repeated charges failing to breach even an inch of Lu's defenses while leaving behind a grim toll of fallen comrades. As the Manchurian forces launched their full-scale assault, they swarmed towards the Lu army's encampment like a horde of locusts. Previously, General Yang Guizhou had been stingy with artillery, lamenting the lack of ammunition. Now, he cursed the insufficiency of his cannons. Faced with the relentless charge of the Manchurians, the 20-plus cannons of the Lu army struggled to keep up. Fortunately, the artillerymen were well-trained, and with each discharge, a multitude of Manchurians fell, causing significant disruption to their ranks. As the number of attackers grew, the Lu army's long spear formations could no longer withstand the onslaught. The soldiers clashed across the barricades, engaging in fierce close combat. The presence of the barricades provided a temporary respite for the Lu forces, allowing them to hold their ground. Yet, their numbers were insufficient, and if the battle dragged on, the Lu army could not escape the fate of annihilation. The Manchurian assault was divided into two segments, one engaged directly with the Ming forces, while the other dealt with the iron caltrops and barricades on the ground. Unlike modern mines, the caltrops were merely scattered objects, easily cleared away by the numerous Manchurian soldiers. In no time, they had removed the obstacles. Once the caltrops were dealt with, the Manchurian cavalry could unleash their might. While the Lu army was still embroiled in combat, the cavalry advanced, using grappling hooks to dismantle the barricades. The hastily constructed barricades of the Lu army were quickly obliterated. Realizing that the first line of defense could not be sustained, Lu Xiangxin ordered a retreat to the second line. The Manchurians, refusing to grant the Lu forces a moment's reprieve, surged forward to assault the second line. Compared to the first, the second line was considerably sturdier, primarily composed of military vehicles laden with supplies. These heavy vehicles were immobile, and moving them would require considerable effort. As the Ming forces retreated, the Manchurian masses surged towards them like a tidal wave. Without the barricades to impede them, the cavalry charged forward, engaging from an advantageous height. The Lu soldiers had developed tactics to counter the Manchurian cavalry. Whenever they encountered horsemen, several would team up to strike, targeting both riders and steeds, inflicting painful cries upon the Manchurian cavalry. How much longer can we endure? Lu Xiangxin pondered, feeling increasingly uneasy as the Manchurians intensified their assault. He turned to General Hu Dawei, who, though originally a foreign defector and not of Han descent, had earned his rank through bravery and military acumen. Having served alongside Lu Xiangxin for many years before ultimately falling in the suppression of internal strife within the Ming, reporting, the Manchurian numbers are overwhelming. I fear we cannot hold out much longer. However, rest assured, we shall fight until our last breath, Hu Dawei replied resolutely. Excellent. I appreciate your dedication, brave soldiers. Lu Xiangxin exclaimed, deeply moved by their resolve. In the distance, Abatai and Hog, who were observing the battle, felt a surge of delight upon witnessing Lu Jun's retreat from the first line of defense. Although Lu Jun remained spirited, they understood that this was merely a temporary respite. Annihilation was an inevitable outcome. Eager to claim glory for themselves, they were reluctant to afford Lu Jun any opportunity for a desperate struggle. After exchanging knowing glances, they led two elite detachments to initiate a pincer attack from the east and west, hoping to decisively crush Lu Jun's forces. Though they set out with deliberate stealth, even refraining from raising their banners, they could not escape the keen eyes of Yu Tuo, who inwardly cursed, damn it, these two seek to monopolize the credit for victory. Their reckless pursuit of personal glory, to the detriment of the greater strategy, incited Yu Tuo's ire, leading him to wish that he could reprimand their ancestors for generations. However, he suddenly realized that their ancestors were, in fact, also his own. Zhuo Du, you shall each command a force to follow them into battle. Remember, regardless of the casualties, you must bring me the head of Lu Xiangxing, Yu Tuo commanded. Some truths could be spoken openly, while others required discretion. Abatai and Hog's intentions had not eluded their attention, and they understood Yu Tuo's underlying message. They dared not slacken their efforts. Each commanding a force of 10,000 elite troops, they marched forth in a grand display towards Lu Jun's camp. After Abatai and Hog departed, only over 30,000 troops remained on the periphery, with an additional 5,000 safeguarding Yu Tuo's command tent. Abatai and Hog, in unison, aimed to execute a coordinated assault, intending to deliver a decisive blow. However, they gravely underestimated Lu Jun's fighting spirit. Despite being at a significant numerical disadvantage, Lu Jun's morale was high and their determination unwavering. The pincer movement led by Abatai and Hog not only failed to shatter Lu Jun's resolve, but was met with a composed defense that repelled them from the camp. What was intended as a sudden strike devolved into a brutal melee. Faced with the failure of their plan, Abatai and Hog, in their anger and humiliation, disregarded all caution and engaged Lu Jun in close combat. With an overwhelming numerical advantage, victory seemed assured for them regardless of the outcome of the skirmish. It was only as Abatai and Hog became embroiled in hand-to-hand combat that Zhuo and Du arrived with their forces. The encirclement, already cramped due to the mingling of the Jurchens and Lu Jun's troops, posed a challenge for the 30,000 cavalry. With the addition of Zhuo and Du's 20,000, they feared there would be no room to maneuver should they all join the fray. They brought their troops to the vicinity of the encirclement, exchanging glances, each unable to conceive a viable strategy. Zhuo proposed, perhaps we should press forward directly, after all. Those on the left flank will bear the brunt of the losses. Zhuo, being the brother of Ao Bai and a renowned general favored by Huang Taiji, was resolute in his approach. Du smiled subtly and remarked, there is no need for haste. I observe that Lu Xiangxing truly lives up to his reputation and is not easily dealt with. I estimate that it will take some time for them to break the formation. Let them engage in mutual conflict, and then we shall reap the benefits. Zhuo glanced at Du and shared a knowing smile. Those rascals, indeed 2 scoundrels. From a distance, Du, who was directing the battle, witnessed Abatai and Hauge completely disregard his strategy, transforming the battle into chaos. Irrespective of familial ties, he was infuriated and unleashed a torrent of curses. He dispatched messengers to instruct them to adhere to his plan, but one relied on his uncle's status, while the other leaned on his father, the Emperor Taiji, treating his commands as mere whispers in the wind. Yu Tuo even began to suspect that the 2 men from the left flank had conspired from the moment they arrived, orchestrating a scheme for Dorgan to monopolize the glory of victory. Not only did his own commands go unheeded by the left flank, but he also discovered that even his right flank was starting to disobey, though he had sent Du and Zhuo to seize merit. He found them watching intently from a distance in front of the Lu army's encampment. Upon witnessing this, a blaze of anger ignited within him. He hastily summoned a trusted confidant and bestowed upon him an order to notify Du and Zhuo to advance immediately, warning that any disobedience would be met with severe consequences. Du and Zhuo had already made up their minds and were eagerly awaiting the opportune moment. Suddenly, a messenger bearing the order from Yu Tuo arrived unexpectedly, and Du felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He thought to himself, what kind of battle is this? Abatai and Hauge fight without strategy, and now even Yu Tuo has lost his sense. However, military orders are as immovable as mountains. They had no choice. After a discreet discussion, they each dispatched a unit to assist in the battle, instructing them to be clever and adaptable. The troops understood the unspoken implications and feigned a lack of capability as they sluggishly moved to support Hauge and Abatai. Meanwhile, Du and Zhuo continued to observe the battle from a distance, awaiting the perfect moment to claim the first achievement for the right flank. Abatai and Hauge, seasoned warriors, had become disoriented by the relentless assaults. What should have been a decisive encirclement turned into a relentless hand-to-hand struggle, entirely neglecting the advantages of the Manchu forces in open combat. Although the Lu army was outnumbered, the confined battlefield limited the enemy's strength, and the seemingly disadvantaged Lu troops had never fallen behind. Yet, as the battle prolonged, casualties mounted and the Lu soldiers, who had been fighting tirelessly without respite, began to weaken. Having suffered from prolonged starvation, their ammunition and arrows dwindled by noon, and without these ranged weapons, the Lu army gradually found themselves in dire straits. The northern defenses had even begun to show signs of being breached by the Manchu forces. Despite the bravery of the Lu soldiers rushing to close the gap, the sheer number of Manchu troops surged like a tide, relentlessly flooding into the breach. A golden opportunity arose. Dudu and Zuertai, who had long awaited the opportune moment, could not possibly miss such a splendid opportunity. Upon witnessing the Ming army falter, the two men, in unison, led their remaining troops with great fervor towards the breach. Dudu and Zuertai commanded a well-rested elite force, while the Lu army, having battled tirelessly for half a day, was utterly exhausted. With the arrival of Dudu and Zuertai, the battlefield situation deteriorated rapidly, tipping the scales increasingly in favor of the Jian army. The cavalry led by Dudu and Zuertai surged forth like an unstoppable tide towards the gap in the Lu army's defenses, bursting through like a flood breaching a dam. Gradually, the breach was relentlessly widened by the onslaught, inching closer to the brink of collapse. Once inside the Lu army's encampment, Zuertai, accompanied by several hundred elite Jian cavalry, wreaked havoc, charging through the camp with wild abandon. The forces under Zuertai were comprised of the finest red-armored and white-armored soldiers, unmatched at that moment by the Ming troops. They moved as if in a realm unchallenged, turning the northern defense line into chaos. Faced with such a dual onslaught, the northern defenses trembled precariously. Who will confront that man? Lu Xiangshan, maintaining his composure, pointed at Zuertai's rampaging figure and loudly called to the generals around him. "I shall go," proclaimed General Hu Dawei, resolute, as he charged towards Zuertai with a handful of his loyal soldiers. In the tumult, Zuertai burst into the encampment, reveling in the chaos, and after a fierce slaughter, he finally spotted Lu Xiangshan's central banner. With reckless abandon, he led his hundreds of ironclad riders directly towards Lu Xiangshan, envisioning that with his singular prowess, he could vanquish Lu Xiangshan on the spot and flawlessly execute the task assigned to him by Yutua. However, unexpectedly, after only a few paces, he encountered a stout and formidable warrior who, accompanied by just a handful of men, charged at him. Although this warrior's retinue was well-equipped, it paled in comparison to Zuertai's red and white-armored soldiers. Despite being outnumbered, the spirit of this small band was undiminished. Seeing these Ming soldiers standing boldly against him, Zuertai could not help but find it amusing. With a derisive smile, he too charged towards this warrior, Hu Dawei and his loyal troops. Each imbued with a sense of inevitable sacrifice, surged forward with fervor. In their initial clash, they managed to fell several Jian soldiers from their mounts. A notable feat considering these were the formidable red and white armored troops of the Jian army. Nevertheless, despite the impressive display of strength from Hu Dawei's forces, the Ming side suffered grievously as well, losing 7 or 8 brothers in the exchange. Ultimately, however, Hu Dawei's forces were too few to withstand the onslaught for long. He soon found himself in a precarious position, unable to repel Zuertai's relentless assault, and became encircled by Zuertai's troops. "Hand me the sword." At this critical juncture, Lu Xiangshan found himself devoid of troops and thus seized his own great sword from the hands of his personal guards, accompanied by his loyal followers. He charged directly towards Zuertai to lend support to Hu Dawei. Not only was Lu Xiangshan a successful candidate from the imperial examinations, but he was also a polymath, adept in both literature and martial prowess. Historical records depict him as extraordinarily strong, with impressive physical strength, and a remarkable archer who could hit targets from 50 paces. He was skilled with a great sword, typically wielding a practice blade nearly 8 feet long and weighing over 140 pounds. He epitomized the quintessential warrior, a paragon of versatility. With his great sword raised high, Lu Xiangshan bore down upon Zuertai's forces. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Zuertai promptly dispatched a valiant general to meet them. As the two armies clashed, Lu Xiangshan brought his sword crashing down with tremendous force. Though the adversary was clad in 3 layers of armor, Lu Xiangshan's blow was so powerful that it cleaved through armor and flesh alike, rendering the foe utterly silent and deaf. In that moment, another rider hastily approached to rescue his commander. As Lu Xiangshan's sword descended, the second rider lunged forward with a spear aimed at his heart. With remarkable agility, Lu Xiangshan sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a swift, blood-soaked strike, severing the enemy's head in an instant. The headless body remained on horseback, blood gushing forth like a fountain from the neck. What a spectacle! The soldiers under his command, witnessing such a display of valor, were instantly invigorated, shouting in unison as they followed him into battle against the Jurchen foes. The troops led by Lu Xiangshan were the elite of his army, an unstoppable force. Faced with their fearless charge, the Jurchen retreated in defeat, successfully rescuing the beleaguered Hu Dawei. Despite his numerous injuries and being drenched in blood, Hu Dawei continued to fight valiantly. astonished by Lu Xiangxing's daring incursion into the fray to save him. "My lord, how did you come to be here?" he exclaimed. "Alas, I find myself without soldiers to command, and I could not bear to watch my subordinates ensnared in peril without taking action," Lu Xiangxing replied. Hu Dawei lamented, "Commander, I have brought you into this predicament." Lu Xiangxing sighed. "An inept general leads to the demise of 3 armies. It was I who led you into this dire situation. How could you think you have burdened me?" As the two conversed, a cavalry unit suddenly emerged from an oblique angle, led by none other than Du Du, who had united his 2,000 elite horsemen with Shu Ertai's forces, encircling Lu Xiangxing and Hu Dawei once more. "Commander, we have fallen into their trap. Attack!" Lu Xiangxing, with hatred igniting in his eyes at the sight of the encircling enemy, raised his great sword high and, shouting a battle cry, charged into the throng of Jurchen soldiers. Seeing their leader so fearlessly at the forefront, his soldiers dared not lag behind. Confronted with the overwhelming enemy forces, none faltered. All embraced a resolute spirit of sacrifice as they surged towards the besieging Jurchen. The morale of Lu's troops soared as they fought with unwavering determination. Although outnumbered, they coalesced into a formidable unit, supporting one another in a concerted effort. Despite being surrounded by 2,000 to 3,000 enemy soldiers, the Jurchen found themselves unable to effectively engage this resolute band of warriors. Lu Xiangxing found himself besieged, and the other divisions fared little better, as they were caught in a vice between the invading forces both from within and without. The defensive lines had crumbled entirely, with enemies swarming both inside and outside the main camp. The remaining divisions were similarly encircled and fragmented, forced to fight their own battles. And the Lu army was on the brink of collapse. "What shall we do if we cannot break through, Chief?" Hu Dawei lamented, having launched several desperate attempts to escape. Yet each effort thwarted by the relentless encirclement. Despair began to seep into his heart. With unwavering resolve, Lu Xiangxing declared, "General Hu, today is the moment for us to fulfill our duty. Do not falter." Hu Dawei nodded affirmatively, assuring, "Rest assured, Chief, wherever you fall, I shall fall there too." "Excellent. Let us continue to slay our foes. 1 life taken merely balances the scales, 2 is a gain." Under Lu Xiangxing's fervent encouragement, the Ming forces charged forth once more in a valiant effort. Li Junye's cunning stratagem, akin to a masterful game of deception, had been executed flawlessly. Throughout their journey southward, they had revealed no flaws, and even as they approached the encirclement, not a single enemy suspected their true intentions. In fact, their substantial herd of cattle and horses, laden with supplies, not only raised no suspicions but evoked envy among the enemy, who marveled at the good fortune of this troop. Leading his army with utmost caution, Li Junye infiltrated the periphery of the enemy's encirclement. He first ordered a brief respite for his men while he, accompanied by several commanders, ascended a vantage point to survey the battlefield. What he beheld was alarming. The Lu camp had been breached, and the Lu soldiers were being systematically divided and surrounded, fighting individual skirmishes with little hope of recovery. Fortunately, they had arrived just in time. Had they delayed even half an hour longer, Lu Xiangxing's forces would likely have been obliterated. Chapter 85. The Fire Ox Formation. Brother Jun, how shall we proceed? Wang Liang and Qianfen joined Li Junye in observing the enemy's movements, their hearts sinking at the sight of the Lu camp, encircled by layers of foes. The prospect of a direct assault seemed futile, for before they could even reach the camp, they would likely find themselves ensnared by the enemy. "How can we know unless we try?" Qianfen gripped his spear tightly, implying that regardless of the outcome, they should make an attempt to charge forth. Li Junye smiled reassuringly. "There is no need for undue concern. I have a plan." He then began issuing commands, instructing Ma Yu and Du Wei to lead 1,500 oxen, spreading them across various corners. He directed them to affix sharp blades to the horns and to soak cotton in oil, binding it to the tails. Once positioned, at his command, they would ignite the cotton, enacting a grand display reminiscent of a fire ox strategy from the Ming era. Having acquired a substantial herd during the recapture of Jizhou, these animals would serve both as burdens and sustenance, proving invaluable for their campaign. Upon hearing his proposal, the two praised Li Junye's ingenuity, swiftly preparing their forces according to the established plan. In no time, the preparations for the Fire Ox formation would be complete. As the fierce battle raged on, the warriors surrounding Lu Xiangxing fell one after another, while the encircling enemy grew ever more numerous, as if they could never be vanquished. Wounded in multiple places, his steed lay slain beneath him. From the initial 300 elite soldiers he had alongside Hu Dawei, only a handful remained, most of whom were also injured. With no hope for a breakout, they prepared to fight like cornered beasts. He resolutely arranged the remaining few dozen men into a circular formation, their backs pressed together, determined to use their last strength to strike against the enemy. Just as despair engulfed the group, a young soldier suddenly pointed toward the camp's exterior and shouted in astonishment. Lu Xiangxing turned to follow the sound and beheld chaos outside the camp. The once audacious enemy now appeared panicked, shouting and scattering in disarray, as if a pack of ferocious beasts had suddenly emerged behind them. Holding his breath and focusing intently, Lu Xiangxing stepped onto a stone to gain a clearer view of the situation outside. To his astonishment, a multitude of bulls had appeared, their horns adorned with blades, and their tails ablaze. Driven mad by the flames, these formidable bulls rampaged through the enemy ranks. The unfortunate foes, clad in armor, were no match for the frenzied bulls. A moment's hesitation would result in being crushed or impaled by their sharp horns. Initially, a few of the enemy soldiers, skeptical of the threat, attempted to shoot arrows at the bulls. However, the thick-skinned beasts were impervious to such feeble attacks, which only served to further incite their fury. Those who persisted in shooting were met with the wrath of the enraged bulls, who turned to charge at the assailants. Witnessing this terrifying sight, the archers, paralyzed by fear, fled in every direction, knowing that even a moment's delay would lead to being trampled into oblivion. Like an avalanche, the enraged bulls surged forth from every corner, unstoppable. The once impenetrable encirclement of the enemy was shattered in an instant. What transpired? From a distance, Yutua observed this incredible scene with disbelief. His mind clouded with confusion as he sought answers from those around him. If these were reinforcements, how could they have burst forth from within their own encirclement? With over 80,000 troops surrounding them, if there were allies nearby, surely someone would have noticed. If they were not reinforcements, but rather their own men, it made even less sense. The annihilation of Lu's forces seemed inevitable. There was no reason for anyone to unleash the bulls now. Was it possible that a traitor had infiltrated their ranks? As that thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down his spine, prompting him to send a trusted commander to investigate the matter immediately. However, just as the commander departed, Yutua was met with yet another astonishing spectacle. Within the breach created by the rampaging bulls, a contingent of over 3,000 soldiers emerged, charging toward Lu's camp. Gathered here are over 80,000 troops from both wings. Logically, it would be improbable for someone like Yutu to remember the names of every individual in a mere 3,000-strong contingent. However, fate had conspired against him. For this particular force was operating under the banner of Solomon and Jizhou, a banner personally entrusted to him for its defense. It was inconceivable that Sualuan himself could appear here. In an instant, Sualuan comprehended the entire situation and, pointing fiercely at the unidentified army, bellowed, "Those are spies. Dispatch someone to intercept them." At this juncture, the Jian slaves finally grasped the origin of these fiery oxen. Once they steadied their ranks, they surged towards the Ming army, intending to annihilate them en route. Yet, they were utterly unprepared for the relentless wave of fiery oxen that seemed inexhaustible. Just as they had formed a dense formation to encircle their foes, the Ming forces unleashed yet another 1,000 fiery oxen to their flanks. These enraged beasts unleashed their fury upon the Jian slaves without mercy. The poor Jian slaves, who had only just arranged their tightly packed ranks for a charge, found themselves mercilessly trampled by the rampaging oxen. Chaos erupted among their ranks as they huddled together in confusion, unable to advance or retreat. Faced with the torrent of fiery oxen, they scrambled for safety, leading to instances of trampling, where many Jian slaves met their demise not at the hands of the oxen, but by their own comrades. The Ming forces followed closely behind the fiery oxen, like a sweeping iron broom, scouring the blood-soaked earth that the oxen had ravaged. These furious beasts, their tails ablaze with rage, brandished sharp horns that glimmered ominously in the snow, surging forward like a sudden flood, colliding violently with anything in their path. Behind the oxen, a cavalry of 3,000 rode forth, laden with an abundance of livestock, closely trailing the iron beasts, sweeping across every inch of land that the oxen had plowed. Each ox not only bore blades affixed to their horns, but many also carried bundles on their backs, from which sparks erupted. These bundles contained not mere trinkets, but explosive powder, each package housing 30 portions of gunpowder interspersed with 3 pounds of iron shrapnel. These were not mere parcels, they were decidedly bombs. With reckless abandon, the enraged oxen charged into the throngs of Jian slaves, detonating sporadically amidst the crowd, causing a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Those Jian slaves who miraculously survived the explosions found themselves bewildered, unable to discern whether the mangled remains on the ground belonged to humans or oxen. In Chapter 86, the commander remarked, "Look, they resemble our men." Though this unit donned the complete garb of Jian slaves, Hu Dawei could discern at a glance that they were impostors, a conclusion echoed by Lu Xiangxing with a nod. However, the battlefield is rife with treachery, and until certainty is established, no one dares to assert with absolute conviction that this force is indeed their own. The seasoned generals have never relinquished their vigilance. Commander, do you have any idea which force this is? Hu Dawei inquired, seeing Lu Xiangxing nod in agreement. Lu Xiangxing shook his head in resignation and said, "Forgive my ignorance. I cannot ascertain the origin of these forces. Could it be that reinforcements from the Gao Qiqin faction of Jiza have arrived?" Hu Dawei, suddenly moved, looked on intently. Lu Xiangxing shook his head again, declaring, "It is utterly impossible." Hu Dawei then inquired, "If so, has the command received any other news?" Lu Xiangxing, struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed in astonishment, inwardly pondering whether the one who had arrived was none other than Li Junye. Yet, finding it difficult to confirm, he refrained from directly sharing this with Hu Dawei, choosing instead to keep it to himself. He remarked, "Since assistance has come, let our troops hold on a little longer. Once we unite forces, all will be revealed." Hu Dawei nodded in agreement and ceased further questioning, focusing instead on his task of locating and capturing the enemy. The Lu army's encampment was partitioned, with one faction clashing directly with the Lu soldiers, while the other found itself unable to engage and thus encircled the camp from the outside to provide support. The encampment was fortified with barriers such as horse traps, palisades, and war chariots, which had previously thwarted the invading forces and would similarly impede the current onslaught. Consequently, the enemy outside had been driven back by the stampede of the wild cattle, creating a significant breach. However, those within the encampment remained largely unaffected. For Li Junye to penetrate the camp and rescue the Lu soldiers, he would need to confront the enemy entrenched within in a fierce battle. The Ming soldiers, mounted and agile, swiftly approached the encampment, their advance facilitated by the cavalry of the 3rd Battalion, led by Qianfen, who carved a path forward. Followed closely by the infantry, they surged through the encirclement like an arrow released from a bow, aiming straight for the heart of the enemy. Qianfen, commanding the cavalry, targeted a breach created by the enemy and charged in. The defenders, witnessing the sudden incursion, could not afford to hesitate and quickly organized to confront the threat. These soldiers had been engaged in combat for half a day. Though the Lu army was perpetually on edge, the attackers were equally fatigued. The Ming cavalry charged forth. Employing their signature tactics, they unleashed a volley of three-eyed divine guns, and upon depleting their ammunition, wielded the weapons like hammers. The three-eyed divine gun, capable of firing 3 rounds simultaneously, may have lacked precision, yet at close range, the concurrent discharge of 3 projectiles compensated for this shortcoming. When 100 of these weapons fired in unison, it unleashed a barrage of 300 projectiles, a formidable force against the densely packed enemy formation. The guns themselves, with their heads weighing 7 to 8 pounds, became iron mallets in the hands of the cavalry, inflicting far greater damage than swords or blades could achieve against the heavily armored enemy. Unfamiliar with this formidable army, the approaching enemy, upon receiving their orders, formed a tight formation, charging forward blindly in an attempt to keep the Ming forces at bay. Who would have imagined that their tightly packed formation was precisely what the opposing Ming army desired? With each volley, the advancing troops of the Jurchens fell like wheat before the scythe. Once the Ming soldiers unleashed their 3-barreled firearms, they surged forth like tigers descending a mountain, charging relentlessly into the Jurchen camp, where swords flashed and spears clashed in a cacophony of battle. It was only after the skirmish began that the Jurchens realized they were confronted by a formidable force. This army was exceptionally fierce since their entry into the region. The Jurchens had never encountered such a powerful adversary. The Jurchens often prided themselves on their superior weaponry, yet after clashing with this enemy, they came to understand the inadequacy of their own armaments. The Ming soldiers were clad in triple-layered armor. The outermost layer was iron, beneath which lay a layer of cotton armor, and further inside, a lightweight chainmail. Against such formidable protection, their usual lightweight weapons inflicted minimal damage. The Ming's weaponry was even more fearsome. Each soldier wielded blades forged from high-quality steel, meticulously crafted through extensive hammering. After a few exchanges, the Jurchen weapons began to chip and bend, while the Mings remained as radiant as ever. The cavalry charged into the camp like bulldozers, relentlessly pushing deeper into the enemy territory, leaving a trail of Jurchen corpses in their wake. As the cavalry engaged in fierce combat, the Ming foot soldiers dismounted, forming an offensive formation and advancing in coordinated efforts. Although the Jurchen cavalry was formidable, the camp was fraught with obstacles and a chaotic mix of personnel. It was a tumultuous scene filled with both men and horses. The defenders struggled to organize themselves amidst the disorder, and the mounted Jurchen cavalry found it difficult to maneuver. Once the cavalry became immobilized, they were rendered less effective than the foot soldiers. From their mounts, they were far less agile than those fighting on foot. As the Ming infantry surged forward, their long spears and swords thrust and slashed amidst the confined space, leaving the entangled cavalry akin to fish on a chopping board, merely awaiting their fate. Particularly, the barbed tips of the spears could easily drag the cavalrymen from their horses, and once unseated, they would be met with a barrage of blades, leaving no hope for survival. While the cavalry and infantry clashed, over 100 matchlock gunmen were also engaged. Shielded by a group of spear wielders, they formed a staggered firing line, relentlessly targeting the Jurchens from a distance. Junye's matchlock guns, modified from the Mila gun, were crafted with utmost precision and quality. These guns possessed immense power, capable of piercing Jurchen armor at close range, and a direct hit would likely result in death or severe injury. Crucially, the matchlock gunners were arranged in 4 lines within a staggered formation, taking turns to load and fire, unleashing a relentless downpour of bullets upon the Jurchens. Although their numbers were few, their continuous fire significantly constrained the Jurchen reinforcements. The cries of kill reverberated through the air as the Ming army advanced like a formidable bulldozer, relentlessly pushing deeper into the Lu Jun camp. Chapter 87. Press on. Press on. Those who retreat shall face death. Brothers, our reinforcements have arrived. Let us charge forth. Witnessing this scene, Lu Xiangxing was filled with elation, continuously shouting commands to coordinate a pincer attack, aiming to shatter the enemy's encirclement. The arrival of Li Jun had truly reignited a flicker of hope among those on the brink of death. They roared in unison, their spirits soaring as they joined forces with the reinforcements to assault the encircling Jianzhou troops. The situation for the Jianzhou soldiers within the encirclement grew dire. Initially, the incoming reinforcements were unstoppable, and now the Ming troops within the encirclement surged forth with newfound vigor, leaving the Jianzhou forces besieged and in despair. Li Jun, now consumed by the fervor of battle, bore the marks of blood upon his visage as he led his men toward Lu Xiangxing's position with unyielding ferocity. Lu Xiangxing, upon spotting the ensign of the commanding officer of the reinforcements, rallied the few soldiers still with him to push toward that banner. And it was evident that the two commanders would soon converge. Du Du and Zhuo Ertai had once been on the cusp of victory, but this sudden thrust of the Ming troops shattered their hopes anew. Zhuo Ertai, renowned for his valor, recognized the imminent threat posed by the Ming forces and immediately abandoned Lu Xiangxing to lead a contingent against the intruders. After engaging in combat, Zhuo Ertai realized that he had indeed encountered an insurmountable challenge, though he and his brother, Aobai, were celebrated for their martial prowess. Facing the onslaught of the Ming army revealed that their bravery paled in comparison. Within mere exchanges, Zhuo Ertai had lost nearly half of his men. He had never experienced such a catastrophic battle before, and the intensity of the conflict sent shivers down his spine. At this juncture, he regretted his audacity, lamenting that he should not have been so reckless, for had he not advanced too far, his forces would not have suffered such grievous losses. These were his prized red and white armored troops. In the face of the Ming army, his once proud red and white soldiers bore no distinction from the ordinary Ming foot soldiers. Upon careful observation, Zhuo Ertai discerned that these esteemed red and white troops were, in fact, not remarkably different from the Ming's common infantry, each clad in superior armor and wielding weapons far more advanced than his own. On the constricted battlefield, even turning a horse proved difficult, let alone maneuvering gracefully. The various techniques honed through rigorous training became almost irrelevant, as the contest now hinged upon strength, morale, and equipment. These red and white soldiers were invaluable, and Zhuo Ertai could not bear to sacrifice them in a war of attrition. With a decisive wave of his hand, he promptly ordered their withdrawal from the front lines. This retreat, seemingly trivial, fundamentally shook the entire defense line of the Jurchens. When one falters, the collective doubt of the multitude follows, a sentiment most aptly illustrated in this scenario. Each beleaguered Jurchen warrior, steadfastly clinging to their position, was disheartened upon witnessing a comrade withdraw. In the ensuing chaos of the battlefield, recognition became elusive. As one soldier retreated, the more cunning took advantage of the moment to stealthily follow suit. Soon, the fleeing soldiers spread like a contagious plague across the Jurchen defenses, ultimately rendering them incapable of withstanding the ferocious assault of the Ming forces. In an instant, their fortifications crumbled like a dam breached, unleashing a torrent of despair. With each battle, the Ming army grew bolder, their battle cries soaring into the heavens. echoing for miles like the relentless surge of a flood, obliterating all obstacles in their path. Hold your ground. Hold your ground. Those who retreat shall perish. Yet, Zuretai could scarcely fathom that his painstaking measures would yield such irrevocable consequences. The dam had burst. Repairs were not a swift endeavor. As he beheld the Ming forces flooding in like an unstoppable tide, his cries fell on deaf ears. Du, encircled around Lu Xiangxing, initially found himself perplexed upon sighting the reinforcements. The sight of Ming cavalry charging in, employing their signature three-eyed guns, was unforgettable to Du, who had previously clashed with them. Though they donned similar garb to his own troops, even in ashes, he would recognize them. The narrowness of fate was evident. He never anticipated encountering them here. Furiously gritting his teeth, he wished to consume them whole. Du had intended to seize this opportune moment for a concerted internal and external assault to annihilate them all. Yet, he was thwarted by Zuretai's lamentable failure. As the Ming forces surged forth like an unrelenting tide, igniting a fire of desperation within Du's heart. Most critically, the Lu army, already on the brink of collapse, suddenly found renewed vigor upon seeing the reinforcements, charging forward as if invigorated by a potent elixir. The besiegers had become besieged, and Du's mounting anxiety made his head throb. Under the relentless onslaught of the Ming forces, even 2 divisions that had been previously encircled were liberated. Once freed, these Lu soldiers joined forces with the Li army, relentlessly cutting through the Jurchens to rescue more of their comrades. Thus, the ranks of the Li army swelled, and the liberated Lu soldiers rallied together, their combined might growing exponentially. Abatai and Hauge, witnessing their hard-won victory being appropriated by Du and Zuretai, felt a deep sense of resentment. Initially, they had contemplated joining the fray but found the camp overrun by Zuretai's and Du's troops, leaving them with no opportunity to insert themselves. In their frustration, they chose to withdraw their forces, opting instead to observe the ensuing turmoil from a distance, awaiting a chance to strike. However, rather than the anticipated opportunity, they were met with an inexplicably persistent Ming force. Abatai and Hauge found themselves in a quandary, uncertain whether aiding the duo would be beneficial or detrimental. Although they engaged in rivalry and created numerous conflicts, they ultimately remained a family, for blood ties can never be severed. After a moment of hesitation, Abatai and Hauge immediately led their troops to the rescue. However, as they approached the camp of Lu Jun, they discovered the overwhelming might of the Ming forces, with soldiers continuously fleeing from within the camp. The sheer number of those escaping momentarily obstructed their path, inciting Abatai and Hauge's fury. They executed several fleeing soldiers before realizing that they could not stem the tide of panicking individuals. Upon entering the camp, the Ming army displayed remarkable organization. Part of their forces collaborated with Lu Jun to engage the Jinru within, while others began to methodically establish a defensive line. Utilizing Lu Jun's initial war chariots as a foundation, they set up powerful bows and crossbows, alongside various light artillery, which relentlessly targeted the advancing Jinru. After finally dispersing the fleeing soldiers, Abatai and Hauge found that the Ming forces had re-established their defenses, their formidable archers proving overwhelmingly effective, preventing any advance from their side. Following the chaos caused by the fire cattle and the subsequent assault by the Ming army, the Jinru camp became a cacophony of confusion, with troops mingling indiscriminately. Commanders unable to recognize their soldiers. Although Abatai and Hauge remained outside the camp, their forces were scattered, rendering any organized assault nearly impossible. The Ming troops, having already fortified their defenses, unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon the snow-covered ground, their projectiles falling like an unending storm. After several futile attempts to break the stalemate, the 2 commanders returned empty-handed, leaving behind countless corpses without gaining any advantage. In Chapter 88, A Timely Aid, Du and Zuretai found themselves in a precarious situation within the camp, as the Ming forces advanced inexorably, rendering their already crumbling defenses utterly ineffective. As the number of rescued Lu soldiers grew, the pressure on them intensified. Most critically, even those Lu soldiers who had been encircled by their own forces began launching counterattacks, leaving Du and Zuretai besieged from within and without, unable to find respite. Witnessing Abatai and Hauge's repeated assaults fail to break the deadlock, despair settled deeply in Du and Zuretai's hearts. Realizing the situation was becoming increasingly untenable, they hastily deliberated and, filled with resentment, led their men in a strategic retreat from the Lu camp. Fortunately, their swift action spared them from being ensnared by the Ming forces within the camp. A subordinate of the Dengzhou Guard, a 1,000 household officer, came to pay his respects to General Lu. After a fierce battle, They had temporarily succeeded in driving off the Jianru, allowing Li Junye to finally meet Lu Xiangxing for the first time. Lu Xiangxing, clad in mourning attire, donned both a silk robe and armor, reflecting his recent loss of his father and the court's decision to revoke his mourning period. "You are the Li Junye who achieved a remarkable victory against the Jianru at Gaoyang?" Lu Xiangxing exclaimed, gazing at Li Junye in astonishment. Despite having received correspondence about him, they had never anticipated that the youthful general who had triumphed against overwhelming odds would be such a young man, scarcely more than 20 years of age. After a series of fierce battles, Lu Xiangxing's once pristine white robe was now stained crimson with blood. He breathed heavily, his appearance weary, yet his vibrant spirit remained unmasked. "I am Li Junye." Indeed, as history asserts, heroes emerge in their youth, and today's encounter has reaffirmed this notion. Reminiscent of the valiant General Huazubing of the Han Dynasty, Li Junye blushed and replied, "You flatter me, Director Lu. If it weren't for you today, I fear that I, along with my comrades, would have met our end in the underworld. I am but a simple man. I cannot express much. But please accept my bow, along with that of my brothers." Hu Dawei interjected, and after speaking, he and General Yang Guozhu bowed deeply to Li Junye. As a mere subordinate, Li Junye felt unworthy of such reverence from these esteemed generals of the Ming Dynasty. Seizing the moment before they could bow, he hastily supported them. Yet they resolutely freed themselves from his grasp and bowed decisively. Lu Xiangxing kindly patted Li Junye's shoulder, affirming, "You are no longer just a subordinate." With a flourish, he produced an official document from his breast and gently placed it into Li Junye's hands. "This is your decree from the Ministry of War. You have now been promoted to the rank of Deputy Commander and granted the title of Assistant General to serve under my command." Li Junye cautiously unfolded the decree. His name and origin leaping off the page, he was now a guerrilla commander, signifying that he could finally be addressed as a general. "Thank you for your patronage." He humbly bowed to Lu Xiangxing. Lu Xiangxing smiled and replied, "You have misunderstood, General Li. This elevation is not solely due to my efforts, but rather the recommendation of Grand Tutor Sun and His Majesty. It was Grand Tutor Sun who personally advocated for you to the Emperor." As he spoke, he respectfully gestured towards the north in homage. The news of Li Junye's appointment spread swiftly throughout the army, invigorating all ranks within the Li forces. Along with Li Junye's promotion, other official decrees for various officers in the Li army were also issued, apart from Yan Rui, who was elevated from deputy to commander. All camp commanders had been promoted to the rank of captain. Subsequently, Lu Xiangxing recounted the circumstances leading to these developments, and Li Junye finally grasped the situation. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, the conversation shifted to military matters. Following a brief assessment, it became evident that the Lu army was in dire straits. Facing the onslaught of 80,000 Jurchens, the casualties had already surpassed 3,000 within just one morning, leaving only about 15 to 1,600 able-bodied soldiers remaining. Fortunately, Li Junye had arrived in a timely manner. Otherwise, total annihilation would have been imminent. The Lu army had long suffered from a lack of supplies. Not only food, but everything essential. With such sudden and heavy losses, the army was critically deficient in personnel and medical resources. Fortunately, Li Junye had gathered numerous physicians in Jizhou and had organized a team of 120 female medical staff. Their timely arrival allowed for the effective treatment of the wounded in the Lu army. The female medical staff, although not yet fully trained, are learning rapidly through hands-on experience under direct clinical instruction. Each individual is absorbing knowledge at an impressive pace, for women inherently possess an advantage in patient care. The arrival of Li Junye not only rescued Lu Jun from peril, but also brought a substantial supply of military provisions. Without delving into specifics, the mere presence of beef and horse meat from the battlefield suffices to sustain them for an extended period. Now, as the harsh winter envelopes the land in ice and snow, these supplies can be preserved for a considerable time. Furthermore, Li Junye has brought a significant quantity of arrows and gunpowder, including over 200,000 arrows made from reed shafts, along with countless pieces of armor and weaponry seized along the way. After conferring with Lu Xiangxing, Li Junye generously opened his armory, allowing Lu Jun's soldiers to select what they required. Although Lu Jun was not particularly elite, the Ming court was mired in a severe financial crisis, leading to frequent delays in military pay even for border troops. Despite Lu Jun's modest level of armor, the opening of Li Junye's armory elevated their overall weaponry and equipment. However, much of this gear was acquired from previous battles, resulting in Lu Jun's appearance resembling that of a band of slave soldiers. To distinguish themselves, Each soldier adorned a strip of white cloth on their arms and a red cloth around their necks. Following this rearmament, Lu Jun's combat effectiveness is anticipated to ascend to new heights. Abatai, Hauga, Dudu, and Zuortai intended to meet with Yutua but unexpectedly encountered one another en route. They stood in silence, exchanging glances, each surprised at how the anticipated encirclement had unfolded so poorly. After a moment of mutual contemplation, they understood each other's unspoken thoughts. Yet none dared to shatter the fragile silence. The frustration simmered within them, quietly suppressed. Upon entering the tent, they found Yutuo's countenance dark as thunder, his piercing gaze darting among the four like a hawk. "Seventh uncle and the Grand Prince, I wonder what business you have here on behalf of 14th uncle?" he inquired with a stern expression, glaring at the two. Abatai and Hauga dared not speak, standing obediently to the side in silence. Chapter 89. Merely 1,000 household from Dingzhou. Yutuo's irritation grew as he assessed them, though he found himself momentarily powerless against the two. Suddenly, he bellowed. In the military, there are no familial ties. On the battlefield, there are no brothers. Should 7th uncle and the Grand Prince continue to act as they please, they must not blame me, Yutuo, for disregarding kinship. His frustration peaked, and he slammed his palm onto the long table before him, shattering it into 2 pieces. "Should you defy military orders again, you shall meet the same fate as this table." Abatai and Hauga, taken aback by Yutuo's fury, were rendered speechless. After dealing with Abatai and Hauga, Yutuo turned his attention to Dudu and Zuortai. Although both belonged to the left wing and were considered his own men, Yutuo showed them little mercy, his gaze as icy as frost, causing them to feel a sudden chill in their hearts. In his heart, Yutuo had already surmised that the blame lay upon the two of them, accusing them of their own cleverness that had squandered precious time. However, these two were his own people. Chastising them would be akin to striking his own face. With right-wing individuals present, he found it difficult to unleash his ire. Were there no outsiders around, he would have swiftly dealt with them. This Ming army, what exactly is its origin? Have you managed to ascertain the truth? Though he had already reprimanded them, Yutuo still needed to address the pressing matter at hand. This suddenly appearing Ming army, without even a designation, remained a mystery to him. He turned his gaze toward the 4 of them, hoping they might provide some insight, as they had directly engaged with this enigmatic force. Besides Dudu, the rest exchanged glances, their expressions conveying the answer to Yutuo, while Dudu remained silent, seemingly harboring a secret. Dudu wished to disclose the truth to Yutuo, yet faced with the general's inquiry, he hesitated. This force boasted 5,000 men, but today, the entire army had witnessed that there were merely 3,000. If he revealed this to Yutuo now, he could hardly fathom the general's reaction. Dudu? Yutuo immediately discerned the disquiet in Dudu's expression, his cold, piercing gaze fixated on him. Realizing he could not evade the inevitable, Dudu steeled himself and bluntly stated, "This Ming army is the very one I encountered in Gaolong." The assembly within the tent was left agape. Was this Ming army not still lingering near Jizhou? How could it have arrived here in merely a day and a night? Yutuo found it hard to believe. A mixed force of infantry and cavalry laden with supplies could not possibly traverse such distance in that time. Moreover, he had dispatched Aobai with 6,000 elite cavalry to keep an eye on them, and Yutuo had never doubted Aobai's capabilities. "Rest assured, my lord. This matter is beyond doubt," Dudu replied with a sigh, his tone laced with resignation. In the midst of the charged atmosphere, Yutuo unsheathed his sword. But several generals reacted quickly, rushing to restrain him, seizing him by the arms and waist to wrest the weapon from his grasp. "You claimed this Ming army numbered 5,000. Yet, it turns out to be barely over 3,000, having just defeated 16,000 elite troops in Gaolong. You have truly brought shame upon the men of Jianzhou." The more Yutuo spoke, the angrier he became, his frustration mounting as he struggled against the grip of the generals, imagining he could land a kick upon Dudu. To have the Jianzhou iron cavalry of 16,000 bested by a Ming army of fewer than 3,000 was a source of indignation not only for Yutuo but for any soldier of the Jianzhou as well. The Jurchens were not outnumbered by 10,000, they were unparalleled. With such a battlefield defeat, how could they ever boast of their proud declaration in front of outsiders again? Dudu lamented, "My lord, please quell your anger. This Ming army is not only formidable in strength but also cunning and treacherous, making them exceedingly difficult to contend with. Great general, did you not send Aobai to deal with them?" Aobai. Duduo sought to exonerate himself, deliberately mentioning Aobai. This reference ignited an already volatile situation, prompting Yutuo to roar furiously, "Where is Aobai? I demand to see him alive or dead. Send someone to fetch him at once." Just as Yutua was spiraling into a fit of rage, news arrived that Aobai had returned. Let him in quickly. Yutua, seething with anger, seized back his sword from a general and stood in the center of the tent, awaiting Aobai's arrival. Your humble servant, Aobai, pays his respects to the great general. Prior to entering, Aobai had been discreetly informed of the tense atmosphere within the tent, and he approached with trepidation. His demeanor cautious, resembling a wayward child before an adult, devoid of his former arrogance. Aobai, I ask you, how did you come to be followed by that Ming general? Why is he here while you remain unscathed? Yutua questioned, his voice laced with fury. Aobai knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his gaze. He realized he had no choice but to swallow his pride. And once Yutuo's ire had somewhat subsided, he recounted the events in detail. To Yutuo's astonishment, the Ming forces had successfully ambushed Jizhou City and plundered its entire stockpile of resources. The thought of all the accumulated provisions in Jizhou now in the hands of the Ming left him in agonizing despair, driving him into another frenzy. The majority of the resources and captives taken by their right flank had originated from Jizhou, and with Jizhou now breached, it meant their incursion had been nearly futile. If the endeavor had been in vain, it would be one thing, but the significant losses in troops made it all the more disastrous. If they could not recover the plundered resources, this venture would indeed be a grievous miscalculation. The generals within the tent, upon hearing this news, were equally disheartened. They had anticipated great wealth following their entry, only to find that their blood and sweat had merely adorned another's garments. What is the name of that Ming general? What rank does he hold? Why have I never heard of this force? After his fit of rage, Yutua regained a semblance of composure and bombarded Aobai with questions. Aobai, with a pained expression, replied, in response to your inquiry. That general is named Li Junye, merely a Qianhu from the Dengzhou Guard. Before Aobai could finish his explanation, Yutua erupted in a fit of fury. Turning to him and gripping his throat tightly, lifting him from the ground as one would a chick. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, he is merely a Qianhu? Do you take me for a child of 3? In his wrath, Yutua felt as though his intelligence was being mocked, his anger reaching its zenith. Chapter 90. Let us engage in battle first. Aobai felt the weight of despair. He spoke the truth, yet none would believe him. Not only Yutua, but nearly everyone in the tent doubted that the leader of this army was simply a Qianhu. With a grim countenance, Aobai implored, my lord, please allow me to clarify. Li Junye is indeed a Qianhu, and that is precisely why we have never heard of this army's name. Upon hearing Aobai's words, Yutua felt a flicker of realization within. The intelligence from the Jianzhou region almost encompassed every corner of the Ming Dynasty. It was implausible for such a formidable army to exist without their knowledge. The only possibility was that this army, both in its ranks and leadership, remained particularly inconspicuous within the Ming, allowing their intelligence network to overlook it. If the commander leading this force were merely a minor Qianhu, then all the mysteries would unravel effortlessly. However, Yutua was not so easily convinced. He doubted that a single Qianhu could muster such a powerful army on his own. Instead, he suspected this might be a deliberate ploy by the Ming to obscure their intelligence, fabricating such a Qianhu to deceive them. Didn't I instruct you to keep an eye on him? What have you been doing these past 2 days, allowing him to slip away and thwart my plans? Yutua exclaimed in frustration. He had never doubted Aobai's capabilities, but this time, he was indeed disappointed. My lord, it is merely a momentary lapse on the part of the servants, Aobai lamented, compelled to recount the subsequent events to Yutua. Only then did Yutua grasp the entire sequence of events, feeling a gnawing frustration. After a moment of calm, Yutua resolutely declared, since this fellow has unwittingly walked into our trap, and our supplies are in his hands, we absolutely cannot let him escape again. Relay my orders. All divisions must immediately prepare their troops, and, taking advantage of the enemy's unsteady footing, we shall annihilate this foe at once. Should anyone defy my commands again, I shall impose severe and unforgiving penalties. Yutuo's orders were delivered with fervor, yet Du beside him gasped in apprehension. He had personally experienced the might of the Ming forces when defending their city, with their powerful bows, crossbows, and various ranged firearms. Summoning his courage, he said, Commander, I must bring a matter to your attention. Although this Ming army is small in number, we must not underestimate them. Their formidable bows and an array of firearms possess tremendous power. If we attack without preparation, even if we emerge victorious, the casualties could be catastrophic. Now that they are encircled by our forces, escape is impossible. It would be wiser for us to construct shield carts and similar siege instruments, ensuring we are fully prepared before launching our assault. Upon hearing Du Du's words, Yu Tuo cast a skeptical gaze over the assembly. Several commanders, who had first-hand experience with the Ming army's ranged weaponry, nodded in agreement. Yu Tuo had been observing the previous battle conditions and had witnessed the destructive capabilities of the Ming's long-range projectiles, with the backing of the other commanders. He was compelled to believe them. Shield carts, while seemingly simple to construct, had always been an effective tool for the Jianzhou forces in sieges. Yu Tuo had no doubt about their utility. The Jianzhou troops were exceedingly few. They could hardly afford to suffer losses. For him, the Ming forces encircled within their grasp were akin to turtles in a tank, unable to escape. There was no need to sacrifice a significant portion of his soldiers to eliminate such a small contingent of Ming troops. Shield carts could be produced in large quantities within a short span of time, and Yu Tuo was willing to wait a few days for their completion. After contemplating for a moment, Yu Tuo said fiercely, "In that case, let us allow them to live a few more days. Once all preparations are in place, we shall ensure they pay for their blood with blood." The population of the Jurchens was indeed too sparse. Engaging in such fierce battles was simply not sustainable. Although Yu Tuo was filled with fury, he had never lost his reason. He promptly assigned the task of preparing for the attack to Du, who had engaged in numerous skirmishes with the enemy and had undoubtedly accumulated some experience. After conveying these instructions, Yu Tuo inquired about the casualties, only to discover that in the recent battle, they had lost a staggering 8,000 troops. The pain in his heart was unbearable, and he hurriedly dismissed the crowd, retreating alone to wallow in his sorrow. Meanwhile, within the encirclement, the Ming army was not idle. They convened a military meeting almost simultaneously with Yu Tuo's discussions. Lu Xiangxing addressed the assembled generals, stating, "Today, although we have narrowly triumphed over the Jurchens, let us not succumb to arrogance. The enemy still possesses around 70 to 80,000 troops. Should they launch another offensive, it could happen at any moment. I wonder if anyone has any strategies for countering them." After speaking, Lu Xiangxing scanned the faces before him and suddenly fixed his gaze on General Li Junye. "General Li, do you have any suggestions? Please speak freely." Li Junye immediately rose and replied, "Currently, the enemy is strong while we are weak. Although our forces have combined, we have fewer than 5,000 capable fighters and lack a fortified position. Relying solely on our own strength seems futile. To overcome a formidable foe, we must have reinforcements." Lu Xiangxing furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, "There are indeed reinforcements in Jizha town, but Gao Qiqian is short-sighted and will certainly not dispatch them." In response, Hu Dawei, waving his still-bound arm, shouted loudly, "In that case, rather than waiting idly for death, we should take advantage of tonight's moonlight to break through." Yang Guizhu, the commanding general, quickly interjected, "Tiger, I fear you are mistaken. There are still over 1,000 wounded brothers in our camp. If we attempt to break out tonight, these brothers will inevitably be left behind. We cannot simply abandon them to the Jurchens." Realizing his hasty words, Hu Dawei sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Abandoning the wounded to escape was absolutely out of the question. Even if we remained here, we would fight until the very last moment. In light of the disagreement between the two, Lu Xiangxing decisively made a ruling. Li Junye stepped forward and said, "Do not worry, General. Gao Qiqian from Jizha may not be as unwilling to send troops as it seems. We may not truly be resigned to our fate. Do you have a viable plan?" Lu Xiangxing asked, intrigued by Li Junye's words. Li Junye explained, "Gao Qiqian's reluctance to dispatch troops does not stem from a desire to see us perish. Rather, it is due to his cowardice. He fears that should he engage in battle, he might suffer losses. Currently, he resembles a merchant in possession of a treasure, waiting for a favorable price. To persuade Gao Qiqian to send troops, we must present this situation as one from which he could profit." Yang Guizhu frowned and remarked, "While the Qiangning cavalry is formidable, Jizha only has a little over 30,000 men. Against 80,000 Jurchens, our chances of victory are slim. How can we convince him that there is profit to be made? Let us engage in a grand battle." Li Junye exclaimed, raising an eyebrow. The others in the tent were utterly perplexed, craning their necks and straining to hear what Li Junye would say next. Chapter 91. A rarity of hot soup. Li Junye continued, "Gao Qiqian's primary fear is that he cannot prevail against the Jin invaders. A rash deployment could lead to a disastrous defeat. Thus, I intend to set an example for Gao Qiqian by confronting the Jin in battle, triumphing over them, and demonstrating that they are not invincible. If we can vanquish the Jin, then the esteemed cavalry of the Ming Dynasty, the Guaning Iron Cavalry, shall have all the more reason to believe they can achieve victory as well." However, it was known that Gao Qiqian and Yang Sikang had always disagreed with Minister Liu, and the eunuchs might exploit this opportunity to eliminate him. Yang Guozhu replied with a furrowed brow. You are correct, General Yang. But while Gao Qichan may differ in opinion from Minister Liu, he remains loyal to His Majesty for the time being. It is unlikely he would deliberately conspire against Minister Liu. If we can achieve a significant victory against the Jin solely through our efforts, it would be untenable for Gao Qichan to stand idly by in the face of such a defeat. After hearing this, some nodded in agreement while others maintained their silence, their faces still etched with concern. Amidst the debate, the one with true authority, Lu Xiangxin, remained silent, leaving everyone to speculate about his true thoughts. Although Lu Xiangxin held the position of governor of Xuanda, wielding the imperial sword and commanding the royal army, he showed no airs in front of the young man before him. He merely cast a dubious glance in Li Junye's direction, unsure of his intentions but respecting his ideas without further comment. Minister Liu, esteemed generals, it is time to dine. At that moment, several cooks entered the tent, bearing fragrant bowls of beef soup, made from the cattle that had perished after Li Jun's fiery strategy. Although the tent was filled with high-ranking officials and generals, the Liu army had been out of provisions for days, and they had not enjoyed meat in quite some time. Their eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious beef. What are you waiting for? If you want to eat, come quickly. Despite their overwhelming hunger, no one dared to act without Lu Xiangxin's command. Upon hearing his words, the generals, disregarding all decorum, rushed toward the cooks like children clamoring for food. Each filled a bowl and began to feast heartily. Minister, your soup. Observing the others relishing their meal, Lu Xiangxin felt a surge of satisfaction as the army's steward, Lu Kai, respectfully brought a bowl of beef soup to him. Has everyone in the army been served? Seeing the steaming soup on the table, Lu Xiangxin furrowed his brows and quietly inquired of Lu Kai. Rest assured, Minister, everyone has been served. Lu Kai replied respectfully. Lord Li brought a substantial number of livestock and provisions. Not only the grains, but even the fallen cattle and horses on the battlefield could sustain us for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangxin smiled faintly and eagerly lifted the warm soup before him, gently bringing it to his lips. Noticing that Lu Xiangxin had begun to eat, Lu Kai smiled contentedly and turned to the men in the tent, announcing loudly, Today, everyone is free to feast to their heart's content. I assure you, there will be enough for all. We fear not that you will eat too much, but rather that you will leave food uneaten. This young Lu Kai was the shepherd of Lu Xiangxin's army. When Lu Xiangxin fell, he bravely shielded his body with his own, succumbing to 24 arrows in the process. Li Junye was also served a bowl and took a gentle sip. Despite the limited conditions, the army's cook had not scrimped on the seasoning, and the meat was perfectly cooked. The chunks of beef melted in his mouth. Li Junye relished 2 large bowls before stopping, while the others in the tent feasted as if released from a prison, devouring their meals with abandon. Some even consumed 3 or 4 bowls without pause. Fortunately, after their meal, the enemy made no move, and both Li's and Lu's troops pressed on through the night, weary and worn from travel, with only essential personnel left to stand guard, allowing the others to rest adequately. As night fell, they were treated to another fragrant beef soup. Though this meal was not consumed with the same fervor as the previous one, perhaps from having overindulged or from the realization that they were no longer short of food. Now, not only did they have various livestock and grains brought by Li Junye, but they had also collected hundreds of dead cattle and even more than 1,000 dead horses. In the harsh winter, where water froze instantly, these carcasses lay outside, already frozen and would not spoil any time soon, providing sustenance for an extended period. The only shortage was firewood. The heavy snow made it difficult to find, and the enemy's blockade prevented access to fuel for warmth, leaving them with only the bare minimum needed for cooking and boiling water. Fortunately, Li Junye had brought a significant amount of fine silks and fabrics from Jizhou. Though each piece was costly, he generously distributed them among the soldiers to help them fend off the cold. It is crucial to note that in such frigid conditions, camping outdoors poses a high risk of frostbite and hypothermia, leading to unnecessary losses. In the depths of winter, night fell particularly early. Not long after finishing dinner, darkness began to envelop the surroundings. After donning his cloak, Li Junye strode purposefully into a military tent, which was brightly lit. The leaders of the Li army had been waiting inside, gathered around a table displaying a map, their expressions suggesting that a meeting had just concluded. Is everyone prepared? Li Junye inquired, shaking the snow from his hat as he entered. Ready? The assembled men replied in unison. Then let us commence, Li Junye commanded immediately. The generals exited the tent, where 3,000 troops with shovels and various tools had been waiting, now eagerly setting to work around the camp. Their movements were swift and enigmatic, akin to a ghostly battalion laboring in the pitch-black night. reluctant to even light an additional lamp. While Li Junye was engaged in his toil, Lu Junye's soldiers had long succumbed to exhaustion and fallen into slumber. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangxing and several senior generals remained awake, deliberating military affairs within the central tent. Just then, General Li had led his troops, armed with shovels and picks, outside the main camp. Suddenly, a soldier rushed in with urgent news. "Sir, what scheme is Li Junye concocting? Is he planning to make a hasty escape under the cover of night?" General Hu Dawei interjected without a moment's hesitation. "Not necessarily," Lu Xiangxing mused, stroking his beard, unable to fathom Li Junye's true intentions. "Let us all go outside and see for ourselves." "At your command." Generals Yang and Hu promptly followed Lu Xiangxing's lead to the tent entrance. Upon stepping outside the camp, Lu Xiangxing was taken aback. At that moment, 3,000 soldiers from Li's army were toiling vigorously, collecting the more than a foot of accumulated snow from the ground. They were using the formations of their original chariots as a framework, piling the snow upon it and compacting it steadily. A segment of the snow wall had begun to take shape. While not exceedingly tall, approximately 8 feet high, it was remarkably broad, nearly 9 feet wide. Due to the chariot framework, as the snow was compacted and water was continuously poured over it in the freezing temperatures, this icy wall became as solid as iron. With just a glance, Lu Xiangxing immediately grasped Li Junye's intention. He was constructing a formidable ice and snow wall around the camp. The defensive strength provided by such a wall was undoubtedly superior to the original chariot formations. Lu Xiangxing's heart swelled with excitement as he genuinely admired Li Junye's ingenuity. He turned to his standard-bearer and exclaimed, "Quickly, fetch your general to see me." In the pitch darkness, visibility was nearly non-existent, even 10 steps away. One could scarcely discern anything. Aside from a few essential dim lamps, there were no other sources of illumination, and shouting was out of the question. Even Lu Xiangxing, along with the standard-bearer, found it challenging to locate Li Junye amidst the obscurity. Sensing Lu Xiangxing's urgency, the standard-bearer dared not delay. However, in his haste, he stumbled and fell heavily into the snow. Clambering back to his feet, he scarcely had time to check for injuries before hastily continuing his search for Li Junye. After stumbling several times in the dark and quietly inquiring along the way, the standard-bearer finally found Li Junye in a corner, collaborating with several soldiers to push a large cart laden with snow. "General, Lu Xiangxing and the other commanders are looking for you." At this moment, Li Junye could officially be addressed as general, as the entire army had swiftly adopted the title. "Where are they?" Li Junye released his grip on the cart, dusted off his hands, and wiped the sweat from his brow. "They are just a short distance from the gate." The chief officer hurriedly led Li Junye towards the location of Lu Xiangxing. "In the dimness of the night, I found it peculiar that these individuals were hesitant to ignite even a single lamp. Could it be that the camp was deficient in oil?" After the chief officer sought out Li Junye, the nearby General Hu Dawei observed the soldiers laboring in the fields and voiced his confusion. On the other side, General Yang Guozhu quickly interjected, "Do not speak nonsense. I dispatched someone to inventory the supplies earlier today, and there is no shortage of lamp oil in the camp." Then what could be the reason? Hu Dawei scratched his head, genuinely perplexed by the situation. "Quickly, extinguish all the lamps we have with us." Before Hu and Yang could continue their discourse, Lu Xiangxing had already been contemplating a question, and upon hearing that the camp was not lacking in oil, he instantly grasped the entirety of the matter. The accompanying individuals, upon receiving the command, promptly extinguished their torches, plunging the surroundings into darkness once more. "Why is this, my lord?" Hu Dawei inquired, as he had not yet had the chance to ask. Li Junye then appeared before the crowd. "I, Li Junye, pay my respects to Lord Lu." "Junye, pray tell, what is your intent in this darkness?" Seeing Li Junye's figure, Lu Xiangxing warmly extended his robust and comforting hand, pulling him aside to converse. Li Junye promptly laid bare his plans, and it was only at this moment that Lu Xiangxing comprehended the true thoughts of Li Junye. It turned out that Li Junye had long been preparing for the impending battle. The skirmish earlier in the day had revealed to everyone that Lu Xiangxing's 2 defensive lines were utterly inadequate to withstand the assaults of the enemy. Thus, to resist the enemy, it was imperative to enhance these 2 lines of defense. However, given the severe encirclement by the enemy and the constraints of the situation, Li Junye was compelled to utilize local materials, leading him to the idea of constructing walls from snow. As for the strict prohibition against allowing soldiers to create light or make noise, this was a necessity. For only in such profound darkness could the encircling enemy remain oblivious to their wall construction. "Generally, how sturdy is this snow structure you have created?" After listening to Li Junye's explanation, General Hu Dawei approached a wall that was under construction, carefully inspecting the icy barrier. Just by touch, he could sense the diligence with which Li Junye's soldiers had crafted it. Li Junye chuckled and bowed slightly, saying, "As for its sturdiness, to be honest, I have yet to test it. I was hoping General Hu could assist me in this regard." Hu Dawei, sensing a hint of provocation in those words, felt a surge of excitement and laughed heartily. "In that case, I shall gladly assist General Li in this endeavor." With that, he gestured towards two soldiers behind him, who promptly stepped forward, drawing their sabers and striking fiercely at the icy wall. Although Li Junye's snow wall was constructed from snow, it was reinforced with the vehicles from the original formation, layering hay upon each layer of ice to serve as binding. Every layer of snow was meticulously compacted by the hands of men, followed by an incessant dousing of ice water. Although constructed from snow, it had solidified into a single, formidable ice wall. The two soldiers exerted tremendous effort, drenched in sweat, yet they managed to chip away only a small fragment of ice. Exhausted, they leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. Witnessing this, Hu Dawei, seemingly undeterred, stepped forward silently, pushed aside the two soldiers, and wielded his hefty broadsword with fervor against the ice wall. He summoned all his strength, striking repeatedly, but to his dismay, the piece he severed was scarcely better than what the two soldiers had accomplished. Instantly, he resembled a phoenix stripped of its feathers, bowing his head and approaching Lu Xiangxing to whisper softly. "Ah, truly, heroes emerge from youth," he exclaimed. "Our commander has long been revered for his military acumen, yet I could not have conceived such a simple strategy." Upon hearing Hu Dawei's murmured words, Lu Xiangxing erupted into hearty laughter. Li Junye, eager to downplay the praise, stepped forward humbly, stating, "Commander, you flatter me. This is not a conventional strategy, but merely a fortuitous alignment of circumstances." During the late Ming Dynasty, amidst the waning period of the Little Ice Age, temperatures plummeted. The winter was already harsh, and the recent days had been exceptionally frigid, providing the perfect conditions for Li Junye's ice wall plan to come to fruition. Chapter 93. Assemble the entire army for a general assault. Lu Xiangxing, observing Li Junye's modest demeanor, said nothing, instead fixating his gaze upon him, stroking his long beard and laughing heartily. After a moment, he turned to General Yang Guizhou behind him and commanded, "You are to return to the barracks immediately and mobilize some troops to assist General Li in constructing the Ice City. Remember, the more hands, the better." "I shall obey," Yang Guizhou replied, his urgency palpable as he prepared to depart. However, Li Junye interjected, "Your soldiers have long been without provisions. They are weary and fatigued. With the impending battle, they are already exhausted. I hope the commander will allow them the rest they so desperately need. For only with ample rest can they muster the strength to confront the enemy." Lu Xiangxing hesitated, "But I see that the construction requires considerable manpower." Li Junye promptly responded, "Do not worry, Commander. I have my plans." "Very well. If that is the case, I shall not burden myself further," Lu Xiangxing murmured in agreement. Deep down, he understood that his soldiers were indeed fatigued and in dire need of rest. Yet, watching Li Junye's troops bustling with activity while his own men slumbered within the tents felt unjust to him. Observing Li Junye's composed demeanor reassured Lu Xiangxing, as if he had swallowed a calming pill, allowing him to relax his brow. "Thus, we shall express our gratitude for General Li's kindness and refrain from disturbing his efforts. Everyone, let us take our leave," Lu Xiangxing softly declared. After bidding farewell to Li Junye, he led his men into the darkness, disappearing into the night. Outside the camp, silence reigned, yet shadows flitted through the blackness. Morning broke. As dawn's gentle light began to break, a panic-stricken rider burst into the camp of General Yutua. Breathless with urgency, "My lord, the Ming army constructed a wall overnight." The messenger, a seasoned veteran with graying temples and a face etched with deep lines of experience, bore an expression of profound anxiety. It was unfathomable how the besieging Ming forces could erect a fortification in a single day, particularly given the absence of any construction materials. This veteran could vouch for the fact that not even a bird had escaped the encirclement that night, let alone a human being. The wall appeared as if conjured from thin air. Despite his extensive experience, he felt an unsettling fear creeping upon him. Pondering whether the tales of divine intervention might hold truth, what if celestial beings truly aided the Ming forces? "What did you say?" "Repeat that." General Yutua, having just risen and still clad in his night robe, sensed the gravity of the situation at the sight of the man's exaggerated fear. He had already grasped the message. Yet he wished to deny the reality of his ears. "My lord, the Ming army has built a wall within the encirclement last night," the veteran choked out. his voice thick with distress. "Take me to see it?" After the veteran elaborated, Yutuo's heart sank. Without even changing out of his night attire, he hastily wrapped himself in a luxurious fur coat and, surrounded by his attendants, followed the veteran in haste. Climbing to a nearby elevation, Yutuo felt an unsettling anxiety. It was here that he had commanded the battle just the day before. This elevation, a small hill crowned with glistening white snow, resembled a bun nestled in an endless expanse of snowy wilderness. From its flat summit, he could survey the entirety of the Ming encampment. When the veteran had reported the alarming news, the dawn was but a faint glow, and he had left before the light truly illuminated the scene. Thus, he had only glimpsed a shadowy outline in the darkness, mistaking it for a wall, which provoked his panic. However, as Yutuo reached the high ground, the day was now bright, and he could see clearly that the Ming forces had constructed a wall of ice. Although incomplete, the wall stood 5 or 6 feet tall, with Ming soldiers outside the encampment, diligently continuing their construction efforts. Understanding the harshness of the cold land of the Jurchens, Yutuo recognized the formidable nature of the seemingly innocuous ice and snow. Witnessing the progress the Ming had made, he was overcome with rage and humiliation. Pointing furiously at the veteran, "You wretched servant, how could you let those Ming dogs build a wall overnight without your knowledge? My lord, please calm your anger." The veteran implored, "I scarcely slept a wink last night and am equally baffled as to how, with the dawn, a wall could appear before me. Bring forth this negligent fool. Have him executed at once." Yutuo was seething with rage, his entire body trembling uncontrollably, devoid of any patience to hear this man's explanations. "Spare me, great commander." The pitiful Nyo Lu, upon realizing his impending doom, incessantly bowed to the ground in supplication, no matter how he wept or pleaded. Yutuo remained unmoved, instead dismissively waving his hand. 2 guards who had come to escort him, after receiving clear orders, promptly seized the unfortunate Nyo Lu and dragged him away like a lifeless pig. Shortly thereafter, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the air. "Assemble the entire army and launch a full-scale assault immediately. We must annihilate these Ming dogs before sunset. Annihilate them utterly." Yutuo, having grown up in the harsh, frigid lands of northeast China, understood better than anyone the formidable power of ice and snow under extreme cold. He could no longer afford to wait for his siege equipment to be fully prepared. It was imperative to crush the Ming encampment before their icy fortifications could be erected. Should he delay until his siege apparatus was ready, the Ming defenses would be completed, necessitating significant sacrifices of his own forces, prolonging the conflict, wasting precious time, and jeopardizing his subsequent military maneuvers. It was vital to note that a considerable portion of the plunder from his right flank had already fallen into the hands of Li Junye and Jizhou, leaving little for his troops and fostering resentment among the soldiers, tarnishing his own reputation. Moreover, Dorgan's left flank had advanced with steady confidence, navigating the terrain as if swimming in water, encountering not a single formidable battle along the way. With comparison comes pain, should he linger. Not only would he suffer losses in men and resources, but upon returning empty-handed, his standing among the princes would be irreparably damaged. The stakes of this battle were not only tied to his honor but also to his future, compelling Yutuo to seek a swift resolution. Chapter 94. Dark clouds over the city. Half an hour later, as the sun began to rise, the world was cast in a uniform hue. Yutuo still stood atop the high ground, now fully adorned in his armor, surrounded by a throng of generals. Yet, each face was colder than the current weather, all silent as mice, anxiously awaiting Yutuo's command. Encircling the Ming army's camp were tightly packed, fully equipped cavalry of the Jurchens, resembling dark clouds looming over the city. The oppressive atmosphere palpable enough to induce suffocation. "Pay them no mind. Without the general's command, do not cease your tasks," instructed a chief flag-bearer overseeing the fortifications. Surveying the densely packed Jurchens, he noted how they had completely surrounded the camp. Anyone with discernment could see that the Jurchens were poised to launch a large-scale assault. Yet, the chief flag-bearer dismissed the notion, spitting derisively at their presumed arrogance. Though this Ming army had been formed only recently, they were known for their strict adherence to commands. Under the guidance of this 100-man captain, they scrambled eagerly to complete their tasks, as if invigorated by some elixir. Regardless of the imposing presence of Yutuo's cavalry, the soldiers did not even deign to glance their way, each one engrossed in their labor. A few irreverent voices, emboldened, even set aside their work to hurl insults at the Jurchens encircling them. Bitterly cold, the weather was exceptionally frigid. Although the soldiers of the Ming army were clad in fine garments designed to withstand the chill, Prolonged labor in the wintry outdoors had left their hands and feet riddled with painful frostbite. Yet, these brave warriors remained undeterred by hardship, diligently striving to fulfill each task assigned to them. A group of seemingly inconspicuous soldiers caught the eye of Yutuo, who, upon witnessing their disdainful expressions and frivolous banter, was consumed by a surging anger. It is worth noting that since his arrival in the frontier, every Ming soldier he encountered had fled in terror. Never had anyone dared to treat him with such contempt. If it were Lu Xiangxing or Sun Chuanting, it might be forgivable. But these were merely a band of insignificant foot soldiers. Frustrated by a series of misfortunes, Yutuo was already a cauldron of raging fire, akin to a bomb on the verge of detonation, where even the tiniest spark could ignite its immense power. This group of soldiers, in Yutuo's eyes, was so trivial they barely registered above dust, yet they had effortlessly ignited the bomb within him. Who will go forth to slay this audacious band of Ming dogs? Yutuo bellowed, pointing at them in furious exasperation. I shall. Upon Yutuo's command, a robust and formidable general stepped forward. This was Aobai, who had previously been tasked with restraining the Li army. However, not only had he lost Jizhou, but he had also allowed this contingent of Ming soldiers to escape his pursuit with alarming ease. Aobai, a renowned general of the Jianzhou forces, was well aware of his illustrious reputation, yet he felt his pride tarnished by this unknown youth. He harbored an intense hatred for this Ming army. And true to his character, he was determined to reclaim his lost honor. As Aobai emerged, Yutuo's previously furious countenance shifted to one of mixed emotions, oscillating between delight and disdain, a myriad of feelings swirling within him. The joy stemmed from the knowledge that Aobai was his most valiant commander, and with him leading the charge, Yutuo felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, his disdain was rooted in the formidable firepower of the Ming army, which he had personally witnessed. Should Aobai take the lead, the casualties would likely be significant. After all, these soldiers were Yutuo's trusted subordinates, and sending them into the fray filled him with trepidation. Recognizing that soldiers equate to resources, Yutuo deliberated and ultimately decided against risking his core troops. His gaze then shifted towards Hao Gu and Abatai, two leaders from Dalgarin's right flank, whose loss would not weigh heavily on him, particularly since they had traveled far to seize credit for victories. If not them, then whom should he expend? With his mind made up, Yutuo resolved to send these two unwitting souls to the front lines. However, Hao Gu and Abatai were not fools from the outset. They had suspected they would be chosen to lead the charge. Yet, they were utterly taken aback when Aobai unexpectedly stepped forward at this crucial moment. Both exhaled in relief, deliberately avoiding Yutuo's gaze, unwilling to engage with him. Little did they know, Aobai's eagerness only fueled Yutuo's growing ire as he observed Abatai and Hao Ji's reactions. Upon casting one last glance at the two of them, they remained resolutely averse to meeting Yutuo's gaze, which left him feeling somewhat disinterested. He feigned composure and calmly addressed Aobai, saying, Aobai, your troops are the elite of my army. Should we fail again this time, beware, I shall impose dual penalties upon you and take your head. Yutuo deliberately emphasized the phrase elite of my army, hoping that, in the presence of Abatai and Hao Gu, Aobai would grasp the underlying implications of his words. However, while the speaker had intention, the listener was oblivious. Aobai, consumed by his own ambitions, was blinded by hatred, rendering Yutuo's message lost on him. He responded boisterously, Rest assured, my lord, since you have entrusted your elite forces to me, I shall not tarnish your esteemed name. I will teach these Ming dogs a lesson in the might of my iron cavalry. Upon hearing this, Yutuo felt a surge of exasperation. This foolish servant had completely misconstrued his meaning. Rather than conserving strength, he was intent on engaging in a head-on clash with the Ming army. This was unacceptable. Should things go awry, he could potentially lose everything he had built. Without those resources, how could he establish himself in the future? After taking a moment to compose himself, Yutuo devised a plan and pretended to be reassured, nodding slightly as he spoke. General Ao, you are indeed both loyal and valiant, deeply concerned for the nation. I am truly gratified. Just as everyone assumed Yutuo was merely exchanging pleasantries and the matter was concluded, his gaze suddenly sharpened and his tone shifted. His piercing eyes flashed like lightning across the faces of Hao Gu and Abatai. The two, initially apprehensive about having to take the lead in this endeavor, felt a wave of relief when Aobai unexpectedly stepped in, speaking with fervor. Their anxious hearts lightened, and they exchanged a triumphant glance. Yet, none of this escaped Yutuo's keen observation. In that instant, as his gaze swept over them like a blade, both men felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. their hearts racing with unease. Could it be that this man had changed his mind again? Chapter 95. Ao Bai's overconfidence, however. Lu Xiangxing was no fool, and with new reinforcements, I believe this support force is even more formidable than Lu Xiangxing's own troops. Abatai, trembling with fear, glanced up at Yutua, only to find his steely gaze locking onto his own. He quickly echoed, "Your words ring true, my lord." Lu Xiangxing is indeed no ordinary foe, and this new army is astonishingly formidable, having appeared out of nowhere to strike at our rear, repeatedly achieving victories against us with fewer numbers. It is to be feared that this battle will present us with two exceptionally challenging adversaries. Exaggerating the enemy's strength in front of superiors only serves to benefit oneself, a principle Abatai was all too aware of. Since Yutua had already set the tone, it was only prudent for him to ride the wave of this sentiment. After Abatai finished speaking, Yutua nodded in satisfaction. However, I find myself perplexed by a particular matter. What exactly does the commander mean by his words? To exaggerate the enemy's strength before battle may indeed favor the commander, yet it can easily dampen the troops' morale. It is prudent to regard the enemy with respect strategically while underestimating them tactically. Yu Zhong is undoubtedly well versed in the principles of leadership and is aware of this truth. Yet today, his behavior is notably out of character. Such remarks in the face of imminent conflict are inconsistent with his usual demeanor. Consequently, Abatai, with forthrightness, brought the matter to light. In truth, both Abatai and Hauge had already harbored their own calculations. Yu Zhong's deliberate utterance may suggest a reluctance to part with his resources, implying that one person alone cannot contend with Ao Bai. Rather, they must both join forces. If they do collaborate, it is likely that they will find themselves at the forefront once again, while Ao Bai remains in the rear, waiting to reap the rewards. This thought ignited a surge of frustration within Abatai. However, in the military, there is no room for familial ties, let alone those of uncles and nephews. Alas, under the roof of another, one must lower their head. At this moment, Abatai quietly regretted his earlier decisions, lamenting why he had urged Algan to seize the right flank for glory. What was the outcome? Not only did they suffer heavy losses, but they also failed to secure any accolades, bearing the brunt of all the arduous tasks on the right flank. Hauge, brimming with youthful vigor, spoke without hesitation, directly addressing Yu Zhong. "Are you suggesting, esteemed commander, that we should reinforce Ao Bai with additional troops? Frankly, following yesterday's battle, my forces on the right flank have suffered significant casualties and are utterly exhausted. If you intend to send reinforcements to Ao Bai, I kindly ask that you assign different personnel. As the eldest son of Huang Taiji, Hauge is the most likely candidate to inherit the throne, making him the sole individual bold enough to confront Yu Zhong directly. In this context, he is also the one whom Yu Zhong regards with caution." In response to Hauge's aggressive remarks, Yu Zhong merely smiled gracefully and replied, "Dear elder brother, you need not worry. I am well aware of the current condition of your troops. Even if I were to send reinforcements, I would not assign you and your brother to this task. Then who do you intend to send?" Hauge, suddenly irritated by the incessant address of elder brother, understood that Yu Zhong's use of the term was a deliberate affront. "It is not you, Hauge, whom I fear. Rather, it is the eldest son of Huang Taiji that I regard with apprehension." Although Hauge is the eldest son, the governance of the Jurchens does not adhere to a clear primogeniture succession as seen in the Central Plains dynasties. Thus, the future inheritor of the highest position among the Jurchens is not necessarily Hauge, though he holds the greatest likelihood. This implication carries significant weight for Hauge. So, who do you intend to send? Hauge was already vexed by Yu Zhong's persistent use of elder brother, fully aware of the discomfort it caused him. It is a source of frustration for Hauge to be unable to find any fault, despite his awareness that the address was designed to irritate him. Therefore, he felt compelled to clarify his point once more. Had this been a quarter of an hour earlier, Ao Bai would have undoubtedly interjected, declaring, "I require no additional soldiers from the commander. My troops alone are sufficient to capture the enemy camp." As a renowned and formidable general of the Jianzhou, commanding an elite force of 6,000 against a mere 4,000 to 5,000 remnants of the Ming army, is this not akin to slicing through vegetables? In the Liaodong region, he has historically been able to chase thousands of border soldiers with just a few hundred men. So what more can be said when 6,000 of his finest confront 4,000 to 5,000 defeated foes? The Liaodong border forces are the most elite of the Ming's troops, and yet, these remnants are hardly worthy of mention in Ao Bai's eyes. He acknowledges that when it comes to cunning schemes and deceptions, he may not surpass the current Ming forces, but face-to-face with genuine steel and gunpowder. Bai is confident that, despite incurring some losses, his iron cavalry would surely sweep them away like autumn leaves in the wind. However, after overhearing the subtle exchanges among his comrades, Bai discerned the underlying caution in Yutuo's words, advising him to be prudent with his resources. Naturally, Bai refrained from uttering another word. Moreover, reinforcing his troops would not only tarnish his reputation but would also ultimately serve his own interests. He understood well that any additional forces would merely become fodder before him. The commanding general, willing to see his subordinates suffer substantial casualties, was presented with an opportunity by Yutuo. It was not a request he made himself. And it seemed that the negative impact on his reputation was not as significant as he had initially imagined. In his heart, Bai found himself pleased. Injurtu Li Shuaitai. Your servant is here. Not long after Yutuo's remarks, two armored generals, visibly excited, appeared before him. Yutuo regarded them with satisfaction before decisively stating, I command you both to temporarily serve under Bai's command. You shall accompany him to potentially breach the enemy camp and capture the head of Lu Xiangxing. Upon the successful completion of this task, I shall personally advocate for your rewards before the emperor. Your servant obeys. The prospect of capturing Lu Xiangxing, the governor of the Ming forces, was indeed a grand achievement. The two were nearly overwhelmed with excitement, their eyes brimming with unspoken gratitude as they looked at Yutuo. While the Ming forces were indeed formidable adversaries, Bai was an unparalleled warrior. Historically, anyone who followed him into battle had a high chance of victory. Moreover, Yutuo had now put forth his utmost resources, instilling in them a sense of confidence, as if an extraordinary triumph awaited them, ready to be seized. Hauga and Abatai, observing the expressions of the two, found it both amusing and exasperating. They exchanged knowing glances, silently sharing a laugh. Injurtu was the commander of the Mongolian Right Red Banner. The background of Li Shuaitai was even more intriguing. Originally named Li Yanling, he entered the court at the tender age of 12 to serve Nurhasai, who bestowed upon him the name Li Shuaitai. He hailed from the Han troops of the Jianzhou and was the son of Li Yongfang, the first defector to the Jianzhou. When Li Yongfang surrendered, he was merely a guerrilla in the Ming army, yet Nurhasai arranged for his granddaughter to marry him, and similarly, Li Shuaitai was a daughter of the Jianzhou royal family. This illustrates Li Yongfang's significant standing within the ranks of the Jianzhou. Chapter 96. Bai takes the field. The Han Army 8 banners, as the name implies, is primarily composed of Han individuals, mainly consisting of surrendered troops and generals from the Ming Dynasty, alongside the remnants of Han people from the fallen Liaodong region. Despite sharing a common language and bloodline, these individuals exhibit a ferocity in killing their fellow Han that surpasses even that of the Manchu invaders. Yet, within the ranks of the Manchu 8 banners, they remain the most despised. Yutuo's actions were nothing short of audacious, as he dispatched 3 of his most trusted generals in one sweeping motion, leaving the right-wing leaders Abatai and Houge with no retort, gradually yielding to his authority internally. The defeats at Gaoang and Jizhou not only resulted in the loss of countless troops, but also led to the Ming army seizing the majority of their captured resources. What was initially intended as a lucrative venture turned into a disastrous encounter, costing them both men and material. For the Manchus, while wealth can be regained through plunder, the loss of life is irreplaceable, as their numbers are already few. If this strategy continues, the Manchus face imminent extinction. The recent battles, in which Li Jun decimated a significant portion of Manchu forces, have placed a heavy burden on Yutuo. With his troops diminished and the spoils of war seized by the Ming, he understood that failing to capture Lu Xiangxin would seal his fate upon returning home. Thus, acquiring Lu Xiangxin's head became imperative, a singular opportunity for him to redeem himself. Bai commanded Yutuo's elite troops, consisting of over 6,000 men, with more than 1,000 being armored soldiers. Bai's forces represented the very essence of Yutuo's army. Such formidable troops were typically employed to charge into the fray, playing a decisive role in the battle. Utilizing these elite forces to breach the enemy's defenses was optimal. However, Yutuo had first-hand experience of the Ming army's firepower, and he knew that casualties would be considerable, weighing heavily on his heart. Bai, renowned for his indomitable courage, was no fool. Although he had not engaged the Ming forces directly, his observations had made it clear that this enigmatic Ming army should not be underestimated. Rather than leading his troops into a headlong charge, he opted to gather all the shield carts crafted by Du overnight. Although practical, these carts were simply constructed, and with numerous hands at their disposal, Du managed to produce 200 to 300 of them in a single night. With these carts in tow, Aobai prepared for the assault. He arranged his troops in a secluded area before personally approaching with a contingent of guards to closely observe the Ming army's defensive positions. This reconnaissance served dual purposes, to gauge the Ming strengths and weaknesses and to harbor Aobai's own aspirations. Despite commanding 6,000 elite troops, he felt it necessary to seek assistance from Injurtu and Li Shuaizhen, who brought the Mongolian 8 banners and the Han Army 8 banners to the fray. Although Aobai was aware that these two individuals were merely intended to serve as cannon fodder, onlookers would not perceive it in the same light, inevitably tarnishing his reputation. Thus, Aobai devised a subtle scheme to reclaim the dignity he felt had been lost. He sought to seize this opportunity to gather intelligence on his adversaries, allowing the world to witness once more his formidable prowess. As the sun ascended higher in the sky, golden rays illuminated the vast expanse, and the once frigid wilderness began to warm slightly. Prior to his departure, Aobai had thoroughly acquainted himself with the Ming army's artillery configurations, thereby possessing a comprehensive understanding of their cannon range. Despite being in close proximity to the Ming encampment, he had never ventured within the range of their cannons, inciting considerable frustration among the Ming gunners. Aobai first proceeded directly to the east, where the Ming formations were neatly organized. Half of the soldiers were stationed at their combat posts, while the other half continued to construct fortifications, displaying no signs of panic in the face of their advancing enemy. Look, that man resembles a high-ranking officer of the Jianzhou. An opportunity for promotion and wealth has presented itself. Shall we not risk our lives for a chance at fortune? A soldier, engaged in compacting snow, inadvertently glanced up and spotted Aobai, accompanied by merely a handful of bodyguards, surveying the camp with keen interest. The Ming forces had already engaged the Jianzhou in several skirmishes, and seasoned veterans could easily discern the rank of Jianzhou officers merely by their attire and retinue. The Ming army was known for its clear rewards and punishments, with bountiful rewards for those who had distinguished themselves in prior fierce battles. Many had already claimed the heads of high-ranking Jianzhou officials, each securing their own rise in status and wealth. Encouraged by the successes of their comrades, many soldiers within the ranks were eager to seize any opportunity to confront Jianzhou officers, especially given Aobai's contingent of only a few men. Hold your tongue. Without orders, no one is permitted to engage recklessly. Those who defy will face execution, the chief bannerman admonished. Noticing that a few soldiers were indeed tempted by the suggestion and exhibited eagerness to act, he swiftly drew his sword halfway from its sheath, intimidating those who dared to entertain such thoughts. Are you serious? We were merely jesting, the soldiers retorted, well aware of General Li's stringent enforcement of discipline. Without the general's command, even the boldest among them would not dare to act impulsively. At least you possess some sense. The chief bannerman sheathed his sword with a sigh of relief, muttering in irritation, which elicited a hearty laugh from the ranks. What are you laughing about? Get to work. The Jianzhou are about to launch an attack. Do you not see the urgency? As he spoke, the chief bannerman glanced back at Aobai. Though the man was impressively built, he was flanked by only a meager dozen of riders, leading him to believe that if he dispatched his own contingent of 50 or 60 men, they might indeed have a chance of victory. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened with greed, and he found himself momentarily captivated, standing there as if gazing upon a mountain of gold and silver, unable to move. This moment of avarice inadvertently met the gaze of one of Aobai's personal guards standing behind him. Upon witnessing the peculiar green glint in his eyes, the guard felt an ominous premonition and cautiously approached Aobai, saying, "My lord, I have observed the Ming army's formations being meticulously arranged, and considering our limited numbers, I fear there may be treachery afoot. I implore you to exercise caution and perhaps withdraw a few paces to better survey the military situation. It would not be amiss." Aobai, however, dismissed the concern with a disdainful glance, retorting, "I have fought for over a decade and have yet to encounter an adversary on the battlefield that I fear. The one bold enough to challenge me has yet to emerge." Indeed, Aobai possessed the merit to boast in such a manner. Throughout his life, he had seldom met an equal, being a formidable warrior himself. Although he commanded merely a dozen elite cavalry, each was a paragon of prowess, capable of vanquishing scores of foes. In this instance, his audacity to venture forth with just a handful of men stemmed from their exceptional caliber. More importantly, as he stepped into battle, thousands of eyes from both flanks were riveted upon him, and Aobai sought to seize this opportunity to bolster his reputation. Consequently, He deliberately brought along only a select few to recklessly approach the front lines and scrutinize the defenses of the Ming. The presence of these chosen few was not intended to intimidate the surrounded Ming forces, but rather to impress his own ranks. Having clashed with the Ming for over a decade, he possessed an astute understanding of their temperament. Their equipment was inferior, and their morale even more so. Typically, when faced with confrontation, they would adopt a defensive stance, seldom daring to engage in open-field combat. Although the current contingent of the Ming was well-equipped, Aobai remained skeptical that they would bravely emerge to contest against his encircled elite cavalry. Should they indeed dare to do so, it would perfectly align with his strategy to lure a portion of the Ming troops away from the safety of their main encampment. Allowing him to amass his forces and eliminate them decisively, open-field warfare was his forte, and he was confident in this regard. After meticulously observing for a period, Aobai discerned the Ming defenses with clarity. However, in response to his provocation, the Ming formation remained steadfast and unmoving. With a derisive smile, he leisurely turned his horse towards another direction. Who was this audacious general? Such a significant maneuver by the Jurchens would surely not go unnoticed by the Ming troops within the camp. Lu Xiangxing, accompanied by Generals Hu and Yang and Li Junye, had been keenly observing the Jurchen movements from a lookout tower within the encampment. Aobai's brazenly arrogant provocation inevitably captured the attention of those inside the camp. His imposing stature and commanding presence, coupled with an air of defiance, rendered him a veritable beacon on the battlefield, easily drawing their focus. Although Lu Xiangxing was currently the governor commanding the forces of the realm, he had previously served as the governor of Xuanda, primarily engaging with bandits within the passes and various nomadic tribes beyond, leaving him with scant knowledge of the Jurchens in Liaodong. Thus, upon witnessing such a formidable warrior challenging them at the camp's forefront, his interest was piqued. Neither Generals Hu nor Yang had fought in Liaodong, and when posed with Lu Xiangxing's inquiry, they each admitted their ignorance in unison. Consequently, Lu Xiangxing turned to Li Junye, asking, General Li, since your diligent efforts for the throne, you have encountered the Jurchens on numerous occasions. Are you familiar with this warrior? Li Junye raised his gaze to the imposing Aobai ahead, noting his robust stature, broad waist, and piercing eyes, accompanied by a dozen riders. Aobai exuded an undeniable aura of authority as he loomed before the camp, reminiscent of the legendary Zhang Fei at Changban Bridge. Bring Hizhua up, Li Junye commanded. Aware that this man would possess vital knowledge, he called out to his trusted soldiers with a firm voice. Before long, a middle-aged man with a sharp visage was brought forth by two soldiers. At this moment, Hizhua had donned the attire of a Han Chinese. The pigtail whip that once adorned the back of his head had been severed, leaving him with a sorrowful expression as he stood before Li Junye. Lacking even the courage to raise his head, Li Junye cast a glance at him and said, Hizhua, I shall pose a question, and you shall answer honestly. If you comply, you shall find favor. Otherwise, you are aware of the consequences. Hizhua, recognizing the gravity of the situation, nodded vigorously in agreement. His plight was dire. Having been captured after the gates of Baidu Wei in Jizhou